At our wedding, my fiancée suddenly confessed her love to her first love. While all the guests thought I would embarrass myself in front of everyone, I smiled and blessed them. Chapter 1. Jiang Ning made phone calls all night, but my girlfriend Chu Shaoran hung up on them all. Only at the very end did she send a cold message, saying that she was working overtime at the company and asked him to talk to her later. Jiang Ning gently put down her phone, her gaze lingering on the pure white wedding dress before her, a hint of desolation flashing in her eyes. Tomorrow is his wedding with Chu Shaoran, but she doesn't even want to try on a wedding dress, not even once. Jiang Ning knew very well that she wasn't at the company at the moment, but was waiting for Lin Feng at the airport, wearing a sexy long dress and holding a bouquet of flowers. Lin Feng was Chu Xiaoran's ideal man. He was once the campus heartthrob of Haicheng University and the student council president, and was pursued by countless girls. Chu Xiaoran was deeply in love with Lin Feng back then, but the two ultimately did not end up together. After graduation, Lin Feng went abroad to pursue further studies. After Lin Feng left, Jiang Ning finally had the chance to confess his feelings to Chu Xiaoran, and from then on, he fell into a love that was humble to the core. Chu Xiaoran is like a proud white swan in matters of the heart, always cold and aloof, while Jiang Ning loves her deeply. He knew that Lin Feng always held a place in her heart, and no one could replace him. During their year-long relationship, Chu Xiaoran mysteriously disappeared twice, and the reason for both times was related to Lin Feng. The first time was on Lin Feng's birthday. He returned to China, and Chu Xiaoran secretly attended his birthday party late at night. The next day, after she sobered up, Jiang Ning advised her to drink less and take care of her health, but this only earned him her angry accusations. She questioned Jiang Ning about why he investigated her, even calling him despicable, completely unaware that she had cried while holding Jiang Ning after drinking, mistaking him for Lin Feng. That night, Jiang Ning was heartbroken. On his way home, he had an accident, which resulted in a mild concussion, and he was taken to the hospital. Chu Xiaoran knew he was hospitalized and hadn't shown up all day, but in the evening she posted on her WeChat moments with a photo of a plane taking off, writing, "He's left again, my heart feels so empty." It turns out that she spent that entire day with Lin Feng. She went missing for the second time tonight, but at least she replied to the message. Jiang Ning wanted to reply, but his eyes suddenly turned cold, his hand paused in midair for a moment, and finally, he put down his phone. He was no longer the humble Jiang Ning who fawned over her, because he had been reborn. At that moment, he knew perfectly well what was about to happen. Raymond Lam is returning to China tonight. Chu Xiaoran and her best friend Hao Qian will pick him up at the airport, and then they will celebrate with Raymond Lam and his friends at a luxury club all night long. The next day, she would attend the wedding with dark circles under her eyes, extremely reluctant. In her previous life, Jiang Ning thought marriage was the beginning of happiness, but it turned out to be the start of a nightmare. 3 years into their marriage, Chu Xiaoran used her obsessive-compulsive disorder as an excuse to sleep in separate rooms from him, and they never truly fulfilled their marital relationship. However, she misappropriated a huge sum of money from the Jiang family under her wife's name to help Lin Feng repay his business debts, ultimately leading to the Jiang family's financial collapse and bankruptcy. Unable to bear the blow, his parents passed away one after another, leaving Jiang Ning with a pile of debts and an ancestral treasure chest. Despite his pain, Jiang Ning chose to forgive her, but all his tolerance couldn't win back a single bit of sincerity. A month later, Lin Feng urgently needed funds, and Chu Xiaoran actually stole Jiang Ning's ancestral treasure chest and sold it at a low price, which crossed Jiang Ning's bottom line. In a fit of anger, he argued with her, but Chu Xiaoran calmly recorded the argument and called the police to accuse him of domestic violence, ultimately filing for divorce. Jiang Ning never laid a finger on her, yet she was falsely accused. Later, to escape his debts, he fled abroad. His friends helped him redeem the treasure chest, and with the help of the ancient books inside, he rose to prominence in a foreign land and built a vast business empire. However, burdened by a lifetime of sins, he was unable to return to his homeland. On his deathbed, he could only gaze at his hometown and weep, filled with regret and resentment. It seemed as if fate was playing a cruel joke. When he opened his eyes again after dying, he found himself back on the night before his wedding. Jiang Ning was incredibly excited, knowing that the turning point in his previous life was his marriage to Chu Xiaoran, and now he was no longer young and naive. He felt the relationship was utterly absurd and, without hesitation, picked up the wedding dress and threw it into the trash can downstairs. He then drove straight to his parents' villa. He missed them terribly. Meanwhile, in a private room at a luxury club in Haicheng, everyone was raising their glasses to celebrate Lin Feng's return to China to develop his career, and the atmosphere was lively. Lin Feng, seated in the main seat, had fair skin and a handsome appearance. Chu Shaoran looked at him, feeling both excited and flustered. She couldn't help but ask Raymond Lam if he was really going back to China to develop his career, feeling that happiness had come too suddenly. Hao Qian nudged her with her elbow and whispered that she didn't understand why she wanted to marry Jiang Ning. Hearing Jiang Ning's name, Chu Shaoran felt a surge of irritation. The thought that the groom at tomorrow's wedding wouldn't be Lin Feng filled him with sorrow. She didn't like Jiang Ning. She only accepted him because she was feeling empty. However, Jiang Ning's care over the past year has made her accustomed to his presence. Whether it was tidying up the house, making her happy, or buying her late-night snacks, Jiang Ning fulfilled her needs without complaint. Jiang Ning is a wealthy second-generation heir with assets of over 100 million yuan. His figure and character are impeccable, and many women would envy him. Chu Shaoran forced a smile and told Hao Qian that Jiang Ning was a nice person, but that wasn't the real reason she got married. In reality, the Chu family is facing a bankruptcy crisis, and Jiang Ning's dowry and cooperative orders can help the Chu family overcome the difficulties and even turn the tide. Under repeated pressure from her family, she reluctantly agreed to the marriage, but her heart was filled with resentment. Lin Feng walked up to her without her noticing, holding a wine glass, his gaze full of meaning. He said he returned to China entirely for her, and amidst the cheers of the crowd, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead. She froze, completely unprepared, but did not refuse. Hao Qian captured this moment and posted it on her WeChat moments. The caption for the photo was wishing her to find her true love and get married. Under the background lighting, Raymond Lam was kissing Chu Shaoran's forehead. 2. Chu Shaoran was casually playing with his phone at the table when he suddenly saw Hao Qian's post on WeChat moments and was startled. In the photo, Raymond Lam is kissing her forehead, and Hao Qian captioned it wishing her to find her true love, which immediately made Chu Shaoran panic. She lied to Jiang Ning, saying she was working overtime at the company that night, and that if he saw her, the wedding might be affected. Whether the Chu family can turn things around depends entirely on their marriage to the Jiang family. If anything goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. She asked Hao Qian to delete her posts on WeChat moments, but Hao Qian said her phone was out of battery and had shut down, leaving Chu Shaoran feeling helpless and anxious. Seeing that it was already midnight, she guessed that Jiang Ning was still waiting for her call, so she dialed the number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Jiang Ning's voice was languid, as if he had just been woken up. Chu Shaoran asked him guiltily if he had seen the post on WeChat moments, her tone still aloof and unwilling to show weakness. Jiang Ning casually replied that he had seen it, which surprised Chu Shaoran. Jiang Ning would get jealous if she talked to other men even a few words, let alone such intimate photos. Chu Shaoran hurriedly explained that he and Lin Feng were just ordinary friends, and that the scene was just a coincidence. Jiang Ning interrupted her, saying he didn't take it to heart, wished her a good time, and then hung up the phone. Chu Shaoran stood there, stunned, wondering if Jiang Ning had changed, and even thinking that he might have been traumatized. Jiang Ning had already seen through everything. He felt neither love nor hate for her, and he couldn't be bothered to pay her any attention. The humility of his previous life only made Chu Shaoran more unscrupulous. Now he no longer wastes his energy trying to soothe Long Xian. He changed his phone's screensaver from Chu Shaoran's photo to a sentence. Some people treat you like trash, while others love you like their own life. In this life, he only lives for those who love him. Chu Shaoran is worthless in his eyes. Meanwhile, the party at the clubhouse continued. Chu Shaoran angrily told Hao Qian that Jiang Ning had actually hung up on her, something that had never happened before. Hao Qian immediately offered to stand up for her and even reached for Chu Shaoran's phone, but was refused. Chu Shaoran was already feeling conflicted because of Lin Feng's return, and the thought of the upcoming wedding made him even more anxious and unwilling. With Lin Feng, whom she loved but could not have, right in front of her, she felt even more disgust and resistance towards Jiang Ning's marriage. She decided to call Jiang Ning, question him, and put pressure on him. If he backed down, she would threaten to cancel the wedding to scare him. In the past, regardless of who was right or wrong, Jiang Ning always apologized immediately, a tactic that never failed him. However, after the call connected, all that came through was a cold notification tone. Jiang Ning's phone was already switched off. Chu Shaoran was stunned. She remembered that Jiang Ning always kept his phone on and had never lost contact with her when she couldn't reach him. At that moment, a sense of unease flashed through her mind. It wasn't because she cared about Jiang Ning, but because she was worried about it affecting the wedding. Lin Feng walked up to her with a wine glass in hand, gently took her hand, and hinted that she shouldn't go back tonight. The meaning of this sentence is quite clear, and it is something that Chu Shaoran had once dreamed of. But thinking of Jiang Ning's indifference and the feeling of rejection from her body, she gently pushed Lin Feng's hand away and said that she had something else to do. Raymond Lam feigned deep affection, saying he knew she would become someone else's bride the next day, his words tinged with disappointment. Seeing this, Hao Qian quickly pulled Chu Xiaoran aside and advised her to have a wild night with the person she liked the night before her wedding. She felt this was a rare opportunity, and even if it was just a one-time indulgence, it would be unforgettable. Chu Xiaoran couldn't explain why, but he had a bad feeling about it and ultimately rejected Hao Qian's suggestion. She went to a quiet corner and sent Jiang Ning a message, asking him to call her back as soon as he turned on his phone. Chu Xiaoran assumed that Jiang Ning's phone had run out of battery and that he would see the message once it was charged. However, more than half an hour passed, and she kept checking her phone, but still received no response. Feeling increasingly uneasy, she had no choice but to say goodbye to Lin Feng and leave the club ahead of time, taking a taxi alone. As the taxi sped through the night, her mind was filled with Jiang Ning's unusual behavior that evening. Soon, she arrived at her apartment in Jiangning, intending to confront him face-to-face and find out what really happened. 3. Chu Xiaoran looked up at the window of Jiang Ning's room. It was pitch black, as if Jiang Ning had already fallen asleep. She frowned, preparing to go inside to look for someone, but found that she didn't have the apartment access card in her handbag. Jiang Ning had given her a key card, but she couldn't remember when she lost it. It was then that she realized she hadn't been to her apartment in Jiangning for a long time. She couldn't get through on the phone, and she couldn't get in the door, so she could only stand there blankly downstairs in the cold wind. Chu Xiaoran gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, feeling that Jiang Ning was deliberately ignoring her, and secretly vowed to make him pay the price. The wedding ceremony at the Haiqing Longfu Hotel was a lively affair the following day. The Jiang family booked the most expensive floor, and guests gathered at 10 a.m., creating a joyous atmosphere. The wedding planner realized the bride hadn't arrived yet and anxiously urged Jiang Ning to arrange makeup and the wedding ceremony. Jiang Ning frowned and dialed Chu Xiaoran's number, calmly telling her to come as soon as possible. Chu Xiaoran questioned him on the phone about why his phone was off last night, her tone icy. Jiang Ning did not respond to her accusations, but only repeatedly told her to come to the wedding. She demanded that Jiang Ning come to pick her up in person, but was coldly refused, and the call was abruptly ended. Afterwards, Jiang Ning went to Chu's parents and asked them to urge their daughter, then returned to the dressing room to wait. Less than half an hour later, Chu Xiaoran was urged by his parents to pay extra for a car ride to the airport, his face ashen. She questioned Jiang Ning's meaning, but Jiang Ning calmly reminded her to put on makeup first. Chu Xiaoran was surprised by his cold gaze, which no longer held the warmth and concern of the past. She advised him to act normally today, but he smiled and replied that he was perfectly normal. Chu Xiaoran was speechless, but he also felt that Jiang Ning seemed to have matured a lot and was not as weak as before. In fact, she didn't put on makeup for Jiang Ning, but because Lin Feng sent her a message saying he wanted to attend a wedding. Before the wedding began, Chu Xiaoran coldly said that she was in a bad mood and did not want to wear a wedding dress. Jiang Ning smiled faintly and said that he hadn't brought his wedding dress with him either, which stunned Jiang Ning on the spot. Although Chu Xiaoran was dressed casually at the ceremony, his appearance and demeanor still drew admiration. Guests wondered why she wasn't wearing a wedding dress, speculating whether it was a trendy wedding. After the MC gave his speech, he first asked Jiang Ning if he was willing to marry Chu Xiaoran, and Jiang Ning answered without hesitation that he was. When it was Chu Xiaoran's turn, she was absent-minded, her eyes constantly searching for Lin Feng's figure. Finally, in a corner, she saw the man who had captivated her for years, but whom she had never been able to have. Seeing her silence, the MC reminded her again, but the bride suggested singing a song a cappella. This move surprised everyone, but the audience was excited and cheered in support. Chu Xiaoran took the microphone, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng, and sang the lyrics full of deep emotion. Her eyes were glistening with tears, and she didn't look at Jiang Ning even once from beginning to end. As the song ended, thunderous applause erupted, and the MC exclaimed that this was the most affectionate bride. He thought Chu Xiaoran was expressing his unwavering love for Jiang Ning through his song. The microphone was handed to Jiang Ning, but he smiled faintly and asked in return, "Why should I be moved?" 4. Jiang Ning's answer caused an uproar. Chu Xiaoran stood there stunned, and both sets of parents looked surprised. Jiang Ning took the microphone and calmly said that Chu Xiaoran's song was not sung for him, but for another man. He pointed to Raymond Lam in the corner and questioned him why he just stood there watching, leaving her to cry on stage. The guests all turned their attention to Lin Feng, putting him in a difficult position. Zhang's relatives immediately berated Chu Xiaoran, believing that confessing his love for someone else at the wedding was an insult to Jiang Ning. Chu Xiaoran panicked and tried to stop Jiang Ning, but Jiang Ning calmly said that he would cancel the wedding and give her freedom. Chu's parents were almost paralyzed with shock. Chu Xiaoran could hardly believe that Jiang Ning would make such a decision on their wedding day. Jiang Ning rejected her attempt to win her back, wished her to pursue her own love, and then strode off the stage. He handed the printed photos to Chu's parents, turned and left, and the scene immediately descended into chaos. Guests were outraged when they saw her intimately embracing Raymond Lam in the photos, accusing Chu Xiaoran of being shameless. Chu Xiaoran felt dizzy and hurriedly chased after Jiang Ning backstage, only to find that Jiang Ning had already left. The lavish wedding ultimately ended in a somber mood due to this farce. In the following week, Chu Xiaoran and the Chu family fell into an unprecedented predicament. Her confession of love to her white moonlight at the wedding went viral, and netizens criticized her harshly in the comments section. The Chu family had been hoping that the Jiang family's dowry and business orders would help them weather the crisis, but now all of that has vanished. Partners terminated their collaborations due to scandals, and new orders were shelved, plunging the Chu family into dire straits. Chu's parents were constantly worried and urged their daughter to contact Jiang Ning to salvage the marriage in order to save the company. Chu Xiaoran felt resentful, believing that Jiang Ning was the one who had embarrassed her and was unwilling to humble herself. Ultimately, under pressure, she decided to send a text message instead of making a phone call, maintaining her haughty demeanor. She demanded in her message that Jiang Ning film himself kneeling and apologizing, and explain himself to the entire internet before she would forgive him. However, immediately after the message was sent, a bright red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. She had been blocked by Jiang Ning. 5. The air was crisp and refreshing, and the sky was high and the clouds were light. Jiang Ning sat in the gazebo of his villa, slowly sipping his tea, looking relaxed. He had already moved out of the apartment he used to rent. Because of Chu Xiaoran's words, "I like men who are self-reliant." Jiang Ning left home and moved to live elsewhere, even finding a job. Looking back on my decision now, I realize how naive I was. If they had focused their energy on the family business at the time, they wouldn't have given Chu Xiaoran an opportunity to take advantage of them. Jiang Ning's gaze was deep, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. His gaze fell on an exquisite treasure chest on the pavilion table. This treasure chest was the very thing that had driven him to the brink of mental collapse in his previous life, his ancestral heirloom. Jiang Ning reached out and stroked the treasure chest gently before opening it. Inside was an old book with a yellowed cover and illegible characters. It was this ancient book that taught Jiang Ning so much in his previous life, enabling him to forge a path through adversity. Jiang Ning carefully picked up the ancient book, beneath which lay a palm-sized jade cauldron shaped like 9 dragons. The jade tripod is crystal clear and has a cool feel to it. It is quite valuable. He held the jade cauldron, feeling a slight coolness seep into his skin. Jiang Ning took a light breath, a familiar feeling welling up in his heart. His memories were instantly awakened. He recalled that in his previous life, before he died, he was holding this jade cauldron in his hands. At that moment, a refreshing coolness spread throughout his body, and then he fell into a coma. When she opened her eyes again, she had been reborn to the night before her wedding. Jiang Ning thought to himself that this jade cauldron might be related to his rebirth. After all, the idea of being reborn is something that has never been heard of in reality. However, he quickly patted his forehead, remembering that he had important things to do today. Lingyue is returning to China today, and he has to rush to pick her up at the airport. Shen Lingyue was his childhood sweetheart, and also the one who helped him redeem the treasure chest in his previous life. Her father, Shen Yanhai, was seriously ill, and she, as the only daughter of the Shen family, returned to China to take over the family affairs. Jiang Ning remembers the date so clearly because he had a habit of keeping a diary in his previous life. To record his interactions with Chu Xiaoran, he wrote down what happened almost every day. This habit was maintained until the last day of his life. Jiang Ning glanced at his watch and realized there wasn't enough time, so he carefully put away the treasure chest and drove straight to the airport. At the Chu family home, Chu Xiaoran was so angry that she stomped her feet when she learned that Jiang Ning had blocked all her contact information. She was convinced that Jiang Ning's parents had forced him to do this. Chu Xiaoran was eager to contact Jiang Ning because family matters could not be delayed. She took a taxi to the apartment in Jiangning where she used to live, but was told by the cleaning staff that the tenant had moved out a week ago. This made Chu Xiaoran uneasy. She felt that her control over Jiang Ning was slipping away. Left with no other option, she contacted her best friend, Hao Qian. Hao Qian's boyfriend, Fu Xiaobiao, is Jiang Ning's good friend. She plans to use him to contact Jiang Ning and get him to come to her. However, Hao Qian stammered on the phone that she and Fu Xiaobiao had broken up. Chu Xiaoran was puzzled. After all, Fu Xiaobiao had always been very obedient to Hao Qian. Hao Qian was silent for a moment before whispering that she had cheated on her husband. She explained that at the banquet where Raymond Lam returned to China that night, she met a handsome guy and lost control after drinking. Fu Xiaobiao was furious when he found out, and their relationship broke down as a result. Chu Xiaoran remained silent. She knew that Fu Xiaobiao had done many things for Hao Qian, yet Hao Qian had done such a thing. But she soon realized that she was no different from Hao Qian, except that she was not as direct. Although he had no real relationship with Lin Feng, he had already betrayed Jiang Ning in his heart. Thinking of Lin Feng, a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. The two have barely been in contact during this period, presumably because Raymond Lam is also troubled by online public opinion. She felt somewhat guilty, thinking she shouldn't have impulsively confessed her feelings at the wedding, causing Raymond Lam to get into trouble. Chu Xiaoran grew angrier the more he thought about it, convinced that the online public opinion was a publicity stunt orchestrated by the Jiang family with the help of paid online trolls. She hung up the phone and decided to go find Jiang Ning herself. Inside the airport, Jiang Ning waited at the arrivals area, looking somewhat bored. Finally, he spotted a tall figure walking towards him in the crowd. Shen Lingyue was pulling a leather suitcase, wearing a purple gauze scarf and a black fitted short skirt. Her presence made everything around her lose its luster. Her long, slender legs were as straight as white jade, and her delicate waist outlined a beautiful curve. Her face was stunning. Her long hair was slightly curled and draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were clear as autumn water. Her nose was high and straight, and her lips were alluring. She exuded a cold aura that made people hesitant to approach her, only daring to steal glances at her. Jiang Ning quickened his pace and stepped forward, calling out, "Sister Lingyue." Xiao Ning. A look of joy flashed across Shen Lingyue's face as she asked him why he had come. Jiang Ning smiled and said he was there to pick her up. Shen Lingyue jokingly reminded him that they were newly married and he wasn't afraid his wife would misunderstand. She knew that Jiang Ning and his girlfriend had held their wedding a week ago and sent them a gift to congratulate them. Jiang Ning responded calmly. The marriage didn't happen. His tone was indifferent, as if he were talking about someone else's business. Shen Lingyue opened her eyes wide in surprise, completely unaware of what had happened. At this moment, her driver came over, took her luggage, and prepared to take her to the car to rest. Shen Lingyue asked the driver to take the luggage back first, as she had other things to do. Jiang Ning wondered why she hadn't gone home first after just returning to the country, but she took his hand and playfully said, "It's your business." 6. Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised when he heard Shen Lingyue mention your matter. He and Shen Lingyue grew up together, lived in the same neighborhood, and were each other's closest friends. They were already as close as siblings, so it was only natural that Shen Lingyue cared about him. He smelled her faint fragrance and felt a long-lost sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. Since dating Chu Xiaoran, he had never felt such distance and ease with Sister Lingyue. That natural sense of security made Jiang Ning momentarily dazed. With a slight smile, he suggested finding a quiet place to sit down and chat. Shen Lingyue nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning drove her to a high-end restaurant in the city called Golden Sparrow Garden. That was one of the top Western restaurants in Haicheng, and Jiang Ning used to bring Chu Xiaoran there often. He still managed to enter the private room on the second floor using his VIP card. Neither of them was hungry, so they just casually ordered a few snacks and 2 drinks. The lighting in the private room was soft. Shen Lingyue leaned back in her chair and asked about his condition first. Jiang Ning briefly recounted the events leading up to the annulment of her engagement with Chu Xiaoran, her tone calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After listening, Shen Lingyue's expression gradually turned cold, and her tone carried a hint of chill. She said she knew the Lin Feng that Jiang Ning mentioned. This surprised Jiang Ning quite a bit. He hadn't expected that Sister Lingyue would have any connection with that person. Shen Lingyue said slowly, "They are alumni of the same university." Back then, Raymond Lam confessed his feelings to her 3 times, but she rejected him each time. She raised her eyebrows slightly, her expression disdainful, and said that Lin Feng was frivolous, neglected his studies, and spent his days lingering among women. During his studies abroad, his grades were abysmal, and he was even the first student in the school's Chinese community to be expelled. Jiang Ning listened thoughtfully and understood why Lin Feng had rushed back to China after only a year. Shen Lingyue added that Lin Feng had ulterior motives and was a slick person. Jiang Ning nodded but said nothing more, secretly mocking himself for not recognizing this person's true colors in the past. In his previous life, he knew nothing about Raymond Lam. At that time, Chu Xiaoran kept a close watch on him and would fly into a rage if he had any contact with Sister Linghua again. To avoid arguments, he could only gradually distance himself from Shun Linghua. Thinking of this past event, Jiang Ning felt a pang of sadness. After a moment, Shun Linghua suddenly brought up what happened after Lin Feng returned to China. She said calmly that Raymond Lam has now founded a media company and is still discussing cooperation with her father. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's gaze sharpened slightly. He instantly recalled the events of his previous life, Peak Media. That company was founded by Lin Feng, and the Shun Group was the source of his first major investment. At that time, in order to please Chu Xiaoran, Jiang Ning personally went to ask Shun Linghua for help in investing in Lin Feng. If it weren't for that 50 million, Lin Feng would never have achieved his current status in Haiqing. Thinking back to that scene, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling that he had been utterly absurd at the time. Shun Linghua then explained that Lin Feng was able to meet Xin Yunhai this time entirely because of her connection with her junior from university. Otherwise, given the Shun family's discerning eye, they wouldn't even glance at such a small company. As Jiang Ning listened, he secretly rejoiced, knowing that he would not let the same thing happen again in this life. Actually, he's not wrong, Shun Linghua said calmly. This time it's just a formality, to give him face. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, did not answer, but simply picked up the teacup and took a sip. A faint sense of relief and clarity flickered in his eyes. That calmness was completely different from the person I used to be, blinded by love. Looking at his expression, Shun Linghua felt a pang of heartache in her eyes. She put down her cup and asked him gently if he was still sad. Jiang Ning shook his head and laughed, saying that he just felt that fate was really strange. Just as the two were starting to relax, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the private room. "Why can't I go upstairs?" a woman's voice asked sharply and anxiously. The waiter explained, "Miss, I'm sorry, only VIP guests are allowed on the second floor." Shun Linghua looked up and frowned, while Jiang Ning froze upon hearing that familiar voice. He recognized him. It was Chu Xiaoran. The argument outside became increasingly obvious, and even the hallway was filled with voices. Jiang Ning frowned, intending to ignore it, but Chu Xiaoran called out his name emotionally, forcing him to stand up. Shun Linghua looked at him and smiled with a hint of mockery in her tone. Jiang Ning shook his head with a wry smile and decided to go out and take a look, following her advice. He walked to the elevator and, sure enough, saw Chu Xiaoran confronting the waiter. Chu Xiaoran was dressed in disheveled clothes. His hair was messy and hanging down his side, and he looked anxious and somewhat haggard. Her disheveled appearance was a stark contrast to her former proud image. Jiang Ning stood behind her without any emotion and asked her calmly what she wanted to see him about. The moment Chu Xiaoran turned his head and saw Jiang Ning, he was completely stunned. She had assumed that Jiang Ning must be in dire straits because he hadn't contacted her these past few days. The image she had originally envisioned was of the man who had once bowed his head for her, unshaven, exhausted, and listless. However, reality completely overturned her imagination. Jiang Ning was dressed in a clean and neat knit sweater and casual pants, with a natural posture and clear and calm eyes. His complexion was rosy, his expression was calm, and there was an air of composure between his brows. Chu Xiaoran froze on the spot for a moment, even forgetting why he had come to cause trouble. She suddenly realized that the man in front of her was no longer the submissive Jiang Ning of the past. He stood there calmly, as if there was an insurmountable distance between them. 7. Chu Xiaoran's anger was about to explode. She couldn't understand how this man could become so confident and composed. Jiang Ning had never dressed so well or displayed such an aura when they were together. She forgot that in the past year, almost every piece of clothing and hairstyle Jiang Ning wore was chosen by her. Jiang Ning had been so submissive back then that he had almost lost himself, but his completely transformed appearance now stung her eyes. Chu Xiao then took a step back, suppressing his emotions, and asked why he had blocked her. Jiang Ning remained calm, simply stating that they had no further relationship. If it were his previous life, he would probably have lost control of his anger and rage by now. But Jiang Ning's mindset is completely different now that he has been reborn. In this life, he wants to cherish his family and true feelings even more, and rebuild his own world on familiar land. Compared to those grand ambitions, Chu Xiaoran is now nothing more than insignificant dust. Seeing her anxious and angry appearance, Jiang Ning felt a sense of relief, as if he had been teased. Chu Xiaoran's clinging and roaring were like watching an old dream to him. "What exactly is your attitude now?" Chu Xiaoran asked fiercely, accusing the Jiang family of being too arrogant and making him act so arrogantly. Jiang Ning remained unmoved and calmly replied, Don't waste your time if you don't have anything important to say. His indifference completely ignited Chu Sharon's temper. She gritted her teeth and roared, saying that she had given him a year of her youth, but now she had been abandoned. The moment the words were spoken, the door to the private room was pushed open. Shin Lingyue walked out from inside, her steps crisp and decisive, her expression cold and aloof. Unable to bear Chu Shaoran's shouting any longer, she raised her chin and walked up to the two of them, her voice filled with coldness and sarcasm. She mocked Chu Shaoran for openly confessing her love to someone else at her wedding, and even asked her if she wanted a megaphone to shout it out to the whole city. Chu Shaoran was stunned by this series of counterattacks. She never expected there to be such a stunning woman in the private room. The other person had a cold and elegant demeanor and outstanding appearance, which contrasted sharply with her. At that moment, an indescribable unease suddenly welled up in her heart. She suddenly pointed at Shun Lingyue and questioned Jiang Ning about who she was. Jiang Ning only glanced at her indifferently, his tone completely calm, telling Shin Lingyue to go back to the private room and wait for him, and not to get angry over someone unrelated. Shin Lingyue glanced at Jiang Ning, her expression showing some displeasure, but she still turned and entered the private room. Her actions made Chu Shaoran feel even more flustered. The woman from before, in terms of looks, temperament, and aura, made her feel inferior in every way. Chu Shaoran's lips twitched. He suppressed his unease and forced a gentle tone, saying that today was not about arguing, but about giving Jiang Ning a chance. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and asked her what she meant by opportunity. Chu Shaoran slowly said that the wedding had made her lose face, and he had to apologize. She raised her chin and continued, saying that he also had to apologize to her parents because they had lost their reputation as a result. After a slight pause, she haughtily suggested that if his apology was sincere enough, she might consider remarrying. When Jiang Ning heard this word, he almost couldn't believe his ears. He found it utterly absurd. The wedding hadn't even taken place, so how could there be any talk of remarriage? Chu Shaoran's so-called confidence seemed ridiculous to him. His voice was calm yet firm, telling her that there could be no longer any relationship between them. Chu Shaoran refused to give up, arguing that the Chu family was trustworthy and that since they had accepted the Jiang family's betrothal gifts, they should keep their marriage agreement. Jiang Ning's expression turned completely cold when he thought of the 10 million yuan in betrothal gifts. He realized that her words were just a ploy to get what she wanted from him. He sneered and reminded Chu Shaoran to return the gift money as soon as possible, otherwise he would personally pursue it to avoid making a fool of himself. Chu Shaoran disagreed, asking why the Jiang family was in such a hurry when they didn't seem to lack the money. Jiang Ning's face darkened, and anger surged within him. Perhaps he didn't care about money in his previous life, but it's different in this one. Every penny is a cornerstone for him to rebuild his future. He told Chu Shaoran expressionlessly that the gift money must be returned, or he would take her to court. Chu Shaoran was stunned by these words, clearly not expecting him to be so resolute. Her lips trembled as she felt that Jiang Ning in front of her was cold and unfamiliar, completely different from the person who had once bowed down to her. His eyes seemed to hold the power of a long-dormant beast, inspiring fear in those around him. Chu Shaoran felt a sharp pain in his chest, his emotions oscillating between resentment and grievance. In her eyes, it was just a misunderstanding. She even believed that as long as she softened her stance, Jiang Ning would turn back. But now, she realizes that this man has really changed. Jiang Ning, I'm giving you a chance. She almost shouted, her voice filled with a final, defiant tone. You'll regret it if you miss this opportunity. Jiang Ning shook his head with a faint smile, his tone calm, yet ruthlessly clear-headed. He said he wouldn't regret it. He turned around, returned to the private room decisively, and closed the door. All his actions sounded extremely resolute. Chu Shaoran stared at the tightly closed door, his anger almost bursting out of his chest. She cursed at the air, her voice hoarse. Back at the Chu family home, she was still trembling with anger. With a loud bang, she started hitting the pillow repeatedly while cursing under her breath. Chu's mother, Li Qin, watched coldly and asked her how the conversation went. Chu Shaoran did not answer, but continued to punch the pillow and stare blankly. Chu's father, Chu Guofeng, sighed, feeling that there was no hope at all. Li Qin was still unwilling to give up, complaining that the Jiang family must have brainwashed Jiang Ning these past few days. Otherwise, why would he be so cold and hard? Upon hearing this, Chu Shaoran was suddenly enlightened. She said seriously that Jiang Ning was definitely plotting something. Li Qin asked her what she meant. Chu Shaoran thought for a moment and said that Jiang Ning sitting in a restaurant with another woman must be deliberately trying to provoke her. Li Qin laughed heartily, looking confident, and said that her daughter guessed correctly. The other party brought out such a beautiful woman to undermine Chu Xiaoran's aura and force her to back down first. Li Qin became more and more excited as she spoke, her eyes sparkling with scheming. Chu Xiaoran paused for a few seconds, then suddenly realized that it made sense. Recalling Jiang Ning's words, Sister Linghua, she became even more convinced that the woman was merely a pawn of the Jiang family. This thought strangely improved her mood considerably. She thought Jiang Ning had become smarter, but she never expected that she could see through him even better. Chu Guofeng then frowned and reminded them that the Chu family's funds were almost running out. Next month's salaries are in trouble. If there's no money to pay them, the company will be paralyzed. Li Qin's eyes lit up, and she said, "Isn't the Jiang family's 10 million yuan in betrothal gifts in their hands? Using it temporarily for temporary purposes is just the right solution to our immediate crisis." Her tone was resolute, as if the money rightfully belonged to them. Chu Guofeng hesitated, worried that the Jiang family would come after him for the money. Li Qin scoffed, saying that even if the Jiang family took her to court, she would not return the money. She declared that she didn't care about going to jail. Chu Xiaoran listened, his brows furrowed, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. She felt it was too shameful to do this, and that Jiang Ning would look down on her even more. But she was powerless to change her family's predicament. After a moment of silence, she whispered that Lin Feng might be able to help. Li Qin was furious upon hearing this and almost jumped up. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, the doorbell suddenly rang. The three members of the Chu family exchanged a glance, and the air suddenly froze. Chu Xiaoran's heart skipped a beat. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. 8. Chu Xiaoran heard the doorbell and hurriedly ran to open the door. Lin Feng stood outside the door, smiling broadly and carrying 2 bags of fruit, appearing very familiar with the place. Seeing that Chu's father, Chu Guofeng, and mother, Li Qin, were both inside, he greeted them warmly. Chu Xiaoran, beaming with joy, introduced Lin Feng's background to his parents. She said that Raymond Lam was her senior in college and had served as the student union president. He later went abroad for a year to further his studies and had just returned to China. Li Qin's expression was cold, and she didn't give Lin Feng a friendly look. Out of courtesy, Chu Guofeng invited Lin Feng to take a seat. After thanking him, Lin Feng sat down and quickly found a topic to chat about with Chu Guofeng. He spoke eloquently about his studies and experiences abroad and analyzed future prospects in light of the domestic economic situation. Chu Guofeng nodded in agreement, clearly acknowledging his insight. But Li Qin, standing to the side, remained indifferent and whispered to Chu Xiaoran that Jiang Ning had more charisma than Lin Feng. Chu Xiaoran countered, saying that Raymond Lam is the image that is popular nowadays, and that he is capable, has good character, and is devoted to her. Li Qin disagreed, shaking her head and sighing. Chu Guofeng was preoccupied with the company's problems, so after a few words, he got to the point. He bluntly stated that the Chu family is currently facing difficulties and is struggling to make ends meet in its daily operations. The controversy surrounding Chu Xiaoran's wedding further damaged public opinion, leading to numerous customer cancellations and putting the company at risk of bankruptcy. Lin Feng looked slightly surprised upon hearing this. He originally thought the Chu family was very powerful and even planned to take the opportunity to get the Chu family to invest in his new company. After all, during the year he dated Chu Xiaoran, she spent money lavishly and never hesitated to buy luxury goods, so he always thought she was a rich woman. However, he did not know that all that money came from Jiang Ning. Chu Guofeng spoke in a heavy tone, intending to connect Lin Feng with the Chu family's predicament. After a moment of silence, Raymond Lam mentioned that he also bore responsibility for the wedding and shouldn't have gone to the wedding to cause trouble. Chu Guofeng waved his hand, saying that there was no point in blaming himself now, and then asked Lin Feng what his father did. Lin Feng replied with a hint of pride that his family owned a freight company. He also offered to provide the lowest price if the Chu family had any transportation needs. To everyone's surprise, Li Qin's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. She said coldly that the Jiang family's logistics department never charged the Chu family a single penny for transportation services. Lin Feng was speechless and could only awkwardly say that his company was not large and had limited capabilities. This statement further fueled Li Qin's dissatisfaction, making her feel that he was utterly useless. She rolled her eyes and scolded Chu Xiaoran for choosing a pretty face over a good person. Chu Xiaoran quickly came to Lin Feng's rescue, explaining that his mother's bad temper was only due to the family's poor situation. Lin Feng adopted a tolerant attitude, saying it didn't matter if his elders scolded him a few times. Chu Xiaoran felt a warmth in her heart, realizing that Lin Feng was still considerate and understanding. Li Qin remained cold and ignored him, and Chu Guofeng also remained silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Chu Xiaoran tried to ease the tension by mentioning that Lin Feng had once said that if they got married, the dowry would be twice that of the Jiang family. Lin Feng did say that, but he was just drunk at the time and wanted to put Jiang Ning down. Upon hearing this, Li Qin's eyes lit up immediately. The 20 million yuan dowry was a huge temptation for the Chu family. If we can actually get this money, plus the 10 million yuan gift from the Jiang family, the company will not only be able to stay afloat, but also be able to introduce equipment for transformation. She immediately softened her tone, saying that since the two were in love, she had no objections. She even directly suggested that if Raymond Lam brought a gift of money the next day, she would agree to the engagement. Chu Xiaoran looked at Lin Feng with anticipation, hoping he would keep his promise. However, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. His family's annual net income was only a few million, so how could they possibly come up with 20 million? He licked his lips and argued that it was not advisable to rush things. After all, Chu Xiaoran had just separated from Jiang Ning. Chu Xiaoran's heart sank instantly. She had thought Lin Feng would marry her without hesitation, but now he was backing down. Chu Guofeng and his wife were both seasoned veterans, and they saw through his excuse at a glance. Li Qin's eyes immediately turned cold, as if she were scrutinizing a criminal. Raymond Lam felt his pride was hurt and gritted his teeth, saying that his career was at a critical stage. Li Qin asked dismissively what kind of career it was. Lin Feng immediately smiled confidently and said that before returning to China, he had asked someone to establish Peak Media Company. He added that he hadn't contacted Chu Xiaoran these past few days because he was in talks with Shun Yunhai of the Shun Group about a potential collaboration, with the latter considering an investment of 50 million. 50 million? Chu Guofeng and Li Qin's eyes lit up. Lin Feng nodded in confirmation, looking quite pleased with himself. Chu Xiaoran was thrilled to hear this, realizing that he had indeed made the right choice in choosing him. Taking the opportunity, Lin Feng stated that if the investment proceeded smoothly, he could allocate a portion of the funds to subsidize the Chu family. This suggestion delighted Chu Guofeng and his wife, as if their current predicament had suddenly taken a turn for the better. 9. In reality, even if Lin Feng did secure the investment, he wouldn't share it with the Chu family. In the early stages of his business, he needed working capital more than anyone else. That promise was nothing more than a way to satisfy vanity and save face in front of Chu's parents. Chu Guofeng and Li Qin were overjoyed to hear the news of Shun's group's 50 million investment. Chu Guofeng praised Lin Feng's youth and talent without reservation. Li Qin eagerly inquired when he would sign the contract with the Shun group. Lin Feng vaguely said that the contract had not been signed yet, and he would go to talk to Shun Yunhai again in a few days. In fact, Shun Yunhai did not make any promises. He was very enthusiastic when they met and expressed his appreciation for Raymond Lam's background. Lin Feng felt that his alumni relationship with Shin Lingwei gave him an opportunity. He was just acting on impulse, showing off this. Seeing that his attitude had softened, Li Qin smiled and said not to mind his temper earlier, adding that he was more capable than Jiang Ning. Chu Guofeng then said that Xiao Ran was smart and capable, and that marrying Jiang Ning would have helped him stabilize his family business. However, without the support of the Chu family, Jiang Ning could not support the future of the Jiang family on his own. Lin Feng quickly chimed in, saying that he despised people like Jiang Ning who relied on their parents and were incompetent themselves. Li Qin waved her hand, saying not to mention Jiang Ning anymore, and instead talked about their own affairs. Meanwhile, the Datong bar is closed during the day and is exceptionally quiet. A lone steel pipe stood in the center of the dance floor, surrounded by rows of empty booths. A burly bartender leaned lazily against a booth, his feet on the table, idly twirling nunchucks. At the bar, the bartender was practicing his bottle-tossing technique. His unsteady hand caused him to break several bottles in a row, which made the bartender frown. Besides these two, there were 4 other people talking in a private room at the back of the bar. Jiang Ning is among them. Fu Xiaobiao hurriedly called Jiang Ning over, saying that Hao Qian had harmed him. Hao Qian sat next to him and said calmly that it was just a breakup, and that he should be more mature and part ways amicably. Sitting next to her was a muscular man named Lu Ao, her new boyfriend. Lu Ao was wearing a tank top that revealed his full-arm tattoos. He had his arm tightly around Hao Qian, and his other hand was pointing at Fu Xiaobiao. He looked arrogant. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. Fu Xiaobiao was his bunkmate in college, and they had a very good relationship. When he was dating Chu Xiaoran, Fu Xiaobiao and Hao Qian were also a couple, and the 4 of them often did things together. A few days ago, he heard that Fu Xiaobiao had broken up with his girlfriend and that Hao Qian had cheated on him. Now he saw that the other person was Lu Ao. Jiang Ning calmly reminded Lu Ao to withdraw his hand that was pointing at someone. Although his tone was gentle, his gaze was sharp, causing the other party to unconsciously withdraw his hand. He turned to Fu Xiaobiao and asked how Hao Qian had harmed him. Fu Xiaobiao said that Hao Qian owed him 30,000 yuan and hadn't paid it back, money that she had borrowed from Jiang Ning. Hao Qian immediately denied it. Instead of arguing with her, Fu Xiaobiao showed Jiang Ning the chat history. It turns out that when the two first started dating, Hao Qian said that she had been hurt by love before, and if Fu Xiaobiao wanted to be her boyfriend, he would have to pay a 30,000 yuan deposit as a guarantee against cheating. If there is infidelity, the amount will be deducted. If there is no infidelity, it will be returned upon break. Fu Xiaobiao believed he was a good person, so he gave the money on the spot, and the two began a relationship. He didn't cheat on her, but Hao Qian is now denying his debts. Hao Qian claimed that she had cheated on her husband, so she didn't have to pay back the money. She emphasized that it wasn't specified who had cheated, and that money would be deducted as long as it happened. Jiang Ning found it amusing, but told her firmly that the money had to be returned. Hao Qian was dissatisfied and questioned Jiang Ning's favoritism towards his brother, even threatening to call Chu Xiaoran to witness it. Fu Xiaobiao immediately tensed up, fearing that Chu Xiaoran would switch sides and help her as soon as she arrived in Jiangning. He grabbed Hao Qian's hand to stop her from making the call, but Lu Ao coldly threatened him to let go. Fu Xiaobiao countered that this was their economic dispute and had nothing to do with Lu Ao. Lu Ao pushed his hand away, mocked him for having taken his girlfriend, and even called him a cuckold. Fu Xiaobiao was filled with rage and was about to make a move when Lu Ao suddenly pulled out a dagger and pointed it at him, threatening that the bartenders in the bar were all his brothers and that anyone who dared to touch him would not leave this place alive. Although Fu Xiaobiao was furious, he was wary and did not take any action for the time being. Hao Qian left with a cold laugh and went to the restroom to call Chu Xiaoran. She believed that as long as Chu Xiaoran appeared, Jiang Ning would definitely speak up for her. Inside the private room, Jiang Ning remained calm in the face of Lu Ao's provocation and said indifferently that since Hao Qian was his girlfriend, he could pay the money for her. In his previous life, even the shady Wang who owed Jiang Ning hundreds of billions of dollars obediently paid back his debts, so it's even less likely that this small-time hoodlum wouldn't pay. Lu Ao angrily refused and mocked Jiang Ning as a green-haired turtle, adding that Chu Xiaoran liked Lin Feng. He pointed a dagger at Jiang Ning and laughed, insulting the two of them as a pair of bastards. Jiang Ning, instead of getting angry, smiled brightly and asked Fu Xiaobiao to go outside and order a song, saying the atmosphere was too dull. Fu Xiaobiao was furious, but he still rushed out and asked the bartender to play Glorious Years. As soon as the music started, the door to the private room was suddenly smashed open, and a figure flew out and crashed heavily to the ground. 10. The three people in the bar looked closely and realized that the one who had fallen to the ground was Lu Ao. He was still holding the dagger in his hand, trying to prop himself up to get up. The next second, Jiang Ning rushed out of the private room, his movements as swift as a beast pouncing on its prey. He grabbed Lu Ao by the hair and slammed his face against a nearby marble pillar. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 consecutive blows, Lu Ao's forehead and face were covered in blood and flesh. His hands fell limply to his sides. Blood dripped down his cheeks to the ground, and the dagger slipped to the side. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, picked up the dagger and handed it to Fu Xiaobiao, telling him to vent his anger while Lu Ao was still conscious. Fu Xiaobiao was stunned. He simply couldn't believe the Jiang Ning standing before him. Is this still the same bunkmate who fawned over him for 4 years in college? At this moment, Jiang Ning's gaze was sharp and his expression was cold, like a cold-blooded killer, making people tremble with fear. A long-lost surge of passion welled up in Jiang Ning's heart. This was the first time he had truly taken action since his rebirth. The burly bartender also realized what was happening and shouted at Jiang Ning to stop. Jiang Ning looked at them coldly and asked if they wanted to help or call the police. The two were just drinking buddies and didn't want to get involved in Lu Ao's situation, much less call the police. They only tried to persuade him to let it go. Jiang Ning remained unmoved, grabbed Lu Ao's hair, and said coldly that since he had taken over Hao Qian's business, he had also taken over his brother's debt and would have to repay it double. Lu Ao said in a panic that he had no money. Jiang Ning slammed his hand to the ground, then plunged the dagger down, severing his middle finger. Lu Ao's screams echoed in the empty bar, his forehead covered in cold sweat and his eyes filled with fear. He repeatedly promised to repay the money immediately, transferred the money to Fu Xiaobiao, and even repaid double. The bartender quickly drove him to the hospital, since the severed finger could still be reattached within 2 hours. Jiang Ning watched their departing figures, shook his head, tossed the dagger to Fu Xiaobiao, then went to the bar to wipe his hands with a wet wipe, his expression indifferent, as if nothing had just happened. Hao Qian came out of the bathroom and saw the bloodstains on the floor and the dagger in Fu Xiaobiao's hand. She panicked immediately. She hurriedly called Lu Ao, but only heard his terrified voice saying they were breaking up and would never contact each other again. Hao Qian looked completely bewildered. Jiang Ning extended his hand to her and said calmly, "Pay back the money." Fu Xiaobiao was taken aback. Hadn't Lu Ao already paid back double? Jiang Ning explained with a smile that this was the money she owed Xiaobiao for emotional distress. He himself didn't lack the 35,000 yuan, but it was a huge sum for Xiaobiao. He did this to avenge his brother. Hao Qian was too frightened to speak because of what had happened before. Fu Xiaobiao glanced at Jiang Ning secretly, wondering if Hao Qian would also have her finger cut off if she refused. Just then, shouts came from the doorway. It was Chu Xiaoran and Lin Feng who had arrived. The bar was dimly lit, and they didn't notice the bloodstains on the floor. Chu Xiaoran asked Hao Qian what had happened. Hao Qian tearfully said that Jiang Ning and Fu Xiaobiao had teamed up to bully her. Lin Feng immediately adopted a righteous stance, accusing the two men of being shameless for bullying a woman. Fu Xiaobiao hurriedly explained that they hadn't touched her. It was because she owed money and wouldn't pay it back. Chu Xiaoran actually knew what had happened. Hao Qian had already told most of it in the restroom, and she also felt that Hao Qian was in the wrong. However, she came hoping to use her influence to calm things down. She asked Jiang Ning if the 30,000 yuan was money that Fu Xiaobiao had borrowed from him. Jiang Ning nodded, and Fu Xiaobiao added that if Hao Qian didn't return the money, he wouldn't be able to return it to Jiang Ning. Chu Xiaoran adopted a magnanimous attitude, saying that Jiang Ning didn't lack the 30,000 yuan, and that he should let it go for her sake. Jiang Ning sneered and retorted, "Is her face worth 30,000? Chu Xiaoran was stunned. She couldn't accept these words for a moment. During the year she dated Jiang Ning, she was always the dominant one, and Jiang Ning was used to acting according to her mood. Even after the breakup, she still felt that Jiang Ning had feelings for her, so she continued to act recklessly. Now, however, she feels she has been treated with unprecedented coldness. She questioned Jiang Ning, "Aren't you even going to give me this much face?" 11:12. Jiang Ning coldly told Chu Xiaoran that she had no face in his eyes. Chu Xiaoran angrily accused him of being angry with her, but was interrupted by Jiang Ning's words, "Shut up and pay back the money." Chu Xiaoran was unwilling to lose face in front of Jiang Ning, so he gritted his teeth and made Hao Qian pay back the money. Hao Qian frowned and said she had no money. She had spent it all. Chu Xiaoran had no choice but to offer to lend it to her first, and Hao Qian reluctantly agreed. Just then, a beautiful figure walked into the bar. It was Shun Linghua. She was originally dining with Jiang Ning at Jinkei Xingting, but Jiang Ning was called over by Fu Xiaobiao at the last minute, so she took a car and followed him. He waited in the car until Jiang Ning returned, then came in to check on the situation. Lin Feng recognized her at a glance, exclaimed "Senior sister" in surprise, and went up to talk to her. Shen Linghua didn't expect to run into Lin Feng and ignored him, heading straight for Jiang Ning. Lin Feng followed her shamelessly and even tried to get her contact information, but Shen Linghua ignored him. Chu Xiaoran witnessed this and was shocked. She had always thought that Raymond Lam was cold and aloof, unaffected by any woman, but now she saw him fawning and flattering like a lapdog. This made her feel that Raymond Lam was a stranger and particularly despicable. Shen Linghua came to Jiang Ning and asked him with concern if he was all right. Jiang Ning smiled and responded. She said that there were people waiting at home, so there was no need to see her off, and waved goodbye. Lin Feng waved frantically by the booth, trying to get attention, while Jiang Ning remained calm throughout. Chu Xiaoran remained silent throughout, his mind in turmoil. Jiang Ning urged Hao Qian to repay the money again, but Hao Qian still said she had no money. Jiang Ning pointed to Chu Xiaoran and asked her to lend it to her best friend. Chu Xiaoran came to his senses and agreed to transfer 30,000 to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning refused to add her on WeChat and directly gave her a QR code for receiving payments. Chu Xiaoran was stunned and had no choice but to scan the code and transfer the money. After Jiang Ning received the money, he turned and left without hesitation, as if the matter was over and the two had become strangers. The Lamborghini roared away and sped off in a cloud of dust. Lin Feng looked at the taillights with disdain and said that he would buy 10 or 8 such cars in the future, and made a bold promise to Chu Xiaoran that he would surpass the Jiang family in 3 years. Chu Xiaoran, however, was absent-minded, his mind filled with the image of Jiang Ning refusing to add him on WeChat and turning away. Hao Qian found it boring and suggested inviting them to dinner, but Chu Xiaoran refused. Chu Xiaoran remained in a daze as Hao Qian left. After dating for a year, Jiang Ning had never rejected her, but now his repeated indifference left her speechless. Lin Feng continued to invite Chu Xiaoran out for dinner, but she declined, citing exhaustion. Lin Feng was dissatisfied and tried to persuade her to enjoy their time together. Chu Xiaoran, however, recalled how he had tried to please Shen Lingyue and felt irritated. He questioned him about why he had done that. Lin Feng explained that Shen Lingyue is the daughter of the Shen Group, and she had to lower her profile in order to secure investment. Chu Xiaoran had no interest in listening anymore. His mind was filled with the changes in Jiangning. She couldn't understand how someone who had once been so devoted to her could become so cold so quickly. Seeing that she was distracted, Lin Feng reminded her to cheer up and invited her to dinner again. Chu Xiaoran felt a little embarrassed by being ignored and finally agreed. Lin Feng suggested going to a local food stall, and Chu Xiaoran agreed. On the other side, Fu Xiaobiao was feeling down because of his breakup, and Jiang Ning gently advised him to cry if he wanted to. Fu Xiaobiao wondered how Jiang Ning could be so carefree. Jiang Ning laughed and said that he was too foolish in the past. There are many good women in the world now, so there is no need to hang yourself on a crooked tree. Fu Xiaobiao agreed and mentioned Xia Yuning, another campus beauty from the business school. She and Chu Xiaoran were rivals in college, equally matched in looks, talent, and ability, and she even came from a better family. The two remained fiercely competitive in their classmates' group chat. Fu Xiaobiao revealed that Xia Yuning knew that Jiang Ning's wedding had not gone through, so she specially added him on WeChat to inquire about his recent situation. Jiang Ning didn't take it seriously and suggested treating Fu Xiaobiao to drinks. The two of them laughed and joked as they drove to the Heavenly Court Entertainment Club on Queens Road, also planning to invite Xia Yuning along. The greasy tables and chairs and noisy environment of the food stalls in the urban village made Chu Xiaoran quite uncomfortable. She looked up at the surrounding skyscrapers, so close yet seemingly worlds apart, and felt a sense of disorientation. When she was with Jiang Ning, she was a regular at the Heavenly Court Entertainment Club and was pampered like a princess. As night deepened, the food stalls were bustling with business, and groups of young women from the nightlife scene came in for a late-night snack. As he passed by Lin Feng, many people subconsciously glanced at him a few more times. He enjoyed the attention, but verbally belittled them for being superficial. Chu Xiaoran advised him not to say that, but Lin Feng arrogantly replied that he disdained selling his body. She smiled and agreed. Just then a pink sports car pulled up in a nearby parking lot. The car door opened, and a beautiful woman in a black dress stepped out, her fair and sexy legs revealed by the slit in the dress. When Chu Xiaoran saw her, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly lowered his head, but she still recognized him. The beautiful woman walked over in surprise. It was none other than Xia Yuning, her arch-nemesis from 4 years of university. 13. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Chu Xiaoran had no choice but to force a smile and greet her. "Oh, it's Yuning." Xia Yuning looked surprised and asked her how she ended up here. The implication is that such a dirty and chaotic food stall is not a place she should be visiting. In college, the two women competed in ability, clothing, and extravagance, both considering themselves as wealthy and beautiful women and never deigning to come to places like this. Chu Xiaoran never expected that his first time at a street food stall would result in encountering the person he least wanted to see, and he cursed his bad luck inwardly. Her face flushed slightly as she explained that she was just passing by and wanted to sit down for a bit. Lin Feng glanced at Xia Yuning and noticed the Maserati car keys in her hand. His eyes immediately lit up. He eagerly asked Chu Xiaoran who this beautiful woman was. Chu Xiaoran casually introduced Xia Yuning as his classmate, whose grades were always among the top in the class. Before Lin Feng could finish his introduction, he stood up, smiled, and extended his hand, stating his name and university background, feeling quite influential. Xia Yuning surprisingly called him Lin Feng, but they did not shake hands. She had already heard about what happened at Jiang Ning's wedding and held Chu Xiaoran and Lin Feng in contempt. Her greeting just now was merely a formality. Lin Feng, unaware of the situation, assumed she was captivated by his appearance and arrogantly invited her to dinner. Xia Yuning waved her hand in refusal, lowering her voice to say she was afraid of getting a stomachache, with a fake smile on her face. This scene made Chu Xiaoran feel choked up. She felt that this was a direct mockery of her, but she was helpless to do anything about it. Unaware of the background of the two's underhanded rivalry, Lin Feng continued to explain that the place was clean and affordable, and even generously offered to treat them. This made Chu Xiaoran feel even more embarrassed. Lin Feng's treat was no match for Xia Yuning's, and she knew the difference in their family backgrounds. Once favored by Jiang Ning, she surpassed Xia Yuning in terms of spending level. Now that she has lost Jiang Ning's support, she is bound to be brought back to her original state. Raymond Lam then said that according to seniority, he should call her his junior, and that meeting her today was fate, so he suggested they have a drink. Xia Yuning smiled and waved her hand in refusal, saying that she didn't drink alcohol. Chu Xiaoran knew she had a high alcohol tolerance, so this was clearly a pretext. Lin Feng remained unaware and continued to extend invitations, making Chu Xiaoran feel even more embarrassed. She tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, reminding Xia Yuning that she wouldn't eat in a place like this, as it wasn't in keeping with her status. Just then, a drunken voice came from the side, interrupting their conversation. The man in the lead had a buzz cut, wore a black t-shirt, jeans, and loafers, and had a fierce look. He was followed by two friends. The three men were tall and looked like thugs. They had already noticed Chu Xiaoran and Xia Yuning. Such beautiful women were particularly eye-catching at the food stall. Alcohol clouded their judgment, and the man in the lead went up to them and asked to add them on WeChat. Chu Xiaoran was already annoyed, and being bothered by a stranger who reeked of alcohol made him even more impatient, so he directly refused. The man's face turned cold, and he questioned her about whether she looked down on people. Lin Feng panicked and hurriedly tried to explain, but was interrupted sharply by the other party, who pointed at his nose and told him to sit down. Two companions stepped forward, flashing their large tattooed arms in front of Lin Feng with a threatening tone. Lin Feng's lips trembled, but he didn't dare to say another word. Looking at the scene before him, Chu Xiaoran felt a chill run down his spine. She has always regarded Raymond Lam as a hero, believing that he can handle any situation. However, Lin Feng's retreat in the face of the threat at this moment stung her heart. The man in the lead, who called himself Chen Zhou, arrogantly said that no one in this area dared to disrespect him. He reached out to pull Chu Xiaoran, asking her to drink with him. Chu Xiaoran angrily shouted at him to get out of the way. Enraged and humiliated, Chen Zhou, fueled by alcohol, grabbed her collar and pulled her outside. The other two also tried to pull Xia Yuning away, attempting to lead the two women into a dark alley nearby. Chu Xiaoran panicked and frantically called out Lin Feng's name, casting pleading glances at him. 14. Chu Xiaoran had also encountered situations where he was harassed by drunkards in the past. Jiang Ning was present at that time. Even though he was surrounded and beaten by three people until his face was covered in blood, he did not back down and risked his life to protect her. Jiang Ning's ruthlessness deterred her opponent, leading her to believe that Lin Feng would be braver than Jiang Ning in the face of danger. However, at this moment, as she was about to be dragged into a dark alley, Lin Feng dared not step forward. He simply stood there shouting for the other party to release her and threatened to call the police. Chen Zhou coldly threatened to kill him if he called the police, which completely stunned Lin Feng. The surrounding diners just watched from a distance. Disturbances are common at food stalls, and many people are not even aware of the actual situation. Chu Xiaoran and Xia Yuning struggled and shouted desperately, realizing that they would face great danger if they were dragged away. At that moment, two figures charged in like ferocious beasts. Fu Xiaobiao roared and lunged at Chun Zhou's underlings, while Jiang Ning kicked another man aside, pulled Xia Yuning behind him, and ordered him to step back. They had come here to park their car when they happened to see a fight across the street. Fu Xiaobiao initially took out his phone to record a video, but then recognized Xia Yuning in the footage. The two rushed to the scene to rescue the person. When Chu Xiaoran saw Jiang Ning, a feeling of grievance welled up in his heart, like a bullied child seeing his family arrive. Lin Feng also rushed towards Chen Zhou, shouting that he would kill him, but Chen Zhou kicked him and sent him rolling 2 meters away, scraping half of his face. Fu Xiaobiao spat and called him trash. Jiang Ning and Fu Xiaobiao were very brave. Fu Xiaobiao even took the initiative to fight and knocked the two drunk thugs to the ground. They were slow to react after drinking, and coupled with their guilty conscience, they were quickly subdued by the beating. Chen Zhou's face was bruised and swollen. One of his companions had a bloody head, and the other was rolling around in pain, clutching his stomach. Lin Feng walked over to Chu Xiaoran and asked her with concern if she was all right. Chu Xiaoran was still in shock, and his body was still trembling. Lin Feng comforted her, telling her not to be afraid, but she avoided his embrace. She remembered that at the entrance of the dark alley, Lin Feng did nothing but shout slogans. She was very disappointed. Xia Yuning said coldly that if it weren't for Jiang Ning and Fu Xiaobiao, their fate tonight would have been uncertain, implying that Lin Feng was useless. Raymond Lam claimed that he also intervened and pointed to his injury to emphasize that he was injured. Xia Yuning sneered again, calling him trash and refusing to even glance at him. Lin Feng awkwardly turned to Chu Xiaoran and said that he had been delayed because he was facing 3 people alone and needed to find a solution. He also deliberately touched his wound to make her feel sorry for him. Chu Xiaoran smiled bitterly to herself, recalling how Jiang Ning had once fought 3 people and been seriously injured, yet still insisted on buying her late-night snacks. Lin Feng's behavior was unacceptable to her. She felt a mix of emotions and suddenly realized that Jiang Ning had treated her sincerely and that she had been too harsh on him in the past. She walked up to Jiang Ning and sincerely thanked him, not only for today, but also as compensation for the past. Jiang Ning casually said that he was there to help Xia Yuning and didn't know she was there, which made Chu Xiaoran blush instantly. Xia Yuning was very touched. She took Jiang Ning's arm to thank him and praised him for his actions, saying they had left her speechless. Jiang Ning laughed and said it wasn't that he was good, but that Fu Xiaobiao had practiced the invincible turtle fist, which made Xia Yuning giggle and punch him a few times. Seeing the intimacy between the two, Chu Xiaoran felt a pang of resentment. She had once been the only woman who could get close to Jiang Ning, and now she had no reason to ask for that again. She couldn't tell if she was jealous of Xia Yuning or saddened by losing Jiang Ning. She secretly reminded herself not to be so petty. After all, she had always loved Lin Feng. Jiang Ning then asked Fu Xiaobiao if he had called the police. Chen Zhou immediately begged for forgiveness, admitted his mistake, and said he was willing to accept any punishment. Jiang Ning asked Fu Xiaobiao to ask him his name, and Chen Zhou said that his name was Chen Zhou, and even tried to explain the shape of the character in his own words. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Ning felt a jolt in his heart. In his previous life, he wished he could kill this person, and used the lamplight to confirm that Chen Zhou's appearance was correct. Chen Zhou was unemployed back then, but because his father Chen Guohao's factory area was demolished, he received 100 million yuan in compensation. From then on, the father and son started an underground casino and pawn shop business. In his previous life, Chen Zhou coveted Jiang Ning's ancestral 9-dragon jade cauldron and tricked Chu Xiaoran into pawning it at a low price to his pawn shop, which nearly drove Jiang Ning crazy. Upon seeing this person again, Jiang Ning's heart was still filled with anger. However, the next moment, he remembered something, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. This was his first great opportunity since his rebirth. 15. Jiang Ning carefully considered the matter in his mind. Based on his memories from his previous life, Chen Guohao's factory area has not yet been demolished, and relevant documents have not been issued. Over the past decade or so, the government has focused on developing new urban areas, while the old factory area in the old city has been gradually forgotten. Businessmen flocked to invest in the new city, while the old city gradually declined. The factory area was overgrown with weeds, and the land was almost abandoned. Although it has not been abolished, high management fees still need to be paid every month, which makes many landholders suffer greatly. To alleviate their burden, many people began selling their factory land at low prices. They were worried about persistent losses and also afraid of losing money on their own. Jiang Ning clearly remembered that in his previous life, Chen Guohao had mocked himself in front of the media, saying that he had tried desperately to sell land, but no one was interested. But the demolition made him rich overnight. Jiang Ning still vividly remembers that smug look on his face. "What has your dad, Chen Guohao, been busy with lately?" Jiang Ning suddenly asked. Chen Zhou was stunned. He hadn't expected Jiang Ning to bring up his father. Chu Xiaoran was also slightly taken aback. Upon hearing the name Chen Guohao, he immediately recalled the past when his family rented a factory. The Chu family's business was not doing well, so they moved to Chen Guohao's old factory area to reduce rent. She also recalled helping her father pay the rent and talking with Chen Guohao for most of the day. "Are you Uncle Chen's son?" Chu Xiaoran asked in surprise. Chen Zhou was extremely embarrassed, feeling as if he had been stripped naked and stood in front of everyone. He slapped himself twice, scolding himself for being drunk and confused, and hurriedly apologized and begged for forgiveness. "Beautiful lady, don't tell my dad about what happened tonight, or he'll really beat me to death." Chu Xiaoran sighed, not wanting to argue. Jiang Ning suddenly turned to Chen Zhou, his tone becoming casual yet meaningful. "Uncle Chen, are you planning to sell the factory land recently?" Although Chen Zhou was not meticulous in managing the family business, he was still clear about the situation of the family's assets. "Yes, my dad is planning to sell the entire factory area as a package for a flat price of 6 million. Jiang Ning nodded and immediately asked for his father's contact number. Chen Zhou, not understanding why, handed over the number as instructed. Jiang Ning dialed the number directly. Chen Zhou's face turned green instantly. He was worried that he would report him, and he was so anxious that he almost knelt down and begged for mercy. Jiang Ning ignored him and, after the call connected, immediately identified herself. "Hello, Uncle Chen. I am Jiang Ning, and Jiang Yuqing is my father." Upon hearing that the child was from the Jiang family, Chen Guohao immediately became interested. Jiang Ning got straight to the point, saying he'd heard the old factory area was up for sale. Chen Guohao frankly stated that he did indeed have this intention and had long since given up on managing that land. The factory area costs over 100,000 yuan annually in management fees alone. Rental income is often insufficient to cover expenses, and the factory also bears safety responsibilities, making it a thankless and arduous task. He had long wanted to sell it and use the money to invest in the new urban area. "Are you interested in buying it?" Chen Guohao's tone was clearly excited. "Yes, I'll buy it," Jiang Ning replied decisively. This sentence shocked Chu Xiaoran and the others. Chu Xiaoran was familiar with that area. It was in terrible disrepair, so buying it would be pointless. She couldn't help but ask Jiang Ning if he had gone mad. Besides their own factory and a few small workshops, that piece of land also consisted of large tracts of wasteland, almost completely unusable. Lin Feng frowned after hearing this and asked if the Chu family factory was among them. Chu Xiaoran nodded. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly, his self-assured analysis suggesting he had seen through the mystery. He said he bought the land in Jiangning to become Chu's landlord, in order to please her parents, and even to gain their favor by waiving rent. When he couldn't compete with me, he tried to save face by throwing money around, Lin Feng analyzed sarcastically. Chu Xiaoran felt conflicted. She couldn't believe that Jiang Ning would spend a huge sum of money to buy abandoned land for her sake. But Lin Feng continued to speak with such conviction that she couldn't help but doubt Jiang Ning's motives. She began to waver, wondering if Jiang Ning's indifference was just a facade, and that he was actually still working hard for her in secret. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was seriously negotiating the price with Chen Guohao. On the other end of the phone, Chen Guohao spoke warmly, saying that he had an old acquaintance with the Jiang family and was willing to offer a discount, asking for 10 million. Jiang Ning responded calmly, 6 million. Chen Guohao smiled and brushed it off, saying that young people don't know how to negotiate prices and that this was too steep a cut. Jiang Ning's tone remained unchanged. "That's the price your son quoted." Chen Guohao was taken aback. "I did promise that I would sell it if someone was willing to pay 6 million. He originally wanted to use the Jiang family's funds to raise the price, but he didn't expect his son to leak the information beforehand. After a moment's thought, he weighed the options and decided that 6 million was a very good deal. The factory area is already half abandoned, and the tenants have moved out one after another. Apart from paying tens of thousands of yuan in management fees, there is no income. If they can get this real money, they can easily switch to operating in the new urban area." He sighed a few times, said some polite words like, "Let's be friends," and reluctantly agreed to sell. Jiang Ning replied calmly and firmly, "Then it's settled. I'll go sign the contract tomorrow morning." Chen Guohao readily agreed, fearing that things might change if he delayed. The call ended, and the matter was settled. Chu Xiaoran was still puzzled, but seeing Jiang Ning's calm and composed demeanor, he suddenly realized that this was not an impulsive act. She didn't know Jiang Ning's true intentions, but she felt that the man's eyes seemed to be plotting something bigger. Jiang Ning lowered his head in deep thought, all the memories of his past life flashing through his mind. This land was the key to turning his fate around. He finally found his first step after his rebirth. 16. After hanging up the phone, Shenzhou immediately put on a big smile and greeted Jiang Ning. He took out a cigarette and offered it to him enthusiastically, acting all attentive, saying that today's conflict had actually led to a business deal, truly a case of no fight, no friendship. Jiang Ning gently pushed Shenzhou's hand away, saying that she didn't smoke. Actually, he wasn't incapable, he just wasn't interested. Shenzhou then hurriedly handed the cigarette to Fu Xiaobiao, who lazily didn't even look at it and asked what brand it was. Upon hearing that it was Yushi cigarettes, Fu Xiaobiao resolutely said he would only smoke Huazi cigarettes and asked his younger brother to buy a carton. Shenzhou immediately ordered his men to buy it, his attitude extremely respectful. Seeing the atmosphere, Lin Feng smiled and tried to join in the conversation, but Shenzhou completely ignored him, leaving him embarrassed and unable to back down. Shenzhou knew very well that Jiang Ning was his father's major client, and Fu Xiaobiao was Jiang Ning's brother. Both of them were worth currying favor with, but Lin Feng was nothing. At this moment, Chu Xiaoran walked up to Jiang Ning and questioned him in a cold tone why he would spend 6 million to buy an old factory area that no one wanted. Jiang Ning calmly responded that his actions were none of her business. Chu Xiaoran was speechless for a moment, but insisted that her family's factory was located on that land, and she couldn't ignore it. Jiang Ning smiled faintly and said he had long forgotten about it. Chu Xiaoran pressed him for his reasons for buying that piece of wasteland, but Jiang Ning simply replied, No comment. He wouldn't reveal the demolition plans, which others saw as nothing more than a bizarre business deal. Chu Xiaoran believed that Jiang Ning bought the land because of her, which made her even more confused. She sighed and advised him that there was no need to waste money on himself. Jiang Ning shook her head and laughed, saying she was overthinking it. Lin Feng interrupted with a cold laugh, sarcastically remarking that Jiang Ning was using spendthrift tactics to retain Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran smiled bitterly, feeling that his actions would only cause the Jiang family to squander their fortune sooner or later. Lin Feng chimed in, saying that Jiang Ning was brainless and would ruin his family sooner or later. Fu Xiaobiao retorted directly, warning Lin Feng to keep his mouth shut. Lin Feng, feeling timid, could only say that it was out of good intentions, which made him even more embarrassed. Jiang Ning was too lazy to argue, and simply told Xia Yuning that He Zi and the others had arrived, and it was time to leave. Xia Yuning stepped forward and naturally took Jiang Ning's arm, her smile gentle. Jiang Ning did not refuse. He was single and very free. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiaoran felt a slight pain in his heart. He wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. The group left the alley and headed towards the food stalls. Jiang Ning and Xia Yuning were about to cross the street to the Heavenly Court Entertainment Club when Chu Xiaoran suddenly called out to them. She stepped forward and said that the 10 million yuan in betrothal gifts would be returned to her family as soon as possible. This was her only source of pride. She didn't want to be looked down upon by Jiang Ning anymore. Jiang Ning coldly replied, immediately. Those two short words made Chu Xiaoran feel as if a stone was pressing on his chest, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Lin Feng tried to hold Chu Xiaoran's hand and persuade her to eat, but she pulled it away. She looked at the food, which had long since gone cold, and found it utterly tasteless. I don't want to eat anymore. I'm going home, she said softly. Lin Feng was unwilling to waste the food, but he had no appetite, so he turned around to pay the bill. He searched his pockets and found his phone was missing. He hurriedly said it might have fallen in the alley and ran back. Chu Xiaoran was stunned. Even the shopkeeper was waiting to pay, yet he left her without saying a word. Xia Yuning stepped forward and offered to pay for her bill, her tone calm, but with a hint of superiority. Chu Xiaoran was extremely embarrassed and forced a smile as he refused, saying that he shouldn't let her pay. To avoid further embarrassment, she quickly took out her phone to pay. It wasn't about the money, it was about dignity. Raymond Lam's actions made her lose face once again. After paying the bill, Xia Yuning politely said goodbye and took Jiang Ning's arm as they walked towards the club. Chu Xiaoran sat in the dimly lit food stall, watching their backs as bitterness surged in his heart. She suddenly felt a void, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. At this moment, Lin Feng ran back panting, holding up his phone with a smug look on his face, and said he had found it. Looking at his disheveled appearance, Chu Xiaoran felt both angry and amused, and for the first time thought that he wasn't so handsome after all. At that moment, her pride and everything she relied on crumbled. It was late at night when Chu Xiaoran returned home alone. Her parents had already gone to bed. She took off her clothes, which were covered in the smell of cooking oil, and took a hot shower. It was nearly midnight when she lay down in bed. As she reflected on recent events, her mind was in such a state of confusion, as if she were in a dream. I opened my phone, and video messages kept popping up in the classmates group chat. The screen was filled with updates from Fu Xiaobiao, He Zi, and Xia Yuning. They were sitting in the Heavenly Entertainment Club, drinking and playing drinking games. In the video, Xia Yuning holds a microphone and sings, her voice melodious and moving. Jiang Ning sat in a booth, smiling as he raised his glass, surrounded by a dazzling array of imported liquors and fruits. These scenes made Chu Xiaoran uneasy. She remembered that a month ago, in the same place, she held the microphone and sang Unrequited Love, and Jiang Ning was in the audience with eyes full of her. At that time, her smile was bright and confident. Now, the person on stage has changed, and those eyes will never fall on her again. 17. Chu Xiaoran's phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Feng. Xiaoran, are you home yet? She was still lost in memories of her past with Jiang Ning when she saw this text message and came back to her senses. She reminded herself why she should be sad. She didn't love Jiang Ning, but deeply loved Lin Feng. Breaking up with Raymond Lam and getting together was the life she had always hoped for. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she replied, I've already taken a shower and am getting ready for bed. Raymond Lam immediately responded, blaming himself for taking her to a street food stall, which caused the trouble. Chu Xiaoran was feeling irritated, so he casually said that he was fine and advised him to go to bed early. However, Lin Feng was clearly in good spirits and immediately sent her another message asking her to chat for a while. Her brows were furrowed. She was exhausted and unwilling to continue. Suddenly, she thought of her past self, how she would always ask Jiang Ning to keep her company and chat with her when she couldn't sleep at night, and he never complained. No matter how late it was, I would wait until she was sound asleep before stopping the messages. Her eyes were slightly moist, and for a moment she didn't know whether it was happiness or sadness. He comforted himself that it was just exhaustion and emotional fluctuation and wiped his eyes. At this point, Lin Feng had sent more than a dozen messages, repeatedly emphasizing that although he was not as rich as Jiang Ning, his abilities far surpassed Jiang Ning's, and he would catch up with him sooner or later. He also belittled Jiang Ning, saying he could only rely on his family and had nothing after squandering his family fortune. In the past, she would have nodded in agreement when she heard such words, but now she finds them harsh and malicious. She decisively interrupted. I have things to do tomorrow. I need to get some sleep. Lin Feng pressed her for details about her plans for tomorrow, but she was too lazy to answer and simply put down her phone. Soon after, Lin Feng sent another message reminding Jiang Ning that buying the old factory site was aimed at the Chu family to prevent her from being deceived. Chu Xiaoran had the urge to turn off the phone, but this was the white moonlight she had secretly loved for many years, and even if she was disappointed, she was willing to listen. She adjusted her mindset and reminded herself that she shouldn't be feeling down lately and needed to cheer up. So he replied, Don't worry, Raymond Lam. Jiang Ning and I are over. No matter how he tries to win me back, I won't change my mind. Lin Feng replied with a satisfied emoji, and Chu Xiaoran sent him a hoarse good night. In the following days, Jiang Ning successfully purchased the land in the old factory area and discussed the next steps with his parents. He remembered that not long after his marriage in his previous life, Haiqing ushered in reforms. This port city, located at the mouth of a major river, enjoys a central position in the country and is a unique transportation hub. The rise of e-commerce has spurred the vigorous development of express delivery and logistics, with a huge market prospect. Haiqing's future development strategy will focus on the layout of logistics, air transport, and warehousing distribution centers. Jiang Ning plans to spin off the Jiang family's logistics department into a separate logistics company. Drawing on his memories of 3 years of urban development in his previous life and his experience in operating global logistics abroad, he devised a detailed plan. This was a plan he was unable to realize in his homeland, and it was a regret in his heart. Jiang's parents held an open-minded attitude and fully supported him. A few days later, Jiang Ning will appear in his new role as the general manager of Ningda Logistics Company. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was working hard to secure an investment contract from the Shin Group. However, several days passed, and Shun Yunhai kept making excuses to avoid meeting, which made Lin Feng very anxious. When Chu Xiaoran's parents occasionally asked about the progress, he could only give them the vague answer that he was busy. Chu Guofeng, being experienced, noticed something amiss and warned his daughter, Lin Feng, that she probably wouldn't get the investment. Chu Xiaoran told Lin Feng what his father had said, which angered him. He decided to confront Shun Yunhai directly, and that same day, he rented a room opposite the Shun Group and observed him from afar using binoculars. Finally, he saw Shin Yunhai out on business and immediately rushed downstairs to stop him. President Shun. Lin Feng ran up to greet him, panting. Shin Yunhai frowned slightly as he looked at his casual clothes and hurried breathing, and asked him who he was. Lin Feng introduced himself and emphasized that he was the president of Peak Media, reminding everyone that they had previously discussed investment. Oh, my memory, Shin Yunhai replied calmly, then asked what was wrong. Lin Feng hurriedly suggested that they should discuss the investment contract. Shin Yunhai smiled faintly and advised him that young people shouldn't be too hasty. Undeterred, Lin Feng brought up his previous investment intentions. Shun Yunhai's patience wore thin, and he frowned as he said that the board of directors had decided not to invest, emphasizing that the company was not solely under his control. He then patted Raymond Lam on the shoulder, encouraging the young man to understand. Finally, he hurriedly got into the car, asked the driver to close the window, leaving Lin Feng standing there, feeling lost and powerless to change anything. 18 to 19. Watching Shin Yunhai's car drive away, Lin Feng's face turned ashen with anger. He was unable to accept defeat and was filled with anxiety, unsure how to face Chu Xiaoran. But after thinking it over, she realized that this matter had to be brought up sooner or later, otherwise the Chu family was still counting on the investment, and dragging it out would only anger her parents. That evening, he invited Chu Xiaoran out for dinner. When they met, Chu Xiaoran asked him with concern why he looked so haggard. He hadn't seen him for a few days, and now he was unshaven and looked listless. Lin Feng sighed, saying that all the investment matters had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Chu Xiaoran was surprised that Shun Yunhai had changed his mind, and he vaguely remembered his father's reminder. Lin Feng didn't explain, but just took a sip of water in silence. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of a solution. He looked up and said seriously that he needed Chu Xiaoran's help, and that she could be of use this time. Chu Xiaoran was surprised at how he could help him. Lin Feng eagerly brought up the matter of seeing Shun Lingyue at the bar that night. He said that Shun Lingyue and Jiang Ning had a good relationship, almost like relatives. If Jiang Ning were to step in and discuss the investment, things might turn around. Therefore, he hoped that Chu Xiaoran would ask Jiang Ning for help. Chu Xiaoran was stunned, never expecting Lin Feng to say such a thing. A strange anger rose within her. Her face instantly turned cold, and she said she couldn't do it. Lin Feng panicked and began to plead, saying that Jiang Ning would definitely help as long as she took action. Chu Xiaoran frowned and denied it, saying that their relationship was strained and they had already broken off ties. Lin Feng insisted that it was just a superficial phenomenon, and even said that Jiang Ning bought the old factory site in order to win her back. Chu Xiaoran looked up at him and asked if he wanted that. Lin Feng was speechless, then explained that he did not want the two to get back together, but he thought that Jiang Ning still had feelings for her, and he could use this to get Jiang Ning's help. Chu Xiaoran sneered and shook her head. She had once thought that Lin Feng was proud and independent and disdained to rely on others. Now she witnessed him lower himself for personal gain, even making her beg someone she hated. She felt a pang of disappointment. For the sake of profit, even principles were abandoned. Seeing that she looked upset, Lin Feng quickly explained that he had no background or resources and had no choice but to do this in order to get ahead. She was then told to ask her father, Chu Guofeng, who had also started from scratch and understood the hardships involved. Chu Xiaoran was annoyed by what she heard and interrupted, saying that she understood his difficulties. She had heard these words so many times that she was almost numb to them. Raymond Lam adopted a pitiful posture, claiming that everything he did was for their future, and that securing investment would change his parents' minds. Chu Xiaoran felt a little wavering. Indeed, her parents recently advised her to stay away from Raymond Lam, as their relationship would likely become even more strained if the investment failed and they found out. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Feng added that he would use a portion of the funds to help the Chu family out of their predicament once they were received. She considered for a moment, then finally sighed softly. I'll give it a try. Raymond Lam was overjoyed, praising her for being smart and sensible, and even enthusiastically served her food. Chu Xiaoran didn't even touch his chopsticks, his heart heavy. Getting her to lower herself and beg Jiang Ning was harder than anything else. But since I'd already agreed, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. The following day at noon, Jiang Ning booked a private room at Jinke Xingting to celebrate the company's founding. Ningda Logistics officially launched, and he invited several of his best friends from university to a dinner party. Fu Xiaobiao, Haizi, and Da Peng were all present, and the group chatted and joked around, creating a lively atmosphere. After experiencing the trials of society after graduation, the fact that they could still chat happily when they reunited warmed Jiang Ning's heart. Suddenly, Xia Yuning exclaimed and told Jiang Ning to check the classmates group chat. Chu Xiaoran tagged him in the group chat, saying that since he had bought the factory land and become the new landlord, he should add her on WeChat so that she could pay the rent. Everyone stared in astonishment. Da Peng and Haizi urged him to add it, otherwise it would seem stingy. Jiang Ning finally agreed, not because of saving face, but because it would make it easier to recover the 10 million yuan dowry. Everyone sighed that Chu Xiaoran was truly ungrateful, having once been deeply loved by Jiang Ning, but now lost him. Xia Yuning listened quietly, secretly delighted. Just then, Jiang Ning received a new message on her phone from Chu Xiaoran. Jiang Ning, there's something I want to tell you. Is it a convenient time? He simply replied, what is it? Soon, Chu Xiaoran called. Jiang Ning got up and left the private room to answer the call. His brothers inside joked with each other, saying that he still couldn't let go of Chu Xiaoran. Jiang Ning answered the phone in the corridor. Chu Xiaoran's voice was gentle. He first asked how he had been doing lately, and then asked if he often stayed up late. Jiang Ning responded coldly. If that's all there is to it, there's no need to continue this conversation. Chu Xiaoran gritted his teeth and continued to get down to business, explaining that he wanted to ask for his help. Jiang Ning replied indifferently, I can't help at all. Chu Xiaoran hurriedly urged him to listen to the end, saying that Lin Feng's company urgently needed investment from Shun's group and hoped that he could help plead with Shin Linghua. Jiang Ning chuckled. Does he really need it? Chu Xiaoran nodded. Jiang Ning said coldly, then let him try to get it himself. I wish him success. He remembered that in his previous life he had helped Lin Feng, which allowed the other party to gradually gain power. In this life, he will not reach out again. He would rather see Lin Feng helpless. Chu Xiaoran continued to plead, hoping that he would help him this time out of consideration for their past relationship. Jiang Ning frowned, completely annoyed, and asked in a cold voice, Chu Xiaoran, do I owe you something? He spoke in a chilling tone, shouting each word clearly. A bitch is shameless. Now let me touch your face. Do you have any shame at all? Chu Xiaoran froze completely on the other end of the phone, a chill running through him. She finally understood that Jiang Ning's indifference was no longer feigned, but a complete and resolute rejection. 20. Chu Xiaoran stood there, stunned. She never expected Jiang Ning to say such cold words to her. In the past, no matter how angry Jiang Ning was, she would never say such a thing to her. She pursed her lips and sighed, her tone tinged with helplessness. Actually, if the Shun family invests in brother Lin Feng, our Chu family can also get some help. She was practically pleading. Jiang Ning, please help the Chu family for my sake, okay? Jiang Ning said calmly. I'm sorry, I can't help others with their needs. Others? Chu Xiaoran was stunned. At that moment, she finally realized that their relationship was completely over. She no longer had the right to ask for his help. Jiang Ning, for the sake of our year together. Jiang Ning interrupted her, his tone turning icy. Shut up. Not slapping you two bitches is already the most I've tolerated. You'd better not test my limits. If you piss me off, neither you nor your brother Lin Feng will have a good ending. Silence fell on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Chu Xiaoran's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Ning, you've changed. Although I don't love you, I don't want you to become like this. Your unwillingness to help brother Lin Feng only shows that you are too narrow-minded. I wish you all the best in the future. Goodbye. Wait a minute. Jiang Ning's voice came again. Chu Xiaoran was overjoyed, thinking that he had changed his mind. Jiang Ning coldly replied, You still owe me 10 million. You must pay it back within 3 days, or don't blame me for being impolite. He hung up the phone immediately after saying that. Chu Xiaoran held his phone, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Jiang Ning used to be very attentive to her, but now his indifference has left her completely at a loss. She found that Jiang Ning was now calm, rational, and sharp, and no longer seemed to be the man she could manipulate at will. But a question still lingered in his mind. Wasn't he buying that land for her? If he cares, why did he say such harsh words? She comforted herself, thinking that perhaps Jiang Ning still couldn't let go and was just pretending to be indifferent. He must still love her. He just wants to use this method to make her submit. Thinking of this, a stubborn glint flashed in Chu Xiaoran's heart. Jiang Ning, you're dreaming. I love Lin Feng, and I will never look back. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ning returned to the private room, his expression remaining calm. He raised his glass and announced with a smile, I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. I invited you here today to tell you something. Ningda Logistics Company has been officially established. Ningzi is going to go solo? Haizi asked in surprise. President Jiang, please take good care of your brother in the future. Depeng laughed, slapping the table. Fu Xiaobiao chimed in. Godfather, my son is willing to serve you faithfully. Jiang Ning laughed and cursed, but the group continued to make a ruckus as before. He added that he plans to move into the villa in Champelices Gardens at the end of the month, so he can focus on his career. You are welcome to come for a drink anytime. Depeng tactfully reminded her. Ningzi, you'll need to prepare some projects for the company's establishment. I happen to have some news. Everyone was curious, and he smiled and said that his cousin's company was bidding for contracts worth over 100 million yuan a year. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. What company? She is the logistics director of China Everbright Group, and she has the power to make bidding decisions. Jiang Ning was secretly delighted upon hearing this. China Everbright Group is one of the top enterprises in Haiqing, with tens of thousands of employees. If Ningda can secure this order, it will not only allow the company to establish itself, but also enable it to rapidly expand its scale. He nodded and smiled. We'll discuss it in detail later. Everyone suggested raising a glass in celebration, and laughter filled the air. The gathering concluded amidst friendship and the aroma of wine. Meanwhile, the Lin family was also holding a birthday banquet. Raymond Lam's father, Lam Xingpin, celebrated his birthday with a large gathering of relatives and friends, creating a lively atmosphere. Surrounded by people, Lin Feng was extremely busy. His uncle, Lin Xingye, asked him with a smile, I heard you succeeded in starting your own business. Lin Feng smiled smugly and said, I founded a media company and am currently in talks with the Shun Group about investment. Shun Group? That's a huge company, the uncle exclaimed in amazement. Lin's father, his face beaming with pride, emboldened by the alcohol, praised his son for his success. He casually boasted, the investment contract is almost signed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Feng could only bite the bullet and agree, yes, it'll be soon. His relatives raised their glasses to congratulate him. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was Chu Xiaoran. Overjoyed, he quickly got up to answer the phone. Seeing this, Lin's father asked curiously who it was, and Lin Feng casually replied, news from the investment side. This sentence silenced the entire room, and everyone held their breath as they watched him. If the investment by the Shun Group is confirmed, it means that peak media will soar to great heights. His relatives all thought he was going to succeed, but none of them knew that the other end of that phone call would bring another nightmare. 21. At this moment, the Lin family's birthday banquet fell silent, and everyone looked at Lin Feng expectantly. If he can cooperate with the Shun Group, the reputation and interests of the entire family will rise accordingly. Lin Xingbin, beaming with pride and emboldened by the alcohol, said, Xiaofeng, put the phone on speakerphone so everyone can enjoy the moment together. Raymond Lam declined, saying the news was not yet finalized. But having already spoken, Lin Xingbin felt he had lost face, and his tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Seeing his father's firm stance, Lin Feng had no choice but to comply, confident that Chu Xiaoran could persuade Jiang Ning. He turned on the speakerphone, placed the phone in the center of the table, and smiled confidently. Xiaoran, is everything settled? He asked deliberately loudly. On the other end of the phone, Chu Xiaoran's voice was apologetic. Brother Lin Feng, I'm sorry, my talks with Jiang Ning have fallen through, and the investment is off. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Some relatives secretly gloated, a slight smirk playing on their lips. Lin Feng panicked and hurriedly picked up his phone to ask her if she was joking. Chu Xiaoran responded with grievance, but Jiang Ning refused to help, leaving her with no hope. Lin Feng immediately slumped into his chair like a wilted eggplant. Lin Xingbin angrily questioned his son, his smug expression from just moments before vanishing without a trace. Uncle Lin Xingye shook his head, criticizing the matter for being too hasty and causing everyone to be disappointed. When a relative made sarcastic remarks, Lin Feng felt his face burning. Chu Xiaoran asked him on the phone what to do next, and he mumbled that he'd talk about it later, then hung up. Lin Xingbin's face was grim. He told him to go home and take over the family business, his tone revealing his dissatisfaction. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and remained silent, his expression defiant. Seeing this, the uncle tried to dissuade him, but Lin Xingbin lowered his voice and asked him to come out and talk. As the father and son walked to the end of the corridor, Lin Xingbin said earnestly that he was being asked to come home to help because of his embarrassment at the banquet, but because Haiqing was about to undergo a major transformation. The logistics industry, including freight and express delivery, is about to usher in a major opportunity, and he hopes that Lin Feng will take over the family's freight company. Lin Xingbin added that China Everbright Group is currently issuing tenders to logistics companies for a huge project, more than 100 million yuan per year, with a 3-year contract totaling over 300 million yuan. If they win the bid, the Lin family will be completely transformed. Lin Feng perked up instantly upon hearing 300 million. He pressed his father about the chances of winning the bid, and Lin Xingbin admitted that the competition was fierce and they couldn't compete with Dingxing Logistics and Sihai Logistics in terms of strength, so they had to take a risky approach, relying on personal connections. Lin Xingbin revealed that Wei Qingmei, the logistics director of China Everbright Group, was the decision-maker for this tender, and she has a niece named Wei Shui. Lin Feng was surprised to confirm that Wei Shui was his classmate. Lin Xingbin nodded, instructing him to cultivate a good relationship with Wei Shui, use her to get close to Wei Qingmei, and then present her with a generous gift. As long as she accepts it, the matter will be basically settled. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. This was a project of immense value. Lin Xingbin patted his shoulder, revealing a sly smile, making him understand that this was an opportunity to regain face and pave the way for the future. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, believing that if they could win the bid, they could not only salvage the embarrassing situation today, but also pave the way for a smoother future. His father reminded him to approach Wei Shui gradually and not to make his intentions too obvious, otherwise he would be easily detected. Lin Feng readily agreed, already planning his actions. At this moment, Lin Shuhua, the eldest aunt, came out of the bathroom and greeted the father and son with a smile. Lin Xingbin frowned and went back to the table, while Lin Feng stayed to chat with his aunt, asking her about her recent business situation. Lin Shuhua looked somewhat embarrassed and explained that her and her husband's company had gone bankrupt and she was now working as a nanny for someone else. Lin Feng was surprised and then realized why she had been neglected at the banquet. Lin Shuhua continued, saying that her current employer is a wealthy man with a high income and an empty villa. She cleans it in her spare time and stays there when she is tired. She joked that this was already the life of the wealthy, so why bother starting another business? Lin Feng listened, and a thought struck him. This wealthy man was Jiang Ning's father, Jiang Yuqing, and that villa was the Champelasis Garden Villa. Jiang's father was preparing for Jiang Ning's move and hired someone to clean the house in advance. Lin Shuhua had just started her job and had not yet met Jiang Ning. Raymond Lam casually remarked that she was living a comfortable life, and then inquired whether the villa had been vacant all along. Lin Shuhua said proudly that no one had lived there and the antiques were left lying around. The rich have that kind of confidence. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng had a thought flash through his mind and asked with a smile, "Auntie, can I stay for a few days?" 22. Lin Shuhua was stunned for a moment, not expecting Lin Feng to make such a request. Raymond Lam laughed and said he was only staying for one day and wanted to experience what it was like to live in a luxury villa. In reality, he had other plans in mind. His father had just asked him to get closer to Wei Shui, but not too obviously, and he was worried about it. His aunt's words gave him an idea instantly, to pretend that the villa was his own mansion and host a classmate party. This will not only establish the image of an overseas returnee elite in front of classmates, but also increase Wei Shui's favorability. He remembered that Wei Shui had a good impression of him, and if they interacted more at the party, it would be natural to have one-on-one contact later. Lin Shuhua asked him when he would move in, and Lin Feng set it for the end of the month, asking her to hand over the keys a day in advance. The city has been experiencing continuous rain and humidity for days, making people feel irritable. Since their unpleasant phone call, Lin Feng and Chu Shaoran have not been in contact for several days. Soon it was the end of the month, and Lin Feng invited more than a dozen close classmates to his home for a gathering, including Wei Shui. He also invited Xia Yuning, and this time he used the luxury mansion to rebuild his image in order to regain face in front of her. Around 1 p.m., the students arrived at Champelasis Garden one after another. The environment here is elegant, the air is fresh, and the residents are all top figures in Haiqing. Villa number 88 is filled with valuable antiques, and its magnificent appearance is breathtaking. A classmate asked in surprise if this was Raymond Lam's house, to which Raymond Lam replied with a smile that he had just bought it. Everyone marveled at the luxury, and Xia Yuning exclaimed in surprise when she saw the antique on the windowsill that it was white glazed blue and white porcelain. Lin Feng had done his homework beforehand, so he immediately praised her for her good eye and explained its historical origins and value, deliberately trying to enhance his image as a knowledgeable person. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that Wei Shui was looking at him, and deliberately raised his voice to say that although the porcelain was of rough quality, it was more expensive than the exquisite blue and white porcelain of the Yuan dynasty. Xia Yuning's heart skipped a beat, remembering that Jiang Ning also had similar villas and antiques, and she frowned inwardly. Lin Feng then walked over to Wei Shui, exchanging pleasantries since they hadn't seen each other since graduation, noting that she was much prettier than before. Wei Shui, dressed simply, felt a little uncomfortable with the compliments and instead asked how much the antiques cost. Lin Feng casually mentioned tens of millions, and immediately envious praises arose from those around him, greatly satisfying his vanity. Just then, Chu Shaoran appeared at the door in a white dress, looking like a princess from a fairy tale, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed, and he quickly pulled her aside. Chu Shaoran questioned why she wasn't invited to the party, and Lin Feng explained that it was a classmate reunion. She questioned Xia Yuning's appearance, to which Lin Feng argued that she had come uninvited. Chu Shaoran was displeased. She had come after seeing Xia Yuning's post on WeChat Moments. She asked coldly how much it cost to rent the villa, her tone filled with anger, which drew sidelong glances from her classmates. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said that this was a villa he had just bought, and asked her if she thought he couldn't afford it. Chu Shaoran had always trusted Lin Feng, and his mood immediately improved, realizing that he hadn't misjudged him. However, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the door, and more than a dozen men in cleaning uniforms appeared, claiming they were there to do cleaning. Jiang Ning had planned to move into the villa ahead of schedule, so he hired a labor company to thoroughly clean it and arranged for his nanny, Lin Shuhua, to supervise the process on-site to prevent theft of valuables. Lin Shuhua arrived late due to traffic, so she called Lin Feng to ask him to help her receive her. Upon learning that it was a cleaning job, Lin Feng felt relieved and said he would supervise her and prevent her from coming to the site. He let the workers into the living room, saying he would clean up after the party, and asked them to help cut fruit and carry plates. The workers were stunned for a moment. This had nothing to do with cleaning, but Lin Feng had forced them to do it. The students were initially taken aback by the sight, But when they learned that the cleaners were hired by Lin Feng, they were filled with admiration. Some people lamented that it was too extravagant to throw a party and hire so many people to serve them, while others were excited to experience such treatment for the first time. Amidst the praise, Lin Feng felt his vanity was greatly satisfied. 23. Lin Feng was immersed in his classmates' praise and enjoyed their envious glances. At that moment, he seemed to have truly become a billionaire, like the real owner of this villa. However, a Lamborghini slowly drove into the villa gate, and Jiang Ning got out of the car and walked straight towards the villa. He had just contacted Lin Shuhua and learned that she was stuck in traffic and the workers had arrived, so he came over personally to supervise the cleaning, since there were many antiques in the house. Jiang Ning walked briskly to the door and saw his classmates having a lively gathering in the hall, with several cleaners busy serving them. He frowned, and his face instantly darkened. Chu Xiaoran was surprised to see Jiang Ning at first glance. Jiang Ning was dressed in a well-fitting casual suit today. He was tall and slender, with deep and cold eyes behind his light-colored gold-rimmed glasses. His short hair was neat, and his temperament was unruly. Chu Xiaoran was momentarily lost in thought. Lin Feng also noticed Jiang Ning and immediately stepped forward. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Ning responded calmly. "Why can't I come?" He then stepped into the hall. Lin Feng said in an unfriendly tone, "This is my class reunion. You are not welcome. Please leave." The thought of Jiang Ning refusing to help him attract investment fueled Lin Feng's anger. Jiang Ning frowned. "Who gave you permission to hold a gathering here?" Raymond Lam sneered. "Do I need anyone's permission to throw a party? You weren't invited, so what are you doing here?" Seeing Lin Feng's dissatisfaction, the classmates who had been drinking stepped forward to speak up for him. Some people said this was Lin Feng's home and that Jiang Ning should get out, while others mocked him for refusing to leave. A female classmate sneered, mentioning that Jiang Ning spent 6 million to buy an abandoned factory area to win back his ex-girlfriend, and pointed the finger at Chu Xiaoran. All eyes fell on Chu Xiaoran, their smiles carrying a deeper meaning. Chu Xiaoran approached Jiang Ning and lowered his voice. "Don't embarrass yourself here." Jiang Ning pointed to himself. "You're saying I'm shameful?" Chu Xiaoran said coldly. "Otherwise what? Your purchase of the old factory area has spread throughout the university forums, and now you're causing trouble again. Can't we part amicably and stop becoming the focus of public opinion?" Jiang Ning coldly replied. "Buying that piece of land is none of your business." She questioned him about the reason, but Jiang Ning refused to reveal it. Chu Xiaoran scoffed. "Can't say it, huh? Stop trying to please me with this stupid approach. If you're here for me, please leave and don't ruin Lin Feng's party." Lin Feng stepped forward. "Did you hear that? Xiaoran told you to get lost." Jiang Ning sneered. "You're the one who should get lost." He looked at Lin Feng as if he were looking at a lump of mud, then looked around and said, "And every one of you." Everyone was stunned, not understanding why he said that. Jiang Ning sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and looked calm. Suddenly, he slammed the water glass down on the coffee table and shouted, "Who gave you permission to be here?" Chu Xiaoran interrupted. "This is Lin Feng's villa." Jiang Ning retorted coldly, "Bullshit." He then slammed his hand on the table, his gaze sharp as a knife, instantly chilling the atmosphere in the room. Startled, Chu Xiaoran took a step back, accidentally knocking over the vase behind him, which shattered with a crisp sound. Jiang Ning glanced at the shards on the ground, his expression growing even colder. He coldly asked Raymond Lam, "I'll ask you one more time. Who gave you permission to throw a party here?" Lin Feng's classmates became angry and, fueled by alcohol, insulted Jiang Ning, saying that if he wanted to win back his ex-girlfriend, he should go find her alone and shouldn't come to Lin Feng's house to cause trouble. Some people mocked him for not being as good as Raymond Lam, and some even suggested calling the police, saying that he had trespassed on private property. Seeing this, Xia Yuning hurriedly advised Jiang Ning, "They've been drinking, don't argue with them. Don't you have a villa too? Nobody looks down on you." She comforted him while helping him save face. However, Jiang Ning said calmly, "Yu Ning, this villa is mine." His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bombshell hitting everyone's ears. The entire room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter. Some people mocked him for putting on airs in front of his ex-girlfriend, but Chu Xiaoran sneered. "Nonsense, this was clearly just bought by brother Lin Feng." Lin Feng angrily questioned Jiang Ning, demanding that he produce the property certificate as proof. Jiang Ning chuckled. "Lin Feng, you're such a clown." He stopped wasting words with Lin Feng, took out his phone, and coldly dialed Lin Shuhua. "My villa has been invaded by a swarm of bedbugs. What's going on?" On the other end of the phone, Lin Shuhua broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained that the cleaning was done every day. Jiang Ning coldly retorted, "Don't play dumb. Regardless of whether there's traffic or not, You have 10 minutes to get there, or you'll face the consequences. Chapter 24. You don't have that fate. He actually called us bedbugs. One of the drunk students grabbed a bottle, pointed it at Jiang Ning, and made as if to rush over. You fucking say another word, just you wait. Wei Shui happened to be next to that classmate, and quickly stood up to stop him. Yixing, don't be impulsive. Don't stop me. I'm going to teach this kid a lesson today on behalf of Lin Feng. Yixing broke free from Wei Shui's obstruction. Lin Feng, you need to do something about this. Wei Shui looked to Lin Feng for help, still trying to stop Yixing. As the two were grappling, they accidentally bumped into an exquisite teapot on a tea tray next to the sofa. Crash! The tea tray and teapot shattered into pieces. Oh! Wei Shui cried out in surprise. She knew these were all valuable antiques and must be worth a fortune. The next second, she looked at Lin Feng with a guilty expression, as if begging for his forgiveness. Xiaoxue, it's all right. Lin Feng waved his hand, then said to Yixing, Yixing, you'd better be careful. Brother Feng, hee, I didn't expect this wine to have such a strong after effect. Yixing swayed a few times, using the wine as an excuse. After this incident, Yixing lost all interest in settling scores with Jiang Ning. Soon, a figure arrived at the villa, looking travel-worn. She ran all the way to the villa, where she was so exhausted that she couldn't catch her breath and couldn't even speak. It was Lin Shuhua. Aunt, Lin Feng asked in surprise. Why did my aunt rush over here in such a hurry? He's over 50 years old. Can he handle running like that? The next second, Lin Shuhua finally caught her breath. She didn't have time to pay attention to Lin Feng, but instead bowed repeatedly to Jiang Ning. Young Master Jiang, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. What? Lin Feng was completely stunned. Everyone was stunned. Even the cleaning staff who were busy working were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Jiang Ning coldly said to Lin Shuhua, Your name is Lin Shuhua, right? My father trusted you and entrusted my villa to you. And look at the mess you've made. Young Master Jiang, it's all my fault. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Lin Shuhua kept bowing and apologizing. What? This villa really belongs to Jiang Ning. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The students sobered up instantly and realized what had happened, so they all stood up in a panic. Lin Shuhua glared angrily at Lin Feng and shouted, Xiao Feng, didn't you say you were only staying for one day? How could you throw a party at young Master Zhang's house? You're going to be the death of me. Lin Shuhua was so angry that she trembled and couldn't speak. At this moment, the students were also angry. They've all been scammed. Lin Feng, you're really something. A classmate stood up and pointed at Lin Feng, saying, I really thought this luxury villa was yours. You're such a hypocrite. Lin Feng, have you no shame? We were completely fooled by you. Bah. The students immediately changed their attitude. Their fawning attitude towards Lin Feng just now was all because of this villa, which made Lin Feng appear extremely wealthy. Now that the truth is known, everyone's impression of Raymond Lam has changed drastically. They even wished they could drown Raymond Lam with their spittle. Chu Xiaoran was somewhat dazed. She still refused to believe it and went up to Lin Feng to question him. Brother Lin Feng, is this true? I want you to tell me yourself, is this true? Lin Feng's mind was in complete chaos, and he roared in exasperation. Shut up. Oh. Chu Xiaoran was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Feng to yell at her. In that instant, her heart felt as if it had been pierced by 1,000 needles, leaving her in pain and helpless. At this moment, the workers also realized what was happening. They angrily put down their work and cursed at Lin Feng. Damn it. You liar. Not only did you occupy young Master Zhang's villa, but you also tricked us into working for you. You're shameless. Young Master Zhang, let's call the police. This is fraud. No, don't call the police. Lin Shuhuan knelt down in front of Jiang Ning with a thud. Please, it was my fault. Xiao Feng was ignorant. Please punish me, young Master Jiang. Don't you think it's all pale and powerless to say these things now? Jiang Ning said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts sank once again. Lin Feng's classmates quickly distanced themselves from him, feeling ashamed and only able to beg Jiang Ning for forgiveness. Young Master Jiang, we were wrong just now. I apologize to you. Young Master Jiang, we were also deceived. We're sorry for dirtying your villa. Young Master Jiang, your villa is truly luxurious. You like my villa? Jiang Ning asked with a playful smile. I love it. I love it so much, everyone exclaimed. Jiang Ning said with a regretful expression. It's a pity that you've destroyed everything here. Jiang Ning glanced at the crowd indifferently. You'll have to pay for the damaged antiques. Oh, everyone was stunned. Jiang Ning pointed to the debris on the ground, a vase from the Northern Song Dynasty, and a set of exquisite tea utensils from Jingdezhen, Qing Dynasty. Let me check their current market value. Jiang Ning actually took out his phone and started checking. You wouldn't believe it until you looked it up, and what you found was quite shocking. That tea set was only of average value, around 200,000. However, those Northern Song Dynasty vases have now reached astronomical prices. This vase was acquired by my grandfather when he was still alive. It was related to an unknown general from the Northern Song Dynasty named Tang Yu. He acquired the vase for less than 300,000 yuan, but because someone wrote a biography about Tang Yu in modern times, and it was adapted into a movie, it became famous overnight, and the market price of this vase rose to nearly 20 million yuan. Just like when Stephen Chow made The Scholar and the Moon, the price of Tang Kaizi's authentic works increased several times over. Jiang Ning was overjoyed, never expecting to make a fortune out of nowhere. Then, I felt a bit scared. This thing is worth so much now, yet my father still keeps it in the living room. If he accidentally breaks it one day, it will be a huge loss. Fortunately, someone is willing to pay the bill right now. I just checked. The vase and this tea set together are worth about 20 million on the market. Let's round it up to 20 million. Jiang Ning put his phone on the table. No deception. See for yourself. These words instantly sent chills down everyone's spines. A meal, and 20 million was lost. Everyone rushed forward to take a look, and they were all dumbfounded. Then, he looked at Chu Xiaoran and the other two. Those antiques were broken by Chu Xiaoran, Wei Shuai, and Xing. At worst, Lin Feng would pay some to replace them. It has nothing to do with us. Jiang Ning, we have already admitted our mistakes, Chu Xiaoran argued. Does admitting a mistake mean you don't have to pay compensation? Jiang Ning said calmly. If you want to renege on your debts, I don't mind taking you to court. Boom. Chu Xiaoran felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Jiang Ning, how could you treat me like this? Chu Xiaoran said arrogantly. Jiang Ning ignored her and glanced at the villa's living room. Fortunately, apart from the carpet being a little dirty, nothing else had been touched. He turned to Lin Shuhua and said, Lin Shuhua, since you've said it's your fault, you'll be in charge of handling this matter from now on. The compensation must be paid in full. Also, pack up all the valuable antiques and send them to my father. Replace the carpets that are dirty. Your nephew Lin Feng will pay for everything. Jiang Ning, you, Lin Feng said angrily. Shut up. Lin Shuhua yelled at Lin Feng, then hurriedly put on a smile and said to Jiang Ning, Don't worry, young Master Jiang. I will definitely make amends this time and satisfy you. Jiang Ning nodded. Also, once this is done, you can leave. Lin Shuhua immediately deflated. She finally found such a great job. The next second, she yelled at Lin Feng, Get these people out of here right now. Jiang Ning didn't want to see those faces anymore, so he turned and left. He didn't look at Chu Xiaoran even once more from beginning to end. Chu Xiaoran was immediately distraught, but Xia Yuning came up to her and said softly, Xiaoran, are you confused? You were originally the mistress of this villa. What? Chu Xiaoran was startled awake and looked at Xia Yuning with a surprised expression. Xia Yuning smiled slightly. Actually, there's something you've never known. This villa was originally prepared for you by Jiang Ning. Oh. Chu Xiaoran's heart was instantly filled with turbulent waves. Xia Yuning liked Chu Xiaoran's current appearance very much, so she added fuel to the fire, saying, Jiang Ning is thinking that after marrying you, he will bring you to live in this villa. Moreover, he has already planned to tear down all the decorations here and redecorate according to your preferences. He was so good to you. You just weren't meant to be. After saying that, Xia Yuning smiled victoriously, turned around and chased after Jiang Ning outside the door, calling out, Jiang Ning, wait for me. Chapter 25. Do you think I'm not as good as him? The rainy weather in Haicheng continues. The gloomy sky was suffocating. Chu Xiaoran returned home dejectedly, completely unaware that he was soaked to the bone by the rain. After entering the room, she plopped down on the sofa, staring blankly into space with empty eyes. Oh my little darling. Chu's mother, Li Qin, exclaimed, How did you get water everywhere? Go take a bath. Was I wrong? Chu Xiaoran suddenly asked a question in a daze. She stared straight ahead, as if talking to the air. What's wrong? Li Qin asked. He has changed. Chu Xiaoran continued, still in a daze, and said something. What's wrong with the child? Did he catch a fever from being in the rain? Li Qin stepped forward and touched Chu Xiaoran's forehead. Mom! Chu Xiaoran suddenly burst into tears. Oh dear, what's wrong with you? Li Qin was startled by Chu Xiaoran's sudden action and panicked. Chu Xiaoran's tears mingled with the rain, streaming down his cheeks, his face filled with utter heartbreak. Xia Yuning's words today completely provoked her. She never expected so many things to happen after she left Jiangning, and each of these things made her very distressed. In the past, Chu Xiaoran would numb himself, constantly telling himself that leaving Jiangning to find his true love was the right thing to do. But now she's wavering. She didn't know whether leaving Jiangning was the right or wrong decision. Honey, did someone bully you? Li Qin took a tissue and wiped away Chu Xiaoran's tears. Tell Mom, and I'll give him a piece of my mind. Mom, no one is bullying me, Chu Xiaoran said, sniffling. Then what's wrong with you? Li Qin asked, puzzled. Just then, the doorbell rang. Li Qin got up to open the door. Aunt, Lin Feng appeared at the door. Is Xiaoran there? I called her, but she didn't answer. The moment Li Qin saw Lin Feng, she felt a surge of anger. How dare you show your face here? Li Qin berated him harshly. Lin Feng's failure to secure investment from the Shun Group greatly angered Li Qin. Lin Feng's investment has not arrived, and the Chu family's situation is already precarious. Auntie, please let me see Xiaoran, Lin Feng pleaded. Get out. You're not welcome in our house. Li Qin yelled. Mom, Chu Xiaoran said, let him in. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoran's voice, Lin Feng went straight inside. Li Qin rolled her eyes at Lin Feng from behind and slammed the door shut. Xiaoran, why did you leave without saying goodbye? I've been looking for you everywhere, Lin Feng said. Why did you even lie to me? Chu Xiaoran asked bluntly. That villa clearly belongs to Jiangning, but you claimed it was yours. Don't you feel ashamed for doing such a thing? Chu Xiaoran would never have spoken to Lin Feng like this before. Raymond Lam is her ideal woman, the man she loves but cannot have. She wishes she could worship Raymond Lam. But what happened today really made her angry. Xiaoran, I didn't want to either. Lin Feng said. I've already made a promise to my classmates. Of course I can't tell them the truth when you ask me in front of them. For the sake of face? Chu Xiaoran said coldly. Sigh, it's hard to explain in a few words. Lin Feng said. Xiaoran, Jiangning's mention of 20 million in compensation was probably just a moment of anger. He doesn't need those two antiques. I was thinking, should I go and apologize to him? Hope he'll be lenient. Chu Xiaoran frowned. Do you think it will work? I couldn't even ask him for help. Xiaoran, I think he has always had feelings for you. As long as you sincerely beg him, you can avoid paying those 20 million, Lin Feng said. Chu Xiaoran felt a surge of annoyance. You still want me to beg him? Lin Feng pursed his lips. Yes, that's right. Chu Xiaoran was utterly speechless, a surge of anger rising within him. If the person in front of her wasn't Lin Feng, she would definitely be giving him a thorough dressing down right now. At this moment, Li Qin, who was standing to the side, noticed something amiss. What 20 million? What are you guys up to? Didn't you tell Auntie? Lin Feng frowned and recounted what had happened. What? Li Qin's body trembled, as if she had been struck by lightning. She glared at Chu Xiaoran and roared. Chu Xiaoran, what's wrong with you? You've only been gone for a short while, and you've already spent 20 million. Auntie, the 20 million isn't entirely Xiaoran's fault. One of my classmates also broke things, Lin Feng said. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoran could no longer contain his anger. It's as if they're the ones who are responsible. She looked coldly at Lin Feng. So you're saying either I have to beg Jiangning, or I'll pay for it, right? Xiaoran, isn't this what I'm talking to you about? Lin Feng said. You threw a party at Jiangning's villa without his permission. Don't you bear any responsibility? Chu Xiaoran asked. If you hadn't been throwing the party there, would I have gone? Would I have broken the vase? Xiaoran, don't get agitated. Of course, I also bear some responsibility. Seeing that Chu Xiaoran was angry, Lin Feng hurriedly explained, we should calmly consider how to handle this matter now. Calm down, my ass. Li Qin, standing to the side, was furious. Lin Feng, you're a jinx. Ever since Xiaoran started dating you, he hasn't had a single good day. The thought of her family's company not being able to pay its employees' salaries this month, and her daughter inexplicably incurring a 10 million yuan compensation claim, made her feel like the sky was falling. Oh dear, how am I supposed to live like this? I don't want to live anymore. Li Qin plopped down on the ground and started howling. All right, Chu Xiaoran felt like his head was about to explode. Since leaving Jiangning, her life has gotten worse day by day, and she has been very irritable and anxious every day. She's had enough, and she's tired. She really wanted to find a secluded place and have a good cry. Xiaoran, do you now think I'm inferior to Jiangning? Lin Feng asked. Chu Xiaoran suddenly wanted to laugh. Why would he ask such a question at this time? Seeing that Chu Xiaoran remained silent, Lin Feng continued. I know that the villa matter today has tempted you. If it weren't for me, you would be the mistress of that villa now. It's all my fault. I've ruined you. Lin Feng spoke with a pitiful expression and a sincere look on his face. It's not your fault. It was my own choice, Chu Xiaoran said calmly. Yes, she was the one who was desperate to be with Raymond Lam back then. She chose this path herself. Although I don't know if this path is right or wrong, at least I'm with my true love, isn't that right? But now, She feels as if she has lost the ability to love. When facing Lin Feng, the passion he had before was gone. Sometimes, even seeing Raymond Lam can cause me a strange sense of irritation. Chapter 26, I will slay all sides for you. Lin Feng, you know you've harmed Xiaoran, so why don't you leave him? Li Qin said angrily, her lips curling into a sneer. If I were you, I'd just find a corner and let myself die. Li Qin's words showed Lin Feng absolutely no respect. This made Lin Feng feel ashamed in front of Chu Xiaoran. He frowned and explained, Auntie, Xiaoran, I originally wanted to keep this a secret until it was done, but I don't want you to misunderstand me. Lin Feng is very proud. She can't stand being looked down upon by the Chu family, and she can't stand Chu Xiaoran's indifference. Let me be honest, I threw a party in this villa not for the sake of face, but for a big project. Lin Feng deliberately raised his voice and said, a project worth more than 300 million. Chu Xiaoran looked up at Lin Feng and exclaimed in surprise, a project worth over 300 million. Yes. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little proud when he saw that Chu Xiaoran was interested. Guangda Group is currently bidding for a project with a budget of over 300 million yuan, and our family has submitted a bid. Among the people I invited, there was a female classmate named Wei Shui, who is the niece of the person in charge of this bidding project. I used that villa to package myself and throw parties, mainly to build a relationship with her. Chu Xiaoran frowned. You can package yourself, but you can't occupy someone else's villa and claim it as your own. Besides, can a villa really get things done for you? However, now that things have already happened, Chu Xiaoran knows that there's no point in dwelling on it any longer. She sighed heavily and remained silent. Li Qin, however, was more concerned about the project and went straight to the point, asking, how confident is your family in securing this project? As long as we follow Wei Shui's lead and get in touch with Wei Qingmei, we'll most likely be able to close this deal, Lin Feng said confidently. He can only say the positive things now, so that what he's doing seems more meaningful. You make doing projects sound as easy as drinking water. You're too naive. Li Qin was still unconvinced and said with displeasure, even if you sign a project worth hundreds of millions, it won't save our Chu family. We urgently need money right now. Can you come up with it? Lin Feng was speechless, unsure how to respond, and felt extremely awkward for a moment. Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent, Li Qin snorted coldly. Lin Feng, I'm not trying to criticize you, but if you want to marry our Xiaoran, you need to show some sincerity. Look at Jiang Ning. He transferred 10 million yuan to our account just for the betrothal gifts. Jiang Ning recently bought land in the old factory area and is handing it over to Chen Guohao. He's practically our new landlord. Li Qin glared at Lin Feng. And look at you. Mentioning Jiang Ning, Lin Feng instantly felt jealous and retorted, Auntie, I'm different from him. He keeps squandering the Jiang family's wealth, while I'm working hard to build my career. With the balance shifting, I'll definitely surpass him in a few years. All right, stop making empty promises. Knowing that further arguing would be pointless, Li Qin said coldly, let's settle the 20 million compensation issue first. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said to Chu Xiaoran, how about this, Xiaoran? I'll find some time to call Wei Shui and Yi Xing together and have them talk to Jiang Ning. Even if we have to apologize to him, that's fine. Let's try to get him to waive the compensation. We have no choice but to give it a try, Chu Xiaoran sighed. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased somewhat, Lin Feng quickly seized the opportunity and said, Xiaoran, let's go out for a meal. Never mind. I'm a little tired and want to rest for a bit, Chu Xiaoran said listlessly. Helpless, Lin Feng had no choice but to say goodbye to the Chu family mother and daughter and leave dejectedly. The rainy weather in Haicheng continued, and the air was filled with a damp atmosphere. Inside a charming coffee shop on the street, Shun Lingyue wore a floral long dress, her hair draped over her shoulders, and sunglasses served as hair clips, perched above her forehead, exuding a fashionable and sweet aura. Sister Lingyue, what do you want to talk to me about? Across from Shun Lingyue, Jiang Ning asked casually. Can I ask you out if there's nothing wrong? Shun Lingyue said coquettishly. Previously, Jiang Ning had Chu Xiaoran, so she didn't want to bother him. Jiang Ning is now single. She can act without restraint now. Yes. Of course I can. Jiang Ning laughed. Sister Lingyue can ask me anytime. I'll be there whenever you call. Ha. In front of outsiders, Shun Lingyue is an ice queen and a wealthy heiress. But in front of Jiang Ning, she was always that gentle and innocent girl next door. Looking at Shun Lingyue, who was closer to her than her own sister, Jiang Ning secretly felt her eyes well up with tears. Because, in her previous life, Shun Lingyue's experiences were too tragic. Whenever Jiang Ning thinks of Shun Lingyue's tragedy, He can't help but clench his fists in resentment. He hated not only those bastards, but he hated himself even more for not being able to protect her. In her previous life, Shun Linghua took over the Shun Group. In the following 2 years, the Shun Group was constantly plotted against by its competitors, eventually leading to a broken capital chain and the company's collapse. Shun Linghua sought help from other large enterprises in Haicheng, but no one offered assistance. Knowing that the Shun family's power was waning, Shun Linghua went to Jiang Ning's house. She didn't come to ask for help. She came to say goodbye. Because the Shun Group cannot cover its billions in losses, it will declare bankruptcy tomorrow. She didn't know what the future held. Perhaps seeing Jiang Ning one last time would be her final farewell. Shun Linghua had previously offered help to the Jiang family on several occasions, but at this moment, Jiang Ning was at a loss. Because at that time, the Jiang family had been emptied out and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Faced with Shun Linghua's desperate situation, Jiang Ning hated his own incompetence, but was helpless and could only watch as she cried in front of him for an entire night. After that night, the Shin family went bankrupt. Unable to bear the shock, Shin's father, Shin Yunhai, committed suicide by jumping off a building. Shun Linghua and her mother are being harassed and threatened by creditors. At the time, the largest creditor was Tang Zhongying, the richest man in Haicheng. Tang Zhongying's son, Tang Yuchen, gathered a group of thugs, found Shun Linghua and her daughter, imprisoned them, and subjected them to various forms of beatings and torture. Meanwhile, without Shun Linghua's support, the Jiang family quickly went bankrupt. Just as Shun Linghua was about to end her life, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, she learned of Jiang Ning's predicament. She was heartbroken and planned to help Jiang Ning one last time before she died. She set aside her pride, gained Tang Yuchen's trust, stole money from him, and redeemed Jiang Ning's ancestral treasure. This was the only gift she could give Jiang Ning. Afterwards, Jiang Ning fled overseas, intending to make money and then come back to bring Shun Linghua abroad. However, not long after, he received devastating news. Shun Linghua had committed suicide. From then on, Jiang Ning changed his nature, becoming ruthless and vicious, eventually becoming a powerful warlord. Whenever Jiang Ning recalls these events, his heart aches as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Now that he has been given a second chance at life, he vowed never to let the tragedy repeat itself. In this life, he will fight tooth and nail for Shun Linghua. Xiaoning, I heard from Uncle Jiang that you spun off the Jiang family's logistics department and established Ningda Logistics Company. Is that right? Shun Linghua's words interrupted Jiang Ning's thoughts. Yes, Jiang Ning replied. I want to make something of myself. Uft. Shun Linghua chuckled indulgently. You're supposed to be focused on your career, but you eat like a child. Shun Linghua picked up a tissue, leaned close to Jiang Ning, and gently wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ning felt a warmth in her heart, and tears almost fell. Chapter 27. Jiang Ning, I want to talk to you. Sister Linghua, I will definitely achieve great things within 3 years, Jiang Ning said through gritted teeth. In his previous life, during the 3 years of his marriage to Chu Xiaoran, he was too incompetent and could not help Shun Linghua in any way when she was most helpless. In this life, he must rise to power quickly. Seeing Jiang Ning's ambitious expression, Shun Linghua's eyes were full of admiration. Xiaoning, it's good to have ideals, but 3 years is a short time. Don't set your expectations too high, Shun Linghua said. It will be very tiring. For me, that's plenty of time, Jiang Ning said with a confident smile. He has a habit of keeping a diary, and he remembers all the major events that have happened. In his previous life, he spent 3 years in China, which coincided with an economic turning point, during which he witnessed many changes, rises and falls, and opportunities. Considering the future situation, Jiang Ning has come up with a grand plan. He aims to rebuild the world's factory, integrating online and offline channels, extending capital across all industries, encompassing all his businesses, and leveraging film and television media to create a magnificent business empire. His first goal was to become the richest man in Haicheng, with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan. Because only by being stronger than all opponents can you crush them one by one. With Jiang Ning's current methods and abilities, coupled with his precognitive abilities gained from his rebirth, this is not difficult at all. After hearing about the grand blueprint for Jiang Ning's construction, Shun Linghua gave a thumbs up. Xiaoning, that's quite an ambitious idea, but I believe you can do it. Thank you, Sister Linghua. Jiang Ning grinned. After parting ways with Shun Linghua, Jiang Ning returned home and suddenly remembered something. It seems that the Chu family's 10 million yuan dowry has yet to be returned. The deadline he gave us has now passed. Did you think you could just delay paying me back? How naive. Jiang Ning smirked and called his secretary, Xiaobai. Xiaobai, how much stock does the Chu family have in my Ningda logistics warehouse? Jiang Ning asked. And what is its value? Xiaobai typed rapidly on the keyboard and replied, President Jiang, according to market prices, the Chu family's goods in our warehouse are worth over 28 million. This is the Chu family's largest inventory, and their most valuable items are all here. Seize them all, Jiang Ning said. In the past, in order to please Chu Xiaoran, he had the Jiang family's logistics department provide free transportation services for the Chu family, and the Chu family also used the warehouse for free. Therefore, the Chu family was very greedy and put a large amount of goods in the Jiang family's warehouse. Anyway, it doesn't cost any money. After the two broke up, the Chu family hadn't had time to take away their portion of the goods. However, Jiangning will not give them the chance to take it away. The Jiang family also deals in medical devices, so even if they sell this batch of goods at cost price, it would still be worth more than 20 million. You're not going to return the bride price? Then use this batch of goods as payment. Let's see who loses more. At this moment, Secretary Xiaobai mentioned something else on the phone. President Jiang, Ningda Logistics has become independent, and right now Guangda is going to put out a tender. Although we are still relatively new, do you think we should give it a try? Of course, Jiang Ning said. Wait for my news on this matter. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Ningda Logistics is the first step in building Jiangning's commercial empire. Haiqing will vigorously develop its logistics industry in the future. All logistics companies that make it into the top 10 in Haiqing Logistics will receive strong support when the new policy is issued. With this kind of wind, even pigs can fly. If I remember correctly, the policy will be released in a little over 4 months. Therefore, Jiangning needs to bring Ningda Logistics into the top 10 in Haiqing within 4 months. This may sound absurd, but he is Jiangning. He created too many miracles in his previous life. This little thing is trivial to him. The next day, Jiangning invited his good friend Zhao Dapeng, whom he had known for 4 years in college, to come over for tea. Zhao Dapeng once said that the person in charge of this bidding process at China Everbright Group was his distant cousin, Wei Qingmei. Through his conversation with Zhao Dapeng, Jiang Ning learned that Wei Qingmei was a career-driven, strong woman who was aloof and unapproachable. Dapeng has the influence to help with introductions. That's already the limit. Therefore, it seems that we will have to rely entirely on ourselves for this bidding process. Jiang Ning looked up at the gloomy sky, his eyes deep and thoughtful. It was as if the sky over Haicheng had been punctured. It rained for a whole week, and the air was filled with a damp, rotten smell. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had remembered something. Yes. Jiang Ning slapped his thigh, his face beaming with joy. He remembered that during this period in his previous life, a tragedy had occurred in Haicheng. Due to several days of rain, the river level rose, and a passenger ship full of students on a field trip struck a reef near an island in the middle of the river and sank. None of the 42 students on board survived. Only the captain and 1 lifeguard survived. This incident caused a sensation throughout Haicheng at the time. Jiang Ning recalled that the parents of the 42 students jointly filed a lawsuit against the school for poor organization and the ferry company for negligence in management, which led to the tragedy. The representative of the parents was Wei Qingmei. In the news footage, she appeared multiple times, tearfully making accusations, looking utterly heartbroken and despondent. It was clear that she was devastated by this incident. Combining what Dapeng just said, Wei Qingmei has a son who is currently in high school. It was obvious that his son was on that boat. With this in mind, Jiang Ning already had a plan. He hurriedly flipped through his phone's calendar, recalling the date of the incident in his previous life. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked. It seems the accident occurred only 1 day ago. The tragedy will happen the day after tomorrow at noon. Jiang Ning frowned, his mind racing as he began to formulate a plan. Just as he was pondering this, the phone rang. It was Chu Xiaoran. Jiang Ning frowned and answered the phone. Hey, Jiang Ning, do you have time? I'd like to meet with you and have a chat. Chu Xiaoran said gently. Now, she no longer has the arrogance she once had in front of Jiang Ning. She speaks softly and gently. I'm very busy. Jiang Ning said something indifferently and was about to hang up the phone. It's about compensation, Chu Xiaoran said hurriedly. We, the parties involved, have already reached a conclusion and plan to meet with you to finalize this matter. Jiang Ning didn't want to see them. After all, as long as he lost money, who had time to chat with them? However, earlier today, Dapeng provided him with a message. Wei Qingmei, the person in charge of the Everbright project, has a close niece named Wei Shui. Coincidentally, he was one of the parties involved in this incident. Therefore, Jiang Ning can take this opportunity to meet Wei Shui. Okay, Jiang Ning said calmly. After a while, at a street-side coffee shop, Chu Xiaoran and the others were already waiting there. It was obvious that Chu Xiaoran had dressed up specially for today. She wore the dress Jiang Ning bought for her. Jiang Ning had specially brought it back from abroad for her birthday this year. However, Chu Xiaoran had never worn it before. Today must be the first time. Chu Xiaoran was already beautiful, and with the addition of a gorgeous long dress, she looked like a beautiful princess, attracting the attention of everyone around her. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, was dressed rather casually. A loose-fitting shirt, distressed cropped jeans, and white flat shoes. It gives people a sense of sophisticated relaxation. The shirt, in particular, is pure white, which, combined with Jiang Ning's youthful and energetic face, gives one the feeling of facing their first love. Chu Xiaoran's heart was stirred the last time he saw Jiang Ning at the villa. I was once again amazed by Jiang Ning today. I never expected this guy to be such a natural clothes hanger. He looks good in everything. When will you transfer the money to my account? Jiang Ning asked directly, not wanting to waste words. Jiang Ning, I brought them here to talk to you about compensation. We were wrong that day, Lin Feng spoke first. Don't include them in your sentences. Jiang Ning glanced coldly at Lin Feng. It's clearly your problem alone. Chapter 28, You're taking our lives. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, holding his breath in his chest. He used to be a victor, high above everyone else. But today is different. He is in the wrong and has no choice but to back down. I'll put up with it for the money, Lin Feng thought resentfully, but then looked up and smiled. Yes, it was my fault. That day I... Shut up. Jiang Ning interrupted Lin Feng, then looked at Chu Xiaoran. You tell me. Jiang Ning, who had just been looking relaxed and carefree, suddenly turned cold and stern, making Chu Xiaoran and the others tense up. Jiang Ning. Chu Xiaoran took a deep breath and said, We realize our mistake. We shouldn't have had a party at your villa, and we shouldn't have broken things. It's all our fault. We sincerely apologize to you. In the past, I would never have dared to imagine her saying such things. Okay, I accept your apology, Jiang Ning said with a relaxed expression. Chu Xiaoran was overjoyed and said, So, do you think it's possible to waive the compensation? Cannot, Jiang Ning answered quickly, as if he didn't need to think. Chu Xiaoran stared at Jiang Ning in astonishment, speechless for a long time. Lin Feng said, Jiang Ning, but you have already accepted our apology. Those are two different things, Jiang Ning said calmly. Apologize if you need to, pay compensation if you need to. What's the problem? What's wrong with these people's thought processes? Are they kidding me? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and didn't say anything, but instead gave Chu Xiaoran a wink. He knew that among everyone present, only Chu Xiaoran could speak to him. Chu Xiaoran said, Jiang Ning, to be honest, we don't have that much money right now. Trying to renege on your debt. Jiang Ning frowned. Then let's go to court. If you don't have the money, you can go to jail to pay it off. I can accept that. You? Chu Xiaoran never expected Jiang Ning to be so indifferent. You actually want me to go to jail? Chu Xiaoran finally snapped. In her relationship with Jiang Ning, she had always been the dominant one, and she could not tolerate Jiang Ning's current arrogance and indifference. Whether I want to or not is unimportant. What matters is whether you want to go to jail. Now I'm handing the choice over to you, Jiang Ning said. Pay money or go to jail. The choice is yours. Chu Xiaoran gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Ning, I know you hate me, but to retaliate against me in this way is too narrow-minded. Don't think so highly of yourself. You're not worth my hatred. Jiang Ning spoke casually, a relaxed smile on his face, looking sunny and handsome. Yes, Chu Xiaoran is not worth his hatred at all. If it weren't for Chu Xiaoran's frequent appearances, he would have almost forgotten about Chu Xiaoran. If you don't hate me, why did you do this? Chu Xiaoran questioned sharply. Isn't this a normal claim? Jiang Ning said speechlessly. Paying for damages is a matter of course. But with your resources, you don't lack those 20 million at all. Chu Xiaoran said. Why do you have to force us? Jiang Ning chuckled and shook his head. Oh, Chu Xiaoran said with red eyes. 20 million is nothing to you. But for us, it's a matter of life and death. So, Jiang Ning asked. Chu Xiaoran took a deep breath. So, you're trying to kill us? Jiang Ning chuckled silently. Chu Xiaoran, whether I need money or not is a separate matter from whether you repay the money. It's my business if I have money, and it's your business if you don't repay it. I can donate 20 million to charity or throw it into the sea, but that doesn't mean you can renege on the 20 million. You must repay the money, Jiang Ning said. Moreover, it has to be in your account within a week. I'm only giving you 1 week, and that's it. Jiang Ning, Lin Feng said with a serious expression. They're just two antiques. Why can't you be more magnanimous? Jiang Ning smiled, a bright smile on his face. These words came from Chu Xiaoran and Lin Feng, so he thought it was perfectly normal. Selfish and narrow-minded people will never see their own selfishness and narrow-mindedness. Throughout, Jiang Ning maintained a calm demeanor, except for a smile. These words could no longer cause him any harm. But you've been speaking ill of me. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I'm a pushover? Jiang Ning stared sharply at Lin Feng and retorted sarcastically. Lin Feng, since you put it that way, I'll be more magnanimous. 3 days. Within 3 days, the money must be in your account. You, Chu Xiaoran said. Jiang Ning, you are too vicious. Heh, you dare say that to me? You think you're worthy? Jiang Ning sipped his coffee nonchalantly. Seeing that things had reached an impasse, Lin Feng's eyes darted around, and he looked at Wei Shui. Jiang Ning is determined to make us pay. Wei Shui, how much can you come up with? These words startled Wei Shui, making her tremble. She had been working as a clerk at her aunt's Everbright group for 2 years after graduation. Last year, her aunt, Wei Qingmei, helped her with the down payment for her house. She's currently paying over 4,000 yuan in mortgage payments every month. Where would she get the money? Lin Feng knew Wei Shui's background perfectly well, but he deliberately staged a self-inflicted injury. He wanted to show everyone just how outrageous Jiang Ning was. Wei Shui said with a bitter face, I have no savings right now. Wei Shui grew up without a father, and her mother abandoned her, which led to her being somewhat timid and introverted. This huge problem left her completely at a loss. Jiang Ning is forcing us to pay back the money. We can't refuse. Lin Feng continued to press. Wei Shui's eyes reddened, and a tear slid down her cheek. I have no choice but to borrow from my aunt. She never expected to cause such a big problem. She doesn't know how to tell her aunt, let alone ask to borrow money. For a girl with such a strong sense of self-respect, this was truly the death of her. Wei Shui, how much can you borrow from your aunt? Lin Feng continued to press her for answers, giving Wei Shui no chance to catch her breath. Wei Shui felt a wave of collapse and despair wash over her. She buried her face in her hands on the table, tears soaking her clothes and drowning out all her hopes for the future. How much can I borrow? Lin Feng kept asking. Wei Shui broke down in tears, crying, I don't know either. This scene moved even Chu Xiaoran. Raymond Lam is so cruel. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Ning, his face full of anger, and said, Jiang Ning, do you see that? You'll feel better if you force all of us to our deaths, won't you? Jiang Ning smiled faintly, remaining completely composed. Lin Feng's shameful behavior once again refreshed his understanding. He stood up and came to Wei Shui, straightened her up, handed her a napkin, and said softly, This has nothing to do with you. They are the ones who have to pay compensation. What? Wei Shui was startled. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if we go to court, I will only sue them. You won't have to pay a single penny. Chapter 29, Does he really not love me anymore? Mr. Jiang. Wei Shui stared at Jiang Ning in astonishment, thinking for a moment that she had misheard. Jiang Ning said, I was there that day and saw it clearly. There is no doubt that Chu Xiaoran broke the vase, and Wei Shui didn't even touch the Jingdejun tea tray. He pointed at Yestar and said, This fat guy broke it when he was drunk and went crazy. Yestar looked flustered. He was drunk at the time, and his memory of the scene was somewhat hazy. However, adhering to the principle of never letting anyone down if he could, he retorted, Jiang Ning, I think you have a grudge against me. I know I was wrong that day. I shouldn't have picked up the bottle and pointed it at you. You're wrong. This has nothing to do with personal grudges. Jiang Ning said calmly. I'm not accusing you. There are 4 surveillance cameras in the lobby of my villa, and they all record very clearly. I can show you the footage at any time. Jiang Ning was right. It was indeed Yi Xing who, in an attempt to show off, knocked over and broke the tea tray. Wei Shui was simply trying to stop him. It was because of this incident that Jiang Ning had a deep impression of Wei Shui. At that time, all of Lin Feng's classmates either mocked Jiang Ning or incited Yi Xing's emotions. Only Wei Shui stepped in to break up the fight and calm things down. She was also the only one among all the classmates who didn't speak ill of Jiang Ning. Therefore, Jiang Ning will not make things difficult for her. But Wei Shui still felt that she had made a mistake. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Wei Shui, you did nothing wrong. Then, he took out his phone and said to Wei Shui, Let's exchange contact information so they don't pressure you to pay me back. Wei Shui gratefully added Jiang Ning on WeChat. Lin Feng, however, bristled and shouted, Jiang Ning, are you pretending to be a good guy in front of Wei Shui? I'd love to. Suddenly, Jiang Ning glared at Lin Feng with a sharp look. What's it to you? Why don't you pretend to be a good person and show me? Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. You probably haven't grasped the current situation. It's you who owes me money, not the other way around. Seeing that some coffee had spilled, Jiang Ning grabbed a tissue to wipe the stains on the table, then threw the tissue directly at Lin Feng, scoffing. Useless trash who can't even come up with 20 million. What are you barking at me for? Do you even deserve it? Chu Xiaoran felt somewhat uncomfortable and spoke first. Jiang Ning, don't take advantage of your current position to hurt others with your words. In Chu Xiaoran's previous impression, Jiang Ning only knew how to endure. However, he is now taking the initiative and speaking eloquently, just because he thinks he is in the right. Jiang Ning had no intention of wasting any more time with them, so he said, let's end our conversation here. The three of you will have to pay 20 million in compensation within 3 days. If you don't pay on time, I will have my lawyer file a lawsuit immediately. After saying that, Jiang Ning got up to leave. Chu Xiaoran felt a tightness in his chest. This guy, who usually obeys me without question, is now acting like a wild horse. There was no way to stop it. This feeling of being unable to control Jiang Ning left Chu Xiaoran both angry and disappointed. Today, she wore that long dress she had never worn before, all for Jiang Ning's sake. Can't you see my sincerity, Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning. Chu Xiaoran shouted loudly to stop Jiang Ning. Is there anything else? Jiang Ning asked, frowning. Do you know the consequences of doing this to me? Chu Xiaoran said with a hint of threat. What are the consequences? Jiang Ning asked calmly. You will lose me forever, completely. Chu Xiaoran seemed to squeeze out those words coldly through clenched teeth. At the same time, his face was filled with intense resentment. She always believed that Jiang Ning had always deeply loved her. After all, during their year-long relationship, Jiang Ning's love for her was like a vast ocean. Since he loves her to the core, it's impossible for him to stop loving her just because of a little incident at the wedding. Isn't Jiang Ning's high-priced purchase of that plot of land in the old factory area a good example? Therefore, Chu Xiaoran believed that Jiang Ning had feelings for her. Therefore, she remained arrogant and unrestrained in front of Jiang Ning. All she wanted to do was threaten Jiang Ning, to let him know that if he continued to cause trouble, he would lose her completely. But this scene left Jiang Ning both amused and exasperated. He frowned at Chu Xiaoran and said calmly, Chu Xiaoran, I don't understand what you're talking about. Jiang Ning, do you dare say you don't have me in your heart? Chu Xiaoran pressed aggressively. Jiang Ning shook his head and chuckled. Don't you find it ridiculous to say that? Jiang Ning, keep being stubborn. Chu Xiaoran said, everyone knows about your purchase of the old factory area land in the class group and on the school forum. Everyone knows you're trying to win me back in this clumsy way. Do you really think we're all fools? Oh, so that's what it's about. Jiang Ning shook his head and smiled, saying, Chu Xiaoran, please listen carefully. I bought that land not because of you. By the way, I almost forgot about it. I need to inform you that within a month, pack your things and move out of the old factory area. We can no longer rent it to your family there. Then, with a slight smile, he turned and left. Chu Xiaoran was stunned. Jiang Ning became the new landlord, and the first thing he did was kick her out? Lin Feng watched Jiang Ning's departing figure and said resentfully, Xiaoran, Jiang Ning is not a real man. He's stingy, selfish, and treacherous. Chu Xiaoran shook his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Xiaoran, he just wants to use these economic sanctions to crush you and the Chu family, so that you'll have to come begging to him, Lin Feng said. You absolutely mustn't fall for his trick. Our family isn't that fragile. A flash of anger crossed Chu Xiaoran's usually cold face. However, in reality, it was not Jiang Ning who drove him away. This is because, based on the current timeline, the demolition order for the old factory area will be issued from above within a week. Starting from the day the document was issued, all enterprises must relocate from the old factory area within 1 month. Jiang Ning had only notified her in advance. However, in Chu Xiaoran's mind, this became Jiang Ning's utter annihilation. Evil is everything to the wicked, and a flock of crows is all black. Sigh, we really have to pay this money back. At this moment, Yexing was pulling her hair and going crazy. Who told you to be so careless back then? Lin Feng was also feeling frustrated at the moment and casually complained. What the hell do you mean? Yixing's anger was ignited by Lin Feng's words. If you, Lin Feng, hadn't been showing off and saying the villa was yours, would this mess have happened today? He thought for a moment. Then his face turned cold and he said, Lin Feng, your girlfriend broke the vase. I only broke the tea tray. If anyone has to compensate, it's only for the tea tray. Lin Feng retorted. It was clearly you who got drunk and caused trouble impulsively. We're all in the same boat, so let's split the blame. I'll split your grandma's legs in half. Yexing roared angrily, his face red and neck bulging. You're swearing? Lin Feng argued, his face flushed. Lin Feng, you bastard. I'm not only cursing you. I'm also going to beat you up. Yixing angrily stood up, making a move to pounce on Raymond Lamb. Chapter 30 Best Friend, Great Opportunity. Seeing the scene of dogs fighting each other, Chu Xiaoran was speechless. Can't you be rational? Chu Xiaoran stopped eating and said coldly. Do you think this will solve the problem? It will only make you a laughing stock. Yixing's lips twitched, and he said angrily. Anyway, I don't care. I'll only pay for the tea tray. You can deal with the rest yourselves. After saying that, he turned and left. Wei Shui shook her head and sighed. She really didn't want to see those kinds of faces. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Wei Shui, wait a minute. Lin Feng hurriedly chased after him. Wei Shui frowned and asked, Is there anything else? You just mentioned your aunt, Lin Feng said. Her name is Wei Qingmei, right? How do you know? Wei Shui asked coldly. Lin Feng smiled ingratiatingly. Have you forgotten? There was a time when the school held a parent-teacher conference, and she attended in place of your parents. Wei Shui said impatiently. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Feng hurriedly said, I have some business matters I'd like to discuss with your aunt. Wei Shui chuckled. Then you can go and contact my aunt. Lin Feng licked his lips and said obsequiously, We're classmates, so could you introduce me and say a few good words for me? I'm sorry, but you should talk about your own problems. Don't bring up your classmates, Wei Shui said coldly. Are you starting to try and get closer to me now? How did you force me just now? If it weren't for Jiang Ning, I would have really been driven to a dead end by you today. Although Wei Shui is gentle and timid, she still has a temper when she is forced into such a situation. Wei Shui, please help me this once, for the sake of our classmate relationship. Lin Feng said shamelessly. Wei Shui raised her head, her eyes sharply fixed on Lin Feng. I'm sorry, I can't help. And if one day you and my aunt are discussing business face-to-face, please don't say you're my classmate. Thank you. After saying that, Wei Shui resolutely left. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. If he messes up this 300 million yuan project, it will be like the sky has fallen. He returned to the coffee shop, dejected and disoriented. Chu Xiaoran was sitting in a chair, staring blankly into space. What did Wei Shui say? Chu Xiaoran turned to look at Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng went out to chase after Wei Shui because of the bidding process for Guangda Group. It's not very optimistic. Lin Feng sighed. But Wei Shui is probably still angry. I'll try to ask her out again once she calms down. Chu Xiaoran nodded. She was distracted, her mind constantly replaying Jiang Ning. She even had some doubts. Does Jiang Ning still love her? The more Chu Xiaoran thought about it, the more agitated he became, and he blurted out a sentence. It's getting late. I have to go home. Xiaoran, we've never really been together properly. All I've ever done is hold your hand. Lin Feng said. How about I treat you to dinner tonight, and you don't have to go home? Lin Feng's meaning was clear. He wanted Chu Xiaoran to stay overnight. In the past, Chu Xiaoran would have been very excited to hear such a request. But right now, Chu Xiaoran just finds it incredible. What kind of situation is this? With the 20 million yuan compensation claim looming over you, you're still thinking about these things? I won't eat. My family is waiting for me. Chu Xiaoran replied without hesitation. After saying goodbye to Lin Feng, Chu Xiaoran returned home. Her heart remained unsettled for a long time. Strangely, she couldn't think of Lin Feng at all. Instead, she was filled with thoughts of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's handsome appearance, his indifferent smile, his resolute back. For a moment, Chu Xiaoran felt somewhat lost and dejected. She shook her head vigorously, trying to convince herself that she loved her current boyfriend, Lin Feng. But the next second, she was in a daze. She didn't even understand whether she and Raymond Lamb could be considered a couple. When she was dating Jiang Ning, she would occasionally sneak off to see Lin Feng, and the two of them would just stroll arm in arm. In the days since breaking up with Jiang Ning, she has been troubled by various things and has hardly had any intimate contact with Lin Feng. In some cases, she even resisted physical intimacy with Raymond Lamb. What's wrong with me? Chu Xiaoran was very surprised. She couldn't understand it, and she couldn't figure it out. Just then, the phone rang. It was Hao Qian calling. Xiaoran, are you busy? I have some good news for you. Hao Qian said excitedly on the other end of the phone. What good news? Chu Xiaoran seemed somewhat absent-minded. Hao Qian didn't say it directly, but instead asked mysteriously. Xiaoran, I remember you said that your family has a batch of medical supplies to sell, right? Yes. It's worth over 20 million, and it's still in the Jiang family's warehouse, Chu Xiaoran said. After the falling out with Jiang Ning, those orders were put on hold. Why are you asking these questions? Chu Xiaoran asked. Hao Qian said. It's like this. I met a big shot a few days ago, the president of Fengyue Media, named Wang Qingsheng. He started out doing live streaming e-commerce. When I told him about your batch of goods, he was very interested. He's confident that as long as you offer a low enough price, he can get the live streamer to sell them all. Really? Chu Xiaoran's eyes lit up. Her family urgently needs money right now, and if they could sell the entire stock, it would completely solve their immediate crisis. Chu Xiaoran was very excited and asked, Hao Qian, is this really reliable? I think there's no problem, Hao Qian said. Wang Qingxing's media company is huge, with assets of several billion yuan and more than a dozen anchors with millions or tens of millions of yuan in revenue. Besides, your products are suitable for everyday household use. As long as the price is lower, he should be able to sell them. Chu Xiaoran was overjoyed. But don't get too excited yet, Hao Qian added. You still need to talk to President Wang in person about this matter. There are many details that need to be considered. Okay, I'll have my dad go talk to Wang Qingxing tomorrow, Chu Xiaoran said. No, you should go, Hao Qian said. Wang Qingxing also graduated from Ocean University. He's more than 10 years ahead of us. With that alumni connection, it will be easier to talk to him. Okay, then I'll go talk to them first, Chu Xiaoran said. After all, he was the one who put his family in a difficult situation, so he had to do his part. As long as the price is agreed upon with my dad, that's fine. Hao Qian, you're such a good sister, Chu Xiaoran said gratefully. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Ugh, why are you being so polite with me? Hao Qian said. I'll let you know when I've arranged a time with President Wang. Okay. Hao Qian hung up the phone and immediately called Wang Qingxing. Mr. Wang, I've arranged the appointment for you, Hao Qian said with a sinister smile. Once it's done, our debt will be settled. No problem, came the voice on the other end of the phone. Chapter 31, She Hates Chu Xiaoran. It turns out that Hao Qian owed a high-interest loan of 100,000 yuan, and the creditor was Wang Qingxing. Because loan sharking is like a snowball, even though she paid back 100,000, the interest was too much, and the snowball kept getting bigger and bigger. Unable to repay the debt, she decided, after much deliberation, to sacrifice her best friend to solve the problem. After reviewing Chu Xiaoran's information, Wang Qingxing readily agreed. After all, this girl, who was once the most beautiful girl in her university class, exudes an intellectual and pure charm. Wang Qingxing has been out of school for over a decade and has been living a mundane life, looking down on ordinary women. Right now, his favorite type is Chu Xiaoran. As long as Hao Qian helps her win over Chu Xiaoran, the subsequent interest will be waived. Hao Qian, you and Chu Xiaoran have such a good relationship. Aren't you afraid she'll turn against you later? Wang Qingxing probed. So what if you turn your back on me? Hao Qian said nonchalantly. Besides, who talks about feelings these days? It's all about interests between people. Yes, Hao Qian's love life can be manipulated with a deposit. In her heart, what could be more important than money? Most importantly, while she appears to be Chu Xiaoran's best friend, she is actually very jealous of Chu Xiaoran deep down. She envied Chu Xiaoran for his good looks and figure. I envy Chu Xiaoran for having such a high-quality boyfriend like Jiang Ning as her devoted admirer. But she could only play a supporting role to Chu Xiaoran and was ignored by others. She didn't want to be outdone by Chu Xiaoran, so she spent money lavishly, buying luxury goods to satisfy her vanity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have incurred such a huge high-interest loan. Therefore, she believes that without Chu Xiaoran, she wouldn't be living the life she has today. As a result, her jealousy of Chu Xiaoran gradually escalated into hatred. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xiaoran's face radiated immense confidence. Thinking that there was a way to solve the problems at home, she was no longer agitated and couldn't help but think of Lin Feng again. She had been in a bad mood these past few days and had been quite cold towards Lin Feng. Feeling somewhat guilty, she wanted to share the good news with him to ease the tension between them. Hey, brother Lin Feng, I have some good news for you. Chu Xiaoran called Lin Feng. What good news? We have a way to solve our family's problems, Chu Xiaoran said happily. She recounted the whole story in detail. Brother Lin Feng, what do you think about this? Chu Xiaoran asked Lin Feng with a hint of smugness. Of course it's great news. Lin Feng praised. Xiaoran, when are you going to talk to him? You need to hurry up and not let the opportunity slip away. I don't know yet. I'll wait for Hao Qian to let me know, Chu Xiaoran said. You must seize this opportunity, Xiaoran. Keep going, you're the best. Lin Feng kept encouraging Chu Xiaoran. Receiving Lin Feng's praise, Chu Xiaoran became even more proud. Brother Lin Feng, you have to keep it up. Of course, Lin Feng said confidently. If I can secure that 300 million contract, we can completely turn the tables on Jiang Ning. I'll let the whole world know that giving up your wedding with Jiang Ning was the right choice. Chu Xiaoran, caught up in the moment, nodded in agreement. After more than a week of continuous rain, Haiqing finally cleared up tonight. Jiang Ning sat by the window, looking at the starry sky, but his expression was unusually serious and solemn. Tomorrow, the shocking tragedy that will rock Haiqing will take place. 42 young students will perish in the icy river. Among them was the son of Wei Qingmei, the the person in charge of bidding at China Everbright Group. Due to a week of continuous torrential rain, the water level rose drastically, causing some reefs to be submerged. The captain of the ship secretly drank alcohol before boarding. When the boat reached the middle of the river, he became intoxicated and lost control, hitting a hidden reef. In the end, the captain and 2 lifeguards survived. But none of the other passengers survived. Jiang Ning frowned and pondered, and slowly, a plan emerged in his mind. This plan would not only save the 42 students, but also attract Wei Qingmei's attention and win her favor. Of course, before that, he wanted to give Wei Qingmei a friendly reminder. Jiang Ning found Wei Qingmei's number in Qi Dapeng's chat history and dialed it. "Hello, who is this?" On the other end of the phone, Wei Qingmei's voice was intellectual and pleasant to listen to. "Hello, Mr. Wei, this is Jiang Ning." Jiang Ning said, "I'm sorry to bother you so late. If you know what's bothering you, why did you call?" Wei Qingmei retorted directly. Does she remember Jiang Ning? Isn't that the person my nephew Dapeng introduced me to through connections? What she hates most is getting things done through connections. Especially calling so late at night. It's obvious they're trying to get close to you. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. It's too late. I need to rest." Wei Qingmei said coldly. "Mr. Wei, may I just say one sentence?" Jiang Ning said, "I'll hang up immediately after I finish speaking, so as not to disturb your rest." "You say?" Wei Qingmei seemed a little impatient. "Mr. Wei, I have a relative who is in the same class as your son. He said that the whole class is going to Jiangxin Island for a trip tomorrow. However, the water level is rising sharply right now, and there are reefs everywhere in the river. The tour boats have been suspended for many days. If we go out occasionally, there may be some unexpected accidents. For safety reasons, I advise you to let your child not go out tomorrow. Of course, I'm just suggesting. Good night." After saying that, Jiang Ning hung up the phone. Chapter 32. Jiang Ning's words actually came true. This left Wei Qingmei stunned. He had assumed that Jiang Ning was calling to try and get closer to him and talk about the bidding project. I never expected Jiang Ning to pull this stunt. This caught her off guard. Indeed, all the teachers and students in his son's class are going on a boat trip to Jiangxin Island tomorrow. But the teachers and the school haven't said anything. So why should you remind them? Why are you spouting these nonsensical things so late at night? Are you mentally unstable? Although she didn't want to pay attention to Jiang Ning, his words still felt like a curse, making her feel uneasy. So much so that I dreamt that the boat my son was on sank, and I couldn't sleep well all night. The next morning, Wei Qingmei arrived at the company to attend a meeting convened by the chairman. Because I didn't get a good night's rest last night, I spent the entire meeting in a daze. However, she still took notes on the key points of the meeting regarding her module. At the meeting, the chairman gave important instructions regarding this bidding process. In order to reduce reliance on existing logistics, this tender aims to select new companies as much as possible. A new face. Wei Qingmei returned to her office, pondered for a moment, and then called one of her subordinate project managers into her office alone. "Xiaoyu, I remember there are 2 new faces among the logistics companies participating in this bidding, right?" "Yes, Sister Wei," Yu Yang replied. "Tell me more." "Good." Yu Yang opened the documents and said, "These 2 new faces are Lin's Freight and Ningda Logistics. They have not participated in any of Everbright's logistics bidding projects." He paused, then added, "The representative for Lin's Freight is named Lin Feng, a returnee from overseas. The representative for Ningda Logistics is named Jiang Ning, who graduated just a year ago and is the son of the Jiang Group." Wei Qingmei nodded, her expression somewhat solemn. The chairman's idea is to give these new faces more opportunities. Therefore, from my perspective, I should naturally give more attention to those 2 companies. Wei Qingmei simply didn't like dealing with young people. She always felt that these inexperienced young men were impulsive and lacked responsibility, especially Jiang Ning. He's acting strangely and has connections. Moreover, she learned that Ningda Logistics was a newly independent company with relatively new qualifications, and it was unlikely that it could handle Everbright's projects. Although Lin's Freight is not large in scale, it is a well-established logistics company. If we really have to choose a partner from among the new faces, Lin's Freight is undoubtedly the better choice. Moreover, Lin Feng, the representative of Lin's Freight, is a returnee from overseas and should have some skills. At least he has seen the world. As for Jiang Ning, that brat, I don't know what got into him. He cursed my son to sink, and I didn't sleep well last night. Gritting her teeth, Wei Qingmei instructed Yang. "Make sure to inform Lin Feng, the person in charge of Lin's Freight, that he must prepare for this tender seriously and give him more confidence." "What about Ningda Logistics?" Yu Yang asked. "Ignore it." Yu Yang understood immediately. "Got it, Sister Wei." At 10 a.m., the sun was shining brightly. People who hadn't seen the sun for over a week flocked to the streets to enjoy the warmth of the sunlight. Wei Qingmei had been busy all morning and finally managed to find some free time. She got up and left the office, intending to go to the pantry to make herself a cup of coffee to perk herself up. However, as I passed by some workstations, I noticed that my subordinates were whispering and discussing something. Damn, over 40 people, and we haven't found a single one. They're not all dead, are they? My goodness, they are all the flowers of our motherland's future. Listening to the whispers and murmurs, Wei Qingmei frowned. Ahem, have you finished all your work? When everyone saw their leader passing by, they quickly shut up and buried themselves in their work. Wei Qingmei sighed and went to the tea room, where she heard people discussing something. How tragic. I'll never dare to take a boat again. Wei Qingmei's curiosity was piqued, and she casually asked, Is there any big scoop? It's not exactly a big scandal, is it? Ms. Wei, please take a look. A female employee handed her phone to Wei Qingmei. Wei Qingmei picked up her coffee and glanced over casually. However, the next second, her body suddenly froze, and the coffee fell to the ground. A passenger ship belonging to Linjiang Tourism Company tragically sank in the river. The ship carries all the teachers and students of Class 7, Grade 12, Haicheng Normal Number 1 High School. Search and rescue operations are currently underway, and the specific circumstances of the shipwreck are still under investigation. Each word, like a bolt from the blue, exploded in Wei Qingmei's mind. Wei Qingmei's legs went weak with fear. Because Class 7 of the third year of high school was his son's class, and that passenger ship was the one that carried his son's class. Wei Qingmei felt dizzy and disoriented. President Wei, what's wrong? An employee quickly helped Wei Qingmei up. Wei Qingmei didn't care about anything else and hurriedly called her son. However, no one answered the phone. Following this, other parents in their son's class group were also in the same situation, unable to contact their children and filled with immense panic and despair. The worst part is that even the teachers aren't returning calls or messages, and the school isn't answering calls either. For a moment, Wei Qingmei felt like the sky was about to fall. She disregarded her work, rushed out of the coffee shop, and drove straight to the Riverside Pier. Chapter 33 Shipwreck. Riverside Dock. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered. Unable to contact the captain and lifeguards, Linjiang Company launched a salvage operation. This scene terrified Wei Qingmei so much that her legs went weak. Following that, the other parents of Class 7, Grade 12, also arrived one after another. None of the parents could contact their children. They didn't answer their phone calls. The shipping company was also unable to provide definite information and could only send some staff to temporarily appease the parents. But the parents were far from calm. For a time, cries and wails could be heard continuously from the Riverside dock. At that moment, Wei Qingmei felt dizzy and almost fell headfirst into the river. At that moment, she was filled with deep regret. Jiang Ning kindly reminded him last night, but he didn't take it seriously. But what's the use of regretting it now? Little aunt. At this moment, Wei Shui also rushed over in a great hurry. Wei Shui's parents died in a car accident when she was young, and she was raised by Wei Qingmei. Although she has moved out, she still treats her aunt and brother as her own mother and brother. She rushed over as soon as she saw the news. Minor Snow. Wei Qingmei disregarded her image and burst into tears while holding Wei Shui. This strong, career-driven woman, who had always strived for excellence, appeared so helpless at this moment. Auntie, don't cry. The matter hasn't been resolved yet. Wei Shui comforted her. But she couldn't convince herself, and while comforting Wei Qingmei, her own tears streamed down her face. Just then, a passenger ship came cutting through the waves. Woohoo! The sound of the passenger ship's horn drowned out the cries from the shore. On the bow deck, Shen Lingyue stood against the wind, looking heroic and spirited. Standing next to her was Jiang Ning. As soon as the passenger ship docked, Jiang Ning got off the ship and shouted into a megaphone. Sorry, parents. I was so busy playing games with the children that I forgot to let you know I arrived safely. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, all the parents stopped crying. What does this mean? Are the children all safe and sound? Jiang Ning. Wei Shui recognized Jiang Ning at first glance and hurried over. Wei Shui, what brings you here too? Before Wei Shui could explain, she hurriedly asked, You mean the children are all right? Certainly. Jiang Ning picked up the megaphone again and announced loudly. All the students in Class 7 of Senior 3 are having a great time on Jiangxin Island. Please don't worry. Upon hearing this, all the parents jumped up excitedly. The parents crowded around, eagerly asking what had happened. Everyone, don't rush, let's talk this out. Shen Lingyue explained from the side. If you don't mind, you can board our boat and go to the island in the middle of the river to see the children. At this point, the parents could no longer contain themselves and, Upon hearing this, they scrambled to get onto the boat. The Shun group's ship started up again and headed towards the island in the middle of the river. On the ship, everyone finally understood the whole story. It turns out that Jiang Ning was worried that the rising water level might cause an accident, so he came to the media company early in the morning. But no one listened to him, and the captain even scolded Jiang Ning for making trouble for no reason. Left with no other choice and for safety reasons, Jiang Ning had to take the children to the Shun group's ship to visit the island in the middle of the river. After all, Jiang Ning mentioned that there was a relative's child in the class. The reason why everyone couldn't contact the children was that the senior high school students had heavy academic workloads, and when they finally got a day to relax, they all silenced their phones and put them in a backpack for safekeeping. This was my oversight. Class teacher Ms. Chui felt very guilty. I only thought about letting the students play to their heart's content. I never expected something like this to happen. She was just severely criticized by the school leaders for not answering the phone in time. However, upon learning that the children were all right, the parents naturally did not blame the teacher. At this moment, Wei Qingmei, who was standing to the side, appeared very excited. She divorced early in her life, and her parents have passed away. Her son, Xiaobao, is her only source of emotional support. Upon learning that Xiaobao was all right, her heart felt like it had gone from hell to heaven. Upon reaching Jiangning, Wei Qingmei smoothed her hair, which had been ruffled by the river breeze, and smiled as she extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Jiangning. I'm Wei Qingmei. We spoke on the phone last night." "Hello, Mr. Wei." Jiang Mingyun shook hands with him, smiled nonchalantly, and showed no obsequiousness despite the other party being the person in charge of the bidding. "I apologize for my attitude last night," Wei Qingmei said gratefully. "Thank you for saving my son and so many families. Thank you." As she spoke, Wei Qingmei was also very excited, and her eyes reddened several times. Jiang Ning was her son's savior, and she didn't know how to repay this kindness. "Mr. Wei, you're too kind," Jiang Ning said. "It was nothing, not worth mentioning." In just one sentence, Wei Qingmei saw the grand vision of Jiang Ning. Of course, Jiang Ning's words may also have been partly a display of bravado. A hint of appreciation flashed in Wei Qingmei's eyes, and then she asked, "Mr. Jiang, I'm very curious. Even the shipping company didn't realize the danger. How can you be so certain?" Jiang Ning said with a serious expression, "I was worried too. After all, my relative's child also came out to play today. I told him not to listen, so I had no choice but to rent a boat to support them." Wei Qingmei nodded. Nowadays, there aren't many young people as meticulous and responsible as Jiang Ning. Sigh. Wei Qingmei was still shaken. "I didn't heed your kind reminder last night, and it almost caused a disaster. Luckily, nothing happened, otherwise I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. It's all in the past, Mr. Wei. Why bother taking it to heart?" Jiang Ning joked. Haha. Wei Qingmei was in a great mood and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Wei Qingmei is nearly 40, she is very well maintained, and her smile is especially radiant and beautiful. "Yes, it's all over. A close call. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang." Wei Qingmei was deeply grateful. "You're welcome." Jiang Ning smiled slightly. The calm and peaceful atmosphere of Jiangning greatly increased Wei Qingmei's positive impression of her. There are very few young people with this kind of demeanor these days. She admires men like that. Perhaps it was because she was so happy to have her son back that Wei Qingmei was overjoyed. In an instant, she felt refreshed, younger, and even regained a touch of girlishness. Looking at Jiangning again, he found it more and more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 34. Jiangning became famous. "Auntie, seeing you chatting so happily with Mr. Jiang, I felt too embarrassed to disturb you." Wei Shui walked over at this moment. "Wei Shui, we meet again." Jiang Ning greeted her with a smile. "Yes, I didn't expect you to help me again on our second meeting. I really don't know how to thank you enough," Wei Shui said shyly. "What's going on? Do you have a story?" Wei Qingmei asked with a hint of ambiguity. Wei Shui nodded. Then, she told Wei Qingmei everything about the villa claim. This incident shocked Wei Qingmei once again. He helped Wei Shui erase millions of dollars and saved his son's life. This young man was truly an invaluable benefactor in her life. In an instant, the gratitude in my heart intensified once again. Meanwhile, the passenger ship arrived at the island in the middle of the river. Parents hurriedly disembarked and, led by their teachers, rushed towards their children. Upon seeing Xiaobao, Wei Qingmei burst into tears again, hugging him tightly in her arms, as if she were afraid she would never see him again. At this point, the homeroom teacher suggested that since the parents were all there, they should play some parent-child games to help strengthen the bond between the parents and children. Everyone agreed. At 2 p.m., a joyful parent-child activity came to an end, and Jiang Ning and Shun Lingyue escorted everyone back to the shore. Parents and children came forward again to thank Jiang Ning before dispersing. At this moment, Wei Qingmei walked over. "Mr. Jiang, may I speak to you in private?" The two went to a quiet corner, and Wei Qingmei said, "I have some information to offer you that might be helpful." Jiang Ning had helped her so much, and she had gotten along so well with him, yet Jiang Ning never mentioned the bidding process. If it were someone else, they would probably have already started demanding a return. This made her appreciate Jiang Ning's character even more. Now that the chairman has spoken, he hopes that this round of bidding will select new partners. Jiang Ning is undoubtedly the best candidate. Of course, there is an element of personal relationships involved. Wei Qingmei got straight to the point. There are three key focuses in this tender by China Everbright Group. First, the distribution of logistics company outlets. Second, the timeliness of transportation. Third, after-sales service. If we can excel in these three areas, winning the bid will be no problem. The concise and to-the-point narration conveyed the core information to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning understood immediately and suddenly smiled slightly. "Thank you, President Wei. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." Wei Qingmei smiled knowingly. She suddenly developed a crush on this sunny and handsome young man. He was energetic yet mature. He was righteous and kind, yet also a little cunning. What an outstanding young man. Wei Qingmei has lived a single life for many years and rarely comes into contact with other men outside of work. My interactions with Jiang Ning were very comfortable and relaxing. So much so that she unconsciously smoothed her hair, and her eyes softened into gentle tears. After saying goodbye to everyone, Jiang Ning and Shun Lingyue were alone. "Sister Lingyue, thank you so much for today. Let me treat you to dinner." "I'm afraid it won't work today." Shun Lingyue glanced at her watch. "I need to go check on some of the clubs under the group. They've been in a terrible state lately and need to be cleaned up." The Shun Group has a wide range of businesses, including a comprehensive service industry encompassing tourism, catering, and entertainment. The magnificent Sky Palace Entertainment Club on Queens Road belongs to the Shun Group. Seeing that Shun Lingyue was busy with work, Jiang Ning didn't want to disturb her and said, "Okay, then Sister Lingyue, you go ahead and do your work. I'll treat you another day." After saying goodbye to Shun Lingyue, Jiang Ning returned to the villa. Without a moment's rest, he quickly pulled out his computer and started working on the plan. Wei Qingmei had already told him all the key points, which was equivalent to leaking the questions to him before the exam. He must seize this opportunity and win the championship. The logistics industry in Haicheng is not yet booming, with only a few leading logistics companies. If Ningda Logistics can secure the Everbright project, it will be able to rapidly expand its scale by leveraging its existing foundation and injecting additional funds. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, filled with confidence for the future. After the hustle and bustle subsided, the city lights began to come on. The night view of Haicheng is gorgeous and enchanting. Chu Xiaoran waited at home all day for a phone call, but received no message from Hao Qian. She felt extremely uneasy. Could it be that Wang Qingxing's plans have fallen through? Just then, Lin Feng called. Chu Xiaoran answered the phone listlessly. "Xiaoran, did you watch the evening news?" Lin Feng asked. "I didn't see it. What's wrong?" Chu Xiaoran asked absent-mindedly. "Jiang Ning is really famous now," Lin Feng said sarcastically. Chapter 35, Who is the Clown? "What kind of fame?" Chu Xiaoran asked. "I'll give you a link. Take a look," Lin Feng said. Soon, the link arrived. Chu Xiaoran clicked on the link, and a huge title came into view. Mr. Jiang, a kind-hearted citizen, accurately predicted the impending accident on the cruise ship, took precautions in advance, and saved 43 young lives. Chu Xiaoran was very surprised and carefully read the news from beginning to end. Did Jiang Ning save the entire ship's crew? How did he predict the ship would sink? That's too unbelievable. After reading the news, Chu Xiaoran found it hard to believe. Lin Feng scoffed. "Yeah, that's too far-fetched. I'm also wondering how he knew the ship was going to sink." Chu Xiaoran frowned. In her mind, Jiang Ning had never had any long-term vision, let alone the ability to predict the future. She couldn't help but mutter. In reality, who can actually predict the future? If they could, wouldn't they all be buying lottery tickets? "That's exactly what I'm talking about," Lin Feng said. Then suddenly a thought struck him. "By the way, Xiaoran, do you think this could be a script?" "What script?" Lin Feng said in a serious tone. "There is a high probability that Jiang Ning bribed the person in charge of the boat to stage a shipwreck and put on a heroic rescue act." "Really?" Chu Xiaoran questioned. "That sunken passenger ship was worth millions. Is it worth spending millions to make a script?" "Of course it's worth it," Lin Feng said. "The fact that he's all over the internet right now shows that his publicity stunt was a great success. Lin Feng increasingly felt that what he said made sense. I work in the media industry, and I know best about scripted hype. To put it bluntly, those online streamers are all using scripts and tricks to attract attention. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, but other people's scripts are just small-scale entertainment. Jiang Ning's script has deceived the people of Haicheng and the general public. This is not just a script. To put it more bluntly, it is a conspiracy. A conspiracy? Chu Xiaoran exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Ning isn't that cunning, is he? Chu Xiaoran instinctively felt that Jiang Ning wasn't the type to play these kinds of tricks. Xiaoran, Lin Feng said with displeasure, why are you taking Jiang Ning's side? Chu Xiaoran immediately realized what was going on and said awkwardly, I'm not speaking up for him. I just don't understand. What's the point of spending so much money to promote yourself? It's all for the traffic, Lin Feng said. His script was a success, and now he's become a hero who saved people. It's all over the major platforms. If he goes live now, a flood of wealth will come his way. He can easily earn back the investment of several million. Oh, I see. Chu Xiaoran nodded. By the end, Lin Feng even believed himself, and his tone became increasingly firm. I despise people who plot these kinds of schemes the most. Xiaoran, you wait. I will find the person who sailed the ship and find out the truth. Chu Xiaoran frowned. If he likes to play dirty tricks, let him play them. Why waste your energy arguing with him? Isn't it unnecessary to waste time with Jiang Ning? Chu Xiaoran said indifferently. Lin Feng said firmly, no, I can't tolerate this. I must let everyone know that Jiang Ning is a hypocrite and make him reap what he sows. Oh well, whatever. Chu Xiaoran sighed deeply, her mind still preoccupied with Wang Qingxing's situation. Seeing that Chu Xiaoran didn't seem to care about the matter, Lin Feng stopped talking and changed the subject, saying, by the way, Xiaoran, I called today with some bad news and some good news for you. Which do you want to hear first? Chu Xiaoran was getting impatient after waiting all day for a phone call, so he casually said, good news. Let's start with the bad news. Lin Feng said. Chu Xiaoran. I suddenly feel like swearing. Lin Feng said. The bad news is that Ningda Logistics from Jiangning also participated in the bidding project of 300 million yuan for Guangda Group. They have become my competitor. Jiangning actually participated in the bidding? Chu Xiaoran exclaimed. It seems this guy has been focusing on his career since leaving me. He's just a joke. You'll know when you hear the good news. Lin Feng kept everyone in suspense. What's the good news? Chu Xiaoran asked. Lin Feng said smugly. The good news is that Yu Yang, the project manager of the bidding project of China Everbright Group, called me privately and told me in secret that I must prepare the materials well and that I have a good chance this year. He even made no secret of his expectations for Lin's logistics over the phone. Before the bidding, someone from Party A called privately to urge Party B to make all the necessary preparations. Everyone understands what's going on. This is clearly giving Lin's logistics an opportunity. That's great. Chu Xiaoran exclaimed with delight. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel even more smug, saying, so, as long as we perform well, we'll most likely win the bid. As for Jiang Ning, he's just a clown who's there to make up the numbers. Chapter 36, Chu Xiaoran was drugged. But why are they suddenly so optimistic about Lin's freight? Chu Xiaoran questioned. Perhaps Wei Shui played a role, Lin Feng said. I've always said that Wei Shui is kind-hearted. After she calmed down, she put in a good word for me with Wei Qingmei. I should invite Wei Shui to dinner sometime. Wait, brother Lin Feng, I got a call. Chu Xiaoran's eyes lit up. Hao Qian finally called. After hanging up with Lin Feng, Chu Xiaoran hurriedly called Hao Qian and anxiously asked, Hey, Qian, what's going on? Hao Qian said succinctly, We've arranged to meet at the Heavenly Court Club tonight at 10 p.m. Mr. Wang will be talking to you. Huh? Chu Xiaoran was somewhat surprised. Discussing business late at night? And in a club? Why is that so strange? Mr. Wang is too busy. He has to discuss some business at the Heavenly Court Club tonight. Hao Qian said, Aren't you in a hurry? You can go and talk to him there. Otherwise, Mr. Wang is going on a business trip out of town tomorrow and won't be back for a long time. After hearing this, Chu Xiaoran understood. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Chu Xiaoran jumped up from the sofa and began to do her makeup. Today is a really good day. Lin Feng's project has made progress, and my opportunity has finally arrived. Chu Xiaoran became more and more excited as he thought about it, and even started humming a song. At 8 p.m. sharp, she arrived at the Heavenly Court Entertainment Club, where Hao Qian was already waiting for her at the entrance. Make sure you do your best when you meet President Wang later. Hao Qian instructed. I've been talking myself hoarse trying to get this opportunity. Oh, I know, you're the best. Chu Xiaoran linked arms with Hao Qian and affectionately nuzzled her shoulder. The two entered the club and went to a luxurious private room. Upon opening the door to the private room, A pungent smell of smoke and alcohol hit you. Wang Qingsheng, holding a cigar, sat in the middle of the sofa. He had a buzz cut, narrow eyes, a hooked nose, and a somewhat fierce appearance. He wore a plaid shirt, white shorts, and a thick gold chain around his neck. He acts like a gangster boss. Several heavily made-up women were drinking with Wang Qingsheng's subordinates on either side of him. When they saw Chu Xiaoran enter, they all put down their glasses and looked over. The scene before him immediately made Chu Xiaoran tense. Chu Xiaoran, right? Come and sit down. Wang Qingsheng patted the sofa next to him. Chu Xiaoran frowned and remained motionless. This doesn't look like a business meeting at all. Mr. Wang wants you to come over. Hurry up. Hao Qian urged him on and pushed Chu Xiaoran onto the sofa. Wang Qingsheng greedily sized up Chu Xiaoran, then grinned and said, Miss Chu, don't be nervous. Xiaoran, relax. Mr. Wang is our alumnus. Let's have a drink with him first. Hao Qian said, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Chu Xiaoran immediately became alert and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I don't drink alcohol. A beverage is fine with me too, Wang Qingsheng said generously. Don't be so reserved. More than 10 years ago, I was a dashing young man at Haicheng University. Only now I'm a bit greasy, huh? Wang Qingsheng made a joke, which greatly eased Chu Xiaoran's tension. Xiaoran, you talk to President Wang first. I'm going to the restroom. Hao Qian walked out the door, took out her phone, and made a call. When will the goods arrive? Immediately. A moment later, a man wearing a baseball cap approached Hao Qian with his head down and handed her a packet of medicine powder. Is this a single dose? Hao Qian asked. Yes, the man said. Hao Qian handed the money to the man, put the powder in her pocket, and returned to the private room. How did the talk with President Wang go? Hao Qian asked Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran's face turned red, and he looked somewhat angry. I cannot accept the conditions proposed by Mr. Wang. It turned out that Wang Qingsheng had secretly told her that he could accept the entire batch of goods, but Chu Xiaoran had to become his mistress. Wang Qingsheng said impatiently, Xiaoran, it's all about making money. Think it over again. No need to consider it. I won't accept it, Chu Xiaoran said through gritted teeth. Since you don't accept it, then forget it. As Wang Qingsheng spoke, he gave Hao Qian a wink. Hao Qian secretly poured the powder into a drink, then handed the glass to Chu Xiaoran. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's not hurt our relationship. Xiaoran, toast President Wang. Chu Xiaoran disliked Wang Qingsheng, but since Hao Qian had spoken up, he couldn't embarrass her. So she picked up her glass and said to Wang Qingsheng, Mr. Wang, I'm sorry to have wasted your time. Seeing that Chu Xiaoran had finished all the drinks, Wang Qingsheng smiled and said, Haha, there's nothing to apologize for. He moved closer to Chu Xiaoran, put a hand on Chu Xiaoran's shoulder, and said with a lewd grin, Xiaoran, when you're out making money, don't pretend to be so high and mighty. Meanwhile, outside the private room, the man in the baseball cap who had just sold medicine was pinned to the ground by two men and taken directly to the general manager's office upstairs before he could even leave the door. Shen Lingyue was in her office. It turns out that all of this happened right under Shen Lingyue's nose. After leaving the riverside, Shen Lingyue began to tour the various clubs under the group. The Heavenly Court Club was her last stop. She noticed Hao Qian bringing Chu Xiaoran here while she was talking to the staff at the bar. Shen Lingyue met Chu Xiaoran and Hao Qian at the police station and was deeply impressed by them. So I casually asked the bartender. However, this casual question revealed a clue. The bartender said that Wang Qingsheng, the owner of Fengyue Media, often comes here to discuss business, and the other business partners are all young girls. Each time, the girls would get completely drunk and have to be helped out. Upon hearing this, Shen Lingyue keenly sensed that there was a serious problem involved. She's been visiting stores these past few days and heard that some clubs are selling medicine. Ketamine, ecstasy, and other drugs are just some of the many varieties available. In order to rectify the atmosphere and crack down on criminals, Shen Lingyue has been visiting stores nonstop these days. She waved to a young man behind her. Xiao Lu, find a few people to keep an eye on that private room for me. Report to me immediately if anything seems amiss. Yes, Mr. Shen, Lu Dong replied. Although the Shen Group does legitimate business, it is inevitable that there will be some difficult customers in nightclubs like clubs. Therefore, they employed a group of security guards at each club, commonly known as thugs. Lu Dong is the security captain of the Heavenly Court Club. At this moment, Lu Dong had already escorted the man in the baseball cap to Shen Lingyue's office and reported, President Shen, this kid was selling medicine at our club. Just now, he sold a packet of aphrodisiac powder to a customer at Pantao Garden, and we caught him red-handed. Bastard. Shen Lingyue gritted her teeth and shouted coldly. But the next second, she seemed to understand something. It turns out that what Fengyue media called business discussions was actually a dirty trick played in the club. Lu Dong, take some men and stand guard at the entrance of the private room, ready to be deployed at any time. Shen Linghua said. Yes, Mr. Shun. Then, Shen Linghua took out her phone and called Jiang Ning. Xiao Ning, I have something interesting to tell you. Chu Xiaoran is at my club. Sister Linghua, where she is has absolutely nothing to do with me, Jiang Ning said calmly. However, there's a special situation now, Shen Linghua said playfully. She's probably been drugged. Chapter 37 Group Sex, Hero Saves the Beauty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning frowned slightly. Then, Shen Linghua briefly recounted what had just happened, as well as how Qian buying aphrodisiacs. She added at the end, Chu Xiaoran really has a wonderful best friend. Jiang Ning frowned. He had never had a good impression of Hao Qian. When Hao Qian was with Chu Xiaoran, she would always criticize him in front of him. However, Chu Xiaoran trusted Hao Qian a lot. This led Hao Qian to act arrogantly in front of Jiang Ning. Hao Qian even issued a threatening order to Jiang Ning. If you want to be friends with Xiaoran, you have to please me, or you're out of luck. In her previous life, Jiang Ning hated her to the extreme. But now, in Jiang Ning's eyes, they are not even as small as ants. Xiao Ning, what do you mean? Shen Linghua asked. Jiang Ning said calmly. What do you mean? How do you say it? Should I help or not? Shen Linghua said. It's up to you. Jiang Ning gave a cold laugh. You reap what you sow, Sister Linghua. Do as you please. A hint of joy flashed across Shen Linghua's stunningly beautiful face. It seems that Xiao Ning really has no feelings for her anymore. All right, I'll see what I can do then, Shen Linghua said. After hanging up the phone, Shen Linghua said to Lu Dong, go and handle this. After all, this is happening in our club. We can't allow this to happen. He was just testing Jiang Ning. Yes, Lu Dong replied. Inside the private room at Pantao Garden, Wang Qingsheng sat down next to Chu Xiaoran, one hand on Chu Xiaoran's shoulder, and smiled with narrowed eyes. Xiaoran, you really are my type. As long as you agree to be my mistress, I'll give you whatever you want. Mr. Wang, please don't do this. Chu Xiaoran pushed Wang Qingsheng's hand away. He never expected Wang Qingsheng to actually resort to violence. The next second, she got up angrily, wanting to leave. But as soon as he got up, he felt dizzy and his legs went weak, causing him to fall back onto the sofa. Why am I so dizzy? Chu Xiaoran was shocked and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Ha ha. I, Wang Qingsheng, have never failed to get the woman I set my sights on. She's extremely skilled at running this business at the Heavenly Court Club. The atmosphere is so conducive to getting girls drunk, and even if they don't drink, there are medicines for sale on site. If she happens to encounter a top-tier woman, she'll have her fun here first, then take her to a hotel, take some pills, and have her play all night. Xiaoran, just come with me. Wang Qingsheng grinned lewdly and reached out to pull off Chu Xiaoran's coat. No. Chu Xiaoran struggled and cried out to Hao Qian for help. Hao Qian, help me. Please help me. But by then, Hao Qian had already vanished without a trace. The other henchman also grinned lewdly and began to undress with the dancers around them. It seems she's going to cooperate with Wang Qingsheng for a group activity. Ha ha. Wang Qingsheng burst into laughter. That devilish laughter irritated every nerve in Chu Xiaoran's body. Chu Xiaoran grew increasingly weak, and finally, he collapsed limply to the ground. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, she seemed to see the door to the private room being kicked open, and a person leading the way rushing in. Then, she knew nothing more. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. Call. Chu Xiaoran was startled and sat up abruptly. Xiaoran, what are you doing? You scared me half to death. Chu's mother, Li Qin, was right by the bed. Why did you drink so much last night? You were completely drunk when you were brought back. Who brought me back? Chu Xiaoran asked hurriedly. A handsome young man, Li Qin said. I think he's no worse than Lin Feng, and he even drives a Mercedes. Without saying a word, Chu Xiaoran hurriedly ran to the bathroom to check. She is still a virgin. Her family was very strict when she was in school, and she didn't have a boyfriend because she had a crush on Raymond Lam. Later, when she was with Jiang Ning, she didn't want to give herself away, so at most they would just hold hands. After checking, Chu Xiaoran breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I am still a virgin. However, the effects of the medicine had not completely worn off, and my head was throbbing with pain. Why is this child so easily startled? Li Qin called out from the living room. I cooked porridge for you and put it on the coffee table. Chu Xiaoran staggered out of the bathroom and asked, Mom, what's the name of the man who brought me back? Lu Dong, Li Qin said. He also left his contact information, saying that if you have any questions, you can call him. Chu Xiaoran picked up the note left on the table and tried hard to recall the scene from yesterday. Last night, Before she lost consciousness, she seemed to see someone lead the way and rush into the private room. If I'm not mistaken, it was Lu Dong who saved her. She picked up her phone, intending to call Lu Dong to find out the details. However, at that moment, Lin Feng called. Chu Xiaoran frowned and answered the phone. Hey Xiaoran, why didn't you answer your phone all night last night? What are you up to? Lin Feng immediately launched into a tirade of complaints. Chu Xiaoran was instantly furious, but he tried his best to suppress it and said, My phone is on silent. Didn't you go to discuss a collaboration last night? Lin Feng asked anxiously. How did the collaboration go? Chu Xiaoran frowned and said coldly, The talks didn't go through. Huh? What happened? Lin Feng asked with a hint of reproach in his voice. Xiaoran, did you say something wrong? How could you waste such a good opportunity? A good opportunity? Heh. Chu Xiaoran sneered. You want me to succeed in this cooperation, right? Of course, Lin Feng said. Xiaoran, do you want to try again? See if there's still a chance? How about inviting Wang Qingxing out for dinner tonight? After all, they're alumni. Enough. Chu Xiaoran had a splitting headache and finally couldn't help but roar. Xiaoran. Lin Feng was stunned. Chu Xiaoran. She actually yelled at me? After a few seconds of silence, Chu Xiaoran said, I'm sorry, I didn't control my emotions. She remembered that before she went to discuss business, she sought Lin Feng's opinion, and Lin Feng fully supported her and kept encouraging her. She's getting angrier the more she thinks about it. If it were Jiang Ning, he wouldn't just shout slogans. He would definitely accompany her to the talks in person. When I was dating Jiang Ning, he accompanied me to company interviews the whole time. If Jiang Ning were here, he wouldn't let her suffer the slightest grievance. After a brief silence, Lin Feng said, Xiaoran, since you left Jiang Ning, your emotions have become increasingly unstable. Do you regret it? Or do you think I'm not as good as him? It has nothing to do with this. Chu Xiaoran felt extremely irritated. You're lying, Lin Feng said. Because I didn't give you a better life. Stop talking, I don't want to hear this. Chu Xiaoran interrupted Lin Feng. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then continued. Xiaoran, please don't let other people affect our relationship, okay? Once I win the bidding project from Everbright Group, I'll go to your house to talk to your aunt and uncle about the engagement. They'll definitely agree then. Just give me a little more time. Chu Xiaoran took a deep breath, his mind a complete mess. Let's put the engagement on hold for now. Chapter 38 Garage Battle. Let's put the engagement on hold for now. These words were spoken in Chu Xiaoran's heart, and she almost blurted them out. However, he held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The other person was Raymond Lam, the white moonlight she had secretly loved for so many years. Isn't the marriage between the two exactly what she wanted most? But why couldn't she muster even the slightest interest? Seeing Chu Xiaoran remain silent, Lin Feng continued. Xiaoran, I will prove myself. I will show you that Jiang Ning doesn't even have the right to compete with me. I have a phone call coming in. Chu Xiaoran interrupted Lin Feng. It was Hao Qian calling. Chu Xiaoran was furious when he saw Hao Qian's call. Upon answering Hao Qian's call, Chu Xiaoran roared. Hao Qian, how dare you call me? Xiaoran, what do you mean? Hao Qian asked, feigning surprise. Where were you last night when Wang Qingsheng was bullying me? Chu Xiaoran asked. What? Hao Qian pretended to know nothing and asked in surprise. Xiaoran, how did you get bullied by President Wang? Yesterday, Wang Qingsheng drugged my drink and knocked me out, Chu Xiaoran said, her voice filled with both grievance and anger. If someone hadn't caught us, I would definitely have been. Hao Qian pretended to be indignant and said, How could President Wang do this? Yesterday, I went to the restroom, and when I came back, I found that none of you were in the private room. I called President Wang, but he didn't answer the phone. I called you, but you didn't answer. Later, the bar girl told me that you had been taken home, and I was relieved. That is indeed the truth. To avoid suspicion, Hao Qian hid in the restroom for a long time yesterday. When she came back, the private room was empty. I called Wang Qingsheng, but his phone has been switched off, and I haven't been able to reach him since. She was also very flustered, fearing that things would be exposed. However, now that Chu Xiaoran didn't suspect her, she finally felt relieved. Xiaoran, it's all my fault for insisting on introducing Wang Qingsheng to you. Hao Qian said, appealing to your emotions. I was just trying to help you solve your family's difficulties. Don't say that, I didn't blame you. Chu Xiaoran didn't want to talk about being drugged anymore, and instead said, I need to contact the person who saved me yesterday this afternoon. If possible, I'll go and thank him in person. After all, his innocence was entirely due to others. Xiaoran, who saved you yesterday? Hao Qian asked curiously. I don't know either, Chu Xiaoran said. My mom just told me it was a handsome guy who drives a Mercedes G-Class, and she even left me his contact information. Upon hearing this, Hao Qian was so angry that she almost ground her teeth to powder. Damn it. How come Chu Xiaoran has such good luck with women? After Jiang Ning left, there was Lin Feng, and now a handsome guy in a Mercedes has arrived. Xiaoran, let me go with you to thank them. Hao Qian's lips curled into a sinister smile, but her tone was full of gratitude. I also have to thank them. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Okay, I'll let you know when we're done. Chu Xiaoran didn't refuse. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xiaoran contacted Lu Dong and learned that Lu Dong was the security director of the Heavenly Court Club. He was mostly resting during the day, but had more free time at night. So she arranged to go to the club that evening to express her gratitude. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Ning also learned about Chu Xiaoran's experience last night. It wasn't that he wanted to know, but rather that Shen Lingyue took the initiative to call and tell him. Xiaoning, Chu Xiaoran was in my club. If something happened to her, I can't escape responsibility. So, I had someone help her out yesterday, Shen Lingyue said. Jiang Ning said calmly. That's just her lucky break. All right, Xiaoning, let's not talk about her anymore. Shen Lingyue changed the subject and asked, are you free tonight? I'd like to ask you out. Jiang Ning laughed and said, even if you don't have time, you have to squeeze in some. Ha! Shen Lingyue laughed happily. After I returned to China, some friends have been wanting to get together with me. I've invited them to a gathering tonight. Why don't you come too? Jiang Ning asked in surprise. What would I do at Sister Lingyue's gathering? Xiaoning, this is a real opportunity. Shen Lingyue said seriously, my group of friends all come from top-tier families in Haiqing, and one of them is the son of the vice mayor of Haiqing. With such a powerful network of connections, you absolutely have to get involved. Jiang Ning felt secretly grateful. He wants to build his own business empire, and a network of connections is essential. With Shen Lingyue's help, he essentially took a shortcut. Okay, Jiang Ning said gratefully. Thank you, Sister Lingyue, for showing me the way. Don't mention it. I just wanted to see you too. Shen Ling smiled gently and said, 8 o'clock tonight, Heavenly Court Club, I'll be waiting for you. Good. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was evening. Jiang Ning changed her clothes, tidied herself up, and then went out. He arrived at the Heavenly Court Club at 7:30, more than half an hour early. Jiang Ning parked his car in the underground parking lot and prepared to go upstairs. However, as they rounded a corner, 3 men suddenly rushed out from the shadows. They wore masks and wielded clubs and machetes and began to attack Jiang Ning relentlessly. While hitting him, he kept shouting, I'll kill you. Jiang Ning reacted quickly, retreating rapidly and positioning himself between the 2 vehicles. Because the space is narrow, it can only accommodate 1 person at a time. The guy wielding the steel pipe yelled and was the first to rush towards Jiang Ning. The gleaming steel pipe, as thick as a forearm, slammed down on Jiang Ning's head. In the confined space, Jiang Ning skillfully dodged the opponent's attack, stepped forward, and delivered a powerful knee strike to the opponent's lower abdomen. Whoa! The opponent's bladder seemed to have been shattered, causing him excruciating pain and instantly rendering him unable to fight. Jiang Ning seized the steel pipe and slammed it into the other man's face. The blow was very powerful. It shattered the opponent's mask, causing blood to spurt from his nose and mouth, and leaving his face a blurry mess. Whether they are dead or alive is unknown. Seeing this, the 2 behind dared not make any rash moves and stood guard at the exits of the 2 workshops, unsure whether to go in or retreat. Jiang Ning smiled coldly and walked out from between the 2 vehicles, carrying the steel pipe. Who are you? Chop it down. One of the men wearing a clown mask let out a loud shout. The 2 men, wielding machetes, charged at Jiang Ning. It's all right, no need for help. Jiang Ning called out to the 2 behind them. The 2 men were startled and instinctively looked behind them. Behind me was pitch blackness and emptiness. Bang! One of them was hit on the back of the neck by a steel pipe from Jiang Ning and immediately lost consciousness. The clown realized he had been tricked and angrily swung his knife at Jiang Ning. But Jiang Ning was prepared. He ducked to avoid the knife and swung the steel pipe at the opponent's waist. Oh! The opponent, in pain, retreated repeatedly. Jiang Ning gave his opponent no chance to catch his breath, lunged forward, and kicked him. Bang! The clown was kicked backward and slammed hard against the wall. The machete in his hand fell to the ground. Jiang Ning picked up the machete and charged forward. Puffed! The sharp blade pierced through the clown's collarbone, and due to the excessive force, it also embedded itself several centimeters into the wall behind him, pinning the clown to the wall. At this moment, Jiang Ning was like a bloodthirsty beast, his eyes gleaming with a cold, bloodthirsty light. He reached out and ripped off the other person's mask. Chapter 39: The Most Exquisite Twin Sisters. Brother, I'll never do it again. The other party endured the excruciating pain and begged for mercy. crying with snot and tears streaming down their face, looking extremely pathetic. This person was none other than Hao Qian's ex-boyfriend, Lu Ao. At the Datong bar, Jiang Ming once cut off his middle finger. Unexpectedly, he didn't learn his lesson and actually came looking for revenge. You're asking for it. Jiang Ming forcefully pulled out the cleaver, and the other man fell to his knees with a thud, blood gushing from his wound. I was wrong, brother. I'll never do it again, Lu Ao pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Isn't it a bit too late to admit your mistake now? Jiang Ming's eyes turned cold, and he swung his cleaver. Brush. Lu Ao felt a chill in his ear, followed by an excruciating pain. A bloody ear fell off. Lu Ao was writhing in pain, but having learned from his previous experience, he knew that some organs could be pieced back together, so he crawled over in a disheveled state to pick up his ear. Jiang Ming picked up the ear and said coldly, opportunities don't come every time. Lu Ao covered the side of his head where he had lost an ear and kept begging for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. Actually, I didn't want to take revenge on you. It was Lin Feng who instigated me. I shouldn't have listened to him. Lin Feng. Jiang Ming frowned. He remembered that Lu Ao seemed to be Lin Feng's friend. Hao Qian met Lu Ao through Lin Feng's party. Lu Ao was severely beaten by Jiang Ming at the lobby bar last time, and Jiang Ming even took 60,000 yuan from him. Although he was resentful, he was too scared of Jiang Ming to seek revenge. But after his injuries healed somewhat, Raymond Lam came to urge him on. They said Jiang Ming was just a rich kid with no real ability, and that if they got a few more people to teach him a lesson, he'd be completely finished. After being brainwashed by Lin Feng several times, Lu Ao's desire for revenge was ignited. In the past few days, he found two brothers to secretly find opportunities to follow Jiang Ming. Finally, I found an opportunity tonight. Upon hearing Lu Ao mention Lin Feng, a ruthless glint flashed across Jiang Ming's face. Lin Feng, I originally thought of you as a bug and let you fend for yourself, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and anger began to rise within him. Lin Feng is a bad guy. He deliberately provoked us. Lu Ao's lips trembled with pain. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll break off all ties with him. Please, can I get my ears back? At this moment, several security guards from the Heavenly Court Club rushed into the basement. Hey, stop causing trouble. It turns out that the monitoring room had just seen a fight in the underground parking garage, so security personnel came down to maintain order. The leader was Lu Dong. I didn't cause any trouble, Jiang Ming said calmly. Stop talking nonsense. Is this a place for you to run wild? Lu Dong shouted. Call the police and arrest all four of them. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Jiang Ming's eyes. Where were you when I was in danger? Jiang Ming coldly looked at Lu Dong. Isn't it redundant for you to come here and show off now? After saying that, he brushed past Lu Dong and prepared to leave. Don't let him go. Lu Dong waved his hand. Several of his men surrounded Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's expression turned cold, and he suddenly turned around, punching Lu Dong hard on the bridge of his nose. Bang! Blood splattered. Before Lu Dong could even see the other person's movements clearly, he felt an intense pain in his face, and blood gushed from his nose like a fountain. He was in so much pain that he lost his bearings and collapsed to the ground with a thud, howling in agony. Brother Dong! Brother Dong! Seeing this, everyone rushed to help Lu Dong. Mind your own business. Jiang Ming flicked his hand at Lu Dong and strode away. Snap! Something landed on Lu Dong's chest. Everyone stared intently at it and immediately screamed in fright. Ears, it's ears. The next second, a figure walked over, picked up the ear, and threatened. If you dare to call the police, I'll kill you. Then, Lu Ao staggered out of the garage. Lu Dong and the others were extremely shocked. That guy was way too ruthless. Lu Dong's men were filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I didn't make a move just now, otherwise I would have been in big trouble today. Jiang Ming arrived at the first floor of the Heavenly Court Clubhouse. It's not time yet, and Shun Linghua hasn't arrived. Jiang Ming asked for directions to the restroom, went in, and washed the bloodstains off his hands. After leaving the restroom, Jiang Ming prepared to wait for Shun Linghua at the door. Just then, a voice came. Jiang Ming, what are you doing here? Jiang Ming looked up and saw that it was Chu Xiaoran and Hao Qian walking over. Jiang Ming ignored it, wiping the bloodstains on his body with a tissue as he walked towards the door. Hey Jiang Ming. Hao Qian blocked Jiang Ming's way and scolded. Why didn't you greet us when you saw us coming? When Jiang Ming and Chu Xiaoran were together before, Hao Qian was very arrogant because she was Chu Xiaoran's best friend. Although the two have broken up, Hao Qian's personality hasn't changed. She remains arrogant. Especially since Jiang Ming took her 30,000 yuan deposit last time, and because of that incident, She broke up with Lu Ao. She resented Jiang Ning even more. Get out of the way, Jiang Ning said coldly to Hao Qian. Hao Qian glared at her and scolded. Why are you staring at me like that? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Then, as usual, she complained to Chu Xiaoran. Xiaoran, look at him. He's a completely different person since he broke up with you. You made a mistake in loving him back then. Chu Xiaoran sighed and said, Jiang Ning, do you have to hate me so much we can still be friends after breaking up? Get lost, Jiang Ning said calmly. This single word dealt a devastating blow to Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran felt humiliated and angrily said, Jiang Ning, you said such vicious things to me because you hate me. Don't you let's put aside the wedding incident and part ways amicably, can't we? Jiang Ning almost laughed at those words. How am I malicious? What do you mean by setting aside the wedding? Moreover, I have no intention of having anything to do with you. It's you who have always been unwilling to part amicably. Xiao Ran is angry with you. Apologize to Xiao Ran right now. Hao Qian scolded. You bullied a woman. You must apologize. Jiang Ning paid no attention to them, reaching into his pocket to wipe away the blood, but he had run out of tissues. Apologize. Hao Qian shouted angrily again. Jiang Ning frowned and walked up to Hao Qian. Hao Qian genuinely believed Jiang Ning had come to apologize, and she acted arrogantly, her nostrils flaring up. The next second, Jiang Ning grabbed Hao Qian's clothes and ripped them hard. Sizzle. Hao Qian's thin coat was ripped to shreds. Chapter 40 The Queen Arrives. Then, Jiang Ning pulled off Hao Qian's coat and used it to wipe the blood off his own arm. The next second, he threw the clothes directly into the trash can. If I weren't out of paper, I really wouldn't bother using your dirty coat. Jiang Ning, you. Hao Qian was terrified by the violent scene in Jiang Ning. Still shaken, she looked down at her blood-stained coat in the trash can and immediately flew into a rage. You used violence against me? You call this violence? Jiang Ning sneered. Should I sew your mouth shut and show you what real violence is? Jiang Ning, that's enough. Chu Xiaoran shouted. Don't threaten me with those street thug tactics. I know your own limitations. In Chu Xiaoran's memory, Jiang Ning seemed to have fought for her twice, and each time he was beaten badly by the other party. Has he been beaten up again? That's why he takes his anger out on girls. Just then, a figure walked out of the elevator. Hello, Miss Chu. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm Lu Dong. A man in a black suit with a bandage on his nose walked over. Lu Dong is over 1.8 meters tall, with a straight posture and good looks, but the bandage covers his nose, making it impossible to see his full appearance. Hello, Mr. Lu, what brings you here? Chu Xiaoran was somewhat surprised. Lu Dong glanced at Jiang Ning beside him, a deep sense of apprehension flashing in his eyes. He quickly said, It's nothing, I just bumped into him. It's so shameful to say you were beaten up. Moreover, he knew the other party was ruthless and didn't want to escalate the situation. Oh, Chu Xiaoran nodded. Mr. Lu, thank you for last night. Xiao Ran told me that you bravely saved her last night. Hao Qian leaned forward and said to Lu Dong, We really should thank you. Only then did Lu Dong look at Hao Qian. I was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the person who drugged me yesterday? But today she's acting like nothing happened. She's quite cunning. No need to be so polite. Miss Chu is so beautiful. Of course I wouldn't stand idly by if I saw her in such a situation, Lu Dong said righteously. He fell deeply in love with Chu Xiaoran after taking her home last night. Therefore, in their words, they try to highlight their own achievements. Jiang Ning, look at him. Hao Qian roared at Jiang Ning, who was a few meters away. If it weren't for President Lu yesterday, your ex-girlfriend would have been ruined. Jiang Ning dared to tear her clothes just now, so she's determined to humiliate him properly today. Hao Qian. Chu Xiaoran glared at Hao Qian. Although it's true, the wording is just too harsh. What do you mean by wasteful? Jiang Ning frowned, then suddenly said to Hao Qian, You acted well. Yesterday you drugged Chu Xiaoran, but today you're pretending to be a good guy. Hollywood should award you an Oscar. As he spoke, he dialed Shun Lingyue's number. Shun Lingyue was an eyewitness. Her arrival dispelled all doubts. Jiang Ning, what do you mean? Hao Qian bared her teeth and shouted at Jiang Ning to cover up her guilty conscience. President Lu saved your ex-girlfriend, and you're not even going to come over and thank him? Don't you have any manners at all? Forget it. Hao Qian, there's no point in arguing with someone like that. Chu Xiaoran said, We're here to thank Mr. Lu, so let's not let him affect his mood. Chu Xiaoran's tone was both protective and contemptuous. This naturally reflects Lu Dong's protectiveness and Jiang Ning's contempt. In essence, what she did was to compete with Jiang Ning. By the way, Mr. Lu, I was feeling a bit dizzy yesterday. I hope I didn't get your Mercedes G-Class dirty. Chu Xiaoran said deliberately, Aren't you Jiang Ning rich? Let me show you the men I know. They're successful and no less capable than you. It's all right, it's all right. Lu Dong smiled. Miss Chu not only didn't dirty my car, but she also added a touch of fragrance to the interior. Haha, Mr. Lu, you're so eloquent. Chu Shaoran was overjoyed. I really don't know how to thank you enough, Mr. Lu. When do you have time? I'll treat you to dinner. When Chu Shaoran said these words, his eyes would always inadvertently glance at Jiang Ning. He tried to find a hint of jealousy and envy on Jiang Ning's face. To her disappointment, Jiang Ning had already given up on them and turned to walk towards the door, seemingly having made an appointment with someone. You're too kind, Miss Chu. How about this? I'll arrange a time to meet you tomorrow, and it'll be on me, Lu Dong said smoothly. Chu Shaoran frowned as he watched Jiang Ning's retreating figure and absent-mindedly replied, How can I let you treat me? Miss Chu, please don't refuse. A man should treat us, Lu Dong said with a hearty expression. TSK, TSK, TSK. Listen to this. Now that's what a man should be like. Hao Qian gave a thumbs up. Just then, the club door was pushed open, and a stunningly beautiful woman hurried in. It's Shen Linghua. She immediately spotted Jiang Ning standing at the door and quickly went over to him. Xiao Ning, have you been waiting long? No, Sister Linghua, I just arrived too. Jiang Ning smiled gently. This scene suddenly made Chu Shaoran feel extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Ning was actually waiting for that woman. Jiang Ning was incredibly cold to me, but she greeted her with a smile. That smile, it used to be reserved only for me. At this moment, Shen Linghua also noticed this side. She frowned slightly and looked at Lu Dong. Lu Dong, what happened to your nose? Chapter 41, A Shocking Reversal. A look of panic flashed across Lu Dong's face. It's nothing, Mr. Shen. I just bumped into it by accident. It's good that you're all right. Shen Linghua frowned. What are you chatting about? Go and get back to your work. Chu Shaoran frowned, stopped Lu Dong, and asked, Who is she to you? Chu Shaoran had seen Shen Linghua at a bar before and knew about her background. But she didn't know that the club belonged to the Shen group. Lu Dong said in a low voice, She's my boss. Oh. Chu Shaoran was startled. When he looked at Shen Linghua again, his imposing manner weakened somewhat. Hao Qian, however, was not afraid of making things worse and confronted Shen Linghua directly, saying, President Shen, Mr. Lu bravely saved my best friend yesterday. Can't we even come over to express our gratitude and have a few casual words? Upon hearing this, Shen Linghua was quite surprised. A heroic act? She glanced at Lu Dong coldly. Lu Dong was immediately filled with panic. He said that just to show off. Hao Qian really has no restraint when it comes to talking. President Shen, is there a problem with his act of bravery? Encouraged by Hao Qian, Chu Shaoran also began to confront Shen Linghua directly. Since Mr. Lu is your employee, shouldn't you reward him for his act of bravery? A mocking smile appeared on Shen Linghua's delicate face as she walked up to Chu Shaoran. Chu Shaoran is also a beauty, but when she stands next to Shen Linghua, her aura instantly diminishes. Miss Chu, I have to remind you, not every man is as honest and reliable as Xiao Ning. Shen Linghua said, then suddenly snapped at Lu Dong. Lu Dong, is it really meaningful for you to lie to a young girl? I was wrong, Mr. Shen. Lu Dong trembled in fright and hurriedly said, I wasn't doing a good deed last night. It was your order that I went to help Miss Chu. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Shaoran and Hao Qian were instantly stunned and speechless. Was it Shen Linghua who gave the order? Shen Linghua glanced at Chu Shaoran disdainfully. You're Xiao Ning's ex-girlfriend. I have to give Xiao Ning face. Do you really think there's such a thing as a hero saving a damsel in distress? For Jiang Ning's sake? Chu Shaoran looked at Jiang Ning in astonishment. It turns out that I was able to escape last night, thanks to Jiang Ning. She instantly lost her previous arrogance. Chu Shaoran was too ashamed to face Jiang Ning, so he could only glare angrily at Lu Dong. That liar. Lu Dong was extremely embarrassed and said to Shen Linghua with a disheveled face, President Shen, I have to go now. After saying that, he prepared to make his escape. Wait. Shen Linghua reached out and said, Where did you park my Mercedes G-Class last night? I need to use it later. Lu Dong blushed and said, President Shen, it's in the underground parking garage. As he spoke, he took out the keys to his Mercedes-Benz G-Class and handed them to Shen Linghua. This scene completely broke Chu Shaoran and Hao Qian's defenses. Even the Mercedes-Benz G-Class isn't his. That Lu Dong is disgusting. Just now, Chu Shaoran even brought up the G-Wagon to put Jiang Ning in a bad light. As a result, he was slapped in the face. Chu Shaoran just wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. He had completely lost face. Mr. Shen, may I leave now? Lu Dong asked, looking down. Go ahead and get busy. Shen Linghua waved her hand. Liar, big liar. Hao Qian shouted in the direction Lu Dong ran off to. Shen Linghua glared sharply at Hao Qian. You still have the nerve to insult others? Don't you know what you've done? I. Hao Qian panicked immediately, a sense of foreboding washing over her. You bought aphrodisiacs last night and poisoned your best friend. Hasn't the police found you yet? What? Chu Shaoran looked at Hao Qian in disbelief. Hao Qian, was it you who drugged me last night? In an instant, Chu Shaoran felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Hao Qian was speechless and lowered her head in silence. Shen Lingyue smiled meaningfully. Oh, perhaps the drug seller hasn't implicated you yet? But it doesn't matter. My people filmed you during the transaction yesterday. I'll have someone send the evidence to the police station, and the police will find you soon. Buying drugs and poisoning people can land you in jail. Huh. Hao Qian almost collapsed to the ground. Miss Shun, please have mercy, she pleaded, her voice trembling with tears. I had completely forgotten about you, but you insisted on seeking attention. Shen Lingyue said coldly. Miss Shun, please don't expose me, I beg you. Hao Qian pleaded desperately, but Shen Lingyue ignored her completely. She immediately went to Jiang Ning and begged, Jiang Ning, please, for the sake of our classmate relationship, help me beg Miss Shun. She could tell that Shen Lingyue treated Jiang Ning very well. If Jiang Ning speaks up, Shen Lingyue will definitely give him face. Jiang Ning, however, found it laughable. Hao Qian, did you really have to make a scene like this? Are you feeling better now? Jiang Ning, I was wrong. I was rude to you just now. I admit my mistake. Please help me. Hao Qian begged for forgiveness with snot and tears streaming down her face. Let me help you? You're dreaming. Jiang Ning coldly refused. Xiao Ning, all my friends are here. Let's go to the party. Shen Lingyue ignored Chu Shaoran and Hao Qian and smiled as she took Jiang Ning's arm. You look quite handsome today. Of course, I can't let Sister Lingyue down at her high-end gathering. Jiang Ning said with a smile. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Chu Shaoran stood there, lost in thought. Shaoran, I was out of my mind too. Please don't blame me. Just tell the police that I was just joking with you. Then they won't arrest me. Hao Qian pleaded. Chu Shaoran's eyes reddened, and he shook his head through gritted teeth. She never dreamed that her best friend could be so vicious. She was heartbroken over Hao Qian. Roll. Chu Shaoran gritted his teeth, threw down a sentence, and walked out the door dejectedly. At that moment, she felt so sad, so angry, so depressed, and so ashamed. She really wanted to cry her heart out without any restraint. At this moment, on the top floor of the Heavenly Court Clubhouse, in the luxurious VIP box numbered 100, a wide variety of high-end wines and foods are on display. Shen Lingyue's friends have all arrived and are now chatting happily in the private room. Sorry everyone, I had something to do downstairs, and I'm a little late. Shen Lingyue pushed open the door to the private room and apologized repeatedly. He then gestured to Jiang Ning, saying, Let me introduce you all. This is my good friend, Jiang Ning, the future successor of the Jiang Group. Everyone politely smiled at them. Of course, it was just a perfunctory gesture to save face for Shen Lingyue. Next, Shen Lingyue introduced the people in the private room to Jiang Ning one by one. This is Kong Fei, the vice president of Minghai Group. Sister Fei. This is Qin Chao, the son of our Haiqing deputy mayor. Brother Chao. Shen Lingyue introduced each person in great detail, and Jiang Ning stepped forward to shake hands and greet her. He had already changed out of his bloodstained clothes and now looked completely innocent and harmless. Next, to welcome Shen Lingyue back to the country, everyone raised their glasses and drank with her. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, was neglected. However, he didn't think it was a big deal. After all, this was the first time meeting these people, and the Jiang family's power was currently inferior to theirs, so it was normal for them to be ignored. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew increasingly lively, with the experts speaking freely about the current economic situation and the future of Haiqing. At this moment, someone suddenly asked, I heard that the old factory area is supposed to be relocated soon? Is that true? Chapter 42. Only by hitting a brick wall will one understand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but prick up his ears. The demolition documents for the old factory area haven't been issued yet, but this person seems to have good connections. Everyone turned their attention to Qin Chao. Qin Chao is the vice mayor's son, so he'll definitely know immediately if Haiqing makes any moves. Qin Chao nodded and said, Yes, I heard it from my dad too. So, why don't we just buy the land in the old factory area now and wait for the demolition? Someone said. It's too late, Qin Chao said. The demolition documents for the old factory area will be issued soon. Why? A huge sum of compensation for demolition. We just missed it. Pity. A collective sigh rippled through the crowd. However, if you have money on hand, there are still opportunities to make money through investment, Qin Chao said. Everyone looked at Qin Chao with expectant expressions. The higher-ups have always wanted to develop our city into a financial city, which I believe everyone knows. So after the old factory area is demolished, a CBD financial business building will be built in the future to create a new business district, Qin Xiao said. And there is a project under construction right next to the old factory area, which includes hotels, business facilities, and more. The company in charge of the project is a small construction company. They are not well informed and are currently experiencing cash flow problems, so they need someone to take over. If someone can inject funds and revitalize the project, the old factory area will be transformed and immediately drive the surrounding business industries, and the project's assets will instantly multiply several times. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately intrigued. Mr. Shun, didn't you say before that you were looking for suitable investment projects? That place should be a good fit for you. Qin Xiao said. Of course, I'm just suggesting. Upon hearing this, Shun Lingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she was deeply moved. The Shun Group is currently experiencing slow growth and urgently needs to find a new breakthrough. If we can leverage that project and invest more funds to develop projects suitable for the business district in the surrounding area, we will be able to take off once the policy is implemented. That's a good suggestion, worth considering, Shun Lingyue said. If you want to do it, you'd better hurry, someone said. It seems the demolition documents will be issued in the next couple of days. If the other party finds out, they definitely won't sell the project. Shun Lingyue's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Speed is of the essence in war. If the demolition documents are issued soon, we really need to act quickly. Does anyone have the builder's contact information? Could you help me connect with him so we can meet and talk tomorrow? Shun Lingyue said. My dad should know them, said the son of a construction company executive. I'll get in touch with them for you now. Thank you so much, Shun Lingyue said gratefully. However, at this moment, Jiang Ning, who had been silent, whispered in Shun Lingyue's ear, Sister Lingyue, it's best not to touch those projects for now, or you'll end up with a bad investment. Huh? Shun Lingyue exclaimed in surprise. Really? Jiang Ning nodded. He couldn't bear to watch Shun Lingyue jump into the fire. Shun Lingyue immediately stopped the young master, saying, Don't make the call yet. The former was taken aback. What's wrong, Mr. Shun? Shun Lingyue said. Let's put this matter aside for now. Let it go. The former frowned. If we let it go any longer, it will be too late. Shun Lingyue didn't know how to explain, so she just smiled awkwardly and said, It's okay. If there's not enough time, we won't do it. He believed Jiang Ning's words, and Jiang Ning never disappointed him. Everyone was stunned. It seems that Jiang Ning whispered a few words in Shun Lingyue's ear just now, and Shun Lingyue immediately changed her mind. What exactly did that kid say? A hint of displeasure flashed across Qin Xiao's face as he looked calmly at Shun Lingyue and Jiang Ning. Is there anything we can't say openly? After all, it was his suggestion just now. Shun Lingyue looked at Jiang Ning, hoping that Jiang Ning would give a reasonable explanation that would convince Qin Xiao. Seeing this, Jiang Ning knew he could no longer remain silent. He frowned and said, The old city area is indeed going to be demolished, but the direction of the old city area's transformation is not finance, but logistics. Therefore, that area will be developed into a bonded warehouse zone, not a business CBD, and surrounding business projects will be gradually halted. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Logistics? I've never heard of that. Where did you get this information? Doesn't that sound absurd? Qin Xiao's eyes flickered, and a hint of contempt appeared on his face. Am I, the son of a deputy mayor, less well-informed than you? Our Haiqing has always been committed to building a financial and business city. How could we suddenly get into logistics? That's absurd, Qin Xiao said with a gloomy face. Seeing that Qin Xiao was unhappy, Kong Fei also turned cold and said to Jiang Ning, Don't bring unreliable rumors into our public sphere, okay? Several young men cast disdainful glances at Jiang Ning. Hero who saved lives. Saving lives is your specialty, so don't talk nonsense about finances. Yeah, hero, you want to cross over into another field? Huh. Originally, these people didn't take Jiang Ning seriously, but they were still relatively polite to him because of Shun Lingyue. But Jiang Ning's remarks just now clearly offended Qin Xiao, so they naturally had to teach Jiang Ning a lesson. Shun Lingyue quickly said, Don't take it seriously, everyone. Jiang Ning was just joking. Shun Lingyue was also a little stunned for a moment, but she couldn't stand by and watch these people bully Jiang Ning, so she stepped in to smooth things over. This joke isn't funny at all, Kong Fei said. It will mislead other people. If you believe the current situation, then you have truly been misled, Jiang Ning said. Since he's already offended someone, he might as well be a little tougher. Jiang Ning, who had been a powerful and ruthless figure throughout his life, could not possibly be unaware of this principle. The more humble you are in front of these people, the less status and presence you will make yourself feel. Therefore, Jiang Ning planned to speak out and wait for the prophecy to come true so that he would leave a more distinct impression on this group of people. This is much more effective than trying to please them. While thinking, Jiang Ning spoke eloquently. A new mayor will be transferred to our city soon, and everything will be carried out in accordance with the new mayor's plan. The new mayor was brought in specifically for the purpose of transformation. The future of Haiqing is to build a new city based on logistics, and logistics development is the first step. In my previous life, at this point in time, a new mayor was indeed swiftly appointed. If I remember correctly, the news would have been circulating in Haiqing in the next few days. A few months later, a new mayor took office and began sweeping reforms in Haiqing. Many existing projects have been halted. If these people remain based on the existing information, they will lose money no matter what they do. However, upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, everyone burst into laughter, their eyes all turning towards Qin Chao. If a new mayor were to be appointed, would Qin Chao find out later than you would? Funny. Seeing that no one believed him, Jiang Ning didn't bother to argue and said to Shen Linghua, "Sister Linghua, I have something to do, so I have to go first." Then he stood up and said to everyone, "I apologize, everyone, I have to take my leave." After speaking, Jiang Ning turned and left. There's no point in saying more now. Only when these people hit a wall will they truly understand him. Seeing that the two sides were getting a little upset, Shen Linghua stopping Jiang Ning. "Xiao Ning, let me take you." She got up to see Jiang Ning off. A disdainful look came from behind. "What is that? Is he qualified to talk about Haiqing's future in front of us? This kid is just here to make us laugh." Shen Linghua frowned, and before leaving, she turned back and threw out a sentence. "Don't dwell on it. Just say less." As they exited the private room, Shen Linghua comforted her. "Xiao Ning, don't be angry. These people are used to being arrogant. I'll teach them a lesson later." "Sister Linghua, I'm not angry. Don't let me affect you." Jiang Ning smiled. "Don't worry, it won't happen," Shen Linghua said gently with a smile. After seeing Jiang Ning off, Shen Linghua returned to the private room, but she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Everyone looked embarrassed, staring at each other blankly. "What's wrong?" Shen Linghua asked. "Did I spoil everyone's mood because of what I just said?" Kong Fei leaned closer and said, "Lingyu, your friend was right." Qin Chao also looked embarrassed and said, "My dad just called me and told me to keep a low profile recently. A new mayor is being transferred here, and the official document will be issued within 2 months." Shen Linghua was taken aback. Xiao Ning's words have come true so quickly? The people in the private room looked solemn, and their previous arrogance had vanished, because they have all invested in some new projects recently. But judging from the current situation, the future looks bleak. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room became somber. Chapter 43, When did Lin Feng become like this? On the other side, Jiang Ning drove out of the parking lot, preparing to go home and sleep. But he hadn't eaten much all night and was getting a little hungry. When passing by some food stalls on the street, I would stop temporarily to buy something to eat. Just then, he saw a familiar figure sitting by the roadside, looking lost and seemingly preoccupied. It was Chu Xiaoran. After leaving the Heavenly Court Club, she was extremely depressed and, in a moment of distraction, accidentally missed a step and twisted her ankle. The series of blows broke her down, so she simply sat by the roadside and secretly shed tears to vent her emotions. At that moment, she also saw Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning." Chu Xiaoran limped forward. Jiang Ning frowned, took the snack from the vendor, and got into the car without paying any attention to Chu Xiaoran. "Jiang Ning, could you give me a ride?" Chu Xiaoran asked, standing by the car. "You're really shameless." Jiang Ning ate her snacks heartily, not even glancing at Chu Xiaoran. "Go hail a taxi yourself." Chu Xiaoran frowned. "But I sprained my ankle." "What? Does sprained ankle mean you can't take a taxi?" Jiang Ning found her logic ridiculous. "But we're clearly going the same way," Chu Xiaoran said. "Who said I'd give you a ride just because it's on my way?" Jiang Ning finished his snack in a few bites and said, "Step back. I'm in a hurry to get home." Then, he closed the car door, stepped on the gas, and sped away. Chu Xiaoran gritted his teeth in anger. "Jiang Ning, even though we've broken up, my feet are still swollen. Can't you even feel sorry for me?" Left with no other option, she had to take a taxi home by herself. Chu Xiaoran returned home dejectedly, rushed into the bathroom, and burst into unrestrained sobs. Her makeup was already ruined from crying. Looking at her haggard face, bloodshot eyes, and dark circles under her eyes in the mirror, she suddenly felt very tired. She hastily washed her face, too lazy to even change her clothes, went back to her bedroom, took a few sleeping pills, and collapsed onto the bed. She's been having trouble sleeping lately, and Lin Feng bought her sleeping pills for her. All she wants to do right now is clear her mind and have a good long sleep. She desperately needs some quiet rest. The medicine quickly took effect, and she calmed down. In a daze, scenes of Jiang Ning fawning over her in the past flashed through her mind, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Then came a deep sleepiness. When she woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Lin Feng called several times on my phone. She lazily got up and called Lin Feng back. Xiaoran, why did it take you so long to call me back? Lin Feng complained. Did you see that news? Jiang Ning really got lucky. What news? Chu Xiaoran asked, somewhat confused. The old factory area is going to be demolished, Lin Feng said. Oh. Chu Xiaoran instantly snapped out of his daze. Hasn't the old factory area been quiet all this time? Why is it happening so suddenly? I don't know either, Lin Feng said. That's why they say Jiang Ning is lucky. Chu Xiaoran opened the news, and indeed, the headline was about the demolition and renovation of the old factory area. In order to align with the city's future planning direction, starting today, demolition and renovation will be carried out in the area surrounding the old factory area in Jiangbei District. The scope includes all businesses and individuals currently engaged in commercial activities within the demolition area are requested to relocate as soon as possible. The government will provide corresponding compensation measures. Chu Xiaoran felt a chill in his heart. What she cared about was not how much compensation Jiang Ning would receive for the demolition. Rather, did Jiang Ning already know that the old factory site would be demolished before buying it? Thinking about it this way, Jiang Ning didn't buy this land for his own sake. Furthermore, Jiang Ning's decision to have the Chu family move out quickly was not an attempt to exterminate them, but rather because he knew in advance that the demolition would take place. It turned out that, just as Jiang Ning had said, what he did had nothing to do with him. For a moment, Chu Xiaoran was at a loss. She had initially concluded from this incident that Jiang Ning still had feelings for her. But now it seems that it was all just my own imagination. At this moment, she truly realized that Jiang Ning seemed to have completely broken up with her. Jiang Ning no longer has her in his heart. Xiaoran, why aren't you saying anything? After a brief silence, Lin Feng interrupted Chu Xiaoran's thoughts. Say, hee, what else can I say? Congratulations to Jiang Ning on receiving demolition compensation. Congratulations to Jiang Ning for completely abandoning me, Lin Feng said. Xiaoran, I know you're angry right now, but there's nothing we can do. That bastard is just luckier than us. With the shipwreck incident and the demolition compensation issue, he's even become a celebrity on the school forum. Chu Xiaoran sighed helplessly. Previously, there was a lot of gossip on the school forum, saying that Jiang Ning bought the land in the old factory area in order to win her back. Jiang Ning never responded, and even she believed it to be true. But now she realizes that Jiang Ning was simply too lazy to respond to these rumors. He only needed to wait calmly, and the rumors would fall apart on their own. Chu Xiaoran had never thought Jiang Ning was particularly intelligent. But now, she suddenly realized that Jiang Ning seemed to have always been very smart, but she had just been suppressing him. At that moment, a message popped up on the school forum. Mr. Jiang Ning, a former alumnus of Haicheng University, was awarded the university's Hall of Fame medal for his heroic act of saving 43 lives. The event is being broadcast live. Jiang Ning was invited back by the school to present an award. Chu Xiaoran was startled and clicked on it. At this moment, the host is building up the atmosphere. Mr. Jiang Ning is a graduate of our school's XX class. During his time at school, he had excellent academic performance and received the Outstanding Scholarship for 4 consecutive years. Furthermore, in the final business simulation competition, Jiang Ning led his team to defeat the formidable elite teams from Tsinghua and Peking universities, securing Haicheng University's first-ever national championship in business simulation. Jiang Ning has received countless honors. He is the pride of our Ocean University and the pride of Haicheng. Please give Jiang Ning a warm round of applause as he comes to the stage. At the awards ceremony, Jiang Ning slowly walked onto the stage, calm and composed. He wore a dark blue shirt, looking elegant and appropriate, and well-fitting tailored trousers. His hair was neat and tidy, and he wore a pair of slightly discolored half-rimmed glasses. He exudes composure, competence, and striking good looks. Especially his calm and aloof expression, which is exactly the same as the domineering CEO image in the novel. Chu Xiaoran was even somewhat stunned. Is this still the Jiang Ning she knows? How can he be so handsome? Dear school leaders, teachers, and fellow students, I am unworthy of such praise. Having graduated a year ago, I'm back for further training. Jiang Ning's calm and composed speech, occasionally punctuated by humorous banter, elicited screams from the younger students in the audience. Chu Xiaoran couldn't take his eyes off the screen for a while. Yes, she had completely forgotten that Jiang Ning was a heartthrob with numerous honors when he was in school. However, at that time, her attention was entirely on Lin Feng, and she had already overlooked all of this. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar man on the stage, Chu Xiaoran felt a pang of pain in his heart. Then, Lin Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaoran, don't worry. Don't be fooled by his current success. This is actually a golden opportunity for us. What opportunity? I've already posted anonymously on the school forum with the title, Former Alumni Have Become Business Rivals. Only time will tell who wins, Lin Feng said. Although they have graduated, many things still have a significant impact on the school forum. Graduates from all years often browse the forum, and students from other schools occasionally join in the fun. As a result, the school forum has a large user base, mostly young people, and news spreads extremely quickly. That's why Lin Feng deliberately stirred up trouble on the school forum. You posted the Everbright group's bidding information? Chu Xiaoran immediately realized. That's right, Lin Feng said. This post's popularity has skyrocketed, and it quickly became a hot topic. If I win the Everbright project and defeat him, all his current glory will become my stepping stone. Chu Xiaoran fell silent. This approach is both ingenious and insidious. This is completely out of character for Raymond Lam. She didn't know when Lin Feng had become like this. Chapter 44 Door-to-Door Coercion. Seeing that Chu Xiaoran remained silent, Lin Feng hurriedly explained, Xiaoran, I know it's not right to do this, but I'm doing it for both of us. This is a matter of our dignity. Chu Xiaoran publicly confessed his love to Lin Feng at the wedding, and the controversy surrounding it has not yet died down. If Jiangning rises to power, it will mean that she and Lin Feng will become a laughingstock. Adding to what happened at the club yesterday, Chu Xiaoran has completely lost face. Chu Xiaoran desperately needs to save face. If Raymond Lam can stage a remarkable comeback, it would be incredibly important for her. That would prove that her decision to give up Jiang Ning and choose Lin Feng was an extremely wise one. After careful consideration, Chu Xiaoran asked, is there any certainty about the Everbright project? It's basically safe, Lin Feng said. His confidence stemmed from the fact that Ningda Logistics' overall strength was currently inferior to Lin's freight. This is most evident in the network layout. The logistics company's network of outlets is similar to its smaller branches. Only with a wider network of service points can the transportation coverage area be larger. Lin's freight started early. Although it doesn't have many branches, it has always cooperated with several large national logistics companies. By using the branches of other logistics companies, its transportation routes can cover the whole country. Ningda Logistics in Jiangning is a branch of Jiangxia Logistics Department, and its network is only distributed within the province. It's important to know that China Everbright Group does business nationwide. If you can't get the network layout sorted out, you're doomed if you want to become a partner of China Everbright Bank. For this reason, Raymond Lam even got his father, Bob Lam, to come up with a drastic solution. Lin Xingbing negotiated with several other major logistics companies in advance, offering them benefits in exchange for not cooperating with Ningda Logistics and not providing Ningda Logistics with any services at its outlets. Therefore, Ningda Logistics lacks a network advantage and simply cannot handle this large order from China Everbright Group. After hearing Lin Feng's description, Chu Xiaoran also felt that this time it was basically a sure thing. Business competition is like a battlefield without gunpowder. Before engaging in direct combat, preparations are the most important thing. Clearly, Lin Feng was extremely well prepared this time. Don't worry, Xiaoran. I'm 100% confident I can defeat Jiang Ning this time, Lin Feng said. The day Guangda opens the bid will be our moment of glory. Chu Xiaoran also looked on with anticipation. Yes, when she gave up Jiang Ning and chose Lin Feng, almost no one around her understood her decision. She had endured for too long. She desperately needed to prove herself. As long as Lin Feng can rise to prominence, he can silence all doubts. Raymond Lam, you must keep going. The two chatted briefly before hanging up. On the other side, Jiang Ning returned to the Champelices Garden Villa after attending the award ceremony at Haicheng University. Just now, Jiang Ning received some news. Lin's freight is up to something. In the past few days, Jiang Ning has asked Xiao Bai to visit some large logistics companies in an attempt to establish cooperation on network points, but all of them have refused. Xiao Bai learned from insiders that Lin's freight had contacted those logistics companies in advance to prevent them from cooperating with Ningda Logistics. This kind of business confrontation is tantamount to going to war. Lin's Logistics is trying to play dirty tricks on me, huh? Jiang Ning said calmly, as if he were confident. Choosing me as an opponent is like digging your own grave. At this moment, Ningda Logistics and Lin's freight officially became competitors. In Jiang Ning's mind, competitors must be eliminated. especially those competitors who engage in unfair competition behind the scenes. And Lin Feng, you instigated others to deal with me last time. I will settle this score with you. Lin Feng, Lin's freight. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes like never before. Soon, I will let you know the true meaning of the word destruction. Just as Jiang Ning was pondering this, the villa's doorbell rang. Jiang Ning saw through the video call that the people who came in were Chun Guahao and his son Chen Zhou. The land in the old factory area was bought by Jiang Ning from them. What brings you two here? Jiang Ning remotely opened the villa's main gate and stood in front of the door to greet them. Jiang Ning, you're quite cunning. As soon as Chen Zhou entered the gate, he said something. What do you mean by that? Jiang Ning leaned against the door frame, looking at Chen Zhou indifferently. We just sold you the old factory site, and now they're demolishing it. Chen Zhou said through gritted teeth. You must have had inside information all along, right? It turned out that the father and son had come to the door feeling frustrated after seeing the news about the demolition. Oh, so that's what you've come for. Jiang Ning smiled. Please come inside and have a seat. No need for a seat. Chen Guahao said angrily. You little rascal, you tried to trick me out of that piece of land in my old factory area. What do you have to say about that? Jiang Ning smiled faintly and said, You can't say that. I bought it from you with real money, and you agreed at the time. All the procedures were legal. Don't give me that nonsense. Chen Guahao said with a roguish grin. Our family has been the owners of that old factory area for generations. That area was demolished, but we didn't get a single penny. That's fucking unfair. Seeing that the other party had abandoned all pretense of civility, Jiang Ning's face also turned cold. What do you want? Once the demolition compensation comes in, it must be split equally between my son and me. Chen Zhou opened his mouth wide and roared as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Jiang Ning stared at Chen Zhou with a mocking look in his eyes, as if he were looking at an idiot. Listen to what you're saying. Jiang Ning waved his hand toward the door. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. Get out. This compensation for the demolition was an indispensable initial capital for Jiang Ning to build a business empire. Nobody is allowed to touch it. Moreover, this father and son are here to act like scoundrels. Jiang Ning will only become more shameless in dealing with scoundrels. Moreover, in his previous life, his ancestral treasure chest was sold to this father and son by Chu Xiaoran at a low price. The father and son were extremely ruthless. Shen Linghua had to pay 5 times the amount of money to barely redeem herself from them. In this life, he hadn't even had time to deal with the father and son, yet they delivered themselves to his doorstep. Jiang Ning. Chen Zhou angrily pointed at Jiang Ning. We are trying to reason with you now. Don't force me to use force. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, seemingly preparing to draw a weapon. Jiang Ning shook his head and chuckled. You're too arrogant to say such things in my own home. He held up 3 fingers. Count to 3 and get out now. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. 3, 2. You son of a bitch. Chen Zhou suddenly pulled out a pistol and pressed it directly against Jiang Ning's forehead. Jiang Ning, do you think I'm here to play games with you today? Chen Zhou's face was contorted with rage, and his arms were trembling slightly from excessive excitement. Jiang Ning frowned, glanced at the dark muzzle of the gun, and sighed. You're breaking the law. Shut the hell up. Chen Zhou roared. That piece of land is our life, my son's life. If you're going to fight us for our lives, I'll fight you to the death. You're still too green to play with me. Jiang Ning smiled faintly, then suddenly gripped the muzzle of the gun. With his other hand, he slapped Chen Zhou hard across the face. Snap! The crisp sound echoed all around. Both Chun and his son were stunned. How can Jiang Ning be so brave as to catch a gun with his bare hands? Just as Chen Zhou was stunned, Jiang Ning twisted the hand gripping the gun barrel forcefully. Chen Zhou cried out in pain in his wrist. The gun was in Jiang Ning's hands the next second. Jiang Ning pointed the gun at Chen Zhou's forehead and pulled the trigger. Smack! A burst of flame shot out from the muzzle of the gun. Then came the dazzling and beautiful music. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you with my heart. 6 times lament. Chapter 45. It's your Lin family that has driven yourselves to ruin. It turned out to be a lighter, and it even had a music function. This model of pistol became extinct in the last century. Jiang Ning said with a shake of his head and a smile. This kind of thing is only good for fooling ordinary people. In his previous life, he owned the world's largest private underground arsenal, and no one was more knowledgeable about firearms and ammunition than him. Compared to Jiang Ning, Chen Zhou was not even as good as a 3-year-old child. Furthermore, Chen Zhou and his son are quite unprofessional. The gun barrel still carried a faint smell of smoke, clearly indicating that they had used it to light cigarettes beforehand. However, the fake gun is very well made, and it is made of pure steel, so it feels quite heavy in your hand. Chinzhou, you're the first person to point a gun at my head. Jiang Ning suddenly kicked Chinzhou in the abdomen. Chinzhou instinctively used both hands to block. But Jiang Ning's kick was just a feint. He swung his pistol and smashed it into Chinzhou's face. In an instant, Chinzhou's lips were smashed and 3 or 4 teeth were knocked out. He fell backward, clutching his face and screaming in pain. Yu. Chen Guohao was shocked by Jiang Ning's ruthlessness and became incoherent before turning to flee. Jiang Ning didn't give him a chance, and in one swift step, he caught up and kicked Chen Guohao hard in the back. Chen Guohao stumbled and fell to the ground, then hurriedly rolled over to beg for mercy. But as soon as he turned around, Jiang Ning kicked him. Before Chen Guohao could even beg for mercy, Jiang Ning delivered a solid kick to his face. A sharp pain shot through my nose and mouth. A sweet, metallic smell filled my nostrils, and blood kept gushing out. At this moment, the noise also attracted the attention of the neighbors, who all came to see what was going on. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ning feigned panic and shouted, "They're hitting people. They're trespassing and assaulting people." The neighbors were filled with righteous indignation upon seeing this. In a neighborhood like ours, would anyone dare to break into a house and hurt someone? Don't let them get away. The neighbors shouted angrily. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Qin father and son endured the pain, got up, and fled in a panic. At the home of Qin Zhou and his son, the father and son were nearly beaten to a pulp. After being bandaged up, they lay on the sofa at home, filled with resentment. In the Qin family home, there was another person, Lin Feng. The reason they ended up together was that Lin Feng contacted Qin Zhou after seeing the news about the demolition yesterday. He knew that Lin Feng wasn't the only one frustrated about the demolition. The most frustrated people were probably Qin Zhou and his son, because this windfall originally belonged to the father and son. Over the phone, Lin Feng kept saying what a pity and hundreds of millions in demolition compensation, which made Qin Zhou jump up and down in anger, almost to the point of exploding on the spot. With Lin Feng stirring things up, the Qin father and son felt they couldn't let Jiang Ning get away with it so easily. So, the father and son hatched a wicked plan and went to Jiang Ning's house today. Lin Feng just didn't expect that the father and son were so useless. Jiang Ning attacked me when I wasn't paying attention. Qin Zhou retorted angrily. Damn it, I'm so old and I've never suffered such a loss. I'll make sure that brat Jiang Ning suffers a terrible death. Chen Guohao cursed, covering his mouth. Lin Feng sighed and said to Chen Guohao, Uncle Chen, don't worry, I have another idea. What method? Chen Guohao asked. Have you seen the news about the shipwreck on Jiangxin Island? Lin Feng asked. I didn't see it, but I heard about it from others, Chen Guohao said. It seems that Jiang Ning knew in advance that the ship was going to sink and prevented a tragedy, didn't he? It was all on the front page of the news. Yes, that's the one. A cunning glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he said, I suspect that shipwreck incident was Jiang Ning's script, a play he directed and acted in himself. What? The Qin father and son were stunned. Lin Feng said seriously, Uncle Chen, let me ask you, if a boat is perfectly intact, how do you know in advance that it will sink? I definitely don't know, Chen Guohao said, shrugging. That's right. Even someone as shrewd as Uncle Chen couldn't predict it. So how could Jiang Ning know? Lin Feng guessed. Jiang Ning must have spent money to bribe the crew and staged a fake shipwreck rescue incident. Because of this incident, he's become quite famous. Yesterday, he even went to Haiqing University to receive an award. I heard that he's also nominated for one of Haiqing's top 10 outstanding youths at the end of the year. This kid, he's got some serious skills, Chen Guohao said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng smiled and said, Uncle Chen, Jiang Ning is good at playing games, but can he outmaneuver you? If we find the captain who sailed the ship back then and figure out Jiang Ning's conspiracy, Jiang Ning will be ruined immediately, and the Jiang family will also be implicated and never recover. Although it was just a guess, Lin Feng felt it was very likely. What do you mean? Chen Guohao asked. Lin Feng sighed and said, Isn't this simple? As long as you have evidence of Jiang Ning's conspiracy to create the script, go to him and threaten him, demanding the demolition compensation. Do you think he'll give it to you? Which is more important, his honor and the future of the Jiang family, or the compensation money for the demolition? Holy crap, that's a great idea. Chen Zhou's small, intelligent eyes gleamed. Lin Feng said, Then let's say that. Uncle Chen and Brother Chen should hurry up and find out the truth about this, lest things get complicated. It's all set, Chen Zhou said excitedly. When Raymond Lam left the Qin family, he looked relaxed and carefree. He originally intended to investigate the matter himself. But with Chen Zhou and his son around right now, he was too lazy to do it himself. If evidence is found that Jiang Ning fabricated the shipwreck incident, He will be utterly disgraced, and the Jiang family will be thrown into turmoil as a result. At this moment, Lin Feng smiled confidently. Jiang Ning, do you think you're so smart? But I'll make you regret this. Champalices Gardens. After the incident subsided, Jiang Ning returned to the villa and sat comfortably on the sofa. He suddenly realized that he should hire a bodyguard. Indeed, his goal in this life is ambitious, to achieve great things and accomplish a great career. There's absolutely no need to do these small things yourself. Moreover, the country is different from the country where he lived in his previous life. The laws in the country are strict and the public security is good. Despite his exceptional skills, he should not display them too often. Otherwise, having a criminal record will be detrimental to your future. Hiring a bodyguard or thug can replace him in many tasks. When he personally takes action, it will surely be a fatal blow. Xiaobai, Jiang Ning called his secretary. Please speak, Mr. Jiang. I need a bodyguard, Jiang Ning said. Someone who's good at fighting, ruthless, and fearless. Salary is negotiable. Yes, General Manager Jiang. Putting down his phone, Jiang Ning fell into deep thought once again. Before Chen Zhou and his son arrived, he was considering how to deal with the Lin family. After all, the Lin family has already started to make moves against him because of the Everbright project. Moreover, Lin Feng was secretly instigating others to deal with him. From any perspective, he had to deal with the Lin family severely. At this moment, Jiang Ning was confident and assured of success. Because there is one thing that, if he gets involved, Lin's freight will collapse quickly. The Lin family may even go bankrupt as a result. This matter is related to the logistics network. He remembered that in his previous life, Lin's freight partnered with a company called Xingbang Logistics in order to expand its nationwide network. However, the two later had a dispute over their cooperation, which even went to court. In the course of their cooperation, Lin's freight, in order to seek profits, bribed the other party's finance department, falsified accounts, and stole a large portion of Xingbang Logistics' profits. When Xingbang Logistics discovered the case, the amount involved had already reached 300 million yuan. Xingbang Logistics sued Lin's freight. However, Lin's freight had already taken precautions, transferring funds overseas and ultimately only paying out a little over 10 million to the other party before changing its name and continuing operations. Moreover, the more than 10 million yuan in compensation was not paid by the Lin family. It was money that Lin Feng borrowed from Chu Xiaoran, money from the Jiang family. Therefore, Jiang Ning was deeply impressed by Xingbang Logistics. With his memories from his previous life, Jiang Ning had already come up with a perfect plan. Lin Feng, I originally wanted to see you slowly fall from grace and suffer endless torment. But unfortunately, it was your family that completely blocked your path. So, I don't mind dealing with you as soon as possible. Chapter 46 is about to erupt, defeating all opponents. The next morning, Jiang Ning got up early and rushed to the company. I had just sat down in my office when there was a knock on the door. Vice President Chen Xingang, along with 3 other company executives, all submitted their resignations. President Jiang, thank you for the Jiang Group's support over the years. However, some things have happened in my family recently, and I'm afraid I can no longer work here. Chen Xingang got straight to the point. Jiang Ning frowned. Something happened at home? Tell me, maybe I can help you. Right now, there is a great need for manpower. Chen Xingang has worked at Jiang's group for nearly 10 years, and the logistics department was gradually built up under his leadership. He is a pillar of Ningda Logistics, and his prestige within the company is even higher than that of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning also treated him like an uncle and would consult him on any logistics-related matters. President Jiang, thank you for your concern. Chen Xinggang's eyes flickered as he said, but I have already decided to leave. The other 3 executives behind him also submitted their resignations. President Jiang, my wife is sick and needs care, so I'm also resigning. President Jiang, I may have a health problem and need to go home to rest. President Jiang, I'm resigning too. Faced with the simultaneous resignation of 4 people, Jiang Ning sighed deeply. He could easily understand that all the reasons were just excuses. At this moment, Secretary Xiaobai also rushed over, her face showing anger. She said, President Chun, you are also a veteran of Ningda Logistics. How can you just leave like that? Chen Xingang looked at Xiaobai with displeasure. I didn't sign a contract of servitude. Can't I just resign? Xiaobai blushed and said angrily, President Chun, Ningda Logistics is at a critical moment right now. If you guys shirk your responsibilities, aren't you undermining President Jiang? She looked at the other 3 executives and said sternly, President Jiang has treated you well. How can you live with yourselves doing this? Who gives you the right to speak? An executive snapped. A mere secretary acting like the boss? Jiang Ning frowned and waved his hand. Quiet. He looked at Chun Chungang and the others. Gentlemen, is it absolutely necessary to leave? Chun Chungang's expression was serious, and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. President Jiang, there are some things I don't want to say too clearly, in order to save face for both sides. What are you pretending to be so righteous for? Xiaobai retorted angrily. Isn't it because Lin's freight offered you higher salaries that you wanted to switch jobs? Xiaobai only received the news this morning and hadn't even had a chance to tell Jiang Ning before these people came to resign. Jiang Ning had a pretty good idea of what was going on. If it weren't for someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes, things wouldn't be like this now. Is it wrong for people to strive for better opportunities? Chun Qinggang yelled at Xiaobai as if his tail had been stepped on. It's your business if you want to stay here and fight to the death. Please don't interfere with others, okay? What's wrong with Ningda Logistics? Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die? A young executive said angrily. What do you mean? Jiang Ning looked coldly at the executive. President Jiang, you're still too young. Chun Chunggang dropped the pretense, a hint of contempt on his face. Lin's Freight, in conjunction with some established logistics companies, held a secret meeting specifically targeting Ningda Logistics. With them working together, how can Ningda Logistics possibly survive? Jiang Ning smiled faintly. As Xiaobai mentioned yesterday, Lin's Freight, in conjunction with established logistics companies in Haicheng, refused to provide any network cooperation and aimed to nip Ningda Logistics in the bud. Ningda Logistics is currently in dire straits, so Chun Qinggang and others plan to abandon their responsibilities and quit. Chun Qinggang, is Ningda Logistics really that fragile in your eyes? Jiang Ning raised her eyes and looked at Chun Qinggang coldly. President Jiang, business competition is like a battlefield where both sides fight to the death. Compared to Lin's Freight, Ningda Logistics is nothing but a child. Chun Qinggang said earnestly. Therefore, I also advise you to give up Ningda Logistics as soon as possible, return to Jiang's, and learn more from the old chairman. The meaning is clear. He looks down on Ningda Logistics, and even more so on Jiang Ning. Ha! Jiang Ning laughed loudly. When it comes to business competition, what are you, Chun Qinggang, compared to me? Everyone. In the near future, you will regret today's decision. Jiang Ning waved to Xiaobai. Allow them to leave, supervise them to make a proper handover, and then they can go. There's no way I can regret it. I want to thank President Jiang for sparing our lives. Chun Qinggang was in high spirits, as if he had won the lottery. We'll go and hand over the responsibilities right away. They looked as if they wished they could sprout wings and fly to Lin's Freight forward. After the group left, Xiao Bai's eyes were red with anxiety. President Jiang, I feel so sorry for you. You've always treated them so well, and yet, at this crucial moment, they shirked their responsibilities and even defected to the enemy. Jiang Ning patted Xiao Bai on the shoulder and said calmly, none of this matters. It only proves that these people are short-sighted. Xiao Bai wiped away her tears. But with them gone, our internal structure is empty, and our operational capabilities have plummeted. Ningda Logistics' existing partners have already sensed the danger and are starting to waver. Xiao Bai blinked his big eyes, filled with worry and helplessness about the future of Ningda Logistics. Jiang Ning smiled and said, either you erupt in silence or you die in silence. True heroes rise from adversity. Xiao Bai, do a good job. Ningda Logistics will not let you down. At this moment, Jiang Ning's eyes were firm and his expression resolute, not at all like a young man in his early 20s. He was more like a seasoned veteran, remaining calm and composed even under immense pressure. This is not only due to his experiences in his previous life, but also because of the bargaining chips he has. Jiang Ning's composure instantly inspired Xiao Bai. Yes, we must unleash our power. We will defeat all our opponents. Seeing Xiao Bai's confident expression, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile again. Bring me the materials I asked you to prepare. Also, contact the general manager of Xingbang Logistics. I'll talk to her this afternoon. Yes, General Manager Jiang. In the afternoon, inside the Xingbang Group headquarters building, in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, Shan Xunyu, dressed in a black office lady outfit, was flipping through the documents on the table. She deserves much credit for Xingbang Logistics' current scale. Although her good-for-nothing husband was the legal representative of the company, everyone knew that the real owner of Xingbang Logistics was Shan Chunyu. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Mr. Shan, Mr. Jiang has arrived, the secretary said from outside the door. Come in. Dan Chunyu buried her head in the documents and said something casually. Jiang Ning stood upright at the door, and upon seeing Shan Chunyu, gave a professional, slight smile. Hello, Mr. Shan. So you're Jiang Ning. Come in. Dan Chunyu raised her eyes and glanced at Jiang Ning. You know what? This kid is well dressed, has a good physique, and his clean-cut face is quite likable. However, Shan Chunyu, being an old hand, had seen plenty of young heartthrobs and didn't take them to heart. She put down the documents in her hand, lit a cigarette, and threw the cigarette pack in front of Jiang Ning. "Want a smoke?" "No, thank you." Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Sitting at her desk, Shan Chunyu barely glanced at Jiang Ning. She stretched lazily, glanced at her watch, and said, "President Jiang, I have to attend a meeting in a bit. Let's get straight to the point." Jiang Ning sensed the other party's utter disdain. However, he didn't care at all, because he knew that within 20 minutes, the woman would withdraw all her contempt and start talking business with him seriously. Chapter 47A Plan to Turn the Tide. Jiang Ning wasted no time and said, "Mr. Shan, Ningda Logistics has participated in the bidding for China Everbright Group. At present, we need to strengthen our network of branches. Therefore, I am interested in cooperating with you on the branch network and jointly win this project of Everbright." Dan Chunyu stubbed out her cigarette, her eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Jiang Ning. "Guangda Group is a behemoth. Even Xingbang wouldn't dare to try it easily. Do you think you can take it down? These pampered rich kids are too naive. Do you really think doing projects is like playing house?" Jiang Ning said seriously, "Whether we can secure the deal or not is one thing. I'm here today mainly to discuss cooperation on network points with you." "Ha ha ha." Shan Chunyu burst into laughter. She felt that the naive young man in front of her was too simple-minded. Lin Xingbing of Lin's Freight had already given instructions. How could she possibly cooperate with Ningda Logistics? Moreover, Xingbang Logistics has been cooperating with Lin's Freight for many years, and she knows that Lin's Freight has a very high probability of winning the bid this time. By cooperating with Lin's Freight, she can naturally benefit from the Guangda project. And what qualifications does Ningda Logistics have to talk to me about cooperation? Jiang Ning, to be honest, I can only choose between you and Lin's Freight Forward, so I'm sorry. This was quite clear. She didn't trust Jiang Ning, and she was determined to cooperate with the Lin Group to the end. "If there's nothing else, I have to go to a meeting." Dan Chunyu casually dismissed him. "President Shan, wait a moment," Jiang Ning said. "I want to show you something." As Jiang Ning spoke, he took out a stack of documents from his bag and placed them in front of Shan Chunyu. "This is a breakdown of discounts between Lin's Freight and its partners that I found through some informants," Jiang Ning said. "Perhaps you'll discover many surprises." Dan Chunyu frowned, picked up the documents, and started looking through them. A moment later, her expression changed drastically. "Is this true?" "Absolutely true," Jiang Ning said. "Lin's Freight reduced the discounts offered by its partners and then lied to you about the prices, making a bigger profit in the process. They also falsified their accounts." Falsifying accounts. A hint of anger flashed in Shan Chunyu's eyes. How could Lin's Freight possibly do that? "Someone in your finance department has been bribed," Jiang Ning said with a slight smile. "In my previous life, before the incident, the accountant had resigned and settled in North America. I heard that when he left, he sold several of his luxury cars, which shows that he made a huge profit in the process." "How do you know all this?" Shan Chunyu asked. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "It's a secret." Shan Chunyu was taken aback. At that moment, she finally realized that the young man in front of her was no ordinary person. He was unlike any other young man she had ever met. Dan Chunyu continued to look through the details with anger, muttering curses under her breath. "Mr. Shan, you don't need to go through each one," Jiang Ning said. "I've already calculated it for you. Just looking at these, Lin's Freight has illegally appropriated over 100 million of your profits. If you go to the finance department and take a look, you might find even more." At this moment, Jiang Ning was calm and composed, as if he understood everything. On the contrary, Shan Chunyu was filled with rage, transforming into an angry female demon. "I need to verify this first. If it's true, I won't let Lin's Freight go," Shan Chunyu said through gritted teeth. "All right, then I won't bother you any longer." Jiang Ning smiled calmly. "I hope you will consider cooperating with me. By the way, I'm determined to get the Everbright project." As he spoke, Jiang Ning stood up and placed the business card on Shan Chunyu's desk, saying softly, "I'll wait for your call." He remained calm and composed throughout, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Dan Chunyu smoothed the stray hairs from her forehead, looked down at the Jiang Ning business card, and fell into deep thought. This young man gave her the impression of being mature and composed, completely different from other young rich kids she had in mind. This aura was so overwhelming that even Shan Chunyu was stunned. After a brief moment of thought, Shan Chunyu picked up his phone and said to his secretary, "Xiao Lu, call General Manager Li from the finance department to my office and bring the accounts from the past year's cooperation with Lin's Freight." "Yes, Mr. Shan." Haicheng, Longsheng Martial Arts Hall. Lin Feng was sweating profusely as he engaged in sparring with his sparring partner. He has recently become obsessed with Taekwondo. Just then, the phone next to me rang. Lin Feng went to the sidelines, took off his protective gear, and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin. Zhang Ning from Ningda Logistics came to Xingbang this morning looking for General Manager Sean. The voice on the other end said. Oh, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Just as Dad guessed, Ningda Logistics' network of outlets was a weakness, so he started trying to win over Xingbang. Did Mr. Sean ignore him? The conversation only lasted about 20 minutes, said Secretary Liu. However, after the conversation, Mr. Sean went to the finance department to check the accounts of Lin's freight. What? Lin Feng was startled. Did Sean Chunyu find out? A year ago, Lin's freight began to collude with Mr. Li, the head of the finance department, to falsify accounts. To date, the falsified accounts have involved hundreds of millions of yuan. Lin's freight used the money to invest, hire people, buy vehicles, and build outlets, rapidly expanding its scale with the intention of eventually kicking Xingbang out. Lin Feng wasn't sure if Sean Chunyu knew about this, so he didn't want to call finance manager Li at this time. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng said, Xiao Lu, thank you for providing me with the information. I'll handle the rest. He hung up on Xiao Lu and called Sean Chunyu directly. Hey, Sister Sean, are you busy? Lin Feng deliberately lowered his voice, using nasal resonance, and added a touch of gentleness. He knew in his heart that Sean Chunyu was a single older woman who had always had feelings for him. Sean Chunyu's husband ruined his health with alcohol and women in his early years, and his health deteriorated at a very young age. Meanwhile, Sean Chunyu was at the age of intense desire and repeatedly asked Lin Feng to have dinner alone with her in private. Her intentions were quite obvious. But Raymond Lam didn't make it clear, playing a game of ambiguity, keeping her hanging on. Lin Feng, why are you calling all of a sudden? Is something wrong? Sean Chunyu asked in a calm tone. Sister Sean, if you have time, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight, Lin Feng said. On the other end of the phone, Sean Chunyu gave a cold laugh. She had just started checking the accounts when Lin Feng called. This is definitely not a coincidence. It seems there are spies within our company, and more than one. That's right. Secretary Liu had also been bribed by Lin Feng long ago to supervise finance manager Li and report on Xingbang's affairs at all times. But Sean Chunyu was a seasoned veteran and didn't show any emotion, simply saying, Where are you inviting me to eat? The usual place, Lin Feng said. Good. Chapter 48 Lin Feng, what do you take me for? Nighttime at the Golden Sparrow Grand Hotel. In the lobby on the first floor, Lin Feng dressed up specially and waited in his seat early. Half an hour later, Sean Chunyu arrived alone to keep the appointment. She wore a long black dress that accentuated her fair skin, with flowing wavy hair and bright red lips, looking every bit the charming and alluring middle-aged woman. Sister Sean is so beautiful. She looks younger and younger. Lin Feng got up and pulled out a chair for Sean Chunyu. Without exchanging pleasantries, Sean Chunyu sat down and said casually, Lin Feng, I'm usually the one who invites you out. Why are you in such high spirits today? Sister Sean is complaining that I'm being insensible. Lin Feng smiled, his eyes narrowing. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you. Vomit. Sean Chunyu almost vomited. She now thinks Raymond Lam is very pretentious. He used to really like his younger brother Raymond Lam, and he wanted to devour him. But after meeting Zhang Ning today, she suddenly realized that young people like Zhang Ning are the ones she truly likes. After all, she had been working hard on her own for the past 1 or 2 decades without a decent man by her side to support her. Zhang Ning's performance today made her redefine what men are. Looking at Lin Feng again, all I could think of was that this guy had nothing but cleverness and a delicate face. Sister Sean, order whatever you like, it's on me, Lin Feng said generously. Huh. Sean Chunyu said dismissively. That's what I usually say. Sister Sean is complaining about me again, Lin Feng said. It was because my younger brother was ignorant before. So, what brings you out to dinner so late, sister? Dan Chunyu didn't order any food, but just stared coldly at Lin Feng. She discovered some problems this afternoon, but to avoid alerting the suspects, she pretended not to know for the time being. Because this is a huge case involving hundreds of millions of dollars, and it involves many things, she needs to thoroughly understand all the details before she can stand up and directly overturn the other party. Finance manager Li thought they had gotten away with it, and told Lin Feng earlier that it was a false alarm. However, in order to completely confuse Sean Chunyu, Lin Feng has decided to use his ultimate move. I'm fine, I just missed my sister, Lin Feng said obsequiously. Sean Chunyu lowered her eyes and smiled. You're so thoughtful. The two ordered a few simple dishes and a bottle of red wine. Sister, let's have a drink first. Lin Feng asked someone to open the red wine and pour it into the decanter, then poured a glass for Shan Chunyu. Dan Chunyu raised his glass briefly before putting it down, but did not drink it. Sister Shan, our Lin's Freight has been cooperating with your Xingbang group for several years now, and everything has been going smoothly, right? Lin Feng said. Yes, the cooperation went very well. Shan Chunyu smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt even more relieved, and then looked at Shan Chunyu with a dreamy gaze. Sister Shan, I think we need to have a deeper collaboration. How can we cooperate more deeply? Shan Chunyu asked with a seductive look in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Old woman, I knew you wouldn't get past me. With just a little effort, I can have you firmly under my control. Deep cooperation, of course it involves more depth. As Lin Feng spoke, he deliberately dropped something from his pocket onto the ground. Thud. One Durex condom. Oh dear, this pocket is so shallow, it can't hold anything. I'm sorry, Sister Shan. Lin Feng pretended to be embarrassed and bent down to pick up the condom. Dan Xunyu glanced down at it, feeling extremely disgusted and even nauseous. You idiot, you've been sabotaging my company behind my back, and now you want to mess with me too? If Jiang Ning hadn't reminded him, he would have been completely fooled by the Lin family. Speaking of Jiang Ning, Lin Feng is nothing compared to Jiang Ning. Young people like Jiang Ning are much more interesting. Seeing Lin Feng's current behavior, Shan Chunyu felt insulted and stared at him, saying, What you're doing is very inappropriate. Lin Feng was startled, and he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't this what Shan Chunyu has always wanted? She's been eyeing me for ages. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, quickly calmed himself, and figured the other party was probably just being polite, so he brazenly whispered, Sister Shan, I've booked a deluxe double room across the street. Since you've been drinking, don't go back tonight. Smack. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Shan Chunyu slapped him across the face. The sound was extremely loud, as crisp as a plate being smashed. A red handprint instantly appeared on Lin Feng's face. You filthy thing. What the hell do you take me for? Shan Chunyu could no longer suppress her anger. She had already been holding back as long as she could, but Lin Feng still didn't seem to understand. Do you really have to provoke me into taking action? Sister Shan, that's not what I meant, Lin Feng hurriedly explained. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I don't have time to waste here arguing with you. Shan Chunyu stood up angrily. Sister Shan, don't be angry. Lin Feng hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade her. Get your filthy hands off me, Shan Chunyu shouted. Don't touch me. Sister Shan, let me tell you, Lin Feng, if we're going to cooperate, then we'll cooperate. Don't do anything dirty. I find you disgusting. Shan Chunyu shouted angrily. You idiot, did you think I liked you? Jiang Ning is much more manly than you. Moreover, Lin's freight forward, my break with you is imminent. Dan Chunyu ignored Lin Feng, stood up angrily, and left without looking back. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. Even now, he still couldn't understand why Shan Chunyu seemed like a completely different person. Dan Chunyu walked out the door, got into her car, took a deep breath, took out Jiang Ning's business card, and made a call. Hey, Jiang Ning, I've decided to cooperate with you. Shan Chunyu said. Whether you win over Everbright or not, I will provide you with branch network services. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Ning smiled slightly, as if everything was within his expectations. Mr. Shan, won't you reconsider? That would mean a complete falling out with Lin's freight. Jiang Ning said deliberately. No need to consider it anymore. I've already made up my mind, Shan Chunyu said. By the way, what did you call me just now, Mr. Shan? That's right, Mr. Shan. Since we're cooperating, we're all friends, there's no need to be so formal. Okay, I'll call you Sister Yu from now on. Good little brother. Shan Chunyu smiled tenderly. Let's have a meal together sometime, when you have time. Okay. Chapter 49. How much do you know about him? Meanwhile, inside the Golden Sparrow Grand Hotel, Lin Feng had just been slapped hard by Shan Chunyu, and then given a good scolding, making everyone eating in the hall laugh at him. Many people witnessed him dropping the condom on the ground. In everyone's eyes, Raymond Lam was just a gigolo seducing a rich woman, only to be cruelly abandoned. In an instant, everyone cast disdainful and amused glances their way. Lin Feng hurriedly lowered his head, holding his forehead with one hand in an attempt to cover his face, and waved to the waiter. Waiter, the bill, please. Hello, sir. Your total bill is 866 yuan. Would you like to pay in cash or by card? The waiter said clearly. Lin Feng said in a low voice, I recharged last time. You can just deduct it directly from my account. Is the account name yours, Lin Feng? The waiter asked. Lin Feng's face immediately burned. He regretted why he insisted on using his account to deduct the money. Now his name has been exposed. The surrounding people looked at him with even more interest, and some began to whisper among themselves. Lin Feng, doesn't that sound like a character's name from a novel? Look, he's even wearing powder on his face. It's disgusting. Sigh. I suddenly feel that the Golden Sparrow Grand Hotel is much lower in class. After paying the bill, Lin Feng fled the scene as if he were escaping. It's important to know that the people who dine here are all wealthy and powerful, including many big shots. If any big shot remembers your face, you can forget about ever making it in Haiching again. However, he failed to notice that a beautiful woman in a gorgeous Dior gown had already noticed this scene from a window seat on the first floor of the lobby. Behind her sunglasses, a pair of exquisitely beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. The next second, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hey, Xiaoran, long time no see. Sister Mei Huan, you've switched back to a mainland China phone number. Are you back in Haiching? Chu Xiaoran asked happily. Yes, I got back yesterday. I was just planning to meet up with you in the next few days, Jean Mei said. Great. I've missed you so much, Chu Xiaoran said happily. Jean Mei Huan is 3 years older than Chu Xiaoran. The two have been close friends since childhood and have always had a very good relationship. Later, Kim Miho took away her star path, and her family arranged for her to become a trainee in South Korea. Xiaoran, Jean Mei Huan pursed her lips but still spoke. I remember you have a sweetheart named Lin Feng, right? Yes, Sister Mei Huan. You've met him once. Chu Xiaoran said, then suddenly asked in confusion, why is Sister Mei Huan suddenly bringing up brother Lin Feng? Jean Mei Huan frowned slightly. I just saw him. Oh, is he next to you now? Chu Xiaoran asked excitedly. Lin Feng and Jean Mei Huan had only met once and had never spoken. Chu Xiaoran wanted to take this opportunity to introduce them to each other. He wasn't beside me. He didn't recognize me. Jean Mei sighed, then tentatively asked, Xiaoran, how much do you really know about your sweetheart? Chu Xiaoran was taken aback. What aspect are you referring to, Sister Mei Huan? In every aspect, Kim Mi-hoon said, especially character. Chu Xiaoran smiled and said, Sister Mei, his character is impeccable. He's humble, ambitious, and... What about your love life? Jean Mei Huan interrupted Chu Xiaoran. She is very loyal in relationships. Are you sure? I'm sure, Chu Xiaoran said confidently. Brother Lin Feng has been overseas for a year, and he has maintained his integrity and devoted feelings for me. This alone is enough to beat 90% of guys. Jean Mei Huan shook her head helplessly, hesitating to speak. She knew that Lin Feng held extraordinary significance for Chu Xiaoran. When Kim Mi-hoan was in South Korea, Chu Xiaoran would always mention Raymond Lam whenever they chatted. She remembered that Chu Xiaoran had a boyfriend named Jiang Ning at that time. Jean Mei Huan, having been through similar experiences, repeatedly advised Chu Xiaoran and Jiang Ning to be together. But Chu Xiaoran only regarded Jiang Ning as a servant who could be ordered around, a lowly sycophant. Raymond Lam is her dream man, her white moonlight, and her whole world. So at this moment, Kim Mi-hoan hesitated, unsure whether to speak or not. Sister Mei Huan, why are you suddenly asking about these things? Chu Xiaoran wasn't stupid. He sensed something was off. Just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush with me. Jean Mei Huan took a deep breath and said, on the first floor of Jin K Xingting, he was having dinner with a fashionable young woman just now. He paused, then added, his behavior was very ambiguous. As for the matter of deliberately dropping the condom on the ground, she really couldn't bring herself to say it. It's too sordid. I'm afraid Chu Xiaoran won't be able to handle it all at once. What followed was a terrible silence. A few seconds later, Chu Xiaoran asked, Sister Mei Huan, are you sure it's him? Confirmed, Jean Mei replied. He had seen Lin Feng before, and the waiter had just mentioned his name. Sister Mei Huan, I'll hang up now. Let's get together another day, Chu Xiaoran said. At this moment, Lin Feng had already left Jin K Xingting and gotten into a taxi. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she received a call from Chu Xiaoran. He composed himself, answered the phone, and asked in a deep yet gentle tone, Xiaoran, why are you calling me so late? Do you miss me? Where are you now? Chu Xiaoran asked in an icy tone. I'm in a taxi. Lin Feng sensed something was wrong. You just came from the Golden Sparrow Pavilion, right? Chu Xiaoran asked. Boom. Lin Feng's mind was buzzing. The incident involving Shan Chunyu had a huge impact on him, and he hadn't recovered yet. Chu Xiaoran is putting pressure on us again. He was momentarily terrified and tentatively asked in return. Xiaoran, were you there just now? I didn't see you. Who was that young woman? Chu Xiaoran ignored Lin Feng's question and asked directly. What young woman? Lin Feng feigned ignorance. Chu Xiaoran was furious, and his breathing became rapid. Lin Feng sensed he couldn't keep up the act any longer and quickly said, Oh, you mean President Shan, right? He's a business partner of the Lin family. Partners? That's right. Lin Feng said. She's the CEO of Xingbang Group. If Lin's Freight wants to secure the Guangda project, We'll need Xingbang's support, Chu Xiaoran said. So, you invited her to dinner alone? Lin Feng said innocently. Isn't it normal for me to have dinner with my business partners? Normal? Heh, Chu Xiaoran sneered. Since it's your family business, why wasn't it your father who invited her to dinner? That hit the nail on the head. Yes, the person in charge of Lin's freight is Lin Xingbin. Such an important partner, even related to the Guangda project, was actually left to Lin Feng, a novice in the logistics industry, to handle. Is this reasonable? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that at this crucial moment, he couldn't afford to be even slightly guilty. Xiaoran, what exactly are you trying to say? Lin Feng retorted firmly. Is it wrong for me to do business? I'm just a business partner. Don't overthink it, okay? Chu Xiaoran gritted his teeth. Jiang Ning never invites other women to dinner alone, not even business partners. Chapter 50. The Chu family was sentenced to death. Chu Xiaoran's words perfectly expressed his true feelings. This never happened when she was with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning knew she was prone to jealousy, and even deleted most of the unimportant men from her contacts. Not to mention meeting up for a meal alone. In contrast, Raymond Lam made her feel very insecure. However, this short sentence was like a torch, instantly igniting Lin Feng's passion. Lin Feng angrily questioned, Xiaoran, how dare you compare me to that good-for-nothing playboy? What right does he have to compare himself to me? Chu Xiaoran smiled. Now you won't let me compare you guys? I don't remember who's been clashing with Jiangning lately. If you really think he's not qualified to compare with you, why do you always try to outdo him? But Chu Xiaoran also knew that his words were indeed ill-considered. After all, Jiang Ning is no longer her boyfriend, so she shouldn't bring him up anymore. However, sometimes she just can't help it. It was only after she left Jiang Ning that she suddenly realized how perfectly Jiang Ning had been doing things all along. At this moment, Lin Feng was still rambling on, as if he had endless anger to vent. Is Jiang Ning as capable as me? Is he as hardworking as I am? Is he as handsome as me? Besides having a good father, how can he compare to me? Chu Xiaoran's head was spinning. Stop talking, I don't want to hear this. She still has a lot of things to deal with at home and doesn't have the energy to argue about these things. Lin Feng, however, felt he was in the right and said, Xiaoran, you've made me so sad. Chu Xiaoran gave a wry smile and did not respond. To her surprise, she found that she no longer wanted to dwell on the matter of Lin Feng having dinner with the young woman. Because, perhaps she wasn't jealous at all. Lin Feng, do you know? That night we went to discuss the cooperation, I was almost violated by Wang Qingsheng. Chu Xiaoran suddenly changed the subject, saying, if it weren't for Jiang Ning, I would already be. She didn't understand why she said these things. Perhaps she felt that Jiang Ning had done the same thing much better than Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback, then said fiercely, I knew Jiang Ning wouldn't give up on you. Chu Xiaoran. His first concern wasn't that I had been defiled. Xiaoran, are you blaming me for all this? Lin Feng said angrily, if I had been there, I would have been the first to rush in and beat that bastard to a pulp. Chu Xiaoran ignored Lin Feng's words and continued, Hao Qian was also detained because of this, and we don't know how she will be sentenced yet. Hao Qian is involved in this too, Lin Feng asked in surprise. What exactly happened? Chu Xiaoran shook his head and smiled wryly. Let's talk about it another time. I have something to take care of, so I'll hang up now. She just wanted to express her dissatisfaction, and once she had expressed it, there was nothing more to say. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xiaoran seemed to sober up a lot. Perhaps she relied too much on Raymond Lam in the past. She felt that Lin Feng was omnipotent and could perfectly solve any problem for her. But during the time she was separated from Jiang Ning, one terrible thing after another weighed on her like huge stones, making it hard for her to breathe. Lin Feng, however, just shouted enthusiastically from the sidelines without taking any real action. She felt she had been wrong all along. Now, she can only rely on herself. Upon entering the living room, Chu Xiaoran felt an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Chu Guofeng and Li Qin looked gloomy and worried. The Chu family has been sanctioned by Jiang Ning and is facing an unprecedented crisis. The Chu family has a batch of goods worth more than 20 million yuan stored in Ningda Logistics warehouse. The Chu family wanted to get rid of that batch of goods at cost price to alleviate their current crisis. However, because the Chu family did not return the 10 million yuan dowry, Jiang Ning directly seized the Chu family's batch of goods worth more than 20 million yuan. This put the Chu family in a very passive position. What puts even more pressure on the Chu family is that Ningda Logistics previously severed its cooperation with them, and now the Chu family's transportation costs remain high. Competition was already fierce, business was difficult, and profits were declining sharply. The sudden increase in logistics costs squeezed out the little profit margin that was left. In other words, No matter how much business you do, you're no longer making money. This seems to be a dead end. Why did this happen all of a sudden? Chu Shaoran asked. In the past, the Jiang family helped us with transportation for free, with almost no cost, Chu Guofeng said dejectedly. So, we still made a decent profit on each order. The Chu family has been in the high-tech medical device business in recent years, so transportation costs are very high. Previously, the transportation was handled by the Jiang family's logistics department. At that time, Chu Shaoran and Jiang Ning were still boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiang Ning's statement, "Xiao Ran is my future wife," completely bound Jiang's parents together. For the past year, the Jiang family has been selflessly supporting the Chu family as if they were future in-laws. Even almost all transportation costs are waived. This greatly reduced Chu Guofeng's costs, allowing him to survive even during his downturn. But now that Chu Shaoran and Jiang Ning have broken up, the Chu family's cargo transportation has been handed over to other logistics companies on the market. After a month, the logistics costs were surprisingly high. After calculation, the company's profit was almost zero. There is even a hidden risk of losing money. Having grown accustomed to taking advantage of others, the Chu family was now utterly dumbfounded by the exorbitant transportation costs, unsure of what to do. Furthermore, Jiangning also confiscated their most valuable batch of goods. Currently, the Chu family is not making money in business, and they want to sell off their inventory and transform their business, but they can't. Also, because of the Jiang family, no one is willing to invest in the Chu family. Jiang Ning only made a slight move, and the Chu family was practically sentenced to death. Xiaoran, why don't you go talk to Lin Feng? Doesn't his family run a freight company? Chu Guofeng said. See if you can lower the transportation costs a bit and free up some profit for our family. Our products are so complicated to transport. The price is the same no matter who has them, Chu Shaoran said. Lin's Logistics is not going to do business at a loss. Chu Shaoran had just had a fight with Lin Feng, so naturally he didn't want to talk to Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Li Qin became displeased. I knew Lin Feng was unreliable. Li Qin said, look at Jiang Ning. They've been cooperating for a year and haven't asked us for a single penny. Chu Guofeng frowned. What's the point of saying all this now? How could it not work? Li Qin glared at Chu Guofeng, then sat down next to Chu Shaoran. Shaoran, I've always thought Jiang Ning is a good kid, a loyal and righteous person. Why don't you go talk to Jiang Ning and ask his family to continue taking over our company's transportation business? Chapter 51. Chu Shaoran contemplates suicide. Chu Shaoran frowned, sighed, and said with a very grim expression, Jiang Ning can no longer help us. No matter what, you were boyfriend and girlfriend, and you were even at the point of discussing marriage. You must have feelings for each other. Li Qin looked very reasonable. Listen to your mother. He liked you so much back then. He couldn't just let go like that. He definitely still has feelings for you. Chu Shaoran's eyes flickered, as if he were deep in thought. A few days ago, Chu Shaoran also thought that Jiang Ning no longer had her in his heart. But when she encountered danger at the Heavenly Court Club that night, it was Jiang Ning who saved her. Shen Linghua said it was out of respect for Jiang Ning, so Jiang Ning must have said something behind her back, otherwise Shen Linghua wouldn't have taken action. After this incident, Chu Shaoran vaguely felt that Jiang Ning still couldn't let go of her. Li Qin's words struck a chord with her. But the Jiang family can't possibly continue to provide free transportation for us, Chu Shaoran said dejectedly. Half price is fine too. Li Qin's eyes were full of hope. As long as the transportation is half price, we will have a profit margin. Considering our past relationship, Jiang Ning will agree. Chu Guofeng said from the side. Let's pay him back the 10 million we owe him, and you can also get that batch of goods back while you're at it. Sigh. Chu Shaoran sighed heavily. After several encounters with Jiang Ning, he never once gave her any face. Shaoran, Chu Guofeng said with a solemn expression. You know that our Chu family is now at its wit's end, otherwise we wouldn't have asked you to beg Jiang Ning. With all the properties mortgaged, if the business fails, the Chu family will be completely unable to recover. Li Qin and Chu Guofeng both looked at Chu Shaoran with expectant expressions. No, I can't go to him. Chu Shaoran gritted his teeth in pain. Just a month ago, she was the queen of Jiangning. Jiang Ning served her hand and foot, and everything he did had to be done according to her wishes. Even when the two broke up, Chu Shaoran threatened Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, you'll regret this. Now, only a month has passed, and she has to humble herself and beg Jiang Ning. How can she accept this out of dignity? Chu Shaoran wasn't as mercenary as Li Qin and Chu Guofeng. In her heart, self-respect was more important. Shaoran, are you trying to drive me crazy? When Li Qin saw that her daughter was not cooperating, she angrily started cursing. Well, Chu Guofeng sighed and groaned to the side. The 1.8-meter tall man looked as listless as an old man at this moment. Just then, Li Qin's phone rang. Your maternal grandmother, Li Qin said coldly to Xiao Ran, then answered the phone. Mom, what is it? How are things between Ran Ran and that kid from the Zhang family? Have they made up? After her last marriage fell through, the old lady returned to her old house, and no further news of marriage was heard. I don't know why I suddenly had the urge to ask about marriage again. Mom, please don't worry about this, Li Qin reassured her. The old lady was very old and frail, and she didn't want her to worry about her. That's my granddaughter. How could I not care? The old lady said angrily. Let me tell you, the Zhang family is a wealthy family. We have to seize this opportunity. This marriage must happen. Mom, can you please stop making things worse? Li Qin frowned, looking annoyed. Me, causing trouble? Fine, fine, I've caused trouble. I'm just an old codger now. Even my daughter dislikes me. Cough, cough, cough. The old lady was so angry that she coughed repeatedly and couldn't catch her breath. Mom, what's wrong? Li Qin sensed something was wrong with the voice and hurriedly asked. Oh dear, my lung disease has flared up again, the old lady said. It's even worse than last time. Huh? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Li Qin asked anxiously. The Chu family is in complete chaos right now, and to make matters worse, Mom's old illness has relapsed, which is absolutely terrible. What's the point of telling you? The old lady said irritably. We've been to the hospital before, but they still can't cure it. After a long pause, the old lady added, only Dr. Chui, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, can cure it. After these words were spoken, both sides fell silent. Old Chui, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, whose real name is Chui Zhixiang, is a retired doctor from the highest provincial hospital in Jiangnan. Now in his 70s, he rarely sees patients anymore. Many wealthy people came to seek medical treatment, but Chui's son refused them all, citing his advanced age. The last time the old lady had an attack, it was Jiang Ning who helped the Chu family invite old Master Chui to come. The Jiang family patriarch had done Chui Zhixiang a favor in the past. Others couldn't persuade him to come forward, but the Jiang family intervened, and the patriarch was willing to give them face. The old lady survived that time. After taking the medicine prescribed by Dr. Chui, she gradually recovered and almost never had a relapse. Therefore, when the old lady had another relapse, she immediately thought of old Chui. Mom, we can't get old Chui to come, Li Qin said helplessly. Last time it was Jiang Ning who helped us invite him. Then go and ask Jiang Ning to come. The old lady kept coughing. Well, Li Qin looked at Chu Shaoran helplessly. Chu Shaoran felt like his head was about to explode. She had never bothered with these things before, thinking they were all trivial matters that could be easily resolved. Only after breaking up with Jiang Ning did she realize that any one of these things could be fatal if placed on their heads. I'll go find Jiang Ning. Chu Shaoran sighed, his face extremely pale. She finally gave in. What else can we do but not compromise? On one side was the life or death of the Chu family, and on the other side was the life of the grandmother. Each one of them is a matter of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Li Qin's and Chu Guofeng's faces. Good, good, good. Chu Guofeng patted Chu Shaoran on the shoulder. Our daughter is very sensible. Li Qin's eyes lit up and she said, by the way, Shaoran, when you see Jiang Ning, give him a few more words of advice. What? Li Qin said. Jiang Ning asked us to move our factory out, right? Perfect timing, we found a new factory. Go tell him to send us a few trucks to help us move for free. Chu Shaoran turned his face away and said, I won't say. She was already ashamed of herself, and she didn't want to lose any more face. He forced us to move the factory, so it's only reasonable for him to help us. Li Qin said firmly. It was clearly an order from the government, Chu Shaoran said. I don't care. Those words came from Jiang Ning's mouth, Li Qin said domineeringly. Besides, moving a factory isn't a big deal for him. Tell him not to be so stingy. Chu Shaoran was speechless. He ignored Li Qin and turned back to his room. This child is so stubborn. Li Qin shouted angrily at Chu Shaoran's door. Isn't it just like when you were young? Chu Guofeng said. Like me? Old Chu, are you kidding me? She clearly takes after you in this respect, Li Qin retorted. Okay, I don't want to argue with you. Chu Guofeng gave a dismissive reply, sounding rather annoyed. Listening to the argument between the two in the living room, Chu Shaoran felt as if her whole being was shattered. She buried her head under the pillow and covered her ears tightly. She was truly fed up with this kind of life. Suddenly, I had suicidal thoughts. Chapter 52. This is simply a fantasy. After a long while, Chu Shaoran's emotions gradually calmed down. He got up, tidied his messy hair, and took out his phone. But I picked it up several times, and then put it down several times. Finally, gritting her teeth, She dialed Jiang Ning's number. The long wait continued, but the other end of the line remained silent. Chu Xiaoran sighed helplessly and sent a message. Jiang Ning, can we meet? I want to talk to you. Perhaps to make his stance clear, Jiang Ning sent a message after a long silence. We have nothing to talk about. One sentence made Chu Xiaoran feel extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Ning, I know I embarrassed you at the wedding, so you hate me, right? Chu Xiaoran sent a message. Jiang Ning found it laughable. Do you really think you're something special? I simply didn't reply to the message. After waiting for a long time without receiving a reply from Jiang Ning, Chu Xiaoran became somewhat exasperated. She used to ignore Jiang Ning's messages, but Jiang Ning is going too far now. She couldn't stand how Jiang Ning treated her. She can't accept even a little bit. Jiang Ning, you really make me angry. Chu Xiaoran grew angrier the more he thought about it. He got up, dressed, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the villa in Jiangning. Chu Xiaoran rang the doorbell of the villa and waited for several minutes, but there was no response from inside. Jiangning, are you really that stingy? You won't even see me. Chu Xiaoran shouted at the door. Then, he frantically rang the doorbell. Her actions drew barking from the surrounding dogs. Click. The door opened, and Jiang Ning appeared at the entrance with a cold expression. If you keep making noise, I'll drag you to feed the dogs, you believe me? When Jiang Ning said this, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he didn't seem to be joking. But Chu Xiaoran was in a fit of anger and didn't notice anything amiss. She pushed open the door and entered the courtyard, demanding, Is there another woman hiding inside? Whether I have women or not, what does it have to do with you? Jiang Ning said coldly. Chu Xiaoran entered the living room as if he were a familiar person and looked around. The decor here is understated yet luxurious, which is her preferred style. Remembering Xia Yuning's words that she could have been the mistress of this place, Chu Xiaoran felt a pang of loss. However, after careful observation, she was certain that there were no traces of any other woman here. On the slipper rack by the door, there were only a few pairs of Jiang Ning's men's shoes. Chu Xiaoran suddenly felt much more relaxed. She didn't know why she felt this way, but seeing Jiang Ning living alone made her heart feel less sad. Only then did she look at Jiang Ning seriously. Jiang Ning was wearing loose pajamas with the neckline open, revealing most of his muscular chest. His slightly messy hair gave him a sexy and alluring charm. Combined with this luxurious, palatial villa, Jiang Ning looked exceptionally handsome and charming at that moment. I came tonight to return your money, Chu Xiaoran said. Our family will return the 10 million yuan in betrothal gifts to you. No need. Jiang Ning spread his hands. I've already found a buyer for your batch of goods. Jiang Ning, our family only owes you 10 million, and the cost price of that batch of goods alone was over 20 million. You haven't paid for the broken antique yet, Jiang Ning said. Even if you and Lin Feng split it in half, you still have 10 million to pay back. Plus, the dowry of over 10 million has been delayed for so long, so I'll also need to pay some interest. It might not even be enough for 20 million. I've already calculated it, and if it's not enough, I'll keep asking you for more. Jiang Ning was clearly a heartless businessman. He calculated this matter extremely clearly. Jiang Ning, how come I never knew you were so heartless? Chu Xiaoran was so angry that his head was buzzing. Jiang Ning found it laughable. Paying back debts is a matter of course. Furthermore, I'm already prepared to sue Lin Feng. If he doesn't pay back that money, he can prepare to go to jail. Seeing that Jiang Ning was serious, Chu Xiaoran knew he couldn't be stubborn any longer, fearing that if things got heated, they wouldn't be able to discuss anything further. Jiang Ning, we were once boyfriend and girlfriend. Chu Xiaoran said, my dad's company has recently encountered some difficulties in transportation. I heard that you founded Ningda Logistics, so I hope you can take over our family's business. No problem. I'm always happy to do business with you. Jiang Ning smiled. Ningda Logistics, now independent, certainly needs more business. This relieved Chu Xiaoran, who then said, we can entrust the transportation to your Ningda Logistics in the future, but could you reduce the fees a bit? After saying that, he added, it would be best if things were like before. Free. Jiang Ning looked at Chu Xiaoran with amusement. This made Chu Xiaoran very uncomfortable. It was as if Jiang Ning was now in control, and she was the one being manipulated. But thinking about it, it makes sense, since I'm here to ask them for a favor. No need for free, Chu Xiaoran said with great pride. After all, you also have costs, so could you see if we could do the transportation at cost price? Jiang Ning smiled faintly. How could you say something like that? I used to be your devoted follower. To please you, I would give you nothing, or even pay you extra. But now that we're strangers, why should I help you transport goods at cost price? Thinking back to his previous life, after 3 years of marriage where he poured his heart out to this woman, only to be ruthlessly trampled upon in return, Jiang Ning felt no pity or emotion in his eyes. This is simply a pipe dream, Jiang Ning said. If you want to cooperate, that's fine. Full price, not a penny less. Chapter 53. Things are no longer what they used to be. Chu Xiaoran was taken aback. Previously, Jiang Ning could recklessly pour all of the Jiang family's resources into her. However, things are different now. At that moment, her heart felt as if it had been pierced by an ice pick. Chu Xiaoran took a deep breath and said somewhat reluctantly, "How about this? Let's both compromise. You give me a 50% discount. My Chu family will pay every penny you owe." Jiang Ning found this even more ridiculous. "Chu Xiaoran, you've been acting too high and mighty in front of me, haven't you? You're making it sound like you're barely keeping your word, saying you don't need a penny from me. Sorry, I'm not making that money. Enough with the nonsense. I welcome a full-price cooperation, but don't even think about a 50% discount," Jiang Ning said. Anyway, Ningda Logistics needs business right now, and it would be a fool not to make money. Looking at Jiang Ning's indifferent face, Chu Xiaoran suddenly felt a pang of grievance. Jiang Ning has changed. He's not the considerate man he used to be at all. I used to be his most beloved girlfriend. How could she do this to me? Chu Xiaoran's soft body curled up on the sofa. His shoulders slumped limply. Negotiations have reached a stalemate. Suddenly, Jiang Ning seemed to remember something and said, "I'll give you a chance. If you can do what I say, I can give you a discount." "What are you doing?" Chu Xiaoran immediately perked up. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. "If you can hire someone to cut off Lin Feng's fingers, just one, I'll give you a 90% discount. Cut off all of their fingers, and I'll transport them for you for free," Jiang Ning said, glancing at Chu Xiaoran with a mocking expression. "How about it? You want a discount? Okay, go ahead and haggle," Chu Xiaoran exclaimed in astonishment. "Jiang Ning, what are you saying? This is a society governed by the rule of law." "That's right, it's a society governed by the rule of law, so I won't do anything illegal. That's why I asked you to go." Jiang Ning spread his hands. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Chu Xiaoran was furious. "Jiang Ning, you really have a problem with your character. Although Lin Feng has targeted you, he never thought of dealing with you in such a ruthless way." "Bullshit," Jiang Ning sneered. "He didn't tell you about him instigating his friends to attack me in the underground parking garage, did he?" "Lin Feng? He?" Chu Xiaoran was astonished. "You really don't understand your white moonlight at all," Jiang Ning sneered. "All right, since you can't do it, there's no need to talk anymore. I need to rest. Goodbye." As he spoke, Jiang Ning was about to get up. "Jiang Ning, just pretend I didn't say anything before," Chu Xiaoran said hurriedly. "But there's one thing you have to do for me." Jiang Ning frowned. "Why do I have to help you? How can you be so shameless? Do you remember when my grandmother had a serious lung disease? She's had another attack recently, probably because of her age. This time it's even more serious than before," Chu Xiaoran said hurriedly, afraid that Jiang Ning would leave at any moment. Jiang Ning immediately understood the other party's intention. "Old Chui has retired and no longer treats patients, so don't even think about it," Jiang Ning said directly. "Jiang Ning, this is a matter of life and death." Chu Xiaoran stared intently at Jiang Ning. "You won't even save a life?" Jiang Ning frowned, his face showing great displeasure. "Is this kind of moral blackmail meaningful? Many wealthy people with serious illnesses line up to seek medical treatment, but Mr. Chui won't see them. Which human life isn't more precious than your grandmother's? But even Mr. Chui needs to make a living. Old Chui has saved lives all his life. Can't he enjoy his later years?" "Jiang Ning, I beg you," Chu Xiaoran said. "You can do whatever you want with the first two things, but please help me save my grandmother's life." Jiang Ning said calmly. "Didn't you understand what I said? Get out of here. He's not a saint. He only did it because of his fiancée. Now that relationship is over, why should I ask old Chui for help because of you?" "Jiang Ning, this is tantamount to murder," Chu Xiaoran said angrily. Jiang Ning turned around abruptly and said coldly, "I'm warning you. Don't try to morally blackmail me anymore." When the two were dating before, Chu Xiaoran always used moral blackmail. But Jiang Ning liked her so much at the time that he did everything she asked. "Are you kidding me for still doing this now?" His eyes gleamed with a cold light as he stared sharply at Chu Xiaoran. "Chu Xiaoran, when old Chui treated your grandmother, one dose of medicine cost over 10,000 yuan, and I paid for all of it. I didn't ask you for a single penny. Now you're trying to morally blackmail me. You're an ungrateful wretch. Get out of here," Jiang Ning shouted loudly, startling Chu Xiaoran. But what shocked her even more was that the medicine prescribed by Dr. Chui cost over 10,000 yuan per dose. "So, one course of treatment requires more than a dozen doses of medicine. My grandmother took 3 courses of treatment last time she went to see a doctor. Wouldn't that cost millions?" Was all of this paid for in advance by Jiang Ning? Would you like me to show you the list? Jiang Ning said coldly. Chu Shaoran blushed instantly, his face turning bright red to the roots of his neck, unsure how to respond. Why didn't I have this feeling before chapter 54? If Jiang Ning hadn't told him, Chu Shaoran really wouldn't have known. At this moment, she felt a mix of emotions. How much did Jiang Ning actually sacrifice for her? Although today's negotiations did not go very smoothly, Chu Shaoran still felt a faint sense of gratitude. Jiang Ning used to always give in to her, but she felt that Jiang Ning was cheap. But now that Jiang Ning no longer indulges her, she realizes how good Jiang Ning was back then. At that moment, Jiang Ning had already turned around and was about to go upstairs. Jiang Ning, wait a minute. Chu Shaoran remembered there was something else he hadn't said, and hurriedly went forward to pull Jiang Ning away. However, while wearing high heels, she accidentally tumbled over the carpet, lost her balance, and fell towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning turned around, but couldn't dodge in time. A dramatic scene unfolded. Chu Shaoran suddenly fell into Jiang Ning's arms, kissing Jiang Ning's chest and leaving a bright red lip print. Jiang Ning was stunned. They had been together for over a year, and Chu Shaoran had never kissed him. At most, they had just held hands. However, under such awkward circumstances, he actually managed to complete the action he had always dreamed of. However, looking at the woman in front of him, Jiang Ning's emotions remained completely unaffected. In contrast, Chu Shaoran was completely different. She stumbled into Jiang Ning's arms, feeling his strong chest and the faint scent of his shower gel. At that moment, she was completely intoxicated. Why didn't I feel this way before? Her heart suddenly started pounding. Can't you be more careful when you walk? Jiang Ning's cold words interrupted Chu Shaoran's thoughts. Then, looking at the carpet with concern, she said, "Thank goodness it's not torn." "Feel sorry." Chu Shaoran quickly stood up straight, and although he was flustered, he appeared extremely calm. "I wanted to tell you that our family has found a new factory and we're moving out soon. Do you think? Could you send a few trucks to help us move for free?" Chu Shaoran said somewhat reluctantly. "This is as simple as it gets for you." "Roll." Jiang Ning replied indifferently, turned and went upstairs, not giving Chu Shaoran another chance to speak. Their demands are getting increasingly unreasonable. What do they take me for? They've really gone too far. Looking at Jiang Ning's tall and straight back, Chu Shaoran was completely distraught. Jiang Ning has already told me to get lost twice today. This was something I never dared to imagine before. However, she had no choice. She genuinely needed someone's help. It's all Mom's fault. She always comes up with such terrible ideas. After grumbling to himself, Chu Shaoran could only leave dejectedly. Standing outside the villa, Chu Shaoran looked back at it one last time, feeling a pang of disappointment. If it weren't for what happened at the wedding, perhaps she would be lying on a large, luxurious bed with Jiang Ning right now, chatting and laughing. Just then, Lin Feng called by chance. Chu Shaoran frowned and answered the call. "Shaoran, I can't sleep," Lin Feng said. "The thought of you arguing with me tonight keeps me wide awake. Did I cause you to have insomnia?" A hint of displeasure flashed across Chu Shaoran's face. "Is this an accusation?" No. I think our relationship is in crisis," Lin Feng said. "No, you're overthinking it. But I still can't sleep." "Then take a few sleeping pills." "Shaoran, how could you treat me like this?" Lin Feng questioned. "Isn't that what you always tell me when I have insomnia?" Chu Shaoran found Lin Feng's words quite amusing and retorted, "How come it's just being perfunctory when it comes to you?" "Shaoran, I don't want to argue with you." "I don't want to argue with you either." "Okay, everyone calm down." Lin Feng paused, then said affectionately, "Shaoran, you know I love you." Chu Shaoran fell silent. Yes, Raymond Lam always talked about love, which once made her lose her way. "You need to get some rest," Chu Shaoran said. "Ever Bright is about to put out a Tinder, and whether we can work together smoothly depends on this." "I know," Lin Feng said. "I'm under a lot of pressure right now, but don't worry, this time it's a sure thing. Go to sleep early," Chu Shaoran said. Hearing Chu Shaoran's gentle tone, Lin Feng felt relieved. "Okay, you should go to sleep early too." After a brief conversation, Chu Shaoran hung up the phone. At this moment, her face was unusually calm, without a trace of emotion. The moment she bumped into Jiang Ning's arms just now kept echoing in her mind, lingering for a long time. She took a deep breath and looked up at the night sky. The night is beautiful tonight, and the moon seems brighter than usual. It's as bright as the crystal chandelier in Jiang Ning's home. When Chu Shaoran returned home and opened the door, Chu Guofeng and his wife immediately came to greet him. "Shaoran, how did the talks go?" Li Qin asked impatiently. "The talks didn't go very well." Chu Shaoran felt a sense of oppression as soon as he entered the room and replied casually. Chu Guofeng's face instantly darkened, and he rubbed his temples. What did Jiang Ning say? He withheld the goods and refused to return them, nor did he give us a discount. Chu Shaoran plopped down on the sofa. If we want to cooperate, we have to pay full price. Jiang Ning is such a scoundrel. Li Qin shrieked as if her tail had been stepped on. He's petty and holds a grudge against our family. Chu Shaoran was too lazy to argue and remained silent. Li Qin said angrily, tomorrow you go and contact Lin Feng and have Lin's freight take over our business. I don't believe that we can't survive without the Zhang family. Jiang Ning is not stingy. Chu Shaoran unusually spoke up for Jiang Ning. Isn't this petty? Just because of that little thing at the wedding, they're trying every way to make things difficult for us and get revenge on us. Li Qin vented her frustration. Isn't this petty? How many doses of medicine did my grandmother take when she last went to the doctor? Chu Shaoran suddenly asked. Li Qin's chest heaved as she tried to catch her breath, and she said with a grim expression, I forgot. It should be 3 courses of treatment, with more than 10 doses of medicine per course. 1 dose of medicine costs over 10,000 yuan, which adds up to several million yuan. Jiang Ning secretly paid for it all for us back then, Chu Shaoran said. And you actually called him stingy? Several million? Li Qin was shocked and wanted to say something, but she couldn't utter a single word. Chapter 55 The Chu family and the Lin family break up. Chu Guofeng sighed and said with emotion, Jiang Ning really went through a lot of trouble for our family back then. To be fair, that kid is really good. After all, when Chu Shaoran was dating Jiang Ning practically adored the Chu family. But the current disparity is something Li Qin cannot accept. That was then, and this is now, Li Qin said indignantly. Now that our Shaoran has come to him for help, he's putting on airs. Who does he think he is? If that doesn't work, we should call the police and at least get the confiscated goods back. No, Chu Shaoran said guiltily. I haven't paid back the money I lost last time for breaking someone's antique. It was offset against the dowry money as well. Even if we get the goods back, we don't have the Jiang family's extensive connections and many options. If we can't pay back the money, it will be troublesome if Jiang Ning takes us to court. Sigh. Li Qin sighed heavily, feeling as if Jiang Ning was choking her, making it impossible for her to breathe. As for the discount, at least give me some face, okay? Chu Guofeng shook his head from the side. Actually, it's really not easy to get a discount. He tried talking to some companies on the market, but given the Chu family's current business volume, almost no one offered a discount. What's even more frustrating is that the Chu family manufactures precision instruments, which require extremely stringent transportation conditions. Some logistics companies have even refused to cooperate with Chu Guofeng. People would rather not earn this money than cause this trouble. Li Qin retorted, Shaoran, contact Lin Feng tomorrow. They're practically in-laws now. At least get him to help us save face. Chu Shaoran sighed and turned to go back to his room. Although he was resistant to Li Qin's words, Chu Shaoran knew that it seemed that the only option left was to seek help from the Lin family. The next morning, Chu Shaoran called Lin Feng. Lin Feng readily agreed and invited Chu Shaoran's family to dinner to discuss the matter. Upon hearing the news, Li Qin's first thought was, there's hope. She and Chu Guofeng dressed up carefully and went out to the banquet with Chu Shaoran in high spirits. The location was set at a high-end restaurant near Raymond Lam's home. After all, this is the first meeting between the future in-laws, so the scale of the meeting can't be too low. But upon arrival, seeing the bustling diners in the restaurant and the sweaty waiters rushing back and forth, Li Qin looked displeased. It's supposed to be a high-end restaurant, but it doesn't look high-end at all. Mom, this restaurant is very unique, Chu Shaoran said, trying to smooth things over. Li Qin frowned and said unhappily, the first time we met the Jiang family, they took us to the Golden Sparrow Grand Court, to a private room on the 2nd floor. Compared to this place, it's like heaven and earth. Oh well, since you're already here, Chu Guofeng frowned and said, just say less. That's right, we're mainly here to discuss business today. As long as we can close the deal, does it really matter where we eat? Chu Shaoran said. Thinking that the other party could bring vitality to her business, Li Qin endured it. The 3 were led to their reserved private room by a waiter. Inside the private room, Lin Xingbin and Lin Feng saw Chu Shaoran and his family and hurriedly got up to greet them warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 sides took their seats. Li Qin looked around and suddenly asked, why didn't Lin Feng's mother come? Although it's a business meeting, it's also the first time the future in-laws are meeting, so why aren't all the people here? Oh, the company has some urgent business to handle, and she's too busy, Lin Xingbin said with a smile. This made Li Qin even more annoyed. It's like we're not busy at all. Who are we even talking to? Xiaofeng, tell the waiter to bring the food. Lin Xingbin waved his hand and then asked Chu Guofeng, Brother Chu, can you drink? The two had just asked each other their ages. Chu Guofeng was 2 years older than Lin Xingbin. I'm not a big drinker, but I can drink a little, Chu Guofeng said modestly. Great, I brought a few bottles of good stuff. Lin Xingbin took out 2 bottles of Wulianya liquor from the backpack next to his seat. Upon seeing the wine, Li Qin couldn't contain her anger and muttered under her breath. I thought it was some kind of fine wine. Last time I met the Jiang family, they served us mitai that had been aged for 20 years. Although the sound wasn't loud, it still reached Lin Xingbin's ears. He smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, it was my oversight. It's all right, Uncle Lin. My mom doesn't know anything about baijiu, but yours is top-notch in both taste and quality, Chu Xiaoran said, nudging Li Qin under the table with his foot. Mom, say less. Li Qin rolled her eyes and turned her head away. Ha! Chu Guofeng laughed awkwardly and said, Brother Lin, you've gone to a lot of trouble. No, there isn't. As they were talking, the dishes were served one after another. They were all home-style dishes, but they were still quite unique and smelled good. They were in a rush to leave in the morning, and Chu Xiaoran's family hadn't eaten yet, so they chatted and ate and drank together. They first talked about Chu Xiaoran and Lin Feng, and then they discussed their respective companies' businesses. Chu Guofeng then said, Brother Lin, I believe you know why I'm here today. My Guofeng company has recently encountered some tricky issues and may need your help. I'll help as much as I can. Lin Xingbing said. What exactly happened? Chu Guofeng cut to the chase. Our family's transportation costs are quite high right now, and the logistics companies on the market can't offer discounts. Brother Lin, aren't you in the logistics business? We're practically family, so you see. Since the two had just discussed business, Lin Xingbin had a basic understanding of the Chu family's situation. He frowned and pondered for a moment, as if he had made a major decision, and said, To be honest, the transportation requirements for your goods are extremely high. Not many logistics companies are capable of transporting this batch of goods. Although I really want to help you, we don't have the transportation capacity yet. Li Qin asked coldly, What do you mean? Sigh, considering our relationship. Lin Xingbing said, I can think of a way to upgrade our transportation equipment and help you with your transportation as much as possible. However, the price may need to be a little higher than the market price, since upgrading the equipment is a huge cost for us. Upon hearing this, Li Qin immediately bristled. What? You're going to raise the price for us? A hint of displeasure flashed in Lin Xingbing's eyes. It's true that your goods have very high transportation requirements. He deliberately feigned a troubled expression as he spoke. It seemed that this was his limit. But the Chu family members' expressions grew increasingly grim. Li Qin, in particular, had been holding back her anger for a long time and said, Old Lin, although we don't understand the logistics industry, what you said today is very insincere. Li Qin's words were tantamount to revealing her dissatisfaction. If that's how you put it, then I have nothing to say, Lin Xingbin said, shrugging. Transporting the Chu family's precision instruments would require him to spend money to purchase a batch of equipment, which he knew was a losing proposition no matter how he calculated it. He prefers to avoid things that are thankless and exhausting. Old Lin, I think you shouldn't force yourselves. Let's just pretend we didn't say anything today, Li Qin said, gritting her teeth in anger. Lin Xingbin was also very unhappy. It's just that I'm marrying your daughter. Why are you acting like I owe you something? He lowered his head, frowned, and remained silent. It seemed as if they were protesting Li Qin's impolite behavior. Seeing this, the most embarrassed people were Chu Xiaoran and Lin Feng. Chu Xiaoran quickly gestured to Lin Feng, and the two walked out of the private room. Brother Lin Feng, didn't I tell you beforehand? How did things turn out like this? Go and talk to Uncle Lin, Chu Xiaoran said. Lin Feng sighed. Since my dad said that, he must have his reasons. What kind of logic is that? Chu Xiaoran's temper flared up instantly, and he said angrily, Jiangning can provide us with transportation services. What? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. You went to talk to Jiangning? Right. When did you talk about it? When you called me last night. I had just finished talking with Jiangning, Chu Xiaoran said. Is chapter 56 really the end? It's so late. Why are you going to Jiangning's house? Just the two of you. Lin Feng's jealousy surged, and his eyes flashed with anger. It's just business. Why are you so agitated? Chu Xiaoran said calmly. Xiaoran, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Lin Feng said, both angry and anxious. Chu Xiaoran looked sharply at Lin Feng. Did you tell me beforehand that you were discussing business with the young woman tonight? Raymond Lam was instantly speechless. He took a deep breath and softened his tone. Xiaoran, you know how much I love you, and I can't stand you being with Jiangning. I said we were just discussing business. A man and a woman alone together late at night, claiming to be discussing business? Who would believe that? Lin Feng felt like he was wearing a green hat. Chu Xiaoran looked at Lin Feng with surprise. You really don't trust me? She recalled that when she was dating Jiang Ning, she would secretly go out to meet Lin Feng, and Jiang Ning would never blame her when he found out. Instead, they advised her to drink less alcohol, saying it was bad for her health. In contrast, Lin Feng's actions made her feel very uncomfortable. Xiaoran, it's not that I don't trust you. Lin Feng also felt guilty and argued. I just don't trust Jiang Ning. He likes you so much, and you went to his house alone late at night. You were giving him a chance. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Chu Xiaoran shook his head with a wry smile. No. It was Jiang Ning who took the initiative to issue the order to leave. They never even considered that anything might happen. Now it's Lin Feng who's showing some petty-mindedness. Chu Xiaoran didn't want to talk about this anymore and changed the subject, saying, Jiang Ning won't even raise the price to cooperate with us. So how can your company raise the price for me? Lin Feng frowned. To transport goods for you, we need to purchase special equipment. You can't expect my family to bear the entire cost of this equipment, can you? If we don't raise the price, then we'll be losing money while making a name for ourselves. These words chilled Chu Xiaoran to the bone. Jiang Ning accepted the business without saying a word and even offered free transportation. Why would someone be willing to lose money in a business? She didn't want to talk about it anymore and casually said, You figure it out. Then, he turned around and went back to the private room. Xiaoran. Lin Feng hurriedly chased after him. Back in the private room, the atmosphere was unusually oppressive. It seems that the conversation between the two sets of parents became even more unpleasant after they left. Brother Lin, there are some things I need to say that I'm afraid you might overthink, but I have to say them now, Chu Guofeng said. Ningda Logistics can accept our orders at the original price, and before that, the transportation is free. Chu Guofeng and Li Qin looked extremely grim. At first, they blamed Jiang Ning, saying that the full-price cooperation was too much, and hoped that the Lin family, who were also in the transportation industry, could help them with this favor. But when they came to the Lin family today, they realized that their orders were so difficult to fulfill because the Lin family simply did not have the capacity to transport their instruments. They even needed to purchase a special batch of equipment to make transportation possible. The Lin family needs to pay extra to have their equipment transported. In comparison, the full-price cooperation with Jiangning is not so unacceptable. Forget it. Should I go back and ask Jiangning for help again? The Lin family is simply beyond words. Lin Shengbin chuckled indifferently. If that's what you're saying, you can always ask him to continue your cooperation. Chu Guofeng, losing face, shouted, Fine, we've come this far. There's no need to talk anymore. Today is our first and last meeting. Xiaoran, let's go. Chu Guofeng and Li Qin both stood up. Uncle Chu, don't rush off. Lin Feng hurriedly stopped him, then looked at Lin Shengbing. Dad, isn't Jiangning's logistics not as good as ours? If Jiangning can do it, why can't we? Shut up, Lin Shengbin cursed. Do you even know anything about logistics? I don't understand as much as you do, Lin Feng said, lacking confidence. Then don't make things worse. Lin Shengbing said angrily. I asked you to win over Xingbang Logistics, but you messed it up, and now you're giving me trouble. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Seeing this, Chu Xiaoran shook his head and smiled wryly, then took Chu Guofeng's arm. Dad, let's go. There's no point in sitting here any longer. Uncle Lin, thank you for the treat. It's too much trouble. Chu Xiaoran gave a forced smile and left with his parents. What the hell? Li Qin cursed as she walked out the door. We're not even married yet. What will happen after we get married? Xiaoran, have you and Lin Feng ever had that kind of relationship? Chu Guofeng asked with a serious expression. Dad, what are you saying? Chu Xiaoran said. We're just holding hands right now. Thank goodness. Chu Guofeng breathed a sigh of relief. I think you should stop here. Chu Xiaoran fell silent. Is this the end? Is it really over for the girl he secretly loved for 4 years in college, and then maintained a lingering relationship with for another year after graduation? You should know that she confessed her love for Raymond Lam in front of everyone at their wedding. Friends, relatives, classmates, and even many netizens online have made this matter a hot topic. Although there are all sorts of opinions. But she went ahead without hesitation, and her courageous act for love is something she has always been proud of. She even felt that the best thing she ever did was to end her marriage in time and choose to bravely pursue true love. But how did it become like this in just over a month? Chu Xiaoran was in a state of confusion. A jumble of emotions swirled within her, leaving her completely bewildered. What are we waiting for if we don't break up? Li Qin roared. Are we just going to let the Lin family shit and piss on our heads? Mom, please stop talking. Chu Xiaoran felt a splitting headache. All right, let's not say anything more and go home. Chu Guofeng sighed and left dejectedly. Evening, Run residential area. Jiang Ming arrived at Wei Qingmei's house. In his previous life, Jiang Ming's first move abroad was to dominate the local logistics industry. No matter how big an arms dealer, drug lord, or even mercenary leader is, they all have to pay their respects before coming to Jiang Ming's territory. Without Jiang Ming's logistics and transportation, they cannot carry out any of their plans. Logistics is the lifeblood of all goods circulation. It is essential for all goods to be transported. Therefore, Jiang Ming will continue to adopt this strategy in this lifetime. His current goal is to enter the top 10 logistics companies in Haicheng. In fact, his ambitions went far beyond that. He wants to dominate the logistics industry in Haicheng and even Jiangnan province, becoming the largest logistics group and forcing other logistics companies to bow down and serve him. In this way, he will also have advantages that others do not have in other business areas. Right now, the Everbright project is of paramount importance in order to rapidly expand Ningda logistics. Wei Qingmei is the key figure in securing the Everbright project. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. They're here. Wei Qingmei opened the door. She seemed to have dressed up specially, wearing a floral dress. Her hair was freshly blow-dried and smelled of fresh shampoo, and she also wore light lipstick. Sister Wei, I'm sorry to bother you. Jiang Ming smiled politely. You're too kind. Please come in. As Wei Qingmei spoke, she glanced at the stairwell outside the door, seemingly feeling somewhat guilty. After all, it is a big no-no to contact bidders privately before the bid opening. But for some inexplicable reason, she still didn't refuse Jiang Ming's invitation today. Please sit wherever you like. After saying that, Wei Qingmei swayed her hips and went to the kitchen to wash the fruit. Watching Wei Qingmei's retreating figure, Jiang Ming couldn't help but admire her. Although she is nearing 40, her years of single life have allowed her to maintain a youthful figure. Her curves are smooth and rounded, without an ounce of excess fat. Soon, Wei Qingmei came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of fruit. Mr. Jiang, my home is a bit messy, please don't mind. As Wei Qingmei spoke, she bent down and placed the fruit in front of Jiang Ming. Have some fruit. She had a great figure, and when she bent over, a glimpse of her fair skin was caught by Jiang Ming's eyes. Chapter 57 The Scene of Social Death. At this moment, Wei Qingmei shed her usual image as a strong career woman, appearing gentle and charming. She was naturally beautiful. Aside from a few fine lines around her eyes, her skin still looked very supple and moisturized. He just looked a little pale and bloodless. But her fair skin, combined with her slightly red lips, actually made her look more feminine. Jiang Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. An old Bentley is still a Bentley after all. Mr. Jiang, thank you for saving my son last time. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life, Wei Qingmei said. Sister Wei, I'm not here to ask for credit, Jiang Ming said. I want you to help me with my selection. The bidding for the Everbright project is scheduled to begin in less than a month. On the day of the bid opening, representatives from each participating company will take the stage to present their company's strengths using PowerPoint presentations. This is a very important and decisive step. If this step can be handled well, Jiangning is basically safe. Jiangning has already prepared the PPT materials needed for the presentation. But he was, after all, a newcomer to the logistics industry. Fearing that his PPT was not refined enough or that he hadn't handled it properly, he decided to ask Wei Qingmei for advice. Wei Qingmei is the decision-maker for the project. Whether or not the materials meet the standards is up to her. If Wei Qingmei could provide guidance on his PPT, it would definitely get full marks. That backdoor approach was incredibly clever. Let's put the guidance on hold for now, Wei Qingmei said. Mr. Jiang hasn't had dinner yet, has he? After a busy day, Wei Qingmei arrived home hungry and exhausted, and didn't have the energy to work on Jiangning's PPT. Oh, you haven't eaten yet, Jiangning said. Perfect timing. To thank you, I'll treat you to a family dinner. Wei Qingmei smiled. Of course, my cooking skills aren't very good, so please bear with me. Jiangning smiled and said, It doesn't matter whether the cooking skills are good or bad. What matters is who makes it. I'm enjoying Sister Wei's thoughtfulness. These words were heartwarming, and Wei Qingmei found Jiangning more and more pleasing to the eye. She even fantasized about whether her son would grow up to be as handsome and outstanding as Jiangning. And Sister Wei, it sounds a bit awkward for you to call me Mr. Jiang. From now on, just call me Jiangning or Xiao Jiang. Jiangning said. Okay, Jiangning. Wei Qingmei smiled gently. I'm going to cook now. Please wait a moment. Good. Watching Wei Qingmei sway her hips as she walked into the kitchen, Jiangning let out a long sigh and sat back on the sofa. Wei Qingmei has lived alone for many years, and her home is decorated in a very simple style, without as many small items as a typical family. It looks clean and refreshing. However, Just as Jiang Ning was looking around, he suddenly heard a scream coming from the kitchen. Oh, what's wrong, Sister Wei? Jiang Ning rushed into the kitchen and saw the oil pan smoking, with Wei Qingmei clutching her wrist, her face contorted in pain. It's nothing, I just accidentally got burned by the oil, Wei Qingmei said somewhat awkwardly. Her cooking skills are indeed not very good. We usually have a nanny, but she had to go back to her hometown these past 2 days because of some unforeseen circumstances. She had put in a little too much oil, and when she tried to pour some out, her hand slipped and some spilled onto her wrist. Sister Wei, let me see how badly you're injured. Jiang Ning stepped forward and supported Wei Qingmei's arm, noticing a thumb-sized burn scar on her right wrist, the wound faintly red. Sister Wei, you need to apply ice immediately, otherwise you'll get big blisters. Jiang Ning was experienced in dealing with this kind of thing. Chu Xiaoran used to like eating takeout, which he thought was unhealthy, so he often went to Chu Xiaoran's place to cook for her. In the beginning, it was common to get burned by hot oil. Sister Wei, is there any ice in the refrigerator? Have. Jiang Ning hurriedly went to the living room and took out a few ice cubes from the refrigerator. Then, he went back to the kitchen and applied ice to Wei Qingmei's wrist. Because the ice was slippery, Jiang Ning could only wrap it with his own hands and hold Wei Qingmei's wrist. In this position, their arms touched, and their bodies involuntarily leaned together. The skin touching caused Wei Qingmei to blush, and she said awkwardly, I can do it myself. Good. As soon as Jiang Ning let go, the ice block immediately slid off. He hurriedly reached out to grab the ice, but instead of grabbing the ice, he grabbed Wei Qingmei's hand. At that moment, Taishi died. The two of them were so embarrassed that they could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. I'll go get a few more ice cubes. Jiang Ning hurriedly turned around and went to the living room. Looking at Jiang Ning's tall and straight back, Wei Qingmei felt a surge of emotion. Having lived alone for many years, her love life was like stagnant water. But now, this stagnant pool has been stirred by a ripple. Soon, Jiang Ning returned to the kitchen. This time, he wrapped the ice cubes in a tissue. He first carefully blew on Wei Qingmei's wound, and then applied the ice pack. Instantly, a cool sensation traveled from her arm straight to Wei Qingmei's heart, causing her body to shiver involuntarily. So refreshing. Looking at Jiang Ning's serious face, Wei Qingmei's heart melted. She smiled gently and said, It's okay. You rest first, I'll continue. Sister Wei, you should get some rest. Jiang Ning said, I'll take care of it. You can cook. Wei Qingmei asked, somewhat surprised. Would a pampered rich kid like him even cook? You're looking down on me. Jiang Ning teased. You wait, I'll have to show you a thing or two. In his previous life, those notorious underworld bosses would obediently assist Jiang Ning and prepare dishes whenever they visited his home, just to taste the craftsmanship of Jiang Ning. Wei Qingmei was also quite interested and stood aside, saying, Now you're the main character. Good. Jiang Ning deftly picked up a cleaver and skillfully chopped the seasonings. Then, he turned on the heat again and started stir-frying. Watching this scene, Wei Qingmei suddenly felt a very warm feeling. Yes, it's been a long time since a man has cooked for her. This is the kind of home that truly feels alive and warm. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from behind Jiang Ning, as if to hug him. He was taken aback at first, then realized that it was Wei Qingmei who had put the apron on him. Don't get it on yourself. As Wei Qingmei spoke, she helped Jiang Ning tie on his apron. Thanks. You're welcome. The two exchanged a smile, and the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. It also subtly reveals a hint of ambiguity. Jiang Ning, as expected of an expert, served several exquisite stir-fried dishes in less than half an hour. I said I was inviting you to dinner, but I even made you cook. I feel ashamed, Wei Qingmei said. To make up for my mistake, I'll treat you to a drink. Wei Qingmei took out her treasured wine and poured it for Jiang Ning. The two chatted as they ate. Wei Qingmei had never had such a comfortable night. It felt like she had finally found a real home. Before I knew it, I had drunk a few more glasses. She was originally not a good drinker, but as the alcohol took effect, she started to feel dizzy and became increasingly uninhibited. Does it still hurt, Sister Wei? It hurts a little, and it seems swollen, Wei Qingmei said sweetly. Let me see. Jiang Ning leaned over across the table. You can't see clearly like this. Wei Qingmei suddenly stood up, walked around the table, sat down next to Jiang Ning, leaned directly against him, and put her arm around his chest. You can see clearly like this. Jiang Ning grasped Wei Qingmei's wrist and saw that it was indeed somewhat swollen. Sister Wei, I'll go downstairs and buy you some medicine. Jiang Ning said. No need. Wei Qingmei stood up, pressed Jiang Ning back into his seat, and stared at him with a look of longing in her eyes. You just stay here quietly. Forehead. Jiang Ning was somewhat stunned. At this moment, Wei Qingmei pretended to be dizzy and sat directly on Jiang Ning's lap. Chapter 58. The Lin family father and son are in a frenzy. Sister Wei Yu. Jiang Ning felt hot all over and wanted to push Wei Qingmei away, but in the end he didn't do it. Although he has been given a second chance at life, he is now a vigorous young man. Even a woman who still possesses charm can hardly resist him when she sits in his lap. Jiang Ning. Wei Qingmei sensed something was wrong and murmured softly, her face turning even rosier. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Ning's neck and said with a dreamy look in her eyes, "Do you know how hard it has been for me to get through all these years alone?" "I understand," Jiang Ning said with a smile. At this point, how could he not see through Wei Qingmei's intentions? This kind of ambiguity is essential for building a strong relationship. He then put his arm around Wei Qingmei's waist, straightened her soft body, and slid his hands down her lower back. Oh, Wei Qingmei felt as if her whole body was on fire. She held Jiang Ning's cheeks with both hands and took the initiative to kiss him. However, at that moment, the sound of the door opening came from the doorway. "Mom, I'm home." That sound instantly sobered them up considerably. He quickly stopped what he was doing. Wei Qingmei got off Jiang Ning, tidied her hair, and walked around the screen to the door. "Xiaobao, why are you back so early today? Isn't school having extra classes?" Wei Qingmei asked, blushing. "Oh, the tutor is sick, so tutoring is closed today." Xiaobao put the shoes on the shoe rack, sniffed the air, and said, "What smells so good? Mom, I'm so hungry." He went straight to the dining table. "Hello." Jiang Ning sat at the dining table, smiling and waving at Xiaobao. "Brother Jiang." Xiaobao was somewhat surprised. Wei Qingmei hurriedly caught up and said, "Mr. Jiang saved you before, so I specially invited you over for a meal to express my gratitude." Oh, Xiaobao said politely. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." "You're welcome. Come and eat. There are still fresh vegetables in the pot," Jiang Ning said. The two were somewhat embarrassed by Xiaobao's sudden collision. Recalling what just happened, it's still hard to believe. If Xiaobao hadn't come back, the two would have already had a deep conversation by now. "Sister Wei, I'm full. Let's talk about the PPT." Jiang Ning calmed himself down and turned on his computer. "Good." Wei Qingmei stared intently at the computer screen, scrutinizing each word and sentence. Originally, she thought she would just give Jiang Ning some simple pointers, and whether Jiang Ning could get the hang of it would depend entirely on his own ability and comprehension. But now, she doesn't think that way anymore. She desperately wanted to help Jiang Ning complete the entire PowerPoint presentation so that he could win the bid immediately. After more than an hour of discussion, all the problems were finally resolved. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister Wei, thank you for your hard work." "Don't mention it." Wei Qingmei smoothed her slightly messy hair and smiled charmingly. "If there's anything you're still unsure about regarding the Everbright project, feel free to come to me." "Thank you." Jiang Ning packed up his laptop. "It's getting late. I'll head back now." "I'll see you off." Wei Qingmei gently stood up. "No need, Sister Wei. There are too many people around." Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Wei Qingmei also realized that no matter what, she was a single woman, and it wouldn't be good for the neighbors to see her like that. If other companies involved in the bidding process find out about this, they will likely use it as an excuse to cause trouble. She appreciated Jiang Ning's thoughtfulness and smiled. "Okay, take care then." Jiang Ning took a taxi back to his residence, secretly amused. Xiaobao came back just in time. Otherwise, he would have taken the opportunity to pin that decisive and strong woman down. In reality, Jiang Ning's heart was completely unmoved. Having experienced too many women in his previous life, he now yearned for pure love even more. "I gave away my first time in this life without even realizing it, so I feel a bit cheated." Jiang Ning shook his head and smiled, took a shower, and quickly fell asleep in his bedroom. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The departure of several senior executives did not cause any harm to Ningda Logistics. With less business at the moment, Jiang Ning, with Xiao Bai's assistance, took a hands-on approach and easily stabilized the situation. But the situation was quite different with Lin's Freight. In the past few days, Shan Xunyu sorted out the accounts, obtained evidence of Lin's Freight's falsification of accounts, and identified a difference of 120 million yuan in funds. He then presented the evidence directly to Lin Xingbin's face. Left with no other option, Lin Xingbin requested to settle the matter privately with Shan Xunyu. After all, if something goes wrong now, the Everbright project will be ruined. After weighing the options, Shan Xunyu agreed to settle the matter privately. However, Lin's Freight immediately offered a compensation amount of 150 million, including interest, etc. At the same time, Jiang Ning put pressure on Lin Feng again, demanding that he immediately pay 10 million yuan in compensation. This sum of 160 million is an astronomical figure for the Lin family. Lin Xingbin and Lin Feng were in a terrible predicament. Chapter 59 Xiao Ran. The white moonlight is just a fantasy. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Lin family was extremely gloomy. The father and son sat on the sofa, heads drooping, completely unlike their smug selves from just a few days ago. Dad, Lin Feng said, where are we going to get this money? Sigh. Lin Xingbin sighed deeply. He didn't expect that Jiang Ning would strike his weak points so easily, with just a slight movement. I smoked all night last night, and my eyes are still bloodshot, and I look very haggard. What do we do now? Lin Feng asked in a panic. Lin Xingbing stubbed out his last cigarette and gritted his teeth, saying, I thought about it all night last night, and now there's only one way left. What method? Borrow money and grit your teeth and hold on, Lin Xingbing said. As long as we can borrow this money, pay it back to Xingbang Logistics, prevent this matter from escalating, and then take over the Guangdao project, we can turn things around. Where can we borrow it? Lin Feng asked. There's only one way out. High-interest loans, Lin Xingbing said. We can borrow some money by using Lin's freight as collateral. We can also talk to Shan Chunyu and ask him to give us some time to pay the rest. But this also carries risks. Lin Feng panicked even more. If we can't secure the Everbright project, our family will go bankrupt. If we don't borrow money, we won't be able to repay this 160 million, and we'll face bankruptcy immediately, Lin Xingbin said with distress. Do you think I want to do this? You reap what you sow. Who told you to let someone else have such a big handle on you? He still wonders how Jiang Ning, a logistics novice, could have discovered his secretive accounting scheme. Jiang Ning, you bastard. Lin Feng slumped into a chair, gritting his teeth. This is the closest he has ever come to the word bankruptcy since he was born. He was under immense pressure and felt like he was about to collapse. The Everbright project is our last chance, Lin Xingbin said through gritted teeth. If we can secure it, we can turn our lives around. These words gave Lin Feng some confidence. He swallowed and said, I'll talk to you young again. This time the chance is really good. All right, let's have a good chat. Lin Xingbing said, this time, we must go all in. As long as we secure the Everbright project, I will attract more investment to strengthen Lin's freight and crush Jiangning. Okay, Lin Feng said. Then, he thought of Chu Xiaoran. The last meeting between the two families was very unpleasant, and his relationship with Chu Xiaoran has also become somewhat strained recently. If Chu Xiaoran knew about this, it would probably shake her resolve even further. Lin Feng returned to his bedroom and called Chu Xiaoran, wanting to find out if she knew about this. However, the other party did not answer the phone. Lin Feng angrily slammed his phone onto the bed, feeling as if the sky was about to darken. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoran had arranged to meet Jean Mei for dinner, but he didn't notice that his phone was on silent. This was the first time the two had met since Kim Mi-hwan went to South Korea to become a trainee. Previously, they had only communicated via video call. Sister Mei-hwan, you're even more beautiful than before, Chu Xiaoran exclaimed. Kim Mi-hwan is 1.72 meters tall. She was a well-known goddess in high school, and the number of people who pursued her could fill the entire corridor. After several years of trainee training, she now appears more mature, has a more feminine figure, and exudes elegance in every gesture. It's no exaggeration to say that if she stood on the street, she would turn heads 99% of the time. The last one didn't turn around. He might be blind. Xiaoran, stop teasing me. Being pretty won't put food on the table, Jean Mei-hwan said with a faint smile. The two chatted intimately about their childhood, laughing heartily from time to time, which drew the attention of those around them. After a round of laughter, Chu Xiaoran turned serious and said, Sister Mei-hwan, I asked you out today for two reasons. First, we sisters haven't seen each other in a long time. Second, I have some questions that I can't figure out and would like your advice. It's about relationships, isn't it? Kim Mi-hwan blurted out without even looking at the screen. Yes, Chu Xiaoran said. I seem to have lost the ability to love someone now. I feel like I can't muster any interest in Lin Feng, but I know that I still like him in my heart. Not necessarily. Jean Mei-hwan looked up at Chu Xiaoran. He is your white moonlight, just a fantasy of yours. In reality, you don't understand him. Although Jean Mei-hwan is 2 years older than her, she seems to have a much greater life experience. In the past, whenever Chu Xiaoran couldn't figure something out, he would consult Jean Mei-hwan. Kim Mi-hwan always manages to enlighten her. But Chu Xiaoran disagreed with what Jean Mei-hwan said today. How could it be a fantasy? I've liked him for years, Chu Xiaoran said. Upon seeing this, Jean Mei-hwan simply smiled and offered no further advice. Some things, no matter how much others say, are not as valuable as her own moment of realization. By the way, I need your help with something today. Kim Mi-hwan suddenly changed the subject. What's up? Regarding Jiangning, Jean Meihuan paused mid-sentence to observe Chu Xiaoran's expression. As expected, Chu Xiaoran was startled, put down his chopsticks, and looked at Jean Meihuan. Chapter 60. This woman is a jinx. Jean Meihuan said, when I returned to China this time, I participated in a reality show, which is a wilderness survival program. The director will select 10 people of different ages and backgrounds and take them deep into the South Asian rainforest for a month-long wilderness survival shoot. The personnel are basically finalized now, and we are only missing one male spot. I am very familiar with the director, so the director will let me choose this last spot. I think Jiangning is the most suitable candidate for this spot. Why choose him? Chu Xiaoran asked, quite surprised. You've never even met Jiangning, and you don't know what kind of person he is. I don't need to know any of that, Kim Mi-huan said with certainty. I only need to know one thing. He can bring enough viewership to the show. Chu Xiaoran frowned. How can he bring in traffic? He's not a celebrity. To make the show more relatable, 80% of the participants are ordinary people, Jean Meihuan explained with a smile. A month ago, Jiangning made a prophetic prediction about the shipwreck and saved over 40 people. I even saw this news when I was in South Korea, which shows how sensational it was. It's just that Jiangning himself is low-key and didn't make a fuss about it. But you have to understand, this is exactly what the production team excels at. As long as they invite Jiangning, they'll heavily promote him as the hero who saved people in Haicheng and define his persona as a prophet. As she spoke, Jean Meihuan gave Chu Xiaoran a mysterious smile, and the promotional slogan slipped out. Can a godlike prophet, facing the unknown dangers of the tropical jungle, perfectly reverse the situation with his divine predictions? Please watch the large-scale wilderness survival reality show, Rainforest Horror. Furthermore, Jiangning, an ordinary actor, receives very low pay but generates substantial revenue. They are an excellent candidate. How about it, Xiaoran? Jean Meihuan raised an eyebrow. Help me invite Jiangning over. I'm not going. Chu Xiaoran's face was extremely ugly. Even if I went, they might not give me the face I deserve. Jiangning rejected her repeatedly, and she knew that Jiangning was still angry, so it would be pointless to say anything. Jean Meihuan smiled and said, he probably won't refuse. Many rich kids dream of becoming stars. This show will definitely make him a star. From what I understand, he may not necessarily want to be a star, Chu Xiaoran said. Jiangning is the kind of person who doesn't like hype and never follows celebrities. She firmly believed this. Even if he doesn't want to be a celebrity, as long as he participates in this program, he will be surrounded by a halo and have a lot of popularity, and he will be able to do anything without hesitation. As Jean Meihuan spoke, she opened her phone and showed Chu Xiaoran some details about the program. Xiaoran, look, the investor this time is Mr. Su from Yuanda Real Estate. He's been on the Forbes rich list. Moreover, they've invited famous Hong Kong and Taiwan movie stars like Zhu Jiwei and Rin Jiahua to participate in the program. It's no wonder it's a hit if you participate in a program with stars of this caliber. The program is currently in the preparation stage, and many investors are already planning to invest. Xiaoran, I've never asked you for a favor before. She looked at Chu Xiaoran earnestly. Just help me this once. Go and invite Jiangning. This? Chu Xiaoran sighed, feeling utterly helpless. In the past, it was always me who troubled Kim Mi-huan. Once Kim Mi-huan asks, it's really hard for her to refuse. I'll give it a try, Chu Xiaoran said, sounding somewhat reluctant. After dinner, Chu Xiaoran decided to try his luck and went directly to Jiangning's house. Surprisingly, Jiangning was actually home. Jiangning was wearing loose-fitting loungewear, the fabric of which was silky and very refreshing. He looked great, and his whole demeanor exuded a relaxed and languid air. Chu Xiaoran cut to the chase. Jiangning, I'm here to make a deal with you. Jiangning gave a cold laugh. Are you qualified to make a deal with me? I can help you become a star, Chu Xiaoran said. But you have to help me invite old Master Cui over to treat my grandmother's illness. Chu Xiaoran, are you crazy? Jiangning shook his head and laughed. When did I ever want to be a star? They actually offered such conditions to invite Elder Cui? You're out of your mind. Listen to me first, Chu Xiaoran said. A good friend of mine joined a reality show crew, and they happened to be short one spot. She's giving you a chance because of me. Jiangning, if you participate in this program, it will bring you tremendous fame and attention. This project is invested in by Mr. Su of Yuanda Group, and a well-known South Korean director has been hired to direct it. Upon hearing this, Jiangning's expression instantly changed. Stop. This incident caused a huge sensation in the previous life. Jiangning recalled his previous life, when General Su set up a scheme that fooled everyone. Mr. Su started his business in real estate, but in recent years the real estate industry has collapsed, and Mr. Su has already suffered internal losses and is heavily in debt. Knowing there was no way to turn the tide, he thought he would try to make one last quick buck and escape overseas. However, with his superiors watching him closely and unable to sell his assets, he came up with a very unusual way to make money. He launched a project called Rainforest Horror. Then, under the guise of giving back to society, they raised funds everywhere to film, promising investors a guaranteed return. Simply put, if you invest money, you'll receive dividends when the company makes a profit. If you lose money, my Yuanda Group will personally pay you back, so you won't lose money no matter what. This has led many wealthy individuals and business tycoons, as well as some well-off middle-class individuals, to purchase project shares in the form of businesses or individuals dreaming of getting rich. However, less than 2 weeks after the show started filming, Mr. Su absconded with the huge sum of money raised and fled overseas. Not only did these investors lose everything, but the worst off were the actors who participated in the reality show, who were all abandoned on a deserted island deep in the rainforest. When the rescue team found those people, one of them had already been swallowed by the anaconda, leaving no trace of his body. 2 other people were bitten by poisonous insects and had their limbs amputated. The remaining people weren't much better off. They all had some mental health issues. Chu Shaoran actually called this a chance for himself. This woman is a jinx. Chapter 61. This is a huge pitfall. However, Jiang Ming had some doubts. Because, in my previous life, this matter never happened to me. Why is the trajectory of this life different from that of the previous one? Could it be that many things in this life will change? But upon closer reflection, that doesn't make sense either. Everything that was supposed to happen in the previous life has already happened. For example, the demolition of old factory areas, the shipwreck on the island in the river. Therefore, there is only one possibility. That is, changes in one's own trajectory lead to changes in some subsequent events. For example, he bought land in the old factory area, which made him the beneficiary of the demolition and relocation, instead of the Chen family. For example, he went to the riverbank in advance to stop the students from boarding the boat, and the 40-odd people who were originally going to die at the bottom of the river survived. Therefore, he guessed that he must have done something to cause the program team to contact him. That is indeed the case. It was because of his involvement in the Jiangxin Island shipwreck incident that the Rainforest Horror program team approached him. Seeing Jiang Ming frowning in thought, Chu Shaoran seemed a little impatient. Jiang Ming, why are you so stubborn? This is clearly a golden opportunity. You're lucky to have been chosen. Huh? Jiang Ming shook his head and sneered. Yes, I'm really lucky. So what do you mean? Are you going to participate or not? Chu Shaoran said with a slightly threatening tone. Let me give you a piece of advice. This is an opportunity not to be missed, or you'll miss it again. Jiang Ning smiled gently. I'll give you this spot. You can go. Jiang Ning you. Chu Shaoran really didn't know what to say. If Jean Meihuan hadn't insisted, she wouldn't have bothered to try and persuade her. But in order to help Jean Meihuan, she took another step back. I know you can't get Elder Chui to come and refuse me. How about this? Put Elder Chui's matter aside and go participate in the program. Consider it my way of helping you this time. You're helping me? Jiang Ning laughed loudly. You set up a scam, and you're saying you're helping me? Are you the idiot or am I the idiot? Chu Shaoran was completely speechless. What did you say? Who lied to you? Chu Shaoran didn't understand Jiang Ning's meaning and emphasized, this opportunity was given to me by my good sister Jean Meihuan. She's a favorite of the director. Jiang Ning seemed to vaguely remember the name Jean Meihuan. In her previous life, Jean Meihuan was also thrown into the depths of the rainforest and was apparently raped. She eventually went insane, ruining her promising future. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Get out of my house now. Jiang Ning said. Chu Shaoran, however, felt that Jiang Ning was an incapable ruler. Jiang Ning, you have really disappointed me. Chu Shaoran was already exhausted from Jiang Ning's repeated rejections. She didn't want to talk about it anymore and got up to leave. Stepping out of the villa, Chu Shaoran smiled helplessly. Jiang Ning, oh Jiang Ning, my impression of you had improved. But you are so disappointing. Your selfishness, narrow-mindedness, and lack of ambition really disappoint me. Just then, the phone rang. It's Lin Feng. Chu Shaoran was speechless. Lin Feng has called her at least 10 times today, but she hasn't been in the mood to answer. Feeling frustrated after being rejected by Jiang Ning, he answered the phone. Shaoran, why aren't you answering the phone? The person on the other end demanded directly. I was busy just now, and I just came out of my home in Jiangning. Chu Shaoran used this method to vent his anger. Huh? Why did you go to Jiang Ning's house again? Lin Feng was immediately annoyed. Shaoran, what do you mean? Do you want to get back together with him? What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Shaoran said, annoyed. He explained, It's a good sister of mine who asked me to invite Jiang Ning to participate in a reality show. Then, she briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng reacted as if a fly had smelled cake and hurriedly said, Xiaoran, there's such a good thing? Why didn't you call me? Whether it's looks or temperament, I surpassed Jiang Ning. This opportunity is clearly more suitable for me. Chu Xiaoran sighed. What Sister Meihuan wants is Jiang Ning's traffic. With such a powerful production team, do you really think they need a little bit of traffic from Jiang Ning? Lin Feng said confidently. What they need more is an ordinary person like me with the right qualities. With my looks and eloquence, if I participated in that show, I would definitely become the visual center, and my fan base would grow rapidly. Xiaoran, this is exactly the kind of opportunity I've been waiting for. Raymond Lam has always dreamed of becoming a star. Moreover, the Lin family is currently in dire straits. If he can become a star, he will definitely be able to turn the tide by leveraging his fame. But Chu Xiaoran poured cold water on the idea, saying, I know this is a good opportunity, but Sister Mei Huan won't agree. She also really wanted to push Lin Feng into it. However, Mei Huan didn't even fancy anyone else. Xiaoran, anything is possible if we don't try. How will we know it won't work if we don't try? Lin Feng said urgently. Here's what we'll do. Find a time to arrange a meeting with your sister so I can speak with her in person. But you still have to deal with the Everbright project. Everything for the Everbright project is ready, and I just need to attend the bidding on the day of the event, Lin Feng said. I have plenty of time and energy to participate in the program now. Chu Xiaoran recalled what Jean Meihuan had said. The project team was currently in the preparation stage. Therefore, it should be relatively free and there should be no time conflict. She was starting to get interested. If Raymond Lam can participate, it will greatly promote his personal development. Moreover, Raymond Lam once dreamed of becoming an idol. This is also his dream. Let me talk to Sister Mei Huan about it. Chu Xiaoran said. Xiaoran, you're the best. I love you. Lin Feng said sweetly. Chu Xiaoran, however, was completely immune to these words. She simply smiled bitterly and said, it might not work out. It's all right. I'm confident, Lin Feng said confidently. He felt that as long as he stood in front of Kim Mi Huan, she would be 100% satisfied. Chapter 62 Lin Feng, I can't find a single redeeming quality in you. Xiaoran, you need to contact your good sister right away. This matter needs to be handled quickly, Lin Feng urged. He felt that the Everbright project was a sure thing. Therefore, I should also make time to consider my future development. This can't be rushed. I need to think about how to talk to Sister Mei Huan. Chu Xiaoran frowned, looking troubled. Jean Mei Huan failed to handle the task assigned to her, and instead recommended someone else at the last minute. How should I bring this up? But Lin Feng urged impatiently. How can we not be in a hurry? What if we're not careful and the opportunity slips to someone else? We'll regret it to death. Chu Xiaoran didn't reply, his mind racing as he tried to list Lin Feng's strengths. When I talk to Sister Mei Huan later, I'll make sure to give Lin Feng a proper introduction. But after thinking for a long time, she realized that she couldn't think of any good qualities in Lin Feng. Handsome? Can being handsome fill your stomach? If we're talking about looks, you can find plenty of good-looking people at film schools. They're a professionally trained actor, more suited to reality show performances, so why bother using you? Moreover, Chu Xiaoran increasingly felt that Lin Feng's handsomeness was a kind of effeminate handsomeness. He is very feminine and lacks masculinity. She used to really like this type. But after breaking up with Jiang Ning, he suddenly realized that Jiang Ning's refreshing, clean, sunny, and energetic handsomeness was the kind of handsomeness a young man should have. She continued to ponder. What other advantages does Raymond Lam have? Are you capable? In what ways is this ability manifested? Could it be that he is the president of the university student union? Please, it's been a year since you graduated. Who cares what you were like in school? Are you loyal in relationships? No. Going on TV and telling people you're devoted to someone? People aren't here to watch a romance drama. Moreover, can his devotion compare to Jiang Ning's? Jiang Ning would never invite an old woman out to discuss business in the middle of the night. Chu Xiaoran shook her head and sighed. She racked her brains, but couldn't think of any advantages Lin Feng had to offer. Furthermore, he didn't have any particular skills. At this moment, Chu Xiaoran felt extremely confused. Why did she used to think that Raymond Lam was full of good qualities? She couldn't even understand how such a perfect man could exist in the world. But now, if she were asked to pick out any good qualities from Raymond Lam, she couldn't find a single one. Even if you pick out one thing that can compare to Jiang Ning. None. Chu Xiaoran's brows furrowed into a knot, and the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Seeing that Chu Xiaoran remained silent, Lin Feng urged him urgently. Xiaoran, what are you doing? Why aren't you saying anything? This is a golden opportunity. You absolutely have to help me. Let me have some peace and quiet. Chu Xiaoran wasn't thinking about those things at the moment. She was now completely confused about what her crush of 4 years was actually about. Xiaoran, stop being so quiet. Lin Feng wished he could reach Chu Xiaoran through the phone line. I'm telling you, this opportunity is fleeting. Call your good sister right now. I'm waiting for your news. Chu Xiaoran frowned, looking irritated. Her mind was a complete mess, but Lin Feng kept urging her on. Xiaoran. Xiaoran. Say something. Don't you want to help me? If you don't want to help me, that's fine. I'll go and talk to her myself. Just give me your good sister's phone number. Chu Xiaoran sighed deeply. She wanted to swear. However, reason told her that she couldn't possibly insult her brother Raymond Lam. Suppressing her anger, she coldly remarked, wait for news. Then, hang up the phone. She was afraid that if they continued talking, she would lose her temper. She didn't want to show her bad side to Lin Feng without any reservations. At least for now, they are still boyfriend and girlfriend. Thinking about this, Chu Xiaoran felt lost again. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Does it count? During the period after her breakup with Ning Jiang, she and Lin Feng barely engaged in any romantic relationship. Their conversations always revolved around their careers and family matters. They don't look like a couple at all. Well, Chu Xiaoran sighed deeply. She found herself increasingly confused. I simply stopped paying attention. She calmed herself down and dialed Kim Meihuan's number. Sister Meihuan, I'm sorry, things haven't been settled yet. Jiang Ning just won't participate in this program. What is Jiang Ning thinking? Jean Meihuan asked, her tone slightly dejected. She thought that such a windfall would be enough to move any young person. Are you dissatisfied with the salary we offered? Kim Meihuan asked. No, I haven't even discussed the salary yet, and he rejected it outright, Chu Xiaoran said. After a pause, she added, he thinks I'm lying to him. Lie to him? Jean Meihuan chuckled silently. Oh right, he must think it's unreal, such a good opportunity. Jean Meihuan slapped her forehead. How about this? You ask Jiang Ning to come out, and I'll talk to him in person. Sister Meihuan. Chu Xiaoran hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. What's wrong? Actually, it doesn't matter if he doesn't participate, Chu Xiaoran said. I've found a suitable candidate for you. Who is it? Lin Feng. Chu Xiaoran said. You've met him. He's quite handsome, the type of guy young girls like these days. Stop, Jean Meihuan said disdainfully. We're not one of those run-of-the-mill reality shows on the market. Not just anyone is qualified to participate. Recalling the image of Lin Feng deliberately throwing condoms on the ground and lewdly seducing the young woman, Jean Meihuan gagged. I'll choose Jiang Ning, Jean Meihuan said firmly. But Sister Meihuan, Jiang Ning won't participate in this program, Chu Xiaoran said. He's very stubborn. You invite him over. I have a plan, Jean Meihuan said forcefully without giving any reason to listen. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., second floor of Jinke Xingting, I have booked a private room. But, don't worry, he'll come, Jean Meihuan said confidently. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xiaoran was lost in thought for a moment. A few minutes later, she called Lin Feng. Upon learning of this, Lin Feng flew into a rage. Xiaoran, why didn't you stop her? Such a good opportunity shouldn't be given to Jiang Ning. Lin Feng said. If Jiang Ning becomes famous because of this show, he will be even more arrogant and will trample the two of us under his feet. Why do you always have to fight with him? Chu Xiaoran asked coldly. She hates Lin Feng's targeting of Jiang Ning the most. Because she felt that since she had chosen Raymond Lam, it proved that Raymond Lam was definitely better than Jiang Ning. As a result, Lin Feng targeted Jiang Ning several times, making her increasingly feel that Lin Feng lacked confidence. I didn't want to fight him in the first place, Lin Feng said. But as you saw, he's been targeting us everywhere because of what happened at the wedding. Chu Xiaoran sighed, unsure of what to say. Lin Feng softened his tone and said, Xiaoran, now everyone is questioning us, questioning your judgment, and questioning my abilities. They think that your leaving Jiang Ning was a huge mistake. So, what I'm doing now is to silence everyone's doubts. Lin Feng said confidently. I want everyone to know that your choice was the wisest, that I am better than Jiang Ning, and that I can crush him in every aspect. Chapter 63. You also think I'm pretty good, right? Chu Xiaoran fell silent. Indeed, she has been under immense pressure during this period. The lack of understanding from family and friends, the doubts from classmates, the criticism from keyboard warriors. In fact, Jiang Ning has recently rejected her several times with cold and emotionless words, which has hurt her deeply. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoran's gaze hardened. I can talk to them for you again, but do you have a better idea? Hearing Chu Xiaoran ask this question, Lin Feng knew that he had persuaded her. Didn't you say Jean Meihuan asked you to meet Jiang Ning? Lin Feng said. Why don't you just not inform Jiang Ning? Tomorrow at 2 p.m., I'll go with you to Jinke Xingting to meet Jean Meihuan, and I'll make her choose me. Huh? Chu Xiaoran exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this a bad idea? Originally, Meihuan was supposed to give this meeting opportunity to Jiangning. As a result, we secretly circumvented Jiangning and replaced her with you, Lin Feng. Isn't that a bit too insidious? Lin Feng knew what Chu Xiaoran was thinking. He quickly explained, there's nothing wrong with it. In this world, the capable take the lead. If I can bring more revenue to the program, it means we're doing the right thing. Chu Xiaoran frowned. Jiangning has traffic, so you're at a disadvantage in that respect. It's okay. I can hire online trolls, Lin Feng said. Besides, you know I used to participate in singing competitions a lot in college, and I'm more talented than Jiangning. Plus, I've been practicing Taekwondo lately, so I'm developing in both academics and sports. Listening to these meaningless words, Chu Xiaoran didn't know if his decision was right. But driven by her pride, she still agreed to Lin Feng's request. Okay, I'll do as you say, Chu Xiaoran said. Good. By the way, will there be any changes to the Everbright project? Chu Xiaoran suddenly felt uncertain and asked another question. After all, his parents no longer approve of Lin Feng, and they don't approve of the Chu family either. If we can secure that 300 million yuan project, at least we can ease the tensions a bit. Furthermore, the topic of the project has already become a hot topic on the school forum, with everyone watching it closely. Therefore, this project is extremely important to the two of them. Don't worry, Xiaoran. I privately arranged to have dinner with Yu Yang, the project manager from Everbright Securities. Lin Feng said confidently. He gave me a lot of guidance during the dinner. Lin Feng dared not mention Xingbang's affairs, but could only speak of the Guangdao project as if it were already his for the taking. All right, Chu Xiaoran replied casually. See you tomorrow then. Okay, see you tomorrow, baby. The next afternoon, at Jinke Xingting. In the lobby on the first floor, Chu Xiaoran and Lin Feng arrived 10 minutes early and waited for Jean Meihuan. 10 minutes later, Kim Meihuan arrived on time. She wore a plaid sun hat and a custom-made Chanel floral print miniskirt, exuding youthful energy and elegance. Her Prada crystal high heels were absolutely dazzling. A woman like this will be the center of attention wherever she goes. In an instant, all the diners in the hall looked at Kim Meihuan. Lin Feng had already locked onto Jean Meihuan, and his eyes immediately lit up. This beautiful woman has such great style. Sister Meihuan. Chu Xiaoran smiled and stepped forward to greet him. Oh, you're here early, Kim Meihuan said with a smile as she took off her sunglasses. But the next second, she saw Lin Feng walking towards her, and her mood instantly soured, her face darkening. Hello, Ms. Jean. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng, and I am Chu Xiaoran's boyfriend. Lin Feng extended his hand. He dressed up specially today, wearing his most handsome suit, looking very gentlemanly. Out of respect for Chu Xiaoran, Jean Meihuan smiled politely and shook hands with Lin Feng. Hello, I've heard Xiaoran mention you often. Really? Huh. Lin Feng instantly cheered up. Xiaoran is the same, always praising me in front of others, making me feel embarrassed. Jean Meihuan gave a forced smile, but inwardly she felt utterly disgusted. But seeing that the other person was always smiling, Lin Feng felt he had made a good first impression, so he seized the opportunity to build rapport. I often hear Xiaoran mention you. She says you are her best friend. Yes, we've been friends since we were kids, Jean Meihuan replied dismissively. Then she ignored Lin Feng and turned to look at Chu Xiaoran. She wanted to ask Chu Xiaoran if he wanted to go up with Jiang Ning and Shen Lingyue, who were on the second floor. It turned out that Jiang Ning and Shen Lingyue had arrived here first. The reason for this is that Jean Meihuan had made a phone call to Shen Lingyue before this. The program team raised funds nationwide, and in Haicheng, Shen's group was the largest contributor, with a total investment of 500 million yuan. It just so happens that Jean Meihuan is from Haicheng, so the production team asked her to treat Shen Lingyue to a meal to express her gratitude for the investment. When Jean Meihuan spoke with Shen Lingyue on the phone, in order to show that the show would be a hit, she not only mentioned the well-known director and two veteran actors from Hong Kong and Taiwan, but also Jiang Ning, and said that she was currently inviting Jiang Ning to participate in the show, and that he would definitely have an unexpected performance. This can be seen as reassuring investors. But this casual remark brought Jean Meihuan an unexpected reward. Unexpectedly, Shen Lingyue and Jiang Ning were childhood sweethearts. Therefore, Jean Meihuan took the opportunity to ask Shen Lingyue for help, asking Jiang Ning to come out and talk, hoping to finalize the cooperation directly. To be on the safe side, Jean Meihuan asked Chu Xiaoran to arrange another meeting with Jiang Ning. With two invitations, she wasn't worried that Jiang Ning wouldn't come. Shen Lingyue and Jiang Ning have already arrived and are in the private room they booked upstairs. However, Chu Xiaoran and Lin Feng were unaware of this. Before Jin Meihuan could even bring it up, Lin Feng interrupted. Miss Jean, I heard from Xiao Ran that your project team is still missing a role. Is that right? Yes, Jean Mei exclaimed. His eyes lit up immediately, and he puffed out his chest, saying, Miss Jean, I'm here today to recommend myself. I believe I'm perfectly capable of taking on this role. You? Jean Meihuan looked Lin Feng up and down, then smiled mockingly. She didn't refuse outright, entirely out of consideration for Chu Xiaoran. But in Lin Feng's eyes, the fact that the other person smiled at him meant that he was very satisfied. He asked confidently, Ms. Jean, you also think I'm quite good, right? Chapter 64, An Awkward Self-Recommendation. Jean Meihuan raised an eyebrow, glanced at Chu Xiaoran who was standing silently to the side, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. What does it mean that Xiao Ran brought him here to recommend himself? Didn't I say I wouldn't use it? At this moment, Chu Xiaoran also looked embarrassed. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would be so eager to ask for a chance before he had even exchanged a few words with him. That's so embarrassing. Seeing that Chu Xiaoran's face was red, Jean Meihuan eased the atmosphere by saying, Lin Feng, you do look pretty good. A perfunctory remark, however, completely excited Lin Feng. Oh my, Miss Jean has such a discerning eye. I feel like I've met my mentor. Lin Feng smiled ingratiatingly, his obsequiousness completely exposed. But what does it matter to our program if it just looks good? Kim Mihuan frowned. There are too many people who look good. It was obvious from her attitude and tone that she was rejecting Lin Feng. It's just that the words were phrased rather tactfully. I'm different from them. I'm confident I have the ability to participate in your show. Lin Feng, oblivious to the other person's subtext, continued. Back in college, I was the student council president, the campus heartthrob, and I was talented. I could sing. Back then, I had a long line of female fans behind me. Chu Xiaoran couldn't bear to listen any longer and hurriedly tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve from behind. Those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see things clearly. She could tell that Kim Mi-hwan's unspoken message was a rejection. But Lin Feng didn't react at all and continued talking to himself. Ms. Jean, you can position me as a returnee from overseas. With my looks and figure, I will definitely help the show attract a large number of young female fans. Ha! Jean Meihuan smiled. She laughed so hard her body trembled. Lin Feng assumed the other person was happy, so he smiled along with them. Chu Xiaoran understood Jean Meihuan. She knew that Jean Meihuan's smile was a mockery. Lin Feng then turned to Chu Xiaoran and said, Xiaoran, you see, I told you Miss Jean would approve of me. Approval? Jean Meihuan withdrew her smile and coldly sized up Lin Feng. Lin Feng tensed up, thinking that the other party was evaluating him from a business perspective, and even puffed out his chest. The next second, Jean Meihuan said seriously, Lin Feng, I'm sorry, your image does not fit the style and positioning of our program team. She really didn't want to get entangled with Lin Feng. Jiang Ning and Shun Lingwei upstairs were still waiting for her. But upon hearing this, Lin Feng objected and argued back. Ms. Jean, it doesn't matter if the image doesn't suit you. What kind of image do you need? Let the makeup artist do my makeup. I can accept any style of makeup. A hint of impatience flashed across Kim Mihi's face. Women's makeup, transvestite makeup, you can accept that? Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Of course. Puff. Kim Mihwan burst out laughing again. He just dislikes Raymond Lam and uses such words to ridicule him. I never expected him to have no bottom line. I can't take it anymore. Xiao Ran, your boyfriend is too funny. Jean Meihuan burst into laughter, her face full of mockery. Chu Xiaoran felt his face burning. They were just teasing him, but he took it seriously. Jean Meihuan, mindful of Chu Xiaoran's feelings, stopped teasing Lin Feng, withdrew her smile, and said seriously, the image I described doesn't match your style. You're a bit too delicate. We already have delicate guys in our production team. What we need is a sunny, handsome, and athletic man. Hearing this, Lin Feng became even more unconvinced. I'm not delicate, I exercise. I practice taekwondo every day now, and I even have abs. As he spoke, he lifted his t-shirt and said, you won't believe me, just look. In front of everyone, he actually lifted his clothes, catching Chu Xiaoran and Jean Meihuan completely off guard. That's too frivolous. What's the difference between them and thugs? You should know that this is the Golden Sparrow Grand Hotel, one of the top luxury hotels in Haicheng. Instantly, a wave of disdainful gazes turned towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, the waiter hurriedly came forward to dissuade him, saying, Sir, this is a public place. If you have such a need, you can change to a more private room. Jinkei Xingting emphasizes high-end service, so the waiters speak very tactfully. It's okay, I don't mind. Lin Feng didn't understand what the other person meant at all, and thought that the other person was worried that he would expose himself. If he can get this contract now, his entire family and friends will be able to rise to prominence. Who cares about accidentally exposing themselves? The guests standing nearby shook their heads. There are all kinds of people in this world. Taking off one's clothes and flirting with women in public is immoral and indecent. He has the nerve to show off a few ribs? What a sissy. When the guest's gossip reached Chu Xiaoran's ears, her face turned even redder. Enraged, Chu Xiaoran stepped forward and ripped off Lin Feng's clothes. Xiaoran, what's wrong? Lin Feng asked in surprise. I was showing Miss Jean something. Xiaoran is jealous. Jean Meihuan raised an eyebrow at Chu Xiaoran, wanting her to understand how frivolous her so-called white moonlight was. But Lin Feng really thought Chu Xiaoran was jealous, so he hurriedly comforted her. Xiaoran, don't be jealous. I'm just showing Miss Jean my figure to prove that I can handle this role. You are not up to the task. Kim Meihuan concluded definitively. She didn't want to get entangled with Lin Feng anymore and prepared to call Chu Xiaoran upstairs with her. However, Lin Feng was still unconvinced and asked, Miss Jean thinks Jiang Ning is more suitable than me? Of course, Jean Mei exclaimed. When it comes to this program alone, Jiang Ning is much more suitable than you. What makes him better than me? Lin Feng was instantly consumed by anger. He is inferior to me in every way. He is no match for me at all. He used to look down on Jiang Ning, but now, if anyone says he is inferior to Jiang Ning, he will get very angry, especially when speaking to Chu Xiaoran. Jean Meihuan shook her head, not wanting to pay any more attention to Lin Feng. Just then, a voice was heard coming from the stairwell. Yes, you're better than me in every way. The next second, Jiang Ning appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 65. This grave is clearly more suitable for Lin Feng. He was dressed casually, looking poised and mature, and his light-colored glasses gave him the air of a domineering CEO on vacation. Shen Linghua, dressed in a light white dress, followed behind him. It turned out that Lin Feng lifting his clothes earlier had caused some noise and commotion downstairs, which caught Jiang Ning's attention upstairs. Seeing Jean Meihuan downstairs, the two of them came down directly. Chu Xiaoran and Lin Feng were taken aback by Jiang Ning's appearance. Especially Lin Feng, who just loudly criticized Jiang Ning. The situation is quite awkward right now. But Jiang Ning seemed unconcerned, maintaining a nonchalant expression. He walked up to Lin Feng and patted him on the shoulder. Lin Feng, you're telling the truth. You're too outstanding. You're better than me in every aspect. Then, Jiang Ning smiled and said to Jean Meihuan, that's why I recommend Raymond Lam to participate in this program. He's sure to become a huge star. This show is practically a tomb. Jiang Ning, with foresight, decisively avoided the pitfall. Such a grave is clearly more suitable for Lin Feng. However, everyone was stunned when Jiang Ning said this. What does Jiang Ning mean by this? How can I voluntarily give up my seat? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled proudly. Jiang Ning, thank you. He believed that Jiang Ning voluntarily stepped down because he felt ashamed of himself. After all, if we were to compete against each other, how could he possibly be my match? Lin Feng took a deep breath, remaining calm and composed. Jiang Ning, I'm sorry about earlier. I got a little carried away and said some unpleasant things to you. I apologize. To show his magnanimity, Raymond Lam smiled and apologized to Jiang Ning. No need to apologize, you're telling the truth. Jiang Ning said nonchalantly. I also think you're very talented, and you're the most suitable person to participate in this program. If you go to the production team, you'll be met with venomous insects and ferocious beasts from the rainforest. Go for it, the outstanding Raymond Lam. However, Kim Meihuan refused to accept it. She came to talk to Jiang Ning about this matter today, but Jiang Ning actually offered to step down. How can this be? Jiang Ning, Miss Shen has invested in this project, and she hopes you will participate as well. Jean Meihuan glanced at Shen Linghua. Shen Linghua simply smiled faintly and remained silent. Just now, upstairs, Jiang Ning told Shen Linghua about the Yuanda scam. After Jiang Ning's reminder, Shen Linghua, combining various clues, also realized that Yuanda's project this time was a bit strange. In addition, Jiang Ning had previously made a prophetic prediction about the shipwreck, which gave her a deep understanding of the situation. Therefore, she chose to believe Jiang Ning. But seeing that Shen Linghua remained silent, and not knowing what she meant, Jean Meihuan continued to persuade Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I think you shouldn't let other people's opinions make you doubt yourself. You should be more confident and think about yourself. Jiang Ning smiled calmly and said, Miss Jean, I am very confident, but in this matter, I strongly recommend Lin Feng to participate in this program. With his looks, abilities, and talents, he will definitely make the program a hit. You should also consider it carefully. Now Kim Meihuan didn't know what to do. At this moment, Chu Xiaoran, who was standing to the side, was deeply moved. Lin Feng was targeting Jiang Ning at every turn, but Jiang Ning never seemed to have said a bad word about him. Even now, Jiang Ning is still speaking up for Lin Feng in front of Jin Meihuan. In comparison, Jiang Ning's performance was truly admirable. At that moment, she suddenly felt that Jiang Ning was so noble and his figure was so majestic. Jin Meihuan didn't understand why Jiang Ning insisted on recommending Lin Feng. She sighed and said, "Mr. Jiang, you are the best candidate for our program. We won't consider anyone else." "I'm sorry, I appreciate your kindness, but I've decided not to participate in this program," Jiang Ning said with a polite smile. Chapter 66 caused big trouble for Sister Meihuan. Well, Jin Meihuan sighed deeply. It seems like it's hopeless. But that wasn't the worst thing for her. What's even more upsetting is that the next second, Shin Lingwei came up to her and smiled slightly, saying, "Miss Jin, I just happen to have something to tell you. Our Shun group is planning to withdraw its investment." "What?" Kim Meihuan was struck dumb. "Miss Shun, why are you withdrawing your investment? Is it because I failed to take care of you properly?" Shin Lingyue's expression was cold, and she said in a calm tone, "Miss Jin, don't overthink it. You are a very nice person, and I like you very much. The withdrawal of investment is a strategic consideration for the group." Jin Meihuan stared blankly at Shun Lingyue, unable to understand why the Shun group had suddenly withdrawn its investment. "If there's nothing else, we'll be going now." Shin Lingyue gently took Jiang Ning's arm, and the two walked out of the restaurant. Jiang Ning did not look at Chu Xiaoran even once from beginning to end. This made Chu Xiaoran feel a surge of frustration again. Every time she saw Shun Lingyue and Jiang Ning behaving intimately, she felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, Jin Meihuan, completely bewildered, stood there in a daze. Miss Jin, Lin Feng called out cautiously. Jin Meihuan snapped out of her reverie and frowned as she looked at Lin Feng. "What is it? Now that Jiang Ning has refused, please seriously consider me," Lin Feng said smugly. "Jiang Ning knows he can't beat me, so he voluntarily gave up his position. Even he knows that I am more suitable for this program than him." Jin Meihuan was immediately annoyed. "Who do you think you are?" Not only did she fail to accomplish her task today, she also failed to take good care of Shun's group, a major investor. I was feeling really annoyed when Lin Feng came along and tried to poach my girlfriend. She had long since lost her temper. But the next second, she suddenly realized something. No wonder Shin Lingyue wanted to withdraw her investment. It turns out, it was all because of Lin Feng. Her eyes were like knives as she stared intently at Lin Feng, her mind racing as she calculated something. Lin Feng was angry because Jiang Ning overheard Lin Feng bad-mouthing Jiang Ning behind his back. Therefore, Jiang Ning's strong recommendation of Lin Feng just now was clearly said in anger. As Jiang Ning's childhood friend, Shin Lingyue strongly supported Jiang Ning and withdrew her investment in a fit of anger. Once I thought about it this way, all the problems became clear. "Lin Feng, you bastard, you've ruined my big plan." Jin Meihuan gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Lin Feng. "Miss Jin, what do you mean by that?" Lin Feng was completely bewildered. "What do I mean?" Jin Meihuan suppressed her anger, ignoring Lin Feng, and turned to Chu Xiaoran, saying, "Why did you bring him here today of all days? He's a jinx." Chu Xiaoran was also taken aback. "Sister Meihuan, what happened?" "What happened?" Jin Meihuan said angrily. "Shin's group is a major investor in us, but your good boyfriend insulted Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning and Shin Lingyue are childhood friends, which caused Shin Lingyue to withdraw her investment in a fit of anger. That's a 500 million yuan investment." Jin Meihuan glanced at Lin Feng with disdain. "Can you afford to compensate for that loss?" Lin Feng stammered. "How could it be because of me? Otherwise what? Everything was fine earlier today. Why did you suddenly withdraw your investment just now?" Jin Mei asked. "Jiang Ning strongly recommended you earlier. Do you really think he's inferior to you?" They were obviously just saying that out of anger. Chu Xiaoran and Lin Feng were both dumbfounded. "What do we do now?" Chu Xiaoran asked with a worried expression. "What else can I do? Shin Lingyue has decided to withdraw her investment, and Jiang Ning has decided not to participate in the show. What else can I do?" Jin Meihuan gritted her teeth, glared fiercely at Lin Feng, and left angrily. Chu Xiaoran froze on the spot. They've been friends since they were kids, and Jin Meihuan has never gotten this angry with herself before. However, this time it really caused Meihuan a lot of trouble. Chapter 67: Despicable Methods of Coercion. Chu Xiaoran is now feeling very guilty. Perhaps I shouldn't have brought Lin Feng along. Now things are really messed up. Not only did the deal fall through, but Sister Meihuan has also been dragged into this mess. Lin Feng hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Feeling humiliated in front of Chu Xiaoran, he couldn't help but complain. "Your dear sister has quite a temper. Is she always like this? Chu Xiaoran frowned. Anyone would be angry about what happened today. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. It's all her fault for choosing Jiang Ning. If she had just chosen me, none of this would have happened. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoran became even more furious. If you hadn't spoken ill of Jiang Ning behind his back and been overheard, none of this would have happened. At worst, Jiang Ning won't participate in the program, but the Shun Group will never withdraw its investment. What do we do now? Lin Feng asked casually. How should I know? Chu Xiaoran frowned and said angrily. Lin Feng couldn't stand Chu Xiaoran's contempt. Chu Xiaoran used to regard him as her idol. When they saw him, their eyes shone with admiration. Every word and action of his captivated Chu Xiaoran. But Chu Xiaoran's tone now clearly carried a hint of resentment. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and racked his brains for a long time, and seemed to have come up with a solution. Xiaoran, wait while I make a phone call. Lin Feng dialed Chun Zhou's number. Hey, brother Chun, how's it going? He had previously asked the Chun family father and son to find out if it was a conspiracy by the captain of the shipwreck. I'll call and ask right now. I was just about to tell you that, Chun Zhou said. The captain confessed. He admitted that Jiang Ning was behind the conspiracy. Very good. Lin Feng jumped up in surprise. He had only guessed at first, but he never expected that he would actually be right. However, Lin Feng overlooked one point. The way Chun Zhou and his son handled things meant that the results of their investigation were simply untenable. Here's what happened. A few days ago, Chun Guahao and his son found the captain of the sunken ship incident. The captain categorically denied that Jiang Ning was behind the conspiracy. But the father and son were not giving up. They had been beaten up by Jiang Ning, and this was the only weapon they could use to blackmail him. Therefore, they must have the captain say that this is a conspiracy. When the captain refused, the Chun father and son lost their tempers and resorted to the old tricks they used in society. Threaten. Moreover, it's a very despicable tactic. They threatened the captain's wife and son. You don't admit that Jiang Ning orchestrated the conspiracy, right? That's great. Isn't your son in elementary school? We know exactly which year and class we're in. Isn't your wife a sales assistant at Wanda Plaza? We know her daily routine perfectly well. If your son gets into an accident on his way home from school, or your wife gets hit by a car on her way home from get off work, don't regret it. It should be noted that Chun Guahao and his son have always been arrogant and domineering, and their words and actions have a strong sense of Jianghu, a term referring to the underworld or Zhengyiqi, a code of honor among Zhenghu people. This behavior really frightened the captain. The captain dared not call the police. Because the Chun father and son only made verbal threats, even if the police are called, there is no actual crime committed, so the punishment will not be too severe. This will only anger them, putting their wives and sons in even greater danger. Left with no other choice, the captain had to obediently cooperate with Chun Zhou and his son. Afterwards, the Chun father and son printed out a letter of denunciation and forced the captain to sign it. Brother Chun and Uncle Chun are really amazing. Lin Feng was overjoyed and couldn't help but praise the Chun family father and son. Lin Feng believed the accusation letter to be true. He genuinely believed that his accurate judgment had uncovered the conspiracy. Right now, he could easily take the denunciation letter and go around exposing Jiang Ning. However, Lin Feng felt that this was too good for Jiang Ning. He wanted to create a buzz first, to push the hero who saved lives in Jiang Ning to the top and get more and more people to pay attention. When the hype reached its peak, it was revealed that Jiang Ning was plotting something. The higher you're praised, the harder you fall. He felt that Jiang Ning was the most miserable place at that time. He also knew exactly when to expose it. They chose to bid on the same day as the Everbright project. The entire business community in Haicheng has been watching the bidding process for the Everbright project. Even if they don't have time to go to the site or watch the entire bidding process live, they will still check the bidding results and news about the Everbright project later. The matter in Jiangning can gain greater exposure and be seen by higher-ups as long as it is connected with Everbright bidding. Therefore, he planned to produce the whistleblower letter at the bidding site to completely destroy Jiangning's hero persona. In this way, Jiang Ning will be completely unable to gain a foothold in Haicheng's business community, and the Jiang family will become a laughing stock. Ningda Logistics will also completely lose the ability to compete with itself. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Yes, that's how we'll do it. Stay calm and deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Ning at the most crucial moment. Lin Feng, this was your idea after all. Chen Zhou said on the other end of the phone. I'll give you a reward after things are settled. Chen Zhou intends to use the whistleblower letter to threaten Jiang Ning and demand compensation for the demolition. Don't rush. Lin Feng stopped Chen Zhou. We need to wait for the best opportunity. He intends to use this letter of denunciation effectively. But the Chen father and son didn't understand. What opportunity are we waiting for? I won't go into details, just don't worry, Lin Feng said. Wait for my notification. That's all, I'm hanging up now. He was eager to tell Chu Xiaoran and his father, Lin Xingbin, the good news. On the other end of the phone, the Chen father and son were furious. Chen Guahao gritted his teeth and said, "Little brat, pointing fingers and giving orders, don't you know your own limitations? Do you really think you're the leader?" Chen Zhou was also somewhat frustrated. Jiang Ning's actions were not a conspiracy at all. We won over the captain. Lin Feng didn't contribute anything from beginning to end, yet he was in control of the whole situation. It's laughable. Chen Guahao immediately slammed his hand on the table. Who cares what Lin Feng does? We'll go to Jiang Ning's house first thing tomorrow morning. Chen Zhou looked expectant. Yes, let's slap the letter of denunciation in front of Jiang Ning. I don't believe Jiang Ning won't give us the demolition compensation. Chapter 68 Extortion at the door. Lin Feng hung up the phone, looking smug. See what I told you? The shipwreck in Jiangning was a conspiracy. Lin Feng was extremely proud of his incredibly accurate judgment. I never expected Jiang Ning to be this kind of person. Chu Xiaoran was quite surprised after hearing the conversation between Lin Feng and Chen Zhou. I told you long ago, Jiang Ning may seem like a good person on the surface, but who knows how many tricks he has up his sleeve behind the scenes, Lin Feng said indignantly. As a man myself, I feel ashamed of his treachery. Chu Xiaoran sighed, as if he had found a weakness. If one day they confront each other, she will definitely give Jiang Ning a good scolding. What are your plans next? Chu Xiaoran asked. Of course we should go talk to Miss Jean and tell her about Jiang Ning's conspiracy. Lin Feng said with narrowed eyes. Without the halo of the sinking incident, Jiang Ning will have no traffic. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Xiaoran and said, besides, your dear sister certainly wouldn't like bringing schemers into the production team, would she? Of course, Chu Xiaoran said. Sister Manhwa is upright and honest, and she hates people who play dirty tricks the most. This is no small matter, Lin Feng emphasized. This is a massive conspiracy from top to bottom. He deceived the people of Haiqing. He deceived the entire nation. How can this be considered a small matter? Chu Xiaoran remained silent. Xiaoran, you should say a few good words about me to Miss Jean then, Lin Feng said with a look of anticipation. Miss Jean will also look at me in a new light because of my exposure of Jiang Ning, and the probability of her choosing me to join the program will greatly increase. Chu Xiaoran frowned but remained silent, indicating his agreement. The next morning, Jiang Ning was still asleep when he was woken up by the doorbell. Jiang Ning, open the door. Chen Zhou shouted loudly at the door. After a while, the villa door opened automatically. Jiang Ning, holding a cup of iced coffee, sat on the sofa in the lobby and glanced at the Chen family father and son. You complained last time that I didn't hit you hard enough, didn't you? But the next second, he saw a stranger standing behind the Chen father and son and frowned. He recognized the man. He was the captain of the ship that sank. In an effort to put pressure on Jiang Ning, the Chen family father and son brought the captain along today. We're here to reason with you. If you lay a hand on me, I'll call the police immediately. Chen Zhou threatened arrogantly, though he seemed somewhat wary. Jiang Ning, this is the person involved in the shipwreck accident. You should be familiar with him, right? We've met once. Jiang Ning smiled faintly and put down her coffee. What's wrong? What's wrong? Humph. Chen Zhou glared and said, if it weren't for him, we would have all been fooled by you. Oh, Jiang Ning frowned, but his expression remained calm. Stop pretending, Chen Zhou said. The last Jiangxin Island shipwreck incident was orchestrated by you. You sent people to tamper with parts on the ship and staged the sinking accident yourself. Then he pulled out the letter of denunciation and threw it on the coffee table. The captain felt guilty and wrote a letter denouncing you. Read it yourself. Jiang Ning frowned and glanced at the captain. Feeling guilty, the captain quickly lowered his head and subconsciously moved further back behind Chen Zhou. Jiang Ning saw through it at a glance, so he didn't say anything. He picked up the letter of denunciation, looked at it again, and sneered. A letter of denunciation full of loopholes. You still want to deny it? Chen Zhou pointed at Jiang Ning and said, it was clearly you who sent people to tamper with the ship beforehand, and the captain discovered it. Jiang Ning interrupted Chen Zhou, saying, say whatever you want. Take the letter of denunciation and report me. Go now. This. Chen Zhou was speechless. Chen Guahao stepped forward and said fiercely, do you think we wouldn't dare? Go if you dare. Jiang Ning didn't care at all. He could tell that the captain had been coerced by the father and son. Then, he glanced at the captain and said, I have to remind you that perjury is illegal. Don't drag yourself into this mess. The captain's face was extremely ugly. He wanted to say something, but after glancing at the fierce-looking Chen father and son, he swallowed his words. Jiang Ning, you dare threaten the captain? You have some nerve. Chen Zhou roared. Jiang Ning looked coldly at Chen Zhou. I think it was you who threatened the captain, wasn't it? Chen Zhou was immediately hit where it hurt, and he trembled in fear, somewhat afraid to meet Jiang Ning's cold gaze. Seeing this, Chen Guohao hurriedly said, Jiang Ning, stop crying wolf. I'm telling you right now, you have to pay half of the demolition compensation to settle this. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Jiang Ning simply smiled calmly in the face of Chen Guohao's threat. He is currently pondering a question. How could the Chun family father and son find the captain of the sunken ship to threaten him? The demolition compensation and the shipwreck incident are very different events. Given the mindset of this father and son, they wouldn't make such a big difference, would they? Therefore, there is a strong possibility that someone is advising them behind the scenes. That person must have been very concerned about the shipwreck. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had such a wild idea as to link the demand for demolition compensation with the shipwreck incident. Want compensation for the demolition? Fine. Jiang Ning smiled knowingly. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? You don't need to know that, Chen Zhou snapped. Chen Guohao immediately glared at Chen Zhou and said, What do you mean by who ordered it? You were the one who plotted and got exposed. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Chen Zhou had already let it slip earlier. It seems that someone really is directing them from behind the scenes. He felt that this matter was not so simple. If he broke off relations with the father and son, the people behind them might sense the danger and back down. Therefore, he needed to calm the father and son down first, dive them all in, then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Jiang Ning calmed herself down and said with a composed expression, Give me a few days to think about this matter. Upon hearing this, the Qin father and son were overjoyed. They thought that Jiang Ning had given in. Do we really need a few days to consider this? Chen Zhou roared. You need to understand, we're not discussing this with you. I didn't discuss this with you. Jiang Ning said calmly. The land deed is in my parents' hands now, and I have to persuade them. If you can't wait, then take the letter of denunciation and report them. Seeing that Jiang Ning was ready to fight to the death, Chen Guohao's eyes darted around rapidly, and he hurriedly said, A lose-lose situation is bad for everyone. I'll give you 3 days to persuade your family. Otherwise, you'll be sorry. After making the threat, fearing further trouble, Chen Guohao and his son hurriedly left with the captain. After the group left, Jiang Ning picked up the phone and called his secretary, Xiao Bai. Hey, how's the matter of finding a bodyguard for me going? President Jiang, there are 4 bodyguard candidates, all of whom are veterans. 2 of them were mercenaries and have been on the battlefield. Their resumes are quite legendary. Xiao Bai said, As for which one to choose, that will require your final decision. I want them all, Jiang Ning said. Huh? The person on the other end of the phone exclaimed in surprise. You want all 4? Yes, Jiang Ning emphasized. Let them start working tomorrow. Yes, General Manager Jiang. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes. If you want to play with me, I'll play along. Chapter 69. You want to play? I'll play along. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ning called Xia Yuning. Yuning, I need to ask you for a favor. Is it convenient for you? Xia Yuning was very excited to receive a call from Jiang Ning for the first time. Of course it's convenient. Back in college, Xia Yuning had a crush on Jiang Ning. Now that Chu Xiaoran is no longer in her way, she is eager to seize every opportunity to get closer to Jiang Ning. Yuning, I remember you have a relative who works at Linjiang Shipbuilding Company, right? Jiang Ning asked. You remember all of this? Xia Yuning said in a suggestive tone. You seem to care about me quite a bit. Jiang Ning gave an awkward smile. A year ago, his graduating class organized a boat trip to the island in the middle of the river. Xia Yuning asked his uncle to book the boat, which left a deep impression on him. Yuning, I might need your relative to help me with something, Jiang Ning said. If possible, let's arrange a time to meet and talk. Great. Xia Yuning was very happy. But I have something to do today. Jiang Ning. Then tomorrow morning. Good. Now, Lin's Freight Distribution Center. Lin Shengbing stood on the high platform on the 2nd floor of the warehouse, looking down at the busy workers below, his face full of solemnity. He is under immense pressure and looks utterly exhausted. In the past few days, he asked around and contacted numerous lending companies of all sizes, borrowing a total of over 80 million yuan in high-interest loans. Under normal circumstances, Lin's Freight could not possibly obtain such a large amount of usurious loans. First, he had a guarantor. Second, he used a trick, mortgaging all of Lin's Freight's assets and signing the same mortgage contract with every lending company. It's equivalent to having one asset mortgaged in multiple places. If the lending company finds out about this operation, it will definitely cause a major problem. However, he is betting that he can secure the Everbright project this time, then attract foreign investment, and try to repay the loan before the loan sharks can exchange information. Taking a huge risk, this time he was betting the entire Lin family on a gamble. How can there not be pressure? Dad, Lin Feng walked up from behind. Several senior executives hired from Ningda Logistics are waiting for you in the office and won't leave until they see you. Lin Xingbin's head throbbed even more. These are the reincarnations of starving ghosts. Lin Xingbin cursed helplessly and returned to his office. Chen Chenggang and the others hurriedly came forward to greet them. Mr. Lin, we've already left Ningda Logistics. When will we sign our new employment contracts? Lin Xingbin said with a dark face. What's the rush? You just left Ningda Logistics, so you can take a few days off to rest and regroup. We've already made all the necessary adjustments, Chen Chenggang said. Now we're just waiting to get started. They had also heard some rumors that Lin's freight seemed to be in bad shape recently. They were afraid that Lin Xingbin would change his mind, so they kept urging him to start the job. Wait a little longer. Lin Xingbin looked impatient and sat down in his office chair to drink tea. When are we going to get there? One executive complained. You made a good promise back then that we would resign and immediately sign an employment contract here, another executive said. Lin Xingbin was extremely agitated. He can barely take care of himself now. How can he possibly care about them? Just wait, why all the nonsense? Lin Xingbin said, displeased. Would I lie to you? Seeing that the other party was angry, Chen Chenggang and the others were also somewhat annoyed. So we're the ones who are wrong. We have to give a deadline. Chen Chenggang said. Come next week. I'll have the HR department handle your matters then, Lin Xingbin said. Chen Chenggang and the others were quite helpless. They're starting to regret it. We had a great deal agreed on before, and I was told I'd get 50% more pay here than before, but now even getting hired is a problem. However, since the other party had made a promise, they couldn't very well cause a scene. Suppressing their anger, they nodded and left. Dad, are you really planning to bring them in? Lin Feng said, we don't lack manpower. Isn't this just a waste of money? Sigh, let's just put it off for now. Lin Xingbin sighed and slumped into his chair. Lin Feng, on the contrary, appeared full of energy, because he had the letter of denunciation in his possession. However, he wanted to give Lin Xingbin a surprise, so he didn't tell Lin Xingbin about it. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was Chu Xiaoran calling. Lin Feng walked out of his office to answer the phone. Hey, Xiaoran, why haven't you been answering your phone lately? Lin Feng asked. Chu Xiaoran is still a little angry. After all, last time, Raymond Lam messed up, which made Kim Mi Huan unhappy. I was resting just now, Chu Xiaoran said. What's the matter that you called? I'd like you to arrange a meeting with Miss Jean so I can speak with her again, Lin Feng said. I've obtained the captain's letter of denunciation, which is evidence of Jiang Ning's conspiracy. Chu Xiaoran asked impatiently. Is that thing even useful? It will definitely be useful, Lin Feng said seriously. I'm taking this over to help Miss Jean avoid a disaster. Think about it. If Miss Jean invites Jiang Ning to the show without knowing the inside story, and the sinking incident is exposed, the show's reputation will plummet. That will be much more troublesome than the Shun Group withdrawing its investment. Chu Xiaoran frowned and pondered, and indeed that made sense. Won't we mess things up again? Chu Xiaoran is now somewhat afraid. Lin Feng said somewhat displeasedly. Xiaoran, why don't you believe me now? It's not that I don't believe it. Chu Xiaoran sighed. She couldn't afford to gamble anymore. Jean Meihuan and she grew up together, and their relationship is even better than that of biological sisters. She didn't want these things to cause unpleasantness between the two of them. Lin Feng said in a slightly pleading tone, Xiaoran, believe me this time. We are helping Miss Jean, not causing her trouble. Chu Xiaoran took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and said, all right. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xiaoran called Jean Meihuan. Hey, Meihuan, are you free tomorrow? The next morning, the two parties agreed to meet at Kim Meihuan's home. I never would have guessed that Jiang Ning was so cunning. Jean Meihuan frowned as she looked at the letter of denunciation. Yes, we were all fooled by him, Lin Feng said. Luckily, he didn't participate in the show, and Ms. Jean managed to cut her losses in time. Jean Meihuan sighed deeply, feeling a lingering fear. A moment later, she looked at Chu Xiaoran. Good sister, thank you for telling me this. It's mainly thanks to Lin Feng, Chu Xiaoran said. Jean Meihuan glanced at Lin Feng. Although she disliked him, he had indeed provided useful information this time. Tell me, how do you want me to thank you? Jean Meihuan leaned back on the sofa, looking down at Lin Feng with an air of superiority. I want to participate in the Rainforest Horror Program, Raymond Lam said with a fawning smile. Chapter 70 Intervening. Jean Meihuan knew he would say that. She didn't answer directly, but looked at Chu Xiaoran. After all, what is Lin Feng anyway? Even if you provide useful information, I still don't like you. Chu Xiaoran pursed his lips and said softly, Sister Mei Huan, if possible, let him give it a try. Jean Mei Huan frowned slightly and sighed. Fine, you've already spoken. Then, he said to Raymond Lam in a nonchalant tone, give me your resume, and I'll send it to the production team for review. If they approve it, then there won't be any problems. Lin Feng was overjoyed. In an instant, he seemed to see the scene of being surrounded by bodyguards after he became a sensation. Ms. Jean, thank you so much. Lin Feng stood up and was about to shake hands with Jean Mei Huan. Jean Mei Huan pretended not to see it and turned to Chu Xiaoran, saying, Xiaoran, you helped me this time, so in return, I'll help you this time too. What can Sister Mei do for me? Last time you told me that you were in debt and your family urgently needed money, Jean Mei Huan said. Perfect timing. The second round of fundraising for the project I'm in is about to begin. Mr. Su from Yuanda Group has had a smooth and successful life these past few years. Now that he has made enough money, he wants to give back to society, so he created this project to raise funds on a large scale in the community. Companies that meet the criteria will invest in the program on a guaranteed dividend basis. If the program makes money, everyone will receive dividends according to their shares. If the program loses money, Yuanda will refund the full amount out of its own pocket. The first round of fundraising was aimed at large enterprises in society, and this second round is aimed at small and medium-sized enterprises. Xiaoran, you just happen to meet the criteria. Lin Feng, standing to the side, exclaimed in surprise, there's such a good thing? Chu Xiaoran's expression was serious, his brows furrowed. Sister Mei Huan, doesn't this sound a lot like illegal fundraising? Jean Mei Huan said, all fundraising follows proper procedures. Boss Su values his reputation even more than we do. How could he possibly be engaging in illegal fundraising? Hearing this, Chu Xiaoran felt relieved. Jean Mei Huan continued, ordinary people simply can't get this kind of opportunity. First, you need a certain company size. Second, the shares are limited, so it's first come, first served. Of course, with our connection, I can help you make an appointment in advance. When the fundraising starts, you can immediately become a shareholder. Otherwise, you probably won't get a turn. Did Miss Jean buy everything in advance? Lin Feng asked, trying to sound clever. Yes. Jean Mei Huan glanced at Lin Feng. He bought almost all of his family's possessions. Jean Mei Huan's family is also wealthy, but she became independent after going abroad. Over the years, she has saved more than 10 million yuan, all of which she has invested in this project. Hearing Jean Mei Huan say this, Chu Xiaoran was completely relieved. This is a great opportunity. They could easily use their family business to take out a loan and, leveraging Kim Mi Huan's connections, secure the equity stake ahead of time. After all, if the show loses money, it will be returned exactly as it was. At worst, you'll lose some interest, but it won't hurt you financially. With his mind made up, Chu Xiaoran was much happier. Lin Feng shamelessly said, Miss Jean, please give me a chance for Xiaoran's sake. After all, a surefire way to make money is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Jean Mei Huan didn't want to talk to Lin Feng and didn't say a word to him at all. Lin Feng, having been rebuffed, gave Chu Xiaoran a pleading look. Chu Xiaoran took a deep breath and said, Sister Mei Huan, do you think you can help with Lin Feng's situation? Jean Mei Huan frowned. You've already spoken. How can I not help? However, his words carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Thank you, Miss Jean. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Not only did they resolve the issues with the production team, but they also secured a shareholding opportunity, truly a double blessing. At that moment, Chu Xiaoran saw a message posted in the classmates group chat. Look everyone, what did I photograph just now as I passed by? It was a window seat in the lobby on the first floor of Jinke Shengting, where Jiang Ning and Xia Yuning were on a date. People below started to jeer. What did I tell you? Xia Banhua has always had feelings for Jiang Ning. Is this an official announcement? Upon seeing this scene, Chu Xiaoran became inexplicably furious. She turned to Jean Mei Huan and said, Mei Huan, thank you so much for helping me and Lin Feng. We'll treat you to a big meal another day. I have something to do today, so I have to go now. Okay, then you go ahead with your work, Jean Mei called out. Chu Xiaoran hurriedly left the room, his expression very serious. Xiaoran, what's wrong? Lin Feng asked, chasing after him. Where are you going? Jinke Xingting, I want to eat their food, Chu Xiaoran said without turning his head. No problem, it's on me, Lin Feng said happily. We should celebrate. The lobby on the first floor of Jinke Shengting. Jiang Ning did not choose a private room. Because today's reservation was made at the last minute, all the private rooms are already full. However, the window seats downstairs are also good, as they are relatively quiet. Yu Ning, thank you for your great help, Jiang Ning said. Jiang Ning explained his plan and Xia Yuning said she would fully cooperate. If Xia Yuning can handle this matter, Jiang Ning can make a perfect comeback. At that time, I don't care who's behind the Chun family father and son, they'll all go to jail. Yuning, I will reward you handsomely once this is done, Jiang Ning said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. How can I thank you handsomely? Xia Yuning gazed at Jiang Ning with tender eyes. What gift do you want? Jiang Ning's chauvinistic tendencies kicked in. I don't lack anything. Xia Yuning pouted at Jiang Ning. I just need a key to your villa. Jiang Ning scratched the back of his head. You've got your eye on the antiques in my villa? Xia Yuning. When the straight men in Jiang Ning get going, they're really straight. Just as the two were chatting, a familiar figure walked over. Oh, you guys are here too. Chu Xiaoran pretended to be surprised and walked towards Jiang Ning. Xiaoran, what a coincidence. Xia Yuning greeted him with a fake smile. He cursed inwardly that it came at the worst possible time. Yes, what a coincidence. Chu Xiaoran smiled insincerely. Lin Feng and I were planning to grab a bite to eat, but we unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. How about we join you? You don't mind, do you? How could I possibly find it unacceptable? Xia Yuning smiled and moved to the side, generously making room for Chu Xiaoran. However, Chu Xiaoran did not go over, but instead sat down in the seat next to Jiang Ning. This scene surprised the other three. What's going on? What is she doing? Lin Feng was so jealous, he almost exploded. He frowned and coughed lightly. Xiaoran, you're sitting in the wrong seat. Chu Xiaoran said calmly. We're all friends. Why can't we sit here? Chapter 71, Two Women Competing. In fact, Chu Xiaoran's action was meant to disrupt things. She just couldn't stand Xia Yuning's smug look. She and Xia Yuning competed for 4 years in university, in academics, love, and various honors. Neither side would give an inch. Both of them shared a consensus. If Zhou Yu exists, why does Zhuge Liang exist? If it weren't for the other person, I would definitely be the most dazzling flower. But this person always seems to have to jump out and argue with me. That's outrageous. This made their relationship extremely hostile, with them constantly at odds. After graduating from university, although they had less contact, they were still secretly competing because of their past mistakes. This years-long contest seems unlikely to end until a conclusion is reached. However, during this period, Chu Xiaoran maintained a slight advantage, simply because she has Jiang Ning. Now that she and Jiang Ning have broken up, Xia Yuning has quickly started clinging to Jiang Ning, which makes her very unhappy. Even though I'm no longer Jiang Ning's girlfriend, Xia Yuning, don't even think about it. Yuning, you look so radiant. Have you gotten a boyfriend recently? Chu Xiaoran smiled slightly and asked deliberately. No. Xia Yuning spread her hands, looking puzzled. I've always been single. Ha, I don't believe it. Chu Xiaoran laughed loudly. With your looks and qualities, how could you lack a boyfriend? You've been hiding him, haven't you? Xia Yuning naturally understood the other party's intention. I wouldn't do such a despicable thing. I'm the kind of person who would rather be single than settle for less when it comes to relationships. In this life, I only want to find someone I like and grow old together with them. As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Ning with a hint of flirtation. Even a fool could see what she meant. Jiang Ning, why are you only eating vegetables? Xia Yuning picked up a medium-rare steak and put it on Jiang Ning's plate. Eat more beef, you've lost weight. Their actions were intimate, and their words were ambiguous. Xia Yuning started to take the initiative. Chu Xiaoran picked up the serving chopsticks and took out the steak, saying calmly, Jiang Ning always eats beef well done. He doesn't like it raw, except for seafood sashimi. Then he picked up a slice of tuna sashimi, dipped it in a little wasabi sauce, and placed it on Jiang Ning's plate. Chu Xiaoran wanted Xia Yuning to know that while Xia Yuning's relationship with Jiang Ning was merely superficial, Chu Xiaoran possessed an extremely deep understanding of him. Chu Xiaoran is using this method to assert his former sovereignty. Xia Yuning frowned slightly, then smiled gently. Oh my, as expected of a senior, you really know Jiang Ning well. This statement sounds like a compliment, but it's actually a veiled insult. The word senior not only directly defines Chu Xiaoran as a thing of the past, but also implies that she will become Jiang Ning's woman. Otherwise, why would she address Chu Xiaoran as senior? However, while the two women were openly and secretly vying for power, the other person felt extremely embarrassed and angry. That's Lin Feng. Chu Xiaoran actually served food to Jiang Ning right in front of him. He almost ground his back teeth to powder. What's even more infuriating is that he's still standing by the table, unsure of how to sit down. Chu Xiaoran was busy fighting with Xia Yuning and didn't pay attention to Lin Feng. To express his anger and dissatisfaction, Lin Feng plopped down next to Xia Yuning. However, when Xia Yuning saw him sit down, she couldn't help but move to the side, creating enough space for one person to stand between them. This made Lin Feng feel awkward again. I'm full. Jiang Ning wiped his mouth. He wasn't interested in this battle between women. Yuning, let's go. Okay. Xia Yuning gave Chu Shaoran a defiant look. Wait a minute, Chu Shaoran said hurriedly. I have something to say to you privately. Jiang Ning ignored him and walked straight out the door. Chu Shaoran hurriedly chased after him. Both Raymond Lam and Xia Yuning were furious. Xia Yuning casually asked Lin Feng, your girlfriend, aren't you going to do anything about her? To appear magnanimous, Raymond Lam smiled slightly and said, we're all classmates. It's no big deal to chat for a bit if we have something to discuss. You were clearly grinding your teeth to powder. Xia Yuning sneered, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. What a pretentious act. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Lin Feng to hear, and his face immediately turned very ugly. Over here, Chu Shaoran caught up with Jiang Ning and questioned him. Jiang Ning, can you explain to me now what exactly happened with that shipwreck incident? Jiang Ning's eyes turned cold. Why did she bring up the shipwreck incident? He originally didn't want to pay any attention to Chu Shaoran, but now he sensed something was amiss. What? What happened? Jiang Ning asked deliberately. Chu Shaoran angrily rebuked. Stop pretending to be confused. There are no secrets that stay hidden forever. Your conspiracy has already been exposed. Do I need to say more? Chapter 72 Chu Shaoran reveals secret. Jiang Ning stared sharply at Chu Shaoran, his mind racing. Wasn't it the Chun family father and son who were behind this? How did it reach Chu Shaoran's ears? Jiang Ning was already certain that the Chun family had powerful backers. The fact that Chu Shaoran said this now suggests that he could get some information from her. You say I'm involved in a conspiracy. Do you have any evidence? Jiang Ning asked. They've already written a letter of denunciation, and you're still trying to deny it. Chu Shaoran shouted righteously. Jiang Ning, I originally thought you were at least an upright person, but I didn't expect you to be playing these kinds of schemes. As your classmate and ex-girlfriend, I'm giving you some advice. It's best to apologize to the public beforehand, rather than waiting until the whistleblower's letter comes out and things get out of control. Jiang Ning, wanting to get him to cooperate, deliberately retorted, what if the whistleblower letter is forged? You actually believe what the Chen father and son say? What Chen family father and son? Chu Shaoran asked in confusion. Jiang Ning frowned. Where did you see the whistleblower letter? Chu Shaoran said, Lin Feng showed it to me. Jiang Ning smiled without revealing his true feelings. I didn't expect the answer to come out so quickly. It turns out that Lin Feng was behind this whole thing. This will make things even more fun. Jiang Ning's lips curled into a mocking smile, his face bearing an amused expression. Try to mess with me, and your miserable life will begin from here. Go Raymond Lam. You must hold on and live bravely from now on. Otherwise, I'll find it very boring. At this moment, Xia Yuning also came out of the restaurant. Without speaking to Chu Shaoran, she came to Jiang Ning. Let's go, Jiang Ning said. He has obtained the information he needed. There's no need to waste any more words with Chu Shaoran. Seeing this, Chu Shaoran stomped his feet in anger. Jiang Ning, your stubbornness will ruin you. But Jiang Ning and Xia Yuning had already gotten into the car and sped away. Back at the restaurant, Chu Shaoran was met with leftovers and Lin Feng's icy expression. Shaoran, didn't you tell me you wanted to eat here? Lin Feng asked sarcastically. Why didn't you order a single dish from beginning to end? Raymond Lam was in a great mood today, but now his mood has plummeted. I suddenly don't want to eat anymore. Chu Shaoran replied casually. Huh. Lin Feng sneered. You still have feelings for Jiang Ning, don't you? No, Chu Shaoran said. Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Feng finally couldn't hold back his anger. I don't want to argue. Chu Shaoran had absolutely no interest in discussing these topics. The atmosphere became heavy and oppressive for a moment. After a long pause, Lin Feng said, You made me feel very embarrassed today. What's so embarrassing about it? Chu Shaoran asked in return. You sat down in front of Jiang Ning right in front of me and even served him food. Lin Feng said angrily. Did you even consider how I felt? Chu Shaoran shook his head and chuckled. I wonder if you remember, there was a time when I brought Jiang Ning to dinner with you, and I sat next to you, serving you food. Back then, Jiang Ning was still my boyfriend. He would also feel embarrassed, Lin Feng said. No, Chu Shaoran said. He only said afterwards that he felt sad and didn't want to lose me. He's lying. Chu Shaoran shook his head with a wry smile and fell silent. She suddenly realized that many things are completely different once the roles are reversed. Seeing that their argument was fruitless, Lin Feng didn't want to continue arguing. He simply asked seriously, You really have no feelings for Jiang Ning anymore? Of course, Chu Shaoran said calmly. Lin Feng let out a long breath. It's enough to know that Chu Shaoran didn't want to win back Jiang Ning today. Xiaoran, I'm sorry. I was being petty because I love you too much. Lin Feng apologized. Chu Xiaoran pursed his lips and remained silent. She has mixed feelings right now. Because, although she said she had no feelings for Jiang Ning anymore, she was becoming increasingly uncertain inside. The moment I sat down next to Jiang Ning and served her food, it felt like I was back in the past. At that moment, she felt an unparalleled sense of joy, both physically and mentally. Xiaoran, what are you thinking about? Lin Feng asked hurriedly when he saw Chu Xiaoran lost in thought. I wasn't thinking about anything, Chu Xiaoran sighed. We should be happy today, Lin Feng said. By the way, Xiaoran, what did you and Jiang Ning talk about when you went out earlier? We didn't talk about anything, just argued, Chu Xiaoran said vaguely. Oh, Lin Feng nodded, then suddenly said, by the way, Xiaoran, I forgot to tell you, whatever you do, don't tell Jiang Ning about the captain's whistleblower letter. Why can't I say? Chu Xiaoran asked in surprise. It's not the right time yet, Lin Feng said. I'm going to expose him on the Everbright project and make him completely lose the chance to compete with me. Chu Xiaoran's expression was solemn. Perhaps he already knew about the whistleblower letter? After all, Jiang Ning just mentioned the Chun family father and son, so it seems he already knew. Lin Feng said confidently, he couldn't possibly know. Just don't tell him. Chu Xiaoran frowned and nodded. She didn't understand what was going on, but remembering how Jiang Ning hadn't cared about it at all today, she didn't say anything more. Chapter 73 Counter-Espionage Scheme. The next morning, Jiang Ning, accompanied by two newly hired bodyguards, met with Xia Yuning at the Linjiang Shipbuilding Company in Haicheng. Xia Yuning's uncle, Xia He, is a manager at a shipping company. Xia Yuning asked him to help retrieve the surveillance footage from the day of the shipwreck accident. Xia He has always doted on Xia Yuning since she was a child, but this kind of company surveillance footage is a company secret and cannot be shown to outsiders casually. Xia He was in a very difficult position. But this little matter was no problem for Jiang Ning. He whispered in Xia He's ear, Uncle Xia, how about this? Xia He's eyes lit up, and he gave Jiang Ning an appreciative look. The next second, he turned around and went back to his office, calling an emergency meeting with security guards. The security guards who were in charge of the monitoring room also went to participate. Jiang Ning instructed his bodyguard to cover the surveillance camera at the entrance of the monitoring room with a tissue. He and Xia Yuning then went into the monitoring room and began retrieving the surveillance footage. Typical civilian surveillance footage can only be stored for 3 to 7 days, but surveillance footage from police stations, shipping companies, and other organizations has a large capacity and can be stored for 3 months or even half a year. Jiang Ning quickly found the surveillance video he needed that day, extracted it, and saved it to a USB drive. With everything settled, the group walked out of the monitoring room. The meeting in Xia He also concluded in a timely manner. Afterwards, Jiang Ning asked Xia He to call the captain and invite him to his office for a chat. Jiang Ning knew that the captain of the ship involved in the sinking accident had been coerced by the Qin family. If I go to him myself, he won't give me a chance to meet him. But Xia He is a company leader, so he can't not come. Soon, the captain appeared in Xia's office. The captain instinctively shuddered when he first saw Jiang Ning. Xia He naturally wanted to avoid the matter and said to the captain, This Mr. Jiang says he is your friend. He has something to discuss with you. You two talk. After saying that, Xia He and Xia Yuning left the office to chat. Li Youji, Jiang Ning said sharply, looking at the captain. He has such an ambitious name, but he lacks any backbone in his actions. Captain Li Youji looked at the two tall bodyguards behind Jiang Ning and couldn't help but feel a little scared. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Jiang Ning smiled. That's what I should be asking you. What exactly are you trying to do by colluding with the Chun family to forge the accusation letter? How could I have forged it? It was clearly your conspiracy, the captain said guiltily. He is under a lot of pressure right now. Because these past few days, wherever he went, there were always people watching him from a short distance away. The same applies during working hours. He knew that the people were sent by the Chun family father and son. Therefore, he dared not get too close to Jiang Ning. After all, his wife and children were under the control of that father and son. Li Youji, we both know the real cause of the shipwreck. Jiang Ning stared sharply at Li Youji. I didn't expose you for driving under the influence that day, which was already lenient with you, but you turn around and bite me. Don't you think that's going too far? Li Youji felt even more guilty and stammered. Ew. You're talking nonsense. I didn't drink that day. Jiang Ning shook his head and chuckled, waving to the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard handed over a computer with a USB drive plugged in. I knew you would deny it, so I specially obtained the surveillance footage from that day. As he spoke, Jiang Ning opened the surveillance footage on his computer. The record shows that Li Yoji quietly slipped into the lounge carrying a bottle of baijiu and a few takeout side dishes. An hour later, he came out of the lounge, his face flushed. Later, a cleaner passed by, took the empty wine bottle from the break room, along with the leftover food, and dumped them into the trash can. You know there are no security cameras in the lounge, so you specifically chose to drink there, Jiang Ning said. But don't forget, there are still security cameras in the distance. Although the image is blurry, can you honestly say that the person in the picture isn't you? Li Yoji shuddered and pursed his lips, remaining silent. The shipping company retrieved the surveillance footage on the day the ship sank, but they only retrieved footage from key locations. The footage from peripheral areas was completely ignored. But it was this corner of the surveillance camera that recorded his image. Besides, Jiang Ning paused the frame and pointed to the cleaner in the picture. I talked to this cleaner lady, and she saw you drinking. The following sentence was made up by Jiang Ning on the spot. Because he knew that Li Yoji must be terrified right now. Jiang Ning stared intently at Li Yoji, his aura as a powerful and ruthless figure instantly radiating from him. That momentum was like a monstrous wave, capable of instantly engulfing Li Yoji. Under immense pressure, Li Yoji's face grew increasingly pale, his lips trembled, and he suddenly screamed hysterically, "Ew! You're trying to force me to my death." That boat was worth over 7 million, and he was responsible for the sinking because of his mistake. How could he possibly afford to pay for it? Moreover, if this matter is exposed, he will never be able to find a job again. He spent most of his life sailing and has no other skills. It was tantamount to cutting off his path to survival. At this moment, Li Yoji was filled with despair. On one side, a bullying father and son threatened his wife and daughter. On the other side, Jiang Ning held the surveillance video from that day. He was squeezed in the middle and felt like he was about to suffocate. At this moment, this nearly 1.8-meter tall man curled up on the ground, his head in his hands, as despair spread throughout his body and mind. No one is forcing you. Jiang Ning bent down and patted Li Yoji on the shoulder. As long as you act with a clear conscience and don't provide false evidence, I won't show this video to anyone. I had no choice. Li Yoji cried, tears streaming down his face. I know that Chen Guohao and his son coerced you. Jiang Ning's words struck a chord with Li Yoji. Li Yoji rubbed his eyes and looked up at Jiang Ning. You figured it out? Yes, I understand your difficulties. Jiang Ning nodded, squatted down, and patted Li Yoji on the shoulder. I just want to ask you, do you want to live the peaceful life you used to? Do you want to avoid being held accountable by the shipping company, being coerced by the Chen family, and being arrested for perjury? Of course, Li Yoji nodded repeatedly. He desperately wanted it. I used to think life was so mundane. But after experiencing all this, he realized that the life he used to live was what he had always dreamed of, and now he has nightmares every night. If you trust me, I can help you solve all your problems, Jiang Ning said. So, please tell me, how did the Chen father and son coerce you? Li Yoji was at his wit's end. He took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, the Chen family father and son are threatening me with my son and wife. If I don't give them false testimony, they will harm my wife and child. My son is exceptionally bright. He's in his final year of junior high, and his teacher says he's guaranteed to get into the top provincial high school. At this point, Li Yoji's tears started falling again. Shameless scoundrel, Jiang Ning cursed through gritted teeth. The principle of not extending punishment to one's wife and children is the most basic moral principle. Those two bastards in the Chen family will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Jiang Ning waved to the bodyguards behind him. You two will split into two groups. One will protect Uncle Li's son around the clock, and the other will protect Uncle Li's wife around the clock. There can be no mistakes. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. What kind of cunning enemy haven't we encountered on the battlefield? This kind of rogue is less than a dog in front of me, the bodyguard said calmly. Chapter 74. If you invest, you'll lose everything. The two bodyguards were veterans who had worked as mercenaries, often risking their lives. Such people possess an aura and intimidating presence that ordinary people lack. Seeing that he had such a powerful backer, Li Yoji instantly felt more confident. He wiped away his tears and said, President Jiang, if you can guarantee the safety of my wife and children, I will do whatever you say. Jiang Ning finally revealed a smile. Things went very smoothly, just as I expected. Tell me, besides Chen Guohao and his son, who else was involved in this? Jiang Ning asked. Just the two of them, Li Yoji said. Impossible. Jiang Ning stared intently at Li Yoji. Li Yoji thought for a moment and added, By the way, I overheard them talking on the phone with someone surnamed Lin. I wonder if it's related to this matter. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. This time, we have witnesses. Next, he will completely turn the tables and take the initiative. Raymond Lam. Don't you like to set traps for me? Next, I'm going to make you fall hard into the pit you dug yourself. What should I do next? Li Yoji was extremely flustered. If I'm not mistaken, the Chun family father and son will definitely have someone follow you, Jiang Ning said. They will also know immediately that we met today. Yes, yes, Li Yoji said. There was a young, blonde-haired guy who kept hanging around right under my nose. He was obviously sent by them. Jiang Ning lowered his voice and said to Li Yoji, if you do this. A moment later, at the entrance of the shipping company, Li Yoji drove Jiang Ning and the others out. Go, go, don't get in my way of sailing, Jiang Ning said with a slightly pleading tone. Captain, giving false testimony is illegal. Please think it over carefully. What am I considering? It's clearly your fault, Li Yoji shouted arrogantly. If you don't leave, I'm calling the police. Jiang Ning shook his head helplessly and left with his 2 bodyguards and Xia Yuning in a huff. Seeing this, a blonde-haired man on the riverbank picked up his phone and dialed Chinzhou's number. Hey, Brother Chen, Uncle Chun is really a prophet. Jiang Ning did come to see Li Yoji. What did they say? Chinzhou asked hurriedly. I couldn't get inside the shipping company, but I saw them arguing at the entrance, Huang Mao said. Li Yoji was very angry and kicked Jiang Ning out. Very good. Chinzhou was relieved. After hanging up the phone, he smiled slyly. Jiang Ning, you're still too green to play with us, you old man. The next 2 days seemed calm on the surface, but undercurrents were actually surging. The Rainforest Horror Project has launched its second round of fundraising as scheduled. This caused quite a stir in Haicheng. Many companies are eager to try this. Of course, entrepreneurs are all smart people. Most people are just making a fuss, but in reality, they are all watching and waiting. Chu Xiaoran had already persuaded Chu Guofeng to use his family's business as collateral to secure a loan of 40 million yuan, which he planned to use to buy shares. After all, the Chu family was already in dire straits. This is a chance to turn things around. We have to take the gamble. The Lin family no longer had any money left for investment. They took out an 80 million loan and added 30 million in savings, raising a total of 100 million to give to Xingbang Logistics. They signed IOUs for the remaining 60 million. The remaining 10 million can only be transferred to Jiangning as compensation for the antiques. At this point, the Lin family was just an empty shell. But Lin Feng was greedy. He secretly went to a friend to set up a trust and borrowed 20 million yuan at high interest rates, intending to invest in the company. Meanwhile, Jiangning is currently finalizing preparations for the bidding project. It is also a crucial step. Establish a distribution center. Distribution centers are the heart of logistics companies. The distribution center is responsible for sorting, packing, loading, and transporting goods in all directions along the routes. The larger the distribution center, the larger the area of its coverage points. Small logistics companies don't need to go to great lengths to build distribution centers because they have fewer routes, but a large-scale logistics company must have its own distribution center, even multiple. This is also proof of whether a logistics company has the capability. To secure the Everbright project, Ningda Logistics must establish a distribution center. Otherwise, Everbright would not have entrusted its business to Ningda Logistics with peace of mind. Furthermore, if Jiangning wants to expand Ningda Logistics, it must establish a base and gradually expand in all directions to build its own business empire. To set up a distribution center, he needs some funding, and he needs to discuss it with his father, Jiang Yuqing. At this moment, Jiang Ning and Jiang Yuqing were attending a family gathering. The discussion at the gathering also revolved around money. Yu Cheng, as you know, none of us relatives have much money, but we don't want to miss out on this good opportunity, said an older relative. So, we'd like to ask you to take the lead and invest. Right now, Zhang's relatives all want to invest in the Rainforest Horror Project. The Rainforest Horror Project is verbally described as a fundraising initiative for small and medium-sized enterprises. However, the number of places is limited, and priority will be given to large households. The standard for large investors is the amount of money they invest. If the investment amount is insufficient, there is no opportunity to even enter the market. Although Zhang's relatives all have some businesses, they are all sunset industries, which have been severely impacted by the new media fan economy in recent years and are now teetering on the brink of collapse. Only the family business in Jiangning is the largest. Therefore, these people plan to have the Jiangning family contribute the majority of the funds, and they will contribute whatever amount they can, so that they might have the opportunity to become shareholders. Jiang Yuqing, Zhang's father, had a furrowed brow at this moment. The Zhang family's business is not doing well right now. They spent tens of millions to build a distribution center, and there is no money left for further investment. Seeing that Jiang Yuqing remained silent, another elder became displeased and said, Yu Chung, you've had a smooth and successful year, and your business has grown bigger and bigger. But don't forget that we, your relatives, have always been supporting you silently. Today it's your turn to lead everyone to prosperity, so you can't back down. These words put Jiang Yuqing in a very difficult position. The meaning is clear. Without our help, you wouldn't be where you are today. Therefore, you should be grateful, contribute more money, and lead us to obtain the right to become shareholders. Brother Yuqing, what a great opportunity. If I had a company as big as yours, I would definitely lead everyone to invest. Yes, what are you still hesitating about? The others began to complain with dissatisfaction. This made Jiang Yuqing's face even uglier. Seeing this, Jiang Ning stepped forward and said, "Uncles and elders, I would like to express my opinion." Everyone looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning said firmly, "Absolutely not." What? The crowd looked on with deep confusion and surprise. To everyone's surprise, he immediately rejected the idea. "Xiao Ning, what do you mean by that?" The elder frowned and said, "We asked your family to pay more money, so you got angry and said those things in anger, right? How could I dare to say such hurtful things in front of all these elders?" Jiang Ning smiled and said, "I'm just stating the facts. This fundraising is actually a scam." Scam? Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Jiang Ning continued, "In recent years, the real estate market has been sluggish, and Mr. Su of Yuanda has already suffered internal losses. However, all his businesses are intricately connected with higher authorities and cannot be converted into real money. He himself is also unable to fill the huge debt hole. In order to survive, he had no choice but to take risks, raise a sum of money, and flee overseas. At that time, all the companies that invested will lose everything. Chapter 75, Everything Within My Sight, is under my control. How do you know all this? The elder asked in surprise. This question stumped Jiang Ning. Should I tell him that I was reborn and knew about this in advance? No wonder they think I'm mentally ill. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and said, "It was information provided by a friend of mine." "What friend provided you with this information?" the elder asked. "I can't disclose that," Jiang Ning said. The elder was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. The others burst into laughter. "Yu Chung, your Xiao Ning is quite something," the elder said. "If it really were a scam, wouldn't those big investors have seen through it? Wouldn't their information be as readily available as yours?" Jiang Yuqing sighed and said, "Xiao Ning, don't talk nonsense. I'm not making this up." "Enough." Jiang Yuqing stopped Jiang Ning. He felt that Jiang Ning was so eager to establish a distribution center that he didn't want to invest the funds, so he made up this excuse. However, Jiang Yuqing also felt that establishing a distribution center was an important matter. All investments carry risks, so he prefers to use the funds to build distribution centers. "Yu Chung, is this really that difficult? We're asking you to take the lead in investing so we can all make money together. We're not trying to harm you. It's fated, it's fated." His extended family is still pressuring Jiang Yuqing to take the lead in investing. Even worse, some of them made threatening remarks. If Yuqing doesn't help everyone, then this relationship is pointless. The implication was clear. Jiang Yuqing was about to be expelled from the family genealogy. Jiang Yuqing's face turned ashen. He was already struggling to withstand the pressure. Seeing this, Jiang Ning no longer cared about family ties and immediately said loudly, "I respect every elder present, but when it comes to investing, everyone has the right to choose. Today, I am here on behalf of my family to make a decision. My family will resolutely not invest. As for what you elders want to do, that's up to you." Everyone was shocked when these words were spoken. Jiang Yuqing hasn't even made a statement yet. How dare a junior like Jiang Ning say such audacious words? "Xiao Ning, what are you doing?" Jiang Yuqing was also astonished. The Jiang family is a large family with strong clan values. Over the years, relatives have visited each other frequently, and they also go together to worship their ancestors during festivals and help each other with their business. Jiang Yuqing did not have the courage to turn against his family. He scolded Jiang Ning. "Don't interrupt when your elders are speaking. Sit down." "Dad, I tried to reason with the elders, but I didn't want to see them jump into the fire pit," Jiang Ning said angrily. "But on the other hand, they actually used family ties to kidnap us and force us to jump into the fire pit with them. In that case, we're better off without this family bond." These words instantly ignited everyone's anger. The family and relatives all slammed their fists on the table and stood up. "Now that your family has grown up, you're starting to look down on us relatives, aren't you? We're just asking your family to invest some money, not begging you for money. Is it really necessary to say something like that? They don't respect us relatives at all. Since that's the case, let's go our separate ways from now on." Upon seeing this, Jiang Yuqing hurriedly lowered his voice and begged for everyone's forgiveness. "Don't be angry. Our Xiaoning is still young. She doesn't know how to speak properly. No one would buy it. He's still young? If it weren't for that incident, he'd be married by now. Is he still young? Given Jiang Ning's temper, it's right that the Chu family's daughter didn't marry him. Yu Cheng, you've really disappointed everyone this time. The relatives all stood up and left the table in anger. Yu Cheng, if you don't invest, we'll find someone else to join us, the eldest elder said. Don't be envious when we make money. After saying that, his expression turned cold, and he left with the rest of his men. The empty private room was now empty except for Jiang Ning and his son Jiang Yuqing. Look at what you're saying. Jiang Yuqing slammed his hand on the table in anger. Jiang Ning scoffed. These so-called relatives are all sycophants, always trying to please the powerful and bully the weak. They can't stand seeing others do well. They're worse than strangers. It's no big deal if we cut ties. In the previous life, when the Jiang family fell on hard times, all the relatives hurriedly distanced themselves from them. Jiang Ning had long seen through their true colors. You still dare to talk? Jiang Yuqing made a gesture as if to slap him. But with his arm hanging in midair, he angrily slapped his thigh. Sigh. He shook his head painfully and sighed. I know you want to set up a distribution center and don't want to spend the money, but setting up a distribution center isn't that easy. Renting space and purchasing equipment all take time. Jiang Ning said, Dad, we don't need to do all this. Jiang Yuqing was taken aback. Then what do you want to do? Let's just buy a distribution center. Jiang Ning said confidently. I found out that there's an abandoned distribution center near the old factory area in Jiangbei district. We can just buy it as a package, do some simple renovations, and it'll be ready to use. Jiang Yuqing's expression softened. That is indeed a solution. Buying it directly greatly reduced the preparation time. Jiang Ning said, I've already found out that the owner of the distribution center is named Wu Dajiang. He used to be in the logistics business, but he found that loan sharks were a quick way to make money. So he switched to other businesses, and the distribution center was abandoned. He knew all this because Wu Dajiang had lent 40 million to Lin's Freight, making him Lin's Freight's largest creditor at present. Wu Dajiang. Jiang Yuqing frowned. I've heard of this person. He's not an ordinary person. He has a deep-rooted underworld background. He looked at Jiang Ning with concern. It's very dangerous to do business with this kind of person. It's all right. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. I have a way. Jiang Yuqing looked at Jiang Ning with a surprised expression. Ever since the wedding farce, her son seems to have become a completely different person. Not only did he become increasingly bold, but he also always exuded a maturity and composure beyond his years. Sometimes, he even gives off a sense of vicissitude and ruthlessness. This kind of aura is something only powerful and influential figures possess. Sometimes, he couldn't help but be influenced by Jiang Ning and develop a strange trust in him. If we can take over the Jiangbei distribution center, Ningda Logistics will be considered to have reached a considerable scale, Jiang Yuqing said with a look of satisfaction. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, stood in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling city of Haiqing. If Ningda Logistics is the starting point of Jiang Ning's commercial empire in this lifetime. Therefore, taking over Jiangbei as the distribution center would establish a base of operations. He intends to use his base as a stronghold to infiltrate, plunder, and expand outwards with frenzied force. His business empire will officially begin here. Dad, Ningda Logistics is just the first step. Jiang Ning stood by the window with his back to Jiang Yuqing, hands behind his back, overlooking the bustling city of Haiqing. I want everything within my sight to be under my control. Chapter 76 Lin Feng causes a scene at the Chu family. On the other side, the Chu family. The atmosphere was very somber. Putting aside the recent stress, the old lady's illness alone has been tormenting me. Because Jiang Ning did not invite old Chui to treat the old woman, her health deteriorated day by day. Every few days, she would come to the Chu family's house on crutches, crying and making a scene, threatening to kill herself. Li Qin looked worried and didn't know what to do when the doorbell rang. The old lady arrived right on time, just like she was going to work. The old woman seemed to be suffering terribly from illness. Her face was sallow, and her expression was sinister and ferocious. Mom, why are you here again? You should rest properly while you're sick. Li Qin hurriedly stepped forward to help her up. The old lady pushed Li Qin away, sat down on the ground, and immediately burst into tears. You are so unfilial. You want me to die? Mom, what are you saying? Li Qin stepped forward and pulled the old lady up. Please get up. The ground is cold. Let me go. The old woman wailed, slapping her thigh. If you don't bring Dr. Chui here, I'll kill myself right here. She simply couldn't bear this torment any longer. My heart has become increasingly sensitive. She heard Chu Xiaoran say that one dose of medicine costs over 10,000 yuan, and the whole thing would cost several million yuan. She felt that her daughter was treating her like a burden and hadn't put her heart into asking Jiang Ning to treat her illness. She made a scene for several days in a row, but Li Qin didn't respond. Now, her last line of defense has collapsed. Just let me die. I don't want to live anymore. The old lady sat on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, Mom, it's not that we don't want to invite old Chui over. It's just that we can't get him to come. Li Qin said with a worried look on her face. How could you have invited her last time? The old lady glared at Li Qin. Sigh. Li Qin sighed. Last time, Jiang Ning invited them for us, and they did it because of Jiang Ning's connections. But now we have nothing to do with Jiang Ning. Of course they won't help us anymore. Upon hearing this, the old lady looked at Chu Xiaoran excitedly. Xiaoran, why haven't you gotten back together with Jiang Ning yet? What are you waiting for? I sigh. Chu Xiaoran pursed his lips, unsure how to answer. Mom, how could your precious granddaughter ever think about getting back together? Li Qin took the opportunity to complain. He's already with Lin Feng. Well, the old lady's brows furrowed into a knot. She attended the wedding ceremony and witnessed the farce. After that, the old lady repeatedly instructed Li Qin to take Chu Xiaoran to apologize and try to save their marriage. But Li Qin couldn't go against Chu Xiaoran's wishes, and she was afraid that the old lady would worry, so she kept it a secret from the old lady, saying that she was trying to persuade Chu Xiaoran. But right now, there's been no progress at all. Instead, things are developing in the direction the old lady fears most. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Li Qin say that, the old lady became even more agitated. She was so angry that she kept coughing until her face turned almost purple. Mom, don't worry. Li Qin quickly reassured the old lady. Xiaoran, quickly pour Grandma a glass of water. I won't drink. The old lady angrily flung her hand away, then sighed and looked at Chu Xiaoran seriously. I'm asking you, is Lin Feng's family wealth better than Jiang Ning's? No. Chu Xiaoran lowered his head and answered. So what do you like about him? The old lady questioned. If this question had been asked in the past, Chu Xiaoran would have immediately come up with a whole host of reasons. But during her time with Raymond Lam, she found that the good qualities she had previously thought of in him seemed to have disappeared. I don't know either. Chu Xiaoran lowered his head even further, like a child who had done something wrong. The old lady was so angry that she pounded her chest and stamped her feet. Xiaoran, are you stupid? She grabbed Chu Xiaoran's arm. Listen to your grandma. Go find Jiang Ning now. You have to get back together with him no matter what. Chu Xiaoran gritted his teeth and said, Grandma, I want to make my own decisions about my personal feelings. Raymond Lam was a choice she made after summoning all her courage. That was her ideal, her beautiful dream of love. She believes the difficulties are only temporary and that Raymond Lam's future will be brighter. Besides, Jiang Ning has been flattering her for so long. She wouldn't be able to bring herself to get back together with him now. Seeing Chu Xiaoran's stubbornness, the old lady shook her head in anger. Xiaoran, do you want to watch your grandmother die? The old lady looked at Chu Xiaoran with pleading eyes. If she doesn't reconcile with Jiang Ning, she won't be able to invite Elder Chui, and her life will be over. Grandma, please don't be like this. Chu Xiaoran said with a worried expression. There are so many good hospitals across the country. I don't believe there's no one who can cure your illness. Don't try to comfort me with those words. It's not like we haven't tried it before. The old lady was both angry and frustrated. During her illness, she visited almost every major hospital, and the advice she received was to manage her condition with medication, as there was almost no hope of a cure. Grandma, there will definitely be a way, Chu Xiaoran said. The old lady gritted her teeth, as if she had made a decision. You're not going? Then I'll go. I'll go and talk to the Jiang family. She shakily tried to get up, leaning on her cane. Grandma, Chu Xiaoran hurriedly helped the old lady up. What are you doing? What am I supposed to do? I want to live, the old woman roared. Besides, what's so great about Lin Feng? He's not a man at all, and his family isn't as well off as Jiang Ning's. You're just bewitched. Li Qin and Chu Guofeng remained silent. On this point, they agreed with the old lady. Xiaoran, if you still consider me your grandmother, then break off all ties with that Lin Feng. The old lady gritted her teeth and said, how can Lin Feng compare to Jiang Ning? However, by sheer coincidence, Lin Feng was already standing outside the door at that moment. He had come excitedly to tell Chu Xiaoran some great news. But the old lady arrived in such a hurry that she didn't even close the door properly. Lin Feng overheard most of the conversation. His face was ashen, his fists clenched, and his whole body trembled slightly with anger. Grandma, please don't get agitated, Chu Xiaoran reassured the old lady. Lin Feng isn't as useless as you say. I think he's nothing, the old woman shouted without any hesitation. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore and knocked on the door. Who is it? Li Qin went to open the door. Auntie, it's me. Lin Feng stood at the door with an unhappy expression. Li Qin shuddered. Did Lin Feng hear what I just said? But when she thought about how Lin Shengbin had made things difficult for her at the restaurant last time, and Lin Feng hadn't said a word, her anger flared up again. How dare you show your face here? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, Auntie, I've come to see Xiao Ran. I have some good news to tell her. As he spoke, Lin Feng walked in and said to Chu Xiaoran, Xiaoran, can you come out alone for a moment? Chu Xiaoran was currently trying to comfort the old lady, but he was in an awkward situation, unsure whether to go out or not. You must be Lin Feng, right? The old lady was furious when she saw Lin Feng. Let me tell you, Xiao Ran is the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. Don't come looking for her again. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran hurriedly explained, Don't listen to my grandma's nonsense. I'm talking nonsense. The old lady's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Feng and said, I'm asking you, what makes you think you can marry Xiao Ran from our family? Lin Feng suppressed his anger and said with a forced smile, I may not be capable, but I'm still better off than Jiang Ning who relies on his family. Then, a confident look appeared on his face. The reason I came to see Xiao Ran this time is to tell her that I have been accepted by the Rainforest Horror program team. Next, I will participate in the filming and recording of the program as the lead actor. His tone was full of boastfulness and pride. It seems that he has become incredibly popular now. What? You mean you're going to participate in that show? Chu Guofeng asked in surprise. Their family mortgaged the company and took out a loan of 40 million yuan to invest in the company. If Raymond Lam participates in the project, it will be like adding wings to a tiger, working together from the inside and outside. Moreover, the program was spearheaded by Yuanda Group, directed by a well-known South Korean director, and featured 2 veteran actors from Hong Kong. It was hard for it not to be a hit. Does that mean Raymond Lam is going to become a star? Seeing the surprised expressions on the Chu family's faces, Lin Feng became even more smug. His tone became arrogant. Some people think I'm nothing now, but they might be proven wrong in a few months. His words were clearly a provocation to the old lady. Chapter 77 Lin Feng has gotten himself into big trouble. Chu Xiaoran never expected Lin Feng to say such a thing. Even if he hears his grandmother scolding him, as a junior, he should endure it. After all, my grandmother is so old. Even if we take a step back and assume the worst, we still have to consider our own reputation. However, he brazenly and directly mocked his grandmother. Who do you think you are? Although the old lady was seriously ill, she was not confused. Lin Feng's words were like a sharp knife, piercing straight to her heart. Can she tolerate this? Even if you become a big star, our family won't care. The old lady stood up, leaning on her cane, and yelled, Get out of here! Get out! Cough, cough, cough. Grandmother. Mom. Chu Xiaoran and Li Qin hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. Lin Feng, how can you talk like that? Chu Xiaoran glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned, unable to bear being blamed by Chu Xiaoran. Besides, it was clearly your family members who were talking badly about me behind my back. Am I not allowed to resist? But Lin Feng also knew that Chu Xiaoran had helped him get this opportunity to participate in the show, so he suppressed his anger and said, I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking, but it was just the truth. It's better not to apologize at all. Upon hearing this, the old lady turned ashen with anger. Get out of here. Mom, please don't get angry. Chu Guofeng, who hadn't said much until now, finally spoke. He weighed the pros and cons and felt that if Raymond Lam participated in the show, it would be very beneficial for his family. If he really becomes a star, then Chu Xiaoran marrying him would be considered as hooking up with a powerful figure. So he stepped in to smooth things over. Raymond Lam, congratulations on joining the program team, but we have something to do at home today and it's inconvenient. Let's talk in detail another day. Chu Guofeng subtly conveyed his intention to dismiss them. Seeing Chu Guofeng's attitude towards Lin Feng, Li Qin understood his thoughts and stopped making things difficult for Lin Feng. Instead, she turned to the old lady and said, Mom, why are you getting angry with a child? The old woman clutched her chest and sighed. We're both young people, but look how good that boy Jiang Ning is. He knows how to respect the elderly and care for the young, and he's always so well-behaved when he sees me. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's temper flared up again. He couldn't stand it when others praised Jiang Ning and belittled him in front of Chu Xiaoran. Grandma, you're getting on in years, and sometimes you get confused. I won't hold it against you, Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. These words shocked the Chu family once again. Even if the old lady is wrong, should you, as a junior, say such things? Lin Feng, Chu Xiaoran said, "Grandma is still sick. You should rest more when you're sick," Lin Feng said, then muttered under his breath, "Why are you meddling in this?" Although the sound was soft, it was just enough for the Chu family to hear. "Lin Feng, get out of here." Li Qin was also furious. "I don't care if you're a big star or not, you're mocking my mom, which means you don't respect me at all." Chu Guofeng hurriedly said, "Calm down, let's all say less. Old Chu, if you keep trying to smooth things over, we might as well not live together anymore," Li Qin shouted angrily. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Chu Xiaoran had no choice but to push Lin Feng out the door. "Lin Feng, why do you say such things? You're not usually like this." Chu Xiaoran was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Feng's performance today. "Xiaoran, I'm being belittled, and I can't even speak up for myself," Lin Feng retorted. He has always been very proud. How could he stand such an injustice? "Are you speaking up for yourself?" Chu Xiaoran said, "You're verbally attacking your grandmother." At this moment, the old lady inside the house also exploded, shouting in a broken voice, "No one can come today. Xiaoran can only marry into the Jiang family. Lin Feng can forget about marrying Xiaoran." You could hear the old lady's screams even through the door. She didn't seem like someone who was seriously ill at all. Lin Feng, unable to vent his grievances and blinded by anger, shouted, "At your age, instead of taking care of your health, you're always causing trouble for the younger generation. What kind of elder are you?" Lin Feng's words struck a nerve with the old lady. She least wants others to think of her as a burden. "You little brat, get out of here, get out." The old lady roared hysterically. Overwhelmed with anger and agitation, she couldn't catch her breath, her vision went black, and she collapsed to the ground. "Mom! Mom!" Li Qin cried out in despair. Chu Xiaoran hurriedly opened the door and went inside, where he saw Li Qin holding the old lady and crying. "Call an ambulance quickly," Li Qin shouted to Chu Guofeng. Lin Feng, watching this scene from the doorway, also panicked. He just wanted to vent his frustrations, but he didn't expect to make the old lady faint. If anything were to happen to him, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he suddenly chickened out. "Xiaoran, you can leave now." Chu Xiaoran coldly uttered a sentence. Lin Feng was too ashamed to stay any longer and could only slink away. Soon, the ambulance took the elderly woman to the nearest hospital, where she was immediately admitted to the ICU. Fortunately, he was rescued in time and his life was saved, but he is still in a coma, and it is unknown how many days he will have to stay in the hospital. In the corridor outside the ICU ward, Li Qin yelled at Chu Xiaoran, "Let me tell you, no matter how much your grandmother spends in the hospital, Lin Feng has to pay for it all, and he also has to compensate us for our emotional distress. But where does Lin Feng have any money now?" Chu Xiaoran felt completely overwhelmed. "I don't care," Li Qin said. "If you don't get this money back, I won't consider you my daughter." After she finished speaking angrily, she went to the payment counter with Chu Guofeng to renew her payment. Chu Xiaoran felt extremely uncomfortable and confused. She plopped down on a chair in the corridor and burst into tears, covering her face. Chapter 78, Jiangbei Hero. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming contacted Wu Dajiang through someone. "We discussed acquiring the distribution center. This matter is not only urgent, but major logistics companies are also secretly watching Ningda Logistics make a fool of itself. They knew that without a distribution center, Ningda Logistics was simply not qualified to compete for the Everbright project. They didn't even have the right to sit at the table and talk to them." Lin Xingbing of Lin's Freight, who was close to Wu Dajiang due to debt dealings, learned that Jiang Ming wanted to buy the distribution center and tried his best to persuade Wu Dajiang not to sell it. Because this is the only distribution center in Haiqing that can be purchased and construction can begin immediately. If Ningda Logistics can't handle this, they'll have to build their own distribution center, which will take at least several months, and there simply isn't enough time. However, the middleman Jiang Ming found was Shun Linghua. The Shun Group has a certain prestige, so Wu Dajiang gave them some face and agreed to meet with Jiang Ming. This distribution center is located in the old factory area of Jiangbei, which is relatively desolate, with a total area of 15,000 square meters. Based on market prices in Haiqing, the purchase price of this plot of land would be around 30 million yuan. Including warehouse construction, as well as distribution equipment such as tracked vehicles and forklifts, the total market price is approximately 35 million. However, Wu Dajiang knew that Jiang Ming needed it urgently, so he made an exorbitant demand, doubling the price. Asking price, 70 million. At 3 p.m., Shun Linghua drove her Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the Jiangbei Distribution Center with Jiang Ning and 2 bodyguards. Arrive. Shun Linghua parked the car, and the 4 of them got out. The distribution center had a large courtyard, but it was desolate and barren. The area was heavily guarded by high walls and electric fences. The walls were mottled and the ground was overgrown with weeds. Several abandoned forklifts were parked under the high walls, their tires stuck in the mud. Not far away, rows of elevated warehouses stood with their roller shutters tightly closed and covered in rust. Several luxury cars were parked in front of a warehouse, presumably the vehicles belonging to Wu Dajiang and his entourage. Shen Lingwei made a phone call and then led Jiang Ning and the others toward the warehouse. Tada! Upon arriving at the warehouse door, Shen Lingwei knocked on the roller shutter. Soon, the roller shutter was pulled up, and a shifty-looking blonde-haired man looked around before his eyes locked onto Shen Lingwei. Shen Lingwei wore a plain-colored suit today, exuding the sophistication and aura of a powerful career woman. Combined with her stunning beauty, she stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings. Perhaps the blonde-haired man had never seen such a refined and beautiful woman before. He paused for a few seconds, then asked, "Are you General Manager Shen?" "Yes. This is Shen Lingwei." Shen Lingwei held up her phone with her slender hand and waved it. "I just spoke with Boss Wu on the phone. Come in." The blonde-haired guy gave Jiang Ning and the others a cold look and gestured for them to enter the warehouse. Just as everyone entered, they heard a whoosh as the blonde-haired guy pulled the roller shutter door shut again. The warehouse was dimly lit and filled with supplies, forming a passageway 7 or 8 meters wide in the middle. The group followed the blonde-haired boy into the passageway. "Wow, what a beautiful woman. Holy crap, that's awesome. This is infuriating." On one side of the passage, several men with dragon and tiger tattoos were playing cards, shirtless. At this moment, they all put down their cards, smoked cigarettes, squinted, and greedily scanned Shen Lingwei. Shen Lingwei frowned, avoiding looking at those people. But the group of thugs continued to whistle and harass her. "Hey beautiful, do you know how to play cards? Come on over and have a game." Lei Long, a bodyguard standing nearby, made a move to step forward, but Jiang Ning stopped him and said calmly, "Stinky fish and rotten shrimp. No need to pay attention to them." Bodyguard Lei Long is 1.94 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, and is the most powerful of the 4 bodyguards. That's why Jiang Ning thought highly of him and gave him a long-term contract. The other 3 bodyguards were on temporary contracts. The blonde-haired man smiled and shouted to the group, "Stop fooling around. This Mr. Shun is here to talk business with the boss." Then, he led the 4 people inside. After passing through one gate after another, we finally arrived at the office area inside. The office area was very basic, giving the impression of working in a factory workshop, with sofas and desks placed along the walls. Several burly men sat sprawled on the sofa, their eyes cold and menacing, exuding an oppressive aura. On the cement floor, there were still patches of dark red, which were probably marks left by blood. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive, almost suffocating. Most people would feel nervous in such a situation. Shen Lingwei couldn't help but take a deep breath. Jiang Ning, Lei Long, and the others remained calm and composed, as if they were surrounded by nothing but air. Jiang Ning, in particular, never gave them a second glance. Behind the desk next to the sofa stands a shrine with a life-size statue of Guan Yu. With a red face and glaring eyes, he was imposing and awe-inspiring. At this moment, a bald man dressed in a Zhongshan suit is offering incense to Guan Yu with his back to the crowd. He moved slowly and with a devout attitude, bowing several times before turning around gently. This man was Wu Dajiang, who had been operating underground in Haiqing for a long time. Wu Dajiang had a round face, a bulbous nose, wide-open eyes, and a jeweled necklace around his thick neck, giving him a bandit-like appearance. "President Shun is here. Please have a seat." Wu Dajiang casually pointed to the sofa. Several burly men slowly got up and sat down at the tea table next to them. Shen Lingwei didn't sit on the sofa because she thought it was dirty. She exchanged a few casual pleasantries before getting to the point. "Mr. Wu, this gentleman next to me is Mr. Jiang Ning, the general manager of Ningda Logistics," Shen Lingwei introduced. "He's the one who wants to buy this prime piece of land of yours." Shen Lingwei had met Wu Dajiang once before, through her father Shen Yunhai, some years ago, so you can recognize the other person at a glance. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Wu Dajiang glanced at Jiang Ning and, seeing that Jiang Ning was young and wore glasses, looking like a refined scholar, couldn't help but look down on him a bit. He glanced more at the towering thunder dragon. "Hello, Mr. Wu." Jiang Ning handed over his business card. "Your time is precious, so I won't beat around the bush. I want to buy this place and turn it into a distribution center for Ningda Logistics. However, the 70 million you mentioned on the phone is a bit too expensive." Upon hearing this, Wu Dajiang's lips curled into a cold smile. "This is expensive? This is a prime piece of land. 70 million is just for the land itself. If you want the whole package, you'll need to pay 100 million. Chapter 79, you want to play big? I'll play with you. Jiang Ming frowned. That scoundrel dared to raise prices on the spot. Shin Lingyue's expression changed, and she was somewhat surprised. She hurriedly said, Mr. Wu, they said 70 million on the phone. President Shun, I originally didn't want to sell this land, but I'm doing this for the sake of such a beautiful woman like you. Wu Dajiang's eyes leered as he scanned Shin Lingyue from head to toe. Mr. Wu, you can't just raise the price like that. Shin Lingyue was furious. Buying this dump for 100 million? Are you crazy? This is clearly a lack of sincerity. Wu Dajiang sat down, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. President Shun, don't you know how your father treated me back then? I'm already giving you a lot of face by allowing you to meet and talk. Don't push your luck. Wu Dajiang spoke through gritted teeth. Judging from what she said, it seems that she has some grudge against Shin Yunhai. This was something Shin Lingyue hadn't expected. She contacted Wu Dajiang without telling her father, as she had always assumed that Wu Dajiang and her father had a good relationship. Mr. Wu, I don't know what the problem is between you and my father, but let's keep things separate, Shin Lingyue said. Wu Dajiang's face instantly darkened, and he interrupted Shin Lingyue. I said 100 million. Pay up and get things done. If you don't have the money, get out of here. Shin Lingyue's face instantly turned extremely embarrassed. She hadn't expected it to turn out like this. Seeing this, Jiang Ming broke his silence. Where is Mr. Wu's sincerity in asking for such an exorbitant price? I'm asking for an exorbitant price? Wu Dajiang glared fiercely at Jiang Ming. You're insulting my character. Is your tongue too tight? A burly man with a thick beard threatened. If you can't speak, then don't speak, or I'll cut your tongue off. Why don't you try it yourself? Lei Long stepped forward, his aura fierce. Jiang Ming patted Lei Long on the shoulder, signaling him to tone it down. Then, he calmly looked at Wu Dajiang and said, This piece of land is very remote and has been abandoned for a long time. The market price is not even worth it, but you want 100 million. Isn't that asking for an exorbitant price? According to you, what price would be appropriate? Wu Dajiang gritted his teeth and looked coldly at Jiang Ming. 20 million, that's the most I can offer. Jiang Ming stared intently at Wu Dajiang. And since you weren't very nice to President Shin today, I've decided to give you another 40% off, making it 12 million. Everyone present was stunned by these words. Shin Lingyue's pretty face was full of surprise. She never expected Jiang Ming to speak to Wu Dajiang like that. That's incredibly bold. Grass. Wu Dajiang slammed his hand on the table and angrily pointed at Jiang Ming. Don't you think before you speak? Jiang Ming smiled slightly and said loudly, Mr. Wu, don't get excited. This piece of land of yours is only worth this much money, and it's only worth this much right now. In a few days, you won't be able to sell it for a single cent. Upon hearing this, Wu Dajiang's eyes flickered. What the hell do you mean? Jiang Ming was prepared. He pulled out a stack of photos and slammed them onto Wu Dajiang's desk. Look for yourself. Wu Dajiang gave Jiang Ming a cold look and picked up the photo on the table. Every photo is a bloody scene. Someone was tied to a wooden stake, head drooping, with a pool of blood on the ground. Some people were locked to iron chairs and were no longer recognizable as human. Someone was being torn apart by rats and snakes in the water dungeon. He himself then appeared, holding a machete to the victim's neck, laughing wildly. The following photos are filled with a dazzling array of tools. Iron hooks, iron spikes, half-meter-long scissors, red-hot iron pliers. Everyone glanced at it, and their expressions changed drastically. Shin Lingyue, in particular, showed a look of shock on her pretty face. You son of a bitch. Trying to play dirty tricks on me. Wu Dajiang was furious after seeing the photos. It turns out that this is Wu Dajiang's most shameful side. His loan sharking was just a side job. His main business was running underground casinos. They lure wealthy people to gamble, and when they lose, they borrow money from the casino. When they can't repay the money, they force them to sell their houses and land to pay it back. The reason he never sold this distribution center was that it not only concealed an underground casino, but was also his base for collecting debts. He learned from the methods of overseas casinos and set up rooms here called sudden payout rooms, forced payout rooms, and dead payout rooms. Their methods range from verbal coercion to physical abuse, specifically targeting those who are unable to repay gambling debts and loan sharks. Wu Dajiang has always kept these things very secret. Mr. Wu, if I hand these things over to the judicial authorities, will you be sentenced to death? Jiang Ming adjusted his glasses and looked at Wu Dajiang with a meaningful expression. Wu Dajiang gritted his teeth. He realized that there was a traitor among his men. Otherwise, how could something so confidential have been leaked? If these methods are exposed, Wu Dajiang will not only go to jail, but the place will also be sealed off. But he was a seasoned veteran and wouldn't back down. Jiang Ning, you're too naive. Do you think you can convict me based on just a few photos? He dared to do this because he had someone protecting him from above. The huge protection fees he pays every year are not paid in vain. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, but ignored him and instead looked at Shen Linghua. Sister Linghua, if I give this evidence to Lu Shua, will he be very happy? Shen Linghua reacted instantly. Lu Shua is the son of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Justice and is her friend. The person sitting next to Qin Xiao, the vice mayor's son, at the last gathering at the Heavenly Court Clubhouse was Lu Shua. Lu Shua doesn't mind, but Uncle Lu will definitely be very happy. Shen Linghua also exuded confidence, staring intently at Wu Dajiang. Uncle Lu is worried about not having any sales. Giving him these would be a great gift. Wu Dajiang swallowed hard. You mean Justice Minister Lu Fengrui? Who else could it be? Shen Lingyue smiled coolly, her red lips curving upwards. Shen Lingyue's words instantly sent a chill down Wu Dajiang's spine. The person protecting him was far less powerful than Lu Fengrui. Wu Dajiang has been living a life of danger for so many years, but this is the first time someone has threatened him by targeting his vital spot. Shen Lingyue Jiangning. He gritted his teeth and stared coldly at Shen Lingyue and Jiangning. Are you sure you want to go this far? Jiangning raised an eyebrow and smiled, then spread his hands. You need to get this straight. You're the one who wants to play big. I'm just playing along. Chapter 80 Inside and Outside Cooperation. What right do you have to play with me? Wu Dajiang waved his hand, and all his henchmen came forward and surrounded Jiang Ning and his men. Brother Wu, these people don't know what's good for them. I think we should just kill them, one of the henchmen threatened. Even the burly man with the beard stared at Shen Lingyue and said, This beauty has to stay. Her figure and looks are absolutely stunning. He bit his lip, a lewd look on his face. These legs are so beautiful. It would feel so good to carry them on my shoulders. Smack. Enraged, Shen Lingyue slapped Lian Mahozi across the face. You son of a bitch. Even with his beard in pain, he reached out with both hands to grab Shen Lingyue. Jiang Ning rushed forward first and kicked Lian Mahozi in the stomach, causing him to stagger backward. Even with his beard throbbing in pain, he angrily charged forward again. Lei Long also stepped forward, ready to fight Lian Mahozi. Enough! Wu Dajiang waved his hand. He smiled and squinted at Jiang Ning, saying, It's just business. Amicable relations bring wealth. That's right, harmony brings wealth. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing this, Wu Dajiang was filled with even more admiration. Although Jiang Ning is young, he is so mature and stable. No wonder he was able to almost bankrupt Lin's freight. He is a formidable character. He became cautious, reminding himself not to underestimate his opponent. Ha, Mr. Jiang, you've sent so many photos. It seems you're quite interested in my business. Wu Dajiang laughed. How about I take you on a tour inside? And while we're at it, we can also discuss the price. Wu Dajiang's many thugs are currently forcing people into a single room. Once Jiang Ning enters the forced single room, he becomes a lamb to the slaughter. He has a million ways to make Jiang Ning submit. At that point, no matter what evidence you have, you'll have to hand it over obediently. Don't go. Shen Linghua saw through the other party's intentions at a glance. It's all right, Sister Linghua. I was just thinking of having a good chat with Boss Wu. Jiang Ning smiled calmly. Having been a powerful and ruthless man all his life, how could he not see through Wu Dajiang's petty tricks? Su-san, you stay here with Sister Linghua. Lei Long and I will go inside for a look around. Okay, the bodyguard said. Seeing this, Wu Dajiang smiled slyly and gestured, President Jiang, please. A henchman led us through a dimly lit, narrow passageway, and after several twists and turns, we arrived at the debt collection room. The debt collection area consists of 3 sections, a collection room, a forced payment room, and a dead payment room. Each area is interconnected, and on the other side, it connects to an underground casino. In this way, if a gambler can't pay back his debts, he's taken directly from the casino to the debt collection room, where a series of actions begin. Jiang Ning and his group entered the gambler's room through a side door. The room was divided into many small rooms, all used to persuade gamblers. If a gambler did not comply, he would be dragged to the back room where the gambler was forced to pay. President Jiang, please. Wu Dajiang pointed ahead. The key point is the earlier part about forcing people to stay in single rooms. Jiang Ning remained calm as he and Lei Long strode forward. After passing a large iron gate, we arrived at the single room area. In the dimly lit space, cries of agony echoed. Then, the stench of blood and foul smell filled the air. Please, I really have no money. If you can't pay back the money, we'll sell your organs, the thugs demanding payment shouted. Jiang Ning looked toward the source of the sound and saw Fu Xiaobiao yelling at a blood-soaked man. Jiang Ning pretended not to see it and continued walking forward. Hey everyone, stop what you're doing for a moment, there's new work to do. Suddenly, the surrounding speakers blared. Soon, a group of fierce-looking thugs rushed in from all directions and surrounded Jiang Ning and his group. Fu Xiaobiao was among them. You dare to play us? Lei Long realized what was happening and glared angrily at Wu Dajiang. Ha! Wu Dajiang laughed heartily. You guys are interested in these things, so I'll bring you in to experience them. Then he pointed to two iron chairs not far away and said, Perfect. One for each of you. After saying that, he gave his subordinate a wink. Drag those two over there, his men shouted. At this critical moment, Jiang Ning gave Fu Xiaobiao a wink. Fu Xiaobiao quietly circled behind Wu Dajiang, then suddenly locked Wu Dajiang's neck from behind with his arm, holding a dagger to Wu Dajiang's face. Don't move. It turns out that Fu Xiaobiao was the mole. The photos that Jiang Ning released were taken by Fu Xiaobiao. Fu Xiaobiao wasn't originally this brave. He was only forced into it. A month ago, he broke up with Hao Qian. He pretended to be calm on the surface, but he was actually devastated inside. He felt that his love affair didn't last because he was poor. Coupled with his depression, he became addicted to gambling at the urging of his friends. His extravagant spending at the casino drove him increasingly insane. He eventually became deeply involved and incurred gambling debts of millions of dollars to the casino. Fu Xiaobiao, who couldn't repay the money, was dragged into a solitary confinement room and tortured. But Wu Dajiang learned that he had no assets, and that even if he was killed, he still wouldn't be able to repay the money. Seeing that Fu Xiaobiao was tall and strong and could withstand a beating, he recruited Fu Xiaobiao into his ranks and made him a henchman for forcing orders. He earns a 1% commission for each successful bet he makes, and he can only regain his freedom after he pays off all his gambling debts. Left with no other choice, Fu Xiaobiao became a thug to expedite orders. But he is kind by nature and is simply not suited for this kind of work. The creditors who were forced to pay off their debts by him were even more arrogant than he was. However, unable to repay the millions in debt, he could only waste his time in this dark and gloomy place every day. He felt his future was bleak, and being too proud, he refused to ask his friends for help. However, Jiang Ning knew about this. Because, in her previous life, 2 months after Hao Qian and Fu Xiaobiao broke up, Wu Dajiang's debt-collecting house was exposed, and Fu Xiaobiao was imprisoned as a result. Jiang Ning visited him in prison, where he wept bitterly, repeatedly explaining that he had done nothing wrong and was innocent. Jiang Ning was very sad at the time, so this incident left a deep impression on her. He recalled this information from his previous life and then connected it with Wu Dajiang and the distribution center in Jiangbei. That's when they came up with this idea. Chapter 81: A Triumphant Advance, Unstoppable and Invincible. If the plan succeeds, he will not only be able to easily take over the distribution center, but Fu Xiaobiao will also be freed. In order to regain his freedom, Fu Xiaobiao decided to cooperate with Jiang Ning and have a head-on confrontation with Wu Dajiang. He not only secretly brought a hidden camera into the solitary confinement room to take photos, but also provided Jiang Ning with detailed information about the room, including the number of people, a map, and so on. Therefore, Jiang Ning had already made plans before entering this place. At this moment, Wu Dajiang was being coerced by Fu Xiaobiao, and the others dared not make a move. They all threatened, "Release the boss, or none of you will escape." "I'll let you go," Fu Xiaobiao roared, his eyes bloodshot. "All of you, get the hell back and don't move, or I'll kill him." "Back off, back off," Wu Dajiang shouted hurriedly. No one dared to make a move and retreated. However, at this moment, a person suddenly appeared from the dim light to Fu Xiaobiao's side, wielding a steel pipe and smashing it hard into Fu Xiaobiao's hand. "Oh!" Fu Xiaobiao cried out in pain, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Wu Dajiang struggled free and roared at the crowd. "Beat those 3 to death." Jiang Ning and Lei Long reacted quickly, overturning the tables and chairs around them and throwing them at the crowd. Crackling sounds. The tables and chairs shattered, and the several people who rushed at them were knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. "President Jiang, catch!" Lei Long picked up 2 steel pipes from the ground and threw one of them to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took it, and with a sweeping motion, he smashed the head of one of the men who rushed at him. Lei Long also stepped forward, his tall body like a small mountain. He wielded the heavy steel pipe in his hand like Guan Yu wielding his sword, forcing his opponent to retreat repeatedly. He had experienced too many life-or-death battles on the battlefield, and the small scene before him was nothing to him. Jiang Ning, having experienced this scene countless times in his previous life, regarded it as commonplace as drinking water or eating. The calmness and courage of the two men instantly inspired Fu Xiaobiao. He picked up a machete with his uninjured right hand and joined the fight. Because the layout of the single-room apartment was complex and lacked spacious areas, Wu Dajiang's men were unable to maximize their numerical advantage. In contrast, Jiang Ning's every move struck a vital point, instantly causing the enemy to bleed profusely and fall to the ground. Jiang Ning charged towards Wu Dajiang like a madman who didn't care about his life, and the opponent's momentum was instantly suppressed. Lei Long was deeply moved by what he saw. He had seen many brave warriors on the battlefield, but he had never seen anyone combine skill and courage so perfectly. Jiang Ning broadened his horizons, and for a moment, his admiration for Jiang Ning was like a surging river. At that moment, Wu Dajiang watched as that demonic figure carved a bloody path and charged toward him. He was terrified and screamed as he ran for his life. "Taizhan, help me! Taizhan!" Wu Dajiang ran and shouted as he went towards the casino. Taizhan is the casino manager, and his office is located between the casino and the cash collection room. The next second, Wu Dajiang rushed into Tieshan's office through the back door. "Boss, what's wrong?" Seeing Wu Dajiang panting heavily, Taizhan looked puzzled. Upon seeing Taizhan, Wu Dajiang instantly felt more confident. Because Taizhan was his most capable henchman, whose height and physique were no less than Lei Long's, and who had won the city's heavyweight Sanda championship 3 times in a row. In a normal fight, even a dozen people couldn't get close to him. At this moment, Jiang Ning also caught up with them and arrived at the office. "Kill him!" Wu Dajiang shouted angrily at Jiang Ning. Seeing that Jiang Ning was thin and not very big, Taizhan smiled slightly. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was very agile, dodging the opponent's fist, and then moved to the desk, grabbed a chair, and smashed it over the opponent's head. Taizhan instinctively used both hands to block. However, an opening appeared in the lower body. Jiang Ning kicked it up. Bang! Tieshan's face instantly turned purple, and he clutched his groin and howled. In terms of fighting, Jiang Ning single-handedly defeated countless foreign boxers in his previous life. He has experience dealing with this type of person. Then, he grabbed the huge crystal ashtray on the table, jumped up, and smashed it into Tieshan's face. Bang! In an instant, blood gushed from Tieshan's nose and mouth, and his nose was broken. An extreme pain almost made Taizhan faint, instantly rendering him unable to fight. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Ning stepped forward and smashed ashtrays at Tieshan's head like raindrops. Bang bang bang. Blood splattered everywhere. Taizhan was unrecognizable, and he began to beg for mercy, panting heavily. Even a seasoned veteran like Wu Dajiang was terrified by this bloody scene. He never expected that Jiang Ning, a man of refined manners, would be so fierce when he got into a fight. "Stop hitting! Stop hitting!" Taizhan curled up on the ground, his face covered in blood, his eyes closed, and he was completely powerless to fight back. Chapter 82: Taking Down the Distribution Center. At this moment, Lei Long and Fu Xiaobiao also arrived at the scene. Seeing a strong man who was over 1.9 meters tall being beaten to the ground and begging for mercy by Jiang Ning, they couldn't help but sigh. "Ningzi, that's ruthless." Fu Xiaobiao gave a thumbs up. Jiang Ning turned around, grabbed Wu Dajiang by the collar, and slapped him across the face. The moment Wu Dajiang was hit, he saw stars, tasted a metallic sweetness in his mouth, and all his teeth became loose. I was wrong. Having lost his last resort, Wu Dajiang completely chickened out. Jiang Ning kicked Wu Dajiang to the ground, stepped on Wu Dajiang's arm, took the machete from Fu Xiaobiao, and stabbed it into Wu Dajiang's palm. "Oh!" Wu Dajiang cried out in anguish. "Jiang Ning, spare me, spare me." Jiang Ning took off his glasses, wiped the blood from his face, and spat. "Want to keep playing?" I give up. Wu Dajiang pleaded repeatedly. "Whatever you say, I'll do it. I'll listen to you." Jiang Ning has evidence against him and can send him to jail. Those who play dirty tricks are no match for you. You could be crippled in no time. Wu Dajiang was completely suppressed by Jiang Ning and was terrified and convinced of his superiority. "You should have said so earlier. Why bother?" Jiang Ning pulled Wu Dajiang up and straightened his clothes. 12 million. Is that a small amount?" No problem. Wu Dajiang said. "I'll give it to you right now." He knew that it was already quite generous of the other party to be willing to pay. If he really hands over the evidence, he will get nothing and may end up spending decades in jail. He knew better than anyone which was more important. "Yes, let's remain friends from now on." Jiang Ning patted Wu Dajiang on the shoulder and gave him a kind smile. At this moment, in Wu Dajiang's office. 3 burly men, including one with a beard, surrounded Shen Lingyue, their words filled with filth. "Beautiful lady, you're really stupid to go against Boss Wu." The burly man with the beard leered. "Why don't you play with us, brothers? We'll plead for you later." "Shut the hell up," bodyguard Su Sanchao shouted, his beard bristling. "Fuck you. Believe it or not, I'll kill you first." Even the man with the thick beard grabbed a dagger and threatened him. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. "Big Bear." Wu Dajiang and Jiang Ning walked over. At this moment, Jiang Ning had one hand on Wu Dajiang's shoulder, his expression mocking. Wu Dajiang, however, hung his head, one hand wrapped in bandages, looking flustered and disheveled. "Xiao Ning, what's wrong?" Seeing that Jiang Ning was covered in blood, Shen Lingyue was terrified and rushed over. "I'm fine." Jiang Ning smiled slightly. "I had a very pleasant chat with Mr. Wu just now, didn't I, Mr. Wu?" Wu Dajiang nodded repeatedly. "Yes, we get along very well." Big Bear and the others were quite surprised to see this. "When did my boss become so gentle?" Jiang Ning released Boss Wu and beckoned to Dexiong. "Come here." Dexiong glanced at Wu Dajiang. Wu Dajiang hurriedly said, "Didn't you hear what President Jiang said?" "Oh." Big Bear came up to Jiang Ning. "This dagger is quite sharp, isn't it?" Jiang Ning asked earnestly. "Good." The bear was completely bewildered, like a monk trying to figure out the back of his own head. "This thing is a murder weapon. It's too dangerous." "Here, give it to me." Jiang Ning reached out his hand. Dexiong handed the dagger to Jiang Ning with a bewildered expression. Jiang Ning weighed the dagger in his hand and asked, "Weren't you the one who was yelling that you were going to cut off my tongue just now?" "Huh." Big Bear had a bad feeling. "Was it you who was flirting with Sister Lingyue just now?" Jiang Ning asked again. "Aye." But before he could finish speaking, he saw a ruthless glint flash in Jiang Ning's eyes as she gripped the dagger and suddenly stabbed it towards his face. In the blink of an eye, uft, the dagger pierced straight through the bear's cheek, nearly severing its tongue in two. Ah! Blood gushed out instantly, and the bear covered its face and screamed in pain. Instantly, everyone's expression changed drastically in fright, and Shen Lingyue hurriedly covered her eyes, unable to bear looking any longer. Even the seasoned Thunder Dragon standing nearby was stunned. That's too ruthless, so ruthless it's outrageous. Wu Dajiang was truly terrified at this moment. He understood that compared to the ruthless young man in front of him, he was nothing. "I've been fed up with you for a long time," Jiang Ning said coldly, kneeled down and apologized to Sister Lingyue. Lei Long stepped forward and forced Dexiong to kneel in front of Shen Lingyue. Shen Lingyue had never seen such a scene before, and her face paled instantly. "Don't be afraid, Sister Lingyue. He spoke rudely to you and deserves this punishment," Jiang Ning said. Shen Lingyue's mind was in a state of confusion for a moment. However, watching this bastard get brutally beaten, she felt inexplicably satisfied. However, the scene was too bloody for her to bear watching. Jiang Ning turned to Wu Dajiang and said, "Mr. Wu, please clear out the distribution center today. I will bring 12 million to trade with you tomorrow." "No problem." Wu Dajiang nodded. Jiang Ning led Shen Lingyue and the others away. However, not far from the warehouse, they saw a woman being surrounded by several casino henchmen on a high platform not far away. The woman was wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, so her face was not visible. "You're not leaving today," one of the henchmen shouted. "It was clearly your casino that cheated. I was the one who got scammed." The woman didn't back down at all. "Damn it, you lost money gambling and you're still trying to cheat. Brothers, let's teach her a lesson." The henchman shouted, and several men rushed forward, grabbed the woman, and dragged her to the ground. The sunglasses and hat flew off. Seeing this, Jiang Ning frowned and shouted, "Stop! How dare you bully a woman like this?" Then, he led a few people over there. The henchman asked Jiang Ning arrogantly, "Who are you? What's it to you? Help! These people are thugs." The woman cried out for help towards Jiang Ning. Only then did Jiang Ning get a clear look at her face. She was a middle-aged woman, around 40 years old. But why did her face look so familiar? It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. Chapter 83: The Terrifying Director of the Rainforest. Zhou Rui. Shen Lingyue's eyes lit up. She looks just like Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui is a well-known director in China. She has also served as a judge on reality shows, leaving a deep impression on the audience with her sharp and objective comments. Moreover, Zhou Rui was specially invited to be the assistant director for this rainforest horror reality show. You know what? It really does look like it. Jiang Ning was also somewhat surprised. When he talked to Jin Meihuan about the rainforest horror program a few days ago, Jin Meihuan also showed him some internal promotional materials and photos, including Zhou Rui's. Jiang Ning gestured to Lei Long, who rushed forward and quickly pulled the henchman apart. Then, he helped the woman who had fallen to the ground up. Thanks. The woman said something quickly, then hurriedly picked up her baseball cap and sunglasses and put them back on. Are you Director Zhou? Jiang Ning asked. When she realized that the other person had recognized her, Zhou Rui felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Ning asked the leader of the henchmen, why are you hitting people? The henchman said angrily, he owes our casino 3 million, and he just wants to walk away. You're the ones cheating. Zhou Rui retorted. Damn it, you have to pay your debts. I don't care who you are. If you don't pay today, you're not leaving. With a wave of his hand, the others walked towards Zhou Rui again. Step back, Jiang Ning shouted coldly. Who the hell do you think you are? Enraged, the henchman reached out to shove Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning grabbed the henchman's hand, pulled him along, and kicked him, causing the henchman to trip over. The other henchmen were enraged upon seeing this and rushed towards Jiang Ning. Lei Long and Su Sin stood in front of Jiang Ning and quickly knocked the henchman to the ground. There's trouble here. Quickly notify the boss, the henchman shouted. One of them picked up the phone and called Wu Dajiang. Wu Dajiang was disinfecting his hands with alcohol, planning to go to the hospital for treatment afterward, but unexpectedly, one problem led to another. He arrived in a hurry with several of his men. Upon seeing that it was Jiang Ning, his face instantly turned pale. Boss, these bastards are beating up our brothers, the henchman shouted, pointing at Jiang Ning. Shut the fuck up. Snap. Wu Dajiang slapped the henchman across the face. In an instant, all the henchmen were stunned. What's going on? Wu Dajiang approached Jiang Ning with a beaming smile. I'm sorry, President Jiang. My subordinate was ignorant and caused you trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhou Rui was quite surprised. I never expected that this refined-looking young man in front of me would actually be a big shot. Then, Wu Dajiang scolded his subordinates. President Jiang is my honored guest. You lot are blind. Several henchmen looked flustered. One of them explained, Boss, that woman owes us 3 million at the casino. She accused us of cheating and then tried to walk away. She's my friend. Jiang Ning interrupted the henchman, looking at Wu Dajiang. Boss Wu, give me some face. Let's just let this go. Wu Dajiang dared not refuse. Since President Jiang has spoken, of course there's no problem, Wu Dajiang said. The henchmen around him looked shocked. 3 million? Are we just going to let it go like that? Who is this young man? Is one sentence worth 3 million? They've been at the casino and are unaware of what's happening at the gambling den. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Thank you. Then, he said to Zhou Rui, Get in the car. Thanks. Zhou Rui got into the car first and sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Ning and the others boarded the car one after another and sped away. In the car, Zhou Rui took off her hat and sunglasses and expressed her gratitude to Jiang Ning. Mr. Jiang, thank you so much for today. Don't mention it, Jiang Ning said with a faint smile. I just want to settle this quickly. After all, you are a person of status, and it wouldn't look good if things got out of hand. Upon hearing this, Zhou Rui was even more grateful. Then, she felt a little wronged and angry. This casino itself is problematic. They lured me into betting. Director Zhou, please don't be angry, Jiang Ning said. I personally dislike this kind of casino, and it has angered you, Director Zhou. So I've decided to make this casino disappear completely starting tomorrow. Oh. Zhou Rui was even more astonished. With a casual remark, he could wipe out an underground casino. That's too cruel. Moreover, judging from the tone of his words, he was also trying to vent his anger. Mr. Jiang, the matter is settled. Is there any need to make a big fuss? Jiang Ning smiled, but offered no explanation. He wanted Zhou Rui to be grateful to him. The more grateful you are, the better. Director Zhou, Jiang Ning suddenly changed the subject. I heard you're the assistant director of the Rainforest Horror Project? Mr. Jiang is really well informed. Zhou Rui's astonishment grew wave after wave. The fact that I became the assistant director was only known to insiders and had not been made public. Yet, this unfathomable Mr. Jiang in front of me actually knew about it? It seems he has connections and influence in the entertainment industry. No wonder that casino owner was so afraid of him. For a moment, Zhou Rui's awe of Jiang Ning was like a surging river. I also heard that someone named Lin Feng is going to participate in a program. Is that right? Jiang Ning asked again. Yes, Zhou Rui said. Jiang Ning nodded, a sly smile playing on his lips, but he didn't continue the topic. He simply said, Director Zhou, if you don't mind, you're welcome to come to my house sometime. You'd be very happy to do so. Definitely. Zhou Rui nodded repeatedly. Chapter 84, A Brutal Beating of the Chun Father and Son. Champalises Garden Villa District. Jiang Ning has been having a great time these past few days. He has taken over the Jiangbei distribution center and hired some workers and technicians. The center is currently undergoing renovations, and if all goes well, it will be ready for use in 20 days. He sat at the tea table in the villa's courtyard and waved to his bodyguard Lei Long behind him. Brother Long, don't be so serious. Come sit down and have some tea with me. Lei Long said modestly. President Jiang, you can just call me Long. Lei Long was amazed by Jiang Ning's fighting prowess when he witnessed it last time. But Jiang Ning was not arrogant or domineering because of this. On the contrary, he was very gentle and refined. He usually wore glasses and was very cultured, just like a weak scholar. People like that are terrifying. However, Lei Long likes this kind of boss. He can learn a lot from him. The two sat down to drink tea and chat. Jiang Ning hardly spoke, mostly listening to Lei Long recount his thrilling experiences as a mercenary. Shortly after, the doorbell rang at the villa. Chen Zhou's voice came from outside the door. Jiang Ning, open the door. It turned out that the 3 days given by the Chun family father and son had expired. So the father and son visited again. Jiang Ning grabbed the remote control on the table and remotely opened the villa door. Chen Guohao and his son Chen Zhou strode in with an air of arrogance. Jiang Ning, you seem to have quite a bit of leisure time. Seeing Jiang Ning leisurely drinking tea, Chen Zhou couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. The deadline we gave you has passed. How's the matter going? Jiang Ning poured tea for Lei Long and glanced at Chen Zhou. How's it going with what? Chen Zhou shouted. What are you pretending to be confused about? Chen Guohao tugged at Chen Zhou, signaling him to stop talking. He could tell that Jiang Ning's attitude meant he was planning to renege on his promise. Moreover, the man next to Jiang Ning was burly and had a fierce appearance, looking quite ruthless. Jiang Ning, we're both people of status. A word from us carries weight. You asked for time, and I gave you 3 days, Chen Guohao said through gritted teeth. What? Are you going back on your word now? Upon hearing this, Lei Long made a move to get up. Who are you to dare speak to my boss like that? Jiang Ning pressed down on Lei Long's arm, signaling him not to move. Chen Guohao, please explain what you mean by reneging on a promise. Jiang Ning looked at Chen Guohao calmly. What are you pretending for? Chen Zhou interrupted, shouting, we agreed before that you would give us half of the demolition compensation. Ha! Jiang Ning laughed. Look at my brain, I've remembered. I said I'd take 3 days to convince my family, right? Yes, Chen Zhou said through gritted teeth. But I'm sorry, I can't convince myself first. Jiang Ning spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. You fucking tricked us. The Chen father and son were immediately enraged. Please watch your tone of voice. Lei Long's sharp eyes stared coldly at Chen Zhou. A ruthless man like him, who has been on the battlefield, killed people, and witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, can intimidate his opponents with just a glance. Chen Zhou instinctively felt a bit apprehensive, swallowed hard, and glanced at his father, Chen Guohao. Chen Guohao gritted his teeth, and a plan came to him. Although you, Jiang Ning, have hired help, we have the captain's letter of denunciation. You are in the wrong, and we are in the right. No matter how big the commotion gets, we're not afraid. Jiang Ning, do you have a bad memory? Chen Guohao pulled out the captain's letter of denunciation and threw it on the tea table. Do you know the consequences if I expose your conspiracy? Jiang Ning chuckled. I don't know. Chen Guohao gritted his teeth and threatened. If we expose you, everyone in Haicheng will know that you are a treacherous and despicable person. You will be disgraced and unable to hold your head up in public. Your Jiang family will also lose credibility and even go bankrupt because of you. These threatening words were something Chen Guohao had planned long ago, so they came out very smoothly. Is it that serious? Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. Then go ahead and expose it. You? Chen Guohao was instantly speechless, his face turning red with anger. Jiang Ning, don't you dare be so ungrateful. Chen Zhou roared. I'm telling you today, we're going to get this demolition compensation. You think you can take advantage of me? Jiang Ning stared at Chen Zhou, his face suddenly turning incredibly cold. He had only intended to test the father and son to see if they had any other tricks up their sleeves. As a result, all they did was use this whistleblower letter to threaten people. The probing is over. It's time to make a move. Jiang Ning gave Lei Long a wink. Since he already has his own henchmen, he doesn't need to personally deal with these small fry. Lei Long got up and walked towards Chen Zhou. What do you want to do? Hitting someone is illegal, I'm telling you. When Chen Zhou saw Lei Long approaching, he panicked instantly. But before he could unlock his phone, Lei Long stepped forward and kicked Chen Zhou hard in the stomach. Oh. Chen Zhou was kicked so hard that he stumbled back several steps and fell to the ground, suffering excruciating pain in his lower abdomen and unable to stand up. You dare to hit me? I'm calling the police. Chen Guohao's voice trembled slightly. The next second, Lei Long darted in front of Chen Guohao and punched him in the face. Chen Guohao was knocked to the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The previous injury hadn't fully healed, and now there's a new one. It's so frustrating. You trespassed and caused trouble, and you want to call the police? Are you kidding me? Jiang Ming lowered his head and sipped his tea, saying calmly, "Call them." "Yes, General Manager Jiang." Lei Longlu rolled up his sleeves and kicked the Chen father and son repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The two men were kicked until their noses and mouths bled, and they were powerless to fight back. They could only cover their heads and beg for mercy. "Stop." Jiang Ming waved to stop him. He was afraid that Lei Long might kill them again if he wasn't careful. "You too, if you dare to step into my place again, I won't let you off so easily." Jiang Ning shouted, "Get out." Chen Guohao and his son were so frightened by the beating that they dared not say another word and left dejectedly, supporting each other. Chapter 85 Fatal Blow. "President Jiang, why don't you call the police to arrest them? They're forging a denunciation letter to threaten you," Lei Long said. "Calling the police now would be too lenient for them. After all, they only forged letters to threaten me, which isn't a serious crime." Jiang Ning said, "But if they actually expose me, that would be a real action and the nature of the crime would be different. It would be much more serious than calling the police now to arrest him and get him sentenced." Moreover, Lin Feng was the mastermind behind this whole affair. However, so far, only the Chun family father and son have come forward, and Lin Feng has not been seen at all. Therefore, he provoked Chen Zhou and his son so that they would drag Lin Feng into it as well. "Let's play a big game together. Let them dig their own graves and then bury themselves in them." Lei Long gave a thumbs up. "President Jiang, brilliant. So let them expose me all they want. The bigger the commotion, the better." Jiang Ning's gaze was deep, and a smile appeared on his lips. "It would be best if it caused a huge uproar. That would be more exciting." The Chun father and son were severely beaten, received treatment at the hospital, and then returned home. It has to be said that these two, father and son, are quite resilient to beatings. Back home, Chen Zhou was furious. "Tomorrow I'm going to expose Jiang Ning. I'll make him regret it." Chen Guohao frowned, looking at Chen Zhou with a disappointed expression. "Is your brain filled with mush?" He couldn't understand why he had given birth to such a stupid son. "Dad, did I say something wrong?" Chen Zhoudao said angrily. "Jiang Ning is going back on his word and even clamoring for me to expose him. Does he think I wouldn't dare?" "Jiang Ning must have something to say that," Chen Guohao said after a moment's thought. "Has anything happened with Captain Li Yoji?" "No," Chen Zhou said. "I sent my men to keep an eye on him, so he wouldn't dare to do anything funny." Chen Guohao took a deep breath. There absolutely cannot be any mistakes with Li Yoji here. "Dad, don't worry. If he dares to cause trouble, I'll kill his wife and children," Chen Zhou said through gritted teeth. Chen Guohao frowned, his tone softening slightly. "Don't always threaten him. Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Give him a little something to sweeten the deal." "I understand." Chen Zhou nodded, then asked, "Dad, what do we do now? Aren't we going to expose Jiang Ning?" A sinister glint flashed in Chen Guohao's eyes. "We definitely have to expose them, but we can't rush it." He lit a cigarette and slowly took a puff. "Before we expose it, we need to create momentum and get the public's attention on this matter. Only then can the exposure have a better effect." Chen Zhou's eyes lit up. "Dad, you're right. Only by lifting him up will he fall even harder." But he had some doubts. "How do we create momentum?" Chen Guohao smiled sinisterly. "That's not something you or I need to worry about. Isn't Lin Feng over there? Let Raymond Lam create momentum." "Right," Chen Guohao said. "Hasn't Lin Feng always wanted to control the overall situation? Great. Let's hand it over to him and let him do his part." "Dad, that's amazing." Chen Zhou gave a thumbs up. "Call Lin Feng right now," Chen Guohao said. It was already late, and Chen Zhou called Lin Feng the next day. "Lin Feng, why haven't you made a move all this time?" Chen Zhou's tone was tinged with displeasure. "When are you going to expose Jiang Ning? At least give me a straight answer." Raymond Lam is on his way to the Rainforest program audition. He was a little nervous. After all, this interview was a huge turning point. If successful, he will rise rapidly in his career, and his family's predicament will be greatly improved. So all his attention was focused on today's interview. "I'm a bit busy today. I'll get back to you later." On the phone, Lin Feng sounded somewhat impatient. "No way," Chen Zhou said. "It's such a small matter. It's pointless for you to keep passing the buck." Lin Feng glanced at his watch, realizing there was still some time on the way, and lowered his voice, saying, "What's the rush? I'll tell you when it's time to expose them." "Lin Feng, my dad and I have put in a lot of effort. What you're doing is a bit unethical," Chen Zhou said with a hint of threat. "If you keep dragging this out, my dad and I can't wait any longer." "Don't make any rash moves," Lin Feng hurriedly said, Otherwise, you'll ruin my plans. Then tell me, how long? Chinzhou pressed. Lin Feng was in a bad mood. Working with this father and son was really troublesome. Within half a month, Lin Feng replied, frowning. The bidding for the Everbright project will officially open in less than 2 weeks. At that time, we can launch a fatal blow against Jiangning. Okay. Chen Zhou recalled what his father had taught him and said in a pretentious manner, however, I have to remind you that it's been a month since the Jiangning rescue incident, and the hype has died down. Shouldn't we try to generate some buzz before exposing it? Lin Feng naturally understood what the other party meant and said, you don't need to teach me this. He had already planned ahead. Before exposing the truth, he would first create a stir on the school forum. Then, through social media, this matter was brought back into the public eye. If we expose Jiangning then, it will surely cause a huge uproar. Chen Zhou received a satisfactory reply and said with a smile, I trust Brother Lin to handle things. I'll wait for your news. Lin Feng ignored Chen Zhou, hung up the phone, and got out of the car. He has arrived at the location where the program team is conducting the interview. Chapter 86, Unspoken Rules. Raymond Lam dressed up specially today, drawing his eyebrows, applying powder, and putting on light lipstick. His slick back hair made him look incredibly refined. Following the staff's directions, Lin Feng arrived at the interview room. The Rainforest Horror program features 2 actors from Haiqing. One is Kim Mi-hwan, and the other is Raymond Lam. So today's interview was only with Lin Feng. However, the expected pomp and circumstance were still present. There were 3 interviewers. Beside her were 2 middle-aged men, and in the center, in the C position, sat an elderly woman in her 50s, Qian Rong. She was the chief interviewer for this interview, and her words carried significant weight. The entire interview process was broadcast live internally. Everyone backstage on set can see it. Kim Mi-hwan was also backstage at that time. In the live stream, after a brief conversation with the interviewer, Lin Feng began his talent show. Raymond Lam first sang Glorious Years a cappella. The poor Cantonese and outrageous pitch made the 3 interviewees shake their heads in disbelief. Qian Rong frowned. Shall we dance a bit? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and moved his stiff limbs as if he were doing calisthenics. Aside from Qian Rong, who looked at the interview very attentively, the other 2 male interviewers looked disgusted. One of the interviewers was even looking down at his phone. At this moment, a deafening burst of laughter erupted backstage. Ha ha ha, is this kid trying to be funny? How did he get to the interview stage? Was it through connections? My God, who's so awful to recommend him to the show? This will ruin our entire program. Hearing the comments around her, Jean Meihuan's face flushed red and then turned pale. She is now extremely regretful. Isn't Raymond Lam just a complete clown? She even hoped that Raymond Lam would be eliminated from the show, so she wouldn't have to watch it and feel annoyed. The interview ended quickly. When Lin Feng walked out of the interview room, his back was soaked with cold sweat. Although the results weren't out immediately, Lin Feng knew he had performed terribly and had a pretty good idea of what would happen. He plopped down on a bench in the corridor, extremely annoyed. However, at that moment, the chief interviewer, Qian Rong, waddled out of the interview room with her plump body. Come here. Qian Rong beckoned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly followed. The 2 arrived at a tea room where no one else was around. The interview results haven't come out yet, but it looks very unfavorable for you. Qian Rong said calmly. Teacher, I will work very hard. Please give me a chance, Lin Feng pleaded. Qian Rong is a well-known agent who serves as the assistant director for this program and is subordinate to the assistant director Zhou Rui. Therefore, her coming to Lin Feng alone to discuss these matters is actually being orchestrated by Zhou Rui. Last time at Wu Dajiang's casino, Jiang Ning did Zhou Rui a great favor and destroyed that underground casino. Zhou Rui felt both grateful and in awe of Jiang Ning, so she wanted to repay him. Jiang Ning didn't hold back, and while talking about the program team, she said that it was within Zhou Rui's capabilities, and she would naturally do her best. Jiang Ning's idea is to let Lin Feng join the production team. Otherwise, it would be a real shame if Raymond Lam missed out on experiencing the thrilling rainforest horror scenes later on. Therefore, Zhou Rui arranged for Qian Rong to visit Lin Feng. However, letting him join the crew so easily would be too lenient on him. So, after discussing it with Jiang Ning, Zhou Rui added some more drama to Lin Feng's story. The lead actress in this drama is Qian Rong. Qian Rong is over 50 years old and overweight. Since her divorce a year ago, she has been overeating and unkempt, giving people a very slovenly impression. However, despite her outward appearance, she has actually used her position as a celebrity agent to sexually harass many young male celebrities over the years. However, her unspoken rules were not the normal kind. For words to describe it, absolutely perverted. Lin Feng, your attitude is good, and your talent is also quite good. At this moment, Qianrong revealed a meaningful smile. If you are willing to sacrifice a little, you might have a chance. These words instantly gave Lin Feng hope. Teacher, what do you want me to sacrifice? Qianrong's eyes turned cold. People who aren't smart have no future. Think about it yourself. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng was instantly enlightened. This old woman, could it be that she's thinking? Lin Feng shifted his position slightly closer to Qianrong and said, Teacher, I'm a complete novice. There's so much I need to learn. If you have time, I'd like to ask you for some private advice. This statement is a test. Seeing that the other party was on the same page, Qianrong smiled with satisfaction. Sure, but I don't have time all the time. Lin Feng quickly replied, It's all right, teacher. I'll be waiting for your call anytime. This statement represents a compromise without any bottom line. Qianrong smiled slightly, said nothing more, and swayed her plump waist as she left. Lin Feng, however, was overjoyed. Looks like it's done. Even with his eyes closed, he couldn't bring himself to eat the old woman in front of him. But he must seize this opportunity. He excitedly put away the business card and left humming a little tune. That night, while Lin Feng was tossing and turning in bed, he received a message on his phone from an unknown number, containing only a few words. Harlan Hotel, 1103. Lin Feng was so happy, he almost jumped for joy. He realized that Qianrong had come to ask him out. He dressed himself carefully and hurriedly went out. Upon arriving at the hotel, she gently knocked on the door. However, there was no movement inside. At that moment, he received another message on his phone. Take the stairs and go downstairs. Lin Feng hurriedly followed the instructions and went downstairs. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he happened to see a room that was slightly ajar and quietly glanced inside. Come in. Qianrong's voice came from outside. Lin Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly went inside, closing the door behind him. Teacher, it's great to finally meet you. Lin Feng greeted politely. Qianrong was wearing pajamas and appeared to have just taken a shower. You said during the day that you wanted to ask me for advice, right? Qianrong looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Yes. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. What do you want to ask? Qianrong asked, her eyes gleaming. I'll do whatever the teacher says. I'm very obedient, Lin Feng said without any restraint. Qianrong nodded in satisfaction and said in a commanding tone, Good. Take off your clothes and let me see your aptitude. Huh. Lin Feng was taken aback at first, but quickly forced a smile and said, Okay. In no time, he was down to just his boxer shorts. Raymond Lam is tall and slender, and after practicing Taekwondo for a period of time, some muscle outlines have appeared in various parts of his body. Qianrong sized up Lin Feng's physique and seemed somewhat satisfied. Then, she opened the drawer, took out a leather collar with steel studs embedded in it, and a rope tied to one end, and threw it at Lin Feng. Bring it with you. Raymond Lam was dumbfounded. Isn't this a dog leash? Chapter 87. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Lin Feng understood. This old woman was a complete pervert. Indeed, Qianrong's mind was very twisted. She is a woman with an extremely strong desire for control. Her husband divorced her because he couldn't stand her personality, which further provoked her. After that, her perverse methods became increasingly extreme, and her tricks became more and more varied. Lin Feng, this hothead, offered himself up, which was exactly what she wanted. Seeing that Lin Feng made no move, Qianrong seemed somewhat unhappy. What? Didn't you take the initiative to ask for advice? Is this the attitude you're showing? Oh, I'm sorry, teacher. I'll put it on right away. Lin Feng knew this opportunity was hard-won, so he quickly agreed. A true man can bend and stretch. Even Han Xian endured the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs. All I'm doing now is wearing a dog leash, right? It's not shameful. He grabbed the collar from the ground and put it around his neck. Qianrong smiled with satisfaction and pointed to the ground. Kneel down. Lin Feng, that's enough, you old woman. I am a dignified 7-foot-tall man. Kneel down, Qianrong said aggressively. Okay. Lin Feng obediently knelt on the ground. Despite a million voices of protest in his heart, Lin Feng still chose to compromise for this hard-won opportunity. Seeing that Lin Feng was so obedient, Qianrong grinned and laughed heartily. She enjoys the thrill of controlling men. Teacher, are you satisfied? Lin Feng asked ingratiatingly. Not bad. Qianrong raised an eyebrow at Lin Feng. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and said, Teacher, whatever makes you happy. So, how about I participate in this rainforest horror program? Qianrong naturally knew Lin Feng's purpose in coming here, and replied directly, Let's see how you perform tonight. Lin Feng nervously swallowed. Tonight's start has been disastrous enough. The night is long ahead. How many more tricks will this old woman pull? He suddenly regretted provoking this old woman. But now that things have come to this, we're already on the wrong path. So even if it means losing half our lives, we have to grit our teeth and persevere. Squeak. Just then, the sound of a drawer being pulled open could be heard. Qianrong turned around and pulled out a shiny leather whip from the drawer. The whip was 70 or 80 centimeters long, made of tough material, and gleamed with a chilling light under the lamp. One glance at it evokes images of the instruments of torture used in the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. Qianrong was very excited. She raised her whip and skillfully lashed it across Lin Feng's back. Snap! A heart-wrenching pain spread from his back, making Lin Feng grimace in agony. A bright red bloodstain stretched from Lin Feng's shoulder blade to his waist. Shocking! Scream! Shout it out! Qianrong seemed very excited and kept giving Lin Feng orders. Oh! Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in pain. Bark like a dog. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Qianrong was nowhere near the dignified demeanor she displayed when she was an interviewer. Her hair was disheveled, her face was contorted, and she looked exactly like a crazed demon. Woof woof. Lin Feng felt utterly humiliated, but he still endured the pain and barked twice. Hearing the shouts, Qianrong became even more excited and lashed out with her whip at various parts of Lin Feng's body. Clap, clap, clap. Bloodstains covered Lin Feng's entire body, causing him to grimace in pain. Several times, Raymond Lam thought of getting up to resist. However, the thought that he would become a big star in the future if he could get an admission ticket made him lower his head again. At that moment, looking at Lin Feng prostrate at her feet, Qianrong felt like a queen on high. She was extremely manic and excited. However, Qianrong wasn't the only one who was excited. In another room of the hotel, Su Wei, a veteran paparazzi wearing a baseball cap, was excitedly staring at the screen. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Su Wei clenched his fist excitedly. I never expected Qianrong to have this kind of taste. President Jiang wasn't lying to me. Ha ha ha. Su Wei is a veteran paparazzi in Haiqing, with extremely high-level skills in digging up information. Therefore, Jiang Ning asked someone to find him and discuss a collaboration with him. This collaboration is very simple. Jiang Ning provided a bombshell, and Su Wei used his abilities to dig up more bombshells, sharing photographic evidence with Jiang Ning. At this moment, looking at the footage captured by the pinhole camera in front of him, Su Wei was so excited he almost jumped up. This is no ordinary melon. Qianrong, a veteran celebrity agent and producer in the industry, was caught having an affair with a young, handsome man, and in such a flashy way. Moreover, Qianrong appears to be the assistant director and on-site producer for the Rainforest Project. If this were to be made public, it would be an absolute bombshell. Su Wei sent several provocative photos and videos to Jiang Ning. He said gratefully, President Jiang, you're so kind of you, providing me with such a big fish. Jiang Ning replied, my bottom line is that Qianrong cannot get into trouble. After all, Qianrong was instructed by Zhou Rui. Su Wei frowned. He wanted this big scoop just because of Qianrong's influence, right? Soon, Jiang Ning sent another message. The male lead is also a participant in Rainforest Horror, and he cares a lot about this opportunity. You can put your mind to it. Su Wei lit a cigarette, leaned back on the sofa, and gently exhaled a smoke ring. He seemed to understand what Jiang Ning meant. Chapter 88. You will make your move and kill yourself. Meanwhile, Qianrong and Lin Feng were still playing. Qianrong was extremely excited and gradually got into the swing of things. Lin Feng had to play both the dog and the cat, and even licked Qianrong's toes, leaving him covered in wounds and exhausted both physically and mentally. Just then, Qianrong's phone rang. Upon seeing the phone, Qianrong quickly stopped what she was doing, told Lin Feng to be quiet, and then went to the bathroom to answer the phone. The caller was the head of the Rainforest Horror Project team. Tonight we need to finalize all the cast members, so I personally notified Qianrong to hold an impromptu meeting. Qianrong sighed, feeling quite disappointed. But there was nothing she could do. The boss had spoken, so she naturally had to go to the meeting. However, before she left, she reassured Lin Feng. You did well tonight. Don't worry, I still have a lot of say in the selection process. This means that I can use my power to help you get into the show. After all, she had assistant director Zhou Rui behind her, who was more than capable of handling the matter. When Lin Feng heard this, he almost burst into tears. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher, he said repeatedly. As his body swayed, the dog leash around his neck rattled with a pleasant clatter. Sure enough, Lin Feng received the news that very evening. He was the last amateur actor to join the Rainforest Horror production team. Lin Feng was so happy, he almost took a megaphone and went out into the street to shout it out. He wanted the whole world to know that he, Raymond Lam, had participated in the hit reality show, rainforest horror. He's going to be a big star. In the days that followed, Lin Feng's family paid for a large number of online trolls to post videos praising him on various social media platforms. He also posted on the school forum using anonymous accounts and hired online trolls to flood the comments and likes, which once pushed the topic of his participation in the program to the top of the hot post list. Furthermore, he even sent people to Haicheng University to incite the younger students to spontaneously form a fan support group. College students are the main audience for reality shows. With a group of younger students as his support team, when the show airs, let them concentrate their efforts on promoting it at various universities, helping him generate public opinion and popularity. This will definitely cause his fan base and traffic to skyrocket. These past few days, Raymond Lam has been incredibly busy and enjoying immense success. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoran's maternal grandmother passed the critical period. The relationship between Lin Feng and Chu Xiaoran has also eased somewhat. This made Lin Feng more confident and more spirited. He even began to use his spare time to deal with Jiang Ning. While he was generating buzz for himself, he was also hyping up the sinking incident in Jiangning. Because the bidding process for Everbright Securities is about to begin, he must reignite the interest in the sinking incident and then, at a crucial moment, deliver a fatal blow to Jiangning. Jiangning remained calm and composed in the face of this situation and didn't even give it a second thought, because he knew very well that Lin Feng and the Chun family had ulterior motives in this incident. When the shipwreck incident is hyped up again, Lin Feng and others will use whistleblower letters as weapons to attack him. What a clumsy trick. Jiang Ning's eyes were deep, and he smiled faintly. If you make a move, you will kill yourselves. So, the day you make your move will be your death day. The weather in Haicheng suddenly cleared up. For a whole week, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was cloudless. The day for the bidding for the Everbright project is getting closer and closer. The Jiangbei Distribution Center in Jiangning has undergone a simple renovation and has officially started operation. That day, Ningda Logistics appeared on the homepage of Haicheng Logistics magazine for the first time. Ningda Logistics, a rising star, is developing at an explosive pace, its momentum unstoppable. Although Jiangning had built up momentum in advance, the opening of the distribution center was far from a grand affair. However, none of the established logistics companies made an appearance. It's clear that they initially looked down on Ningda Logistics. Secondly, they viewed Ningda Logistics as an enemy. But it doesn't matter. Jiangning isn't doing all this for them to see. It was done for the benefit of China Everbright Group. He was telling Everbright that Ningda now has sufficient strength to undertake Everbright's projects. Jiangning's move touched a nerve with Lin's Freight and other established logistics companies. Soon, they joined forces with the Haicheng Logistics Association to organize a logistics industry exchange meeting in Haicheng. Dozens of logistics companies, large and small, received invitations. However, Ningda Logistics was not invited. This move is undoubtedly isolating Ningda Logistics, declaring that Haicheng Logistics is their domain, and Ningda Logistics has no right to be on the table. Upon learning of this, Jiang Ning found these people ridiculous and didn't take them seriously at all. Because in his mind, there can only be one logistics company in Haicheng in the future, and it must be Ningda Logistics. You can jump all you want now. However, Shen Linghua was not happy about it when she learned about it. Shen Linghua called, indignantly saying, "Xiao Ning, these bastards are bullying us too much. Sister Linghua, why bother with him?" Jiang Ning said nonchalantly, "If he didn't invite me, I won't go." "That won't do," Shen Linghua said. "The Haicheng Logistics Association is one of the organizers this time. The Logistics Association keeps records of every company that participates, and this is one of the criteria for ranking logistics companies." Jiang Ning frowned. This was the first time he had ever heard of this rule. How does Sister Linghua know all this? Jiang Ning asked. "I have a good friend who works at the Logistics Association, and I found out from chatting with her," Shen Linghua said. "Xiao Ning, I'll take care of this for you. I'll get you the invitation, so you just need to attend. After all, why not take the points that are free?" Jiang Ning took a deep breath. "If I don't go, it seems like I'd be letting down Sister Linghua's kindness. Moreover, Ningda Logistics still needs its ranking. Then thank you, Sister Linghua." Chapter 89 The Mob. It rained heavily all night. The next day, the sun shone brightly. The Haicheng Logistics Exchange meeting was held as scheduled. This was also the last grand logistics conference before the opening of the bidding for the Everbright project. However, despite being called a high-level exchange meeting, it was actually more like a tea party. The CEOs of dozens of logistics companies gathered together, enjoying tea and snacks, engaging in lively discussions, and envisioning the future of the logistics industry. Of course, the most important theme still revolves around this Everbright project. Among those of you who participated in the Everbright bidding, I don't know who will win the top bid this year, but we are all part of Haiching Logistics. We share the same fate, and we share the same fate. Chun Sihai, chairman of Sihai Logistics, who led this conference, spoke first. Therefore, I hope that whoever wins the top bid will take care of the brothers here. This is also the significance of this exchange meeting. He already had a premonition that his Sihai Logistics wouldn't be very stable in this year's bidding process. Therefore, by laying the groundwork in advance, even if he doesn't win the bid, he can still get a share of the profits from someone else. Brother Sihai is right. Lin Xingbing of Lin's Freight said. After all, it's a project worth more than 300 million yuan, involving transportation across the country and even overseas. It would be difficult for any single company to handle it all by itself. Sharing some with everyone, cooperating with each other, and seeking common development is the best strategy. Yes, I agree. I agree. Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open. Guided by staff, Jiang Ning entered the venue. The scene immediately fell silent, and everyone frowned as they looked at Jiang Ning. The meeting was going well. Why did this suddenly break out? Who is this? Some people didn't recognize Jiang Ning and asked in surprise. Jiang Ning? Lin Feng, standing behind Lin Xingbin, was incredibly surprised. He checked the list of participating companies in advance, and Ningda Logistics wasn't on it. Was it? Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Ning, and I am the general manager of Ningda Logistics Company. Jiang Ning said with neither humility nor arrogance. It is a great honor to be able to attend this grand event today. Ningda Logistics? Lin Xingbin, Chun Sihai, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems that Ningda Logistics was not invited to the meeting. Upon seeing this, the staff of the Logistics Association hurriedly explained, Ningda Logistics was added at the last minute yesterday afternoon. Although the meeting was jointly initiated by everyone, it was entrusted to the Haiching Logistics Association for organization. Ningda Logistics was already qualified to attend the meeting, and it was added to the meeting yesterday at the last minute. The Logistics Association didn't think it was a big deal, so they didn't notify anyone else. Oh, so you're the CEO of Ningda Logistics. Chun Sihai said with a forced smile, feigning humility. Please take a seat. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Everyone present was a seasoned veteran. Although they had their own thoughts, they maintained a friendly facade. But at this moment, an awkward scene unfolded. The seating arrangement at the meeting was perfect. There were no spare chairs for Jiang Ning. Chun Sihai was about to ask the staff to add a chair. Suddenly, Lin Feng stood up, grabbed a plastic stool from a corner, and tossed it into the corner. President Jiang, please condescend to sit here. This action is clearly an insult. The attendees were all seated in sofa chairs with backrests. They gave Jiang Ning a small, broken plastic stool, though. It looked quite shabby. Jiang Ning, however, didn't seem to care. He sat down on the stool and smiled slightly at Lin Feng. Thank you. Although Ningda Logistics is a new company, we can't neglect them. Let's give them a round of applause, Chun Sihai said meaningfully. Scattered applause rang out from all around. Sihai Logistics is one of the top long-established logistics companies in Haiching. Chun Sihai himself has a good relationship with Lin Xingbin. Sihai Logistics was one of the companies that joined forces to strangle Ningda Logistics. Therefore, Chun Sihai's words, though seemingly polite, were in fact a form of suppression against Ningda Logistics. Jiang Ning didn't take it seriously and smiled in return, saying, "Thank you, everyone." At this moment, Lin Feng said in a sarcastic tone, "Uncles, speaking of President Jiang, he is a celebrity in our Jiangcheng." Oh, everyone looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, President Jiang single-handedly saved more than 40 students, and he is now a hero in Haiching. The word hero is emphasized. It's as if they're emphasizing something. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. A passenger ship sank in the river a while ago. Fortunately, it was stopped. So it was Jiang Ning who did it, a boss said in surprise. Yes, our CEO Jiang is amazing, Lin Feng said sarcastically. He actually knew the ship was going to sink in advance. He's practically a modern-day Zhuge Liang, a genius strategist. Everyone here is a seasoned veteran. How could they not understand the meaning behind Lin Feng's words? If Lin Feng's throwing of the stool earlier was unintentional, then his current words are clearly a dig at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and smiled. We should be talking about logistics today. Mr. Lin, don't you think you're wasting everyone's time by bringing up such far-fetched topics? You? Lin Feng wanted to retort. Xiao Feng. Lin Xingbin stopped Lin Feng. He no longer dares to underestimate Jiang Ning. The person who could drive Lin's freight to the brink of bankruptcy must be no ordinary person. However, his hatred for Jiang Ning was irreconcilable. President Zhang looks to be about the same age as Xiao Feng, Lin Xingbing said. To have achieved so much at such a young age, won't he leave us old guys far behind in the future? Ha ha ha. As expected, experience matters. Lin Xingbing's words can be described as killing without drawing blood. With just a few words, he made Jiang Ning a public enemy. The implication is that everyone should pay attention to this rising star. Everyone naturally understood the unspoken meaning in Lin Xingbing's words. However, these are all veterans in the logistics industry who would take a little kid seriously. So, the topic gradually returned to the Everbright project. When it comes to the Everbright project, seasoned veterans like Chen Sihai had already received the news. The company that will likely win the bid this time is Lin's Freight. They have been cooperating with China Everbright Group for more than a decade and have long had spies planted within the group. They had already heard about Everbright's policy of choosing a new partner and the fact that project manager Yu Yang had been in private contact with Lin Feng. Therefore, when the news spread, many people present wanted to win over Lin's Freight. After all, if Lin's Freight could secure the Everbright project, not only would its influence increase significantly, but by maintaining a good relationship with the Lin family, they could easily earn enough to make a good living by having the Lin family share some of the Everbright business with them. Brother Lin, you'd better keep it up. Chen Sihai patted Lin Xingbin on the shoulder. Lin Xingbing, the old fox, said modestly, Brother Sihai, you're joking. Ningda Logistics is developing rapidly, and its Jiangbei distribution center is already in operation. President Jiang is the best candidate to win this bid. His simple sentence once again put Jiangning in the spotlight. But everyone completely disregarded Ningda Logistics, instead increasingly currying favor with Lin's Freight, leaving Jiangning out in the cold. Jiangning seemed out of place at the meeting, appearing to have little presence. Lin Feng watched all this and chuckled to himself. Jiangning, do you really think you're so great just because you set up Ningda Logistics? Let's face reality. You will be overwhelmed by the logistics industry in Haicheng in the coming days. No trace of the body remains. But Jiangning remained calm and composed throughout. His eyes held a hint of mockery, as if he were looking at a group of fools. Excuse me, everyone, I have to go now. This one sentence instantly silenced the noisy scene. You left first? What do you mean? Are you entitled to leave first? President Jiang, do you have any comments on this meeting? Lin Xingbing asked arrogantly. Chapter 90. The Everbright Project. Bidding begins. The others also cast disdainful glances at Jiangning. At first glance, this kid seemed pretty composed. He started throwing a tantrum as soon as no one paid attention to him. So all that calmness before was just an act. Chen Sihai looked displeased and put pressure on Jiangning, saying, President Jiang, you know there are rules for meetings. If you leave now, and he leaves later, will our meeting still be able to proceed? After Chen Sihai spoke, everyone chimed in with their own opinions. Yes, you should take the initiative and actively participate. We can't possibly have meetings centered around you, can we? Even if you don't have a chance with the Everbright project, let's at least talk about it. His words were full of sarcasm and disdain for Jiangning. Jiangning smiled faintly. It's not that I can't get a word in edgewise. It's that I'm just too lazy to pay attention to you guys. He didn't even glance at the people again, and resolutely walked out of the venue. I'm just here to get a spot. Once I've achieved my goal, who cares about wasting time talking to you bunch of idiots? However, behind Jiangning, shouts of cursing continued to come from the conference room. Who is this kid giving me that attitude? What does he think he is? Nonsense. Jiangning simply shook his head and smiled, then went out and drove away. 3 days passed quickly, and it was time for the bidding for the Everbright project. All the companies participating in the bidding have already submitted all the required documents and are going to the bidding site today to give a presentation. Furthermore, based on all the provided materials, the scores were checked and the winning company was selected on the spot. In order to uphold the principles of fairness and impartiality, China Everbright Group not only had senior executives serving as judges at the bidding site, but also invited 150 guests from the industry to observe, making it an unprecedented event. The 10 companies that entered the bidding process had already arrived and were all backstage, eagerly preparing for the final stages of the competition. Project leader Wei Qingmei took the stage and delivered the opening speech. Distinguished leaders, honored guests, and friends from the industry, good afternoon. Backstage, just as Jiang Ning was checking the documents, he suddenly saw 2 familiar figures. It was Chu Xiaoran and Jin Meihuan. The 2 stopped when they passed through Jiangning. Jiangning, you actually came? Chu Xiaoran said. She didn't know anything about Ningda Logistics, so she naturally thought that Ningda Logistics was just there to make up the numbers. Why take it so seriously? Is it really necessary? Chu Xiaoran stepped forward and said in a slightly sarcastic tone. Jiang Ning, however, was focused on the computer screen, seemingly oblivious to Chu Xiaoran's words. Seeing that Jiang Ning ignored her, she frowned. Jiang Ning, it's very rude not to look people in the eye. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, closed her laptop, and looked up at Chu Xiaoran. Is it polite to disturb someone's work? Chu Xiaoran's expression darkened after being rebuked by Jiang Ning. He retorted, what's the use of cramming at the last minute if you can't handle things well normally? Corporate bidding isn't child's play. The company's qualifications and your past operations have already determined today's outcome. Don't pretend to work hard. The result won't play along. She started lecturing Jiang Ning in a nagging manner, just like when they were dating. It's none of your business to teach me about bidding, Jiang Ning thought, finding it laughable. In his previous life, he was adept at strategizing and planning international bidding projects worth hundreds of billions of dollars. This 300 million yuan project is really not difficult. However, Jiang Ning's cold words left Chu Xiaoran feeling like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. I can't be bothered with you. Chu Xiaoran, feeling embarrassed, muttered angrily. Jin Meihuan, standing to the side, smiled meaningfully. Xiaoran, didn't you come here to cheer on Lin Feng? Why are you unable to move now that you've reached Jiangning? Chu Xiaoran hurriedly defended himself, saying, I only said a few words to him out of consideration for our classmate relationship, but who knew he wouldn't appreciate it? At this moment, Lin Feng walked over. Xiaoran, you've come. Then he looked at Kim Mi-huan and said with a delighted expression, oh, Miss Kim has come to cheer me on too. Today, Raymond Lam was dressed very formally, in a custom-made suit and black tie, looking quite pleased with himself. Because, in just a few hours, he was about to secure that 300 million yuan project. He was incredibly excited at that moment. I'm just here to join in the fun. Jin Meihuan didn't look directly at Lin Feng, but instead looked around. Lin Feng stopped flattering and instead asked Chu Xiaoran. Xiaoran, I heard that the post on the school forum about me and Jiang Ning competing for the Guangdao project has been very popular these past few days. The post was made by his alternate account, but he pretended not to know about it. Chu Xiaoran reluctantly agreed and said something. Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Ning and deliberately said loudly, Sigh, the person who posted this is really something, putting me together with the hero who saved lives. How am I qualified to appear in the same post as him? Jiang Ning ignored Lin Feng's sarcastic remarks. It's pointless and childish to engage in empty talk. Jiang Ning got up and sat in another seat, then turned on his computer to continue looking at the documents. Seeing that Jiang Ning was avoiding him, Lin Feng assumed that the other party was chickening out and said with a smug look, Jiang Ning, as an alumnus, I have to give you some advice. You can't handle this project. It's not too late to withdraw now. That way, you won't lose to me, and at least you'll save face. As he was speaking, the phone suddenly rang. Xiaoran, I'm going to take this call. I'll be right back. Lin Feng found a quiet corner, answered the phone, covered his mouth, and asked in a low voice, Hello? How is it? Ready to go? Just waiting for your command. Good. Lin Feng nodded and hung up the phone with a satisfied look on his face. Then, he looked at Jiang Ning not far away, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ning, in a few hours, you will become a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. Enjoy your peaceful time now. At this moment, a staff member from Everbright Group came backstage and announced loudly, Everyone, please get ready. The bidding process is about to begin. Chapter 91 Finally, can it be proven? During the bidding process, each of the 10 companies will send a representative to the stage to present their company using a PowerPoint presentation. The PowerPoint presentation will list the company's history, hardware and software facilities, advantages and strengths, etc. At the same time, the PPT will also provide some supporting policies and guidelines for the Everbright project. Therefore, the PPT presentation is a very important part of the bidding process. It can almost determine the final outcome of the bidding. Next, under the guidance of staff, representatives from the 10 companies drew lots to determine the order in which they would go on stage. The Lin Group was the third to take the stage. Jiang Ning is the second to last. He had ample time to continue rehearsing backstage. The first company to take the stage was a small logistics company, and what they talked about was all irrelevant and unimportant. The second person to take the stage was Chun Sihai from Sihai Logistics. As expected of a longtime partner of Everbright, his vision for the cooperation with Everbright was well-reasoned and admirable. Of course, this has always been the case for Sihai Logistics, and it's nothing new for Everbright. Raymond Lam was the third to take the stage. He seemed a little nervous. However, Lam Singbun cheered from the audience, leading the applause, and the other sycophants also joined in the chorus. This relieved Lin Feng's emotions considerably. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng turned on the PowerPoint presentation and began to showcase Lin's freight. Because he communicated frequently with project manager Yu Yang in private, the PPT presentation was highly targeted. It can be said that this is very much in line with the development of the Everbright project. Upon hearing this, everyone secretly sighed in admiration. Lin's freight really did their homework in advance. The crowd whispered among themselves and nodded frequently, feeling that Lin Feng had hit the nail on the head with every word he said. Seeing this, Raymond Lam gradually relaxed and became more and more enthusiastic, speaking animatedly on stage as if he were giving a solo performance. Chu Xiaoran showed a hint of satisfaction. Raymond Lam is truly outstanding. This storytelling was also quite captivating. Surprisingly, the top executives of Everbright remained somber and expressionless. Even Yang Yuewu, the vice president of China Everbright Bank, would occasionally frown. This kid must have done a detailed analysis of Everbright securities beforehand. While they are all correct, in reality, these things are completely irrelevant. Wei Qingmei also had a serious expression. It seems Yu Yang has given him quite a bit of information. But Yu Yang was just a project manager. He had no access to any of the key information from the higher-ups. Therefore, no matter how much is revealed, it is only superficial. Lin Feng believes that his presentation perfectly meets Guangda's needs. But in reality, they were all superficial and didn't grasp the core point at all. Lin Feng spent nearly an hour on the presentation. It was more than 20 minutes past the scheduled time. He was very satisfied with himself, stepped down proudly, and bowed deeply to the senior executives of Everbright. The senior executives of Everbright Group responded politely with smiles. But in Lin Feng's eyes, that smile was an affirmation of him. He returned backstage, overjoyed, and deliberately asked Chu Xiaoran. Xiaoran, how do you think I performed? Excellent. Chu Xiaoran gave a thumbs up and praised. I never expected your PPT to be so wonderful. You've known me for a long time. Don't you know my abilities? Lin Feng said proudly. Then his lips curled down and he sneered. What does Jiang Ning have to compete with me? Upon hearing him start comparing Jiang Ning again, Chu Xiaoran's face turned cold. Can you please stop mentioning him? Right, Lin Feng said. He's a defeated opponent. There's nothing to mention. At this moment, Lin Xingbin also came backstage and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Xiao Feng, your presentation got the highest score so far, 85 points. Sihai Logistics only got 80 points. As expected, Lin Feng said with a proud expression. Adding our previous scores for various hardware and software facilities, Lin's Freight has a total of 167 points, which is currently the highest score. Lin Shengbing said excitedly. Sihai Logistics is the strongest competitor, but it has 2 fewer points than us. Those 2 points are enough to decide the outcome. The other competitors are not a threat. Therefore, we are very likely to succeed. Hearing Lin Shengbin say this, Chu Xiaoran was also very happy. If Raymond Lam lands a 300 million yuan project, his parents won't be as critical of him as before. There has been a persistent opinion on the school forum that Chu Xiaoran's decision to leave Jiangning and choose Lin Feng was a very stupid one. In every respect, Jiangning is better than Lin Feng. If Lin Feng succeeds today, he will slap those people in the face and finally be able to hold his head high. Chu Xiaoran was actually quite excited. Because Raymond Lam's success gave her a lot of confidence and courage. The scene that followed unfolded exactly as Lin Shengbin had predicted. The other logistics companies' presentations all had some flaws, more or less. The scores were all below 80, and none of the total scores exceeded 150. Watching their competitors leave the stage looking dejected, Lin Feng and Lin Shengbin grew increasingly smug. These tedious presentations left the senior executives of Everbright Group somewhat listless. After a midday break, it was finally Jiang Ning's turn to perform at 3 p.m. Wei Qingmei leaned close to Vice President Yang Yuewu's ear and whispered, "This representative from Ningda Logistics is a hero who saved lives in the Haiqing shipwreck incident." Oh, Yang Yuewu's eyes lit up. He knew about that incident. It seemed to have made the news, and its popularity had soared in the past few days. This kid knows how to create hype. Yang Yuewu chuckled. Instead of focusing on practical business, you hype up your own popularity before bidding. Do you think Guangda will choose to cooperate with you just because of your popularity? Therefore, he did not think highly of Jiangning. Upon seeing this, Wei Qingmei frowned. She had originally intended to help Jiang Ning get some points, but now she regretted what she had just said. At this moment, Jiang Ning on the stage had already opened the PPT and started projecting it. Since the bidding was open to the public, Chu Xiaoran and the Lin family father and son also came to the audience and found a corner to sit down. Hello everyone, I am a representative from Ningda Logistics, from Jiangning. Jiang Ning began her speech politely on stage with a beaming smile. He was not at all as reserved as Raymond Lam was when he took the stage. In his previous life, when he gave speeches on stage, his audience consisted of big shots such as warlords, business tycoons, and political figures. This is a small situation that I could handle even with my eyes closed. Jiang Ning didn't look at the large screen behind him at all, but whenever he got to a key point, the PPT on the screen would flip to that point at just the right time. This level of skill and calm demeanor impressed everyone. Chu Xiaoran originally thought that Lin Feng's performance was already very good. But compared to Jiang Ning, she realized that Lin Feng was too inexperienced. Jiang Ning was like a strategist emperor, easily controlling the entire situation. Compared to him, Raymond Lam is not even in the same league. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Xiaoran's gaze was fixed on Jiang Ning, unwavering. Vice President Yang Yuewu, along with some senior executives at Everbright, gradually became more serious after initially being carefree. Because every single point in Jiang Ning's PPT presentation resonated deeply with them. Chapter 92 Ningdao wins the bid, the whole audience turns against him. With Wei Qingmei, the project director, guiding Jiang Ning, and with the PPT being revised from beginning to end by Wei Qingmei, how could other competitors compare? In particular, targeted policies have been implemented regarding network coverage, delivery time, and after-sales service. Jiang Ning even stated that if he were fortunate enough to cooperate with Everbright, he would establish a dedicated project team to liaise with Everbright around the clock. This is exactly what Everbright needs most. In the past, when problems arose during logistics, it was often impossible to find anyone, even in the middle of the night. Having a dedicated project team is like providing Everbright with 24/7 full-service support. Any problems that arise at any time can be communicated and resolved promptly. Jiang Ning even stated that Ningda's project team could rent an office in an office building next to Guangda so that they could communicate face-to-face promptly if any after-sales issues arose. This really hit Yang Yuewu right where it hurts. In the past, when abnormal situations such as damage or loss occurred during the logistics process, his people had to call the logistics company. Sometimes, it was not clear over the phone, and both parties had to send people out the next day for meetings and discussions. This caused too much delay. Now that Jiang Ning has taken this measure, it can guarantee that after-sales service can be resolved anytime, anywhere. Yang Yuewu's eyes lit up, his previous listless appearance completely gone. The other senior executives understood what was going on. Ningda Logistics grasped the key point. Moreover, their network coverage and delivery speed are in no way inferior to those of other logistics companies. It was a perfect presentation. Jiang Ning, unhurried and composed, finished the meeting precisely at the last minute, taking half an hour. This is the result of his repeated practice of pinching the target. This concludes Ningda Logistics' presentation. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Jiang Ning clasped his hands together and nodded in thanks. From beginning to end, both his personal performance and the company's presentation were near perfect. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Yuewu was the first to lead the applause. Other senior executives also applauded enthusiastically. Because, if Jiang Ning's series of measures are put into use, they will bring them great convenience. Other competitors also joined in the applause. Lin Xingbin's expression was solemn at this moment. He sensed danger. Raymond Lam, however, was quite jealous. Throughout the entire process, Chu Xiaoran kept his eyes fixed on Jiang Ning, without glancing at him even once. You think Jiang Ning performed better than me? Lin Feng asked, dissatisfied. He's more composed, Chu Xiaoran said tactfully. But this one sentence really made Lin Feng jealous. He's just putting on an act. What's the point? Lin Feng said angrily. In the end, we won't play along with his act. Next, the judges and executives began to score the entries. 5 minutes later, the highest score of the game was broken. Ningda Logistics' presentation received a score of 95. This was a direct and severe slap in the face to Lin Feng. Adding the scores from the previous tender documents, Ningda Logistics' total score has exceeded 170. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ningda Logistics will win the lead bid for the Everbright project. For a moment, Lin Xingbin was dumbfounded, and so were his colleagues. Just 3 days ago, everyone was sitting at a table, chatting and laughing, predicting that Lin's freight would be the top target this time, and there was disdain and suppression of Ningda Logistics everywhere. Now, the guy they looked down on the most has actually gotten the highest score in the entire game. Although, one company has not yet taken the stage. However, that company was practically just there to make up the numbers. It was impossible for it to surpass Ningda Logistics' total score. We've been caught off guard, and our boat has capsized in the gutter. Lin Xingbin gritted his teeth. For this Everbright project, only one partner will be selected. Although Lin's freight ranked second with 167 points, it did not gain any advantage. Lin Xingbin's body trembled. He can't lose. If we lose, the Lin family is finished. At this moment, Chu Shaoran shook his head and sighed. Jiang Ning is truly remarkable. Jean Meihuan smiled and said, I told you long ago that Jiang Ning is definitely not as useless as you say. Yes, he can orchestrate a shipwreck plot. How could he be useless? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and coldly squeezed out a sentence, then looked at Lin Xingbin. Dad, don't worry. I still have a trump card. He won't be able to hit the bullseye. Do you have a trump card? Lin Xingbin looked at Lin Feng, his eyes full of anticipation. Dad, just you wait and see. Lin Feng said confidently. He'll be in a very awkward situation soon. At this moment, Jiang Ning finished her presentation, slowly walked off the stage, and sat down in an inconspicuous corner. Everything went as he expected, without the slightest surprise. The bidding process then continued. The last company to take the stage gave a lackluster presentation, and as expected, the score wasn't very high, with a total score of less than 150. A staff member from Everbright Group went on stage, picked up the microphone, and said, Everyone, thank you for your hard work and companionship throughout the day. The bidding process has now concluded. Please take a short break, and we will soon compile the final results and announce them to you. The staff got busy. The scene began to get noisy. The CEOs of logistics companies gathered around Jiang Ning to offer their congratulations. 3 days ago, these old guys looked down on Jiang Ning. But right now, they all want a piece of the pie from Ningda Logistics. Chen Sihai, a shrewd businessman, who had initially looked down on Ningda Logistics, now sat down next to Jiang Ning with a broad smile. President Jiang, your performance today was truly phenomenal, like a dragon soaring to the heavens, absolutely divine. Jiang Ning smiled faintly and said, Thank you. How could he not see that these seasoned veterans had smelled the aroma and wanted to come up and grab a bite? But Lin Feng was unimpressed, casually tossing out, Jiang Ning, don't think you've got it all figured out. It's not over yet. Is that so? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes. He knew that Lin Feng was about to make his move. This sinking incident has been gaining popularity recently, but the whistleblower letter has not yet appeared. Lin Feng got his chance at this moment. Great, this is the moment I've been waiting for. The statistical results came out quickly. Wei Qingmei conducted the bid opening process and went on stage to announce the bid opening results. All the companies performed exceptionally well, making it very difficult for us at Everbright to make a decision. Unfortunately, Everbright will only select one partner for this year's project. Wei Qingmei announced loudly. I hereby announce the results of this Everbright project bidding. Ningda Logistics, with a score of 172, has won the right to cooperate with Everbright for the next 3 years. Congratulations to Ningda Logistics. However, just as Wei Qingmei was about to lead the applause, but then Lin Feng shouted, If Guangda selects Jiang Ning as a partner, it will have a fatal impact on Guangda's brand. Everyone was startled and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up his phone and waved it, saying, Just now, I saw some explosive news. It seems that our Mr. Jiang Ning has dropped a bombshell. Chapter 93, The Disclosure Letter Incident, begins. No one knew what Lin Feng meant by that, and they all looked at him with confusion. Raymond Lam, looking full of pride, strode onto the stage and asked the staff, Would it be convenient to project my phone screen? The staff at Everbright were unsure whether they should agree. Help him operate it. Vice President Yang Yuwu said. Upon receiving the order, the staff connected via Bluetooth and quickly helped Lin Feng project his phone screen. Lin Feng opened various media platforms and searched for the news about Jiang Ning being exposed that he had just seen and saved. The hero who saved lives is a hoax. A man surnamed Jiang orchestrated the whole thing, staging a shipwreck himself. Lin Feng opened the video and read it out loud in an exaggerated voice. Wow, there's more. The captain of the passenger ship revealed the inside story of the rescue hero, and the whole shipwreck rescue incident was actually a conspiracy. And there's more. The shipwreck incident has revealed shocking inside stories, and Jiang Ning's positive public image may be about to undergo a dramatic reversal. He kept scrolling through the news on his phone, finding articles about Jiang Ning being exposed, and then loudly reciting the headlines with great enthusiasm. Then, he deliberately took a screenshot of the leaked letter from the captain and enlarged it. Look, everyone, the captain of the ship involved in the sinking accident has taken the initiative to come forward and expose Jiang Ning, which basically confirms that this was a conspiracy. In an instant, the scene erupted in uproar. My God, was that shipwreck really premeditated? This Jiang Ning, at such a young age, is far too cunning. He is deceiving the general public and should go to jail. It turns out that just 2 or 3 hours earlier, while everyone was still giving their bids, Lin Feng had already had someone publish the captain's letter of denunciation and the prepared script on various self-media platforms and forums. Then, they use online trolls to post crazy comments and hype it up. Platforms with explosive traffic, such as Douyin, Kuaizhui, Weibo, and Seasite, reacted immediately. At the same time, even comprehensive forum websites such as Jihu and Tushio have received feedback. These kinds of explosive scandals naturally attract attention, especially with the recent sinking incident in Jiangning generating a lot of buzz. A sudden reversal could cause an even greater surge in online traffic. Soon, some smaller self-media accounts that sensed the opportunity also began to repost the content. In just 2 or 3 hours, the news had spread like wildfire. Even the school forum of Haicheng University is almost drowned out by insults. In an instant, Jiang Ning went from being a hero who saved lives to becoming the target of public criticism and condemnation. On the school forum, Jiang Ning's fans were cursing wildly, venting their anger at being fooled. At this moment, Lin Feng stood on the stage, beaming with pride. Holding the microphone, he said loudly, "As someone of the same age, I once greatly admired Mr. Zhang's act of saving lives. But at the same time, knowing the truth, I also felt incredibly angry about Jiang Ning's actions. Jiang Ning's conspiracy fooled me, fooled all of us." Then, Lin Feng looked at the senior management of Everbright and said with certainty, "If China Everbright Group chooses Jiang Ning, a treacherous, untrustworthy person who manipulates the feelings of the people, as a partner, it will definitely bring irreparable negative impact to China Everbright Group. We urge all leaders of Everbright to consider this carefully." He had rehearsed these words many times beforehand. Therefore, he spoke fluently and vividly. Even the top management of China Everbright Group had to face this problem squarely. The internet is in an uproar right now, and it feels like a dark cloud is gathering. Choosing to cooperate with Jiangning now would be tantamount to creating trouble for Everbright. Although Ningda Logistics has won the bid, the bidding announcement clearly stated in advance that if the bidder encounters problems in terms of reputation, finance, or transportation capacity, China Everbright Group has the right to unilaterally disqualify the bidder. In other words, with just one word from Guangda, Ningda Logistics would have to slink away. If Ningda is abandoned by Everbright, then the top spot will naturally fall to Lin's Freight. Lin Feng's move was despicable, Jean Meihuan whispered to Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran also felt that this move was indeed very underhanded, but she would not sympathize with Jiang Ning. If Jiang Ning hadn't plotted, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to find fault with him. In the end, he brought it on himself. Chu Xiaoran sighed. Kim Meihuan nodded in agreement. After all, Jiang Ning used scheming to gain the trust of all sectors of society, which was far more outrageous than Lin Feng's insidious methods. The current situation is unpredictable, and everyone has become an observer, watching to see how things unfold. Given the suddenness of the event, Everbright cannot make a hasty decision. The senior executives need some time to discuss it. At this moment, the one who felt the most resentful was Wei Qingmei. If the shipwreck rescue incident was a conspiracy, it's like she was played for a fool by Jiang Ning. She and her son were so grateful to Jiang Ning that she even personally helped him make a PowerPoint presentation. That very night, she almost had sex with Jiang Ning. Looking back now, I realized just how terrifying that young man was. Anger caused Wei Qingmei to lose control of her emotions. She stood up and went to Jiang Ning, scolding him. "Jiang Ning, I never thought you would use such despicable methods." Jiang Ning remained remarkably calm in the face of what was unfolding before him. He looked at Wei Qingmei and asked, "President Wei, is it possible that there's something wrong with that whistleblower letter? What's the problem?" Jiang Ning smiled lightly and said, "Just when Ningda Logistics was about to win the bid, the letter of denunciation suddenly arrived. Isn't there anything suspicious about such a coincidence?" After Jiang Ning's reminder, Wei Qingmei did indeed feel that something was wrong. Could it be that someone is deliberately manipulating public opinion? Was it a deliberate attempt to drag Jiang Ning into this at this time? "Jiang Ning, are you still trying to argue?" Lin Feng retorted. "I'm stating the facts," Jiang Ning said calmly. Although the letter of denunciation was written by the captain himself, its contents are all false. Fake. Upon hearing this, the scene erupted in excitement once again. Whom should we believe? The whistleblower letter is well-founded and supported by evidence. How could it be fake? However, just when Jiang Ning was about to win the bid, this happened suddenly. I feel that things are not so simple. Seeing that some people in the audience were starting to question him, Lin Feng frowned and sneered. "Jiang Ning, I didn't originally intend to embarrass you like this, but you insisted on humiliating yourself. Since that's the case, don't blame me." Then, he dialed the phone and simply said, Come in. The doors to the venue were pushed open, and Chun Guahao and his son Chun Zhou strode in with an air of indifference. Chapter 94 Reversal. Lin Feng is very well prepared today. He had the Chun family father and son arrive at the bidding site early, just waiting for Jiang Ning to object so he could stand up and point the finger at Jiang Ning. These two must be familiar to President Jiang, right? Lin Feng pointed at the Chun family father and son, a smug smile on his face. Of course it's familiar. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Good, Lin Feng said to the crowd below the stage. These two are the witnesses. They learned about Jiang Ning's entire conspiracy from the captain. Now, please let the two of you confirm whether Jiang Ning is indeed plotting something. Chen Zhou snatched the microphone, pointed at Jiang Ning, and roared with a snarl. That's right, it was him who orchestrated the conspiracy. All eyes in the audience immediately turned to the Chun father and son. Chen Guahao took the microphone and said, "This is what happened. Once, my son and I were drinking with Captain Li Yoji. After drinking, Li Yoji let slip that the shipwreck was a conspiracy orchestrated by Jiang Ning. After my persistent persuasion, Li Yoji had a change of heart and, after sobering up, wrote a letter of denunciation intending to expose Jiang Ning. So Jiang Ning is a fraud. Yes, he's a fraud." Chun Zhou shouted angrily from the side. In an instant, everyone was ignited by their emotions towards the father and son. Witnesses have arrived at the scene, and physical evidence includes the captain's online whistleblower letter. The crowd vehemently condemned Jiang Ning, their emotions running high. I told Jiang Ning long ago to be honest as soon as possible. In the audience, Chu Shaoran shook his head and sighed. If she had listened to me, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Sigh. At this moment, Jiang Ning has become the target of public criticism. Lin Feng kept adding fuel to the fire, and Chen Zhou shouted that he would call the police. The situation spiraled out of control, with all the foul language, anger, and hatred being unleashed at Jiang Ning. In the modern era of the internet, information transmission speeds are incredibly fast. At the same time, the internet was filled with criticism on major media platforms and the Haicheng University forum. The condemnation of Jiang Ning's conspiracy was widespread and powerful. For a time, Jiang Ning seemed to have become a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. In contrast, Raymond Lam is currently riding high, but his eyes are gleaming with a cold light. Jiang Ning, today you will be utterly defeated. Remember this shameful moment. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm throughout. He even had a slight smile on his lips. The next second, amidst the scornful and angry gazes of the crowd, he walked onto the stage. Gentlemen, you only believe his words. Have you ever heard my accusations? Liar, what do you have to say? Chen Zhou roared. You can wait for the police to come knocking on your door, Chen Guahao said. Jiang Ning remained completely calm, ignoring all the insults and ridicule. I want to tell everyone that the shipwreck incident was indeed involved in a conspiracy, Jiang Ning said. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Ning actually admitted it. Chu Shaoran and Jin Meihuan shook their heads. Jiang Ning has finally hit a wall and realized he should turn back? But it was too late. The Lin family father and son, and the Chun family father and son, were extremely happy and proud. However, the next second, Jiang Ning pointed at the Chun family father and son and said, the conspiracy I mentioned was not designed by me, but by these two, father and son. What nonsense are you talking about? Chun Guahao shouted guiltily, then explained to everyone. He's just desperate and trying to bite us back. Don't believe him. Ignoring Chun Guahao's roar, Jiang Ning continued. This father and son forced Captain Li Yoji to write a fabricated letter of denunciation in an attempt to blackmail me. You're just making excuses, Lin Feng said. Why are the Chen father and son threatening you for no reason? Lin Feng was unaware that the Chun family father and son had already come to Jiang Ning's door to threaten him. Therefore, he shamelessly defended the Chun family father and son. Everyone was baffled. What grudge did this father and son have against Jiang Ning? Faced with everyone's doubts, Jiang Ning smiled faintly and said, 2 months ago, I spent 6 million to buy the old factory site from Chen Guahao. I'm very lucky. I bought the land not long ago, and then the government started demolishing it. I will receive a huge amount of compensation. So, the father and son felt they had been wronged. So they came to my house to make trouble and threatened me with a fake whistleblower letter, saying that if I didn't give them a share of the demolition compensation, they would ruin my reputation. As he spoke, Jiang Ning took out the land deed that he had prepared beforehand. This thing doesn't lie. Everyone take a look. Oh, the crowd gathered around, and after examining the land deed, their expressions turned amused. Unexpectedly, there was another hidden story behind it all. Things seemed to be getting more and more complicated. At this point, Lin Feng also began to panic. He looked at the Chun father and son, who simply lowered their heads and remained silent. Bastard. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. These two guys actually came to my door to threaten me without even consulting me. But blaming others was useless now, so he calmed his panicked emotions and came up with a plan. Jiang Ning, everything needs evidence. You're just making things up based on a land deed and claiming someone is threatening you? That's a bit too frivolous. Lin Feng said. Yes, Jiang Ning. What does this land deed have to do with the authenticity of the whistleblower letter? Chen Guohao said. You're just trying to mislead people. This isn't evidence at all. Don't worry, this isn't the only piece of evidence. Jiang Ning smiled and dialed Lei Long's number. Brother Long, bring him over. The next second, the venue door was pushed open, and Lei Long led Li Yoji into the venue under the gaze of everyone. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the Chun family father and son were both shocked. An ominous premonition instantly filled the hearts of the three. Jiang Ning pulled Li Yoji onto the stage and solemnly said, Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Li Yoji, the person involved in the sinking of the ship and the captain of the number 6 passenger ship. The letter of denunciation that everyone sees was written by Li Yoji. Therefore, whether the letter of denunciation is true or false is not up to any of us to decide. Only he can decide. In an instant, all eyes were on Li Yoji. Li Yoji, you'd better tell the truth. Chen Guohao glared at Li Yoji with bloodshot eyes and threatened him fiercely. But with Lei Long and Jiang Ning protecting him, and his wife and children also protected by Jiang Ning's other bodyguards, Li Yoji was no longer afraid of Chen Guohao. Hello everyone, I am Li Yoji. Although Li Yoji was a little nervous, his voice was still loud and clear. That letter of denunciation was indeed written by me, but I was forced to write it. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Chapter 95 Jiang Ning is innocent. What the hell did you say? Chen Guohao roared in fury. Li Yoji didn't mince words either, pointing at Chen Guohao and shouting. It was you and your son who threatened me with my wife and son, forcing me to write a letter of denunciation to slander Mr. Jiang. Li Yoji, do you know what you're saying? Chen Guohao shouted angrily. Of course I know what I'm saying. He grabbed the microphone and shouted, Mr. Jiang is innocent. He saved a whole ship of people. He is a true hero. Then, pointing angrily at Chen Guohao, he said, You and your son are heartless. I, Li Yoji, would rather die than work for you against my conscience again. At this moment, this nearly 50-year-old, emaciated man possessed an indomitable courage, because his wife and children were perfectly safe under Jiang Ning's protection. Therefore, having no weakness, he can act without restraint. Li Yoji's impassioned speech was not a show. It was a genuine expression of his emotions. Li Yoji, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will. Chen Zhou was blinded by rage and was about to rush towards Li Yoji. Lei Long stepped forward, blocking Chen Zhou's path. You just what? You just killed Li Yoji's wife and son. Chen Zhou's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't beat Lei Long in a fight, nor could he win an argument with Li Yoji and Jiang Ning. He was so angry that he almost ground his teeth to powder. Chen Guohao pulled Chen Zhou back, his eyes darting around, and suddenly he put on a bitter face and said to Li Yoji, Old Li, how can you lie? Have we wronged you in any way? You're talking nonsense. Li Yoji had had enough of the father and son's attitude and roared, Every word I've said today is true, and I'm legally responsible for every single one of them. He was extremely agitated, his eyes red-rimmed, and he glared fiercely at Chen Guohao and his son. You forced me to write a letter of denunciation, wrongly accusing Mr. Jiang, and I almost made a terrible mistake. At this point, Li Yoji took the microphone and said loudly, Today, I testify for Mr. Jiang that he had no conspiracy regarding the shipwreck. It was caused by the rising river level, which caused the ship to run aground. If it weren't for Mr. Jiang's intervention, who knows how many people on that ship would have drowned, and I, Li Yoji, would have spent the rest of my life in regret and nightmares. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and his face was filled with remorse. I only regret why I didn't listen to Mr. Jiang back then. Otherwise, even that ship wouldn't have sunk. It's all my fault. Li Yoji couldn't continue speaking. He threw down the microphone, tightly grasped Jiang Ning's hand, and tears streamed down his face. This scene moved everyone present. At this moment, the matter is now clearly laid out before everyone. The letter of denunciation was forged by the father and son under duress from the captain. But the captain had a change of heart and publicly confronted the father and son, standing up for Jiang Ning. So Jiang Ning was right. There was no conspiracy behind his rescue. On the contrary, he was framed after the rescue. At this point, the Chun father and son were completely panicked. Unexpectedly, The timid and cowardly Li Yoji actually dared to support Jiang Ning and stand up against them and his son. Brother Long, let's call the police. Jiang Ning said to Lei Long. I have been slandered and threatened by someone. My personal reputation and mental and physical health have been greatly damaged. Those who hurt me must be brought to justice today. Not one of them should be let off the hook. Even Lin Feng was terrified when he heard this. Don't call the police. Chen Zhou was the first to lose his composure and hurriedly smiled ingratiatingly at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, we can talk this over. This remark left everyone present speechless, both amused and exasperated. You were all so aggressive just now, trying to kill Jiang Ning. When they couldn't handle it, they immediately begged for mercy. Even scoundrels and rogues have some backbone. Who are these people? Seeing that Chen Zhou had already shown weakness, Chen Guohao knew that the situation was hopeless and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Jiang Ning. We only knew that your shipwreck incident was a conspiracy, so? You heard? Jiang Ning frowned. Who told you that? This? Chen Guohao made a mistake in his haste, and Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to exploit it. Who told you that? Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. The audience was completely silent, waiting for Chen Guohao's answer. Whether it was the senior management of Everbright, the companies participating in the bidding, or the more than 100 guests observing, everyone present showed great interest in this matter. A shipwreck is more exciting than a movie. Therefore, no one stopped the matter, letting both sides tear each other apart until the final winner is revealed. You won't talk, huh? Jiang Ning gave Chen Guohao a cold smile. If you won't talk, then call the police and let them interrogate you. I'll tell you. Chen Guohao knew he couldn't avoid this, so he gritted his teeth and pointed at Lin Feng. Listen to what he says. He gave us advice to go find the captain. Ah, the audience gasped in surprise. It turns out that Raymond Lam was the mastermind behind it all. Jiang Ning sneered and looked at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, you should be glad I haven't called the police yet. Otherwise, you would have been going in with me. Raymond Lam's face turned green with fright. He never expected that at the crucial moment, the Chun family father and son would turn around and bite him. Jiang Ning, I'm sorry. I only suspected that your shipwreck incident was a conspiracy. Lin Feng frantically tried to defend himself, so I just asked the two of them to investigate. But I really didn't know they used threats to force the captain to write the whistleblower letter. Lin Feng held up 3 fingers to the ceiling. I swear to God, I really didn't know. No matter how Raymond Lam tries to explain himself, he has now become a laughing stock. Just now, he confidently and smugly controlled other people's destinies. In his words, Jiang Ning was an utterly wicked schemer. He is the righteous messenger who stands on the moral high ground and sees through human conspiracies. Now it seems the truth is quite the opposite. Lin Feng manipulated public opinion, incited the Chun family father and son, and got the captain to write a letter of denunciation to slander Jiang Ning. Thus, at the crucial moment of the bidding process, Jiang Ning was eliminated, allowing Lin's freight to win the bid smoothly. For personal gain, they can use fabricated charges to ruin such an outstanding young man. Such methods are incredibly vicious. What a brilliant move, Jean Meihuan said with a sneer to Chu Xiaoran. Xiaoran, your white moonlight has really made you proud today. Chu Xiaoran's expression was extremely unpleasant. There was never a moment when she felt that Raymond Lam was so shameful and despicable. She had a crush on him for 4 years in college, and after graduation, she missed him for a year while they were in a long-distance relationship. He was always a near-perfect figure in her heart. Although she and Raymond Lam had some minor disagreements during this period, things were still going well. She felt that as long as Lin Feng successfully secured the Everbright project, everything would be all right. Her wedding vows will become even more meaningful because of Raymond Lam's success. But right now, everything has gone wrong. Is this the perfect man you've always called? Jean Meihuan's words interrupted Chu Xiaoran's thoughts. Excuse my bluntness, but after seeing this, I truly believe he's not even a fraction as good as Jiang Ning. Jean Meihuan raised an eyebrow and spread her hands. Chu Xiaoran did not respond, his gaze fixed on the stage. On stage, Jiang Ning exuded confidence and radiance, remaining calm and composed. His every move was handsome and poised, making him incredibly charming. Then look at Lin Feng, whose face is gloomy and whose body is listless. At this moment, he looked like a child who had done something wrong, dejected and with unfocused eyes. Chu Xiaoran shook his head, his face full of bitterness. She suddenly couldn't understand what she had seen in Lin Feng in the first place. Chapter 96 Lin Feng's Downfall. Chu Xiaoran was momentarily lost in thought. She couldn't understand what it was about Raymond Lam that she had initially liked. Could it be that she was attracted to his good looks? But when Raymond Lam stands next to Jiang Ning now, he doesn't seem as handsome as Jiang Ning. Long ago, Someone told Chu Xiaoran that Jiang Ning was more manly and handsome than Lin Feng. Chu Xiaoran thought the other person was ridiculous at the time. How could Jiang Ning possibly be as handsome as Raymond Lam? But she can't laugh now, because she realized that she was the one who was ridiculous. Although Jiang Ning is not as refined as Lin Feng, he has sharp features and a resolute expression, giving women a particularly sexy and reliable feeling. Raymond Lam, with his fair and delicate skin, neatly slicked back hair, and light lipstick. With careful grooming, he does indeed look handsome. However, his handsomeness was so alluring that it couldn't withstand scrutiny. Perhaps, people will be amazed by Raymond Lam at first glance. But once you take a second or third look, you'll gradually be drawn to Jiang Ning, and you'll lose all interest in Lin Feng's good looks. This is the difference between superficial appearance and intrinsic quality. That's exactly how Chu Xiaoran feels right now. She used to think Raymond Lam was so handsome and charming. He's like the male protagonist in a fairy tale, so romantic it breaks your heart. But now, she's more attracted to Jiang Ning's looks. That's a real man, that's real charm. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiaoran felt even more lost. If it wasn't because he's handsome, then was my initial attraction to Raymond Lam due to his talent and ability? Talent? No. What talent does he have? Back in college, he was the president of the student union. He occasionally participated in a few school arts events, where he would jump around a few times and sing a few lines, and all the female fans in the audience would go crazy. In retrospect, it wasn't that he was particularly talented back then. He was just the student council president at the time, and that halo amplified his own importance. Now, looking back a year after graduation, what kind of talent is that? Without the halo of being the student council president, his talent was inferior to that of an ordinary person. So, if it's not because of talent, is it because of ability? Hee. Chu Xiaoran smiled bitterly to himself. So where does his ability lie? If I remember correctly, he became the student council president in college because a female advisor thought he was the school's most handsome guy and could bring positive publicity to the school, so she promoted him. Throughout his 4 years of university, he seemed to be the student council president all the time, yet he didn't achieve anything. On the contrary, she remembered that Jiang Ning had won the scholarship for 3 consecutive years and led Haicheng University to defeat the strong Tsinghua and Peking University teams in the sand table competition, helping Haicheng University win its first and only national championship to date. Then look at Lin Feng. After graduating from university, he went abroad to study but did not receive any honors. He returned to China in disappointment and has achieved nothing so far. Looking at Raymond Lam beyond the illusion of his past, he doesn't stand out in terms of looks, talent, or ability. Chu Xiaoran was completely bewildered. So, what exactly do I like about him? His kindness? His integrity? His thoughtfulness? Yes, I used to think he was so kind, upright, gentle, and considerate. In comparison, I once thought Jiang Ning was just a silly fool. However, during the time I've been in contact with Raymond Lam, all of his former kindness and integrity have disappeared. Gentleness and consideration are out of the question. He either calls her every day to ask for her help or to vent his emotions. So it seems he only has a little bit left. Devoted. Yes, Raymond Lam has remained loyal to this day. During his studies abroad, he had no extramarital affairs, and after returning to China, he did not do anything out of line when he was with me. The only time he discussed business with an older woman, Manhwa saw him. But now it seems he's not in contact with that old woman anymore. However, when it comes to being devoted to one woman, can he compare to Jiang Ning? When Jiang Ning was with me, he never met other girls alone behind my back, and he would never meet older women. Even just because Chu Xiaoran said, I don't like that you have so many female friends. Almost all of his female friends in his contacts have been deleted. When it comes to being devoted to one woman, can he compare to Jiang Ning? So, that's obviously not the reason why I chose Raymond Lam, right? Chu Xiaoran let out a long breath. The things in this world are best examined closely. She originally thought her relationship with Raymond Lam was incredibly strong, but her experiences during this period have made her begin to waver. She needs to be completely sober. She needs to see her feelings clearly and understand everything before her. At that moment, Lin Feng was still on stage, trying his best to explain to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I swear to God, I really didn't know you were innocent, Lin Feng said. I only asked the Chun family father and son to investigate your conspiracy, who knew they would interrogate the captain. Now that his scheme has been exposed, Raymond Lam may face criminal charges. He had no choice but to beg for mercy. However, Lin Feng was not lying about this. He had always believed that the sinking of the ship in Jiangning was a conspiracy. Upon receiving the letter of denunciation, he was overjoyed and extremely proud of his own brilliance. Little did he know that the letter of denunciation was the result of coercion and forced confession by the Chen family. I don't want to guess what's going on between you, and I'm too lazy to bother with you, Jiang Ning said calmly. Let's leave it to the police. Jiang Ning, you can't do this. Lin Feng completely broke down. Jiang Ning, we're alumni. I'm your senior, and we're both brothers in the Haicheng logistics industry. Even if I'm wrong, you should at least show leniency. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Is Lin Feng a joke? If he's wrong, he should admit it and stand up straight when he gets hit. At least then people would respect him. He's so spineless. He's ruined his reputation. He's nothing compared to Jiang Ning. You were so powerful when you attacked Jiang Ning. Now you're begging them to let you off the hook? Why should they let you off the hook? The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. They had never seen such a shameless person. Lin Feng, don't try to get close to me. We don't have any relationship. Jiang Ning smiled and said, you should be punished according to the severity of your crime. That's fair. I also believe in the impartiality and integrity of the judicial system. They won't wrong you in the slightest. Jiang Ning wanted to laugh. Don't you like to jump around in front of me? What? You couldn't even handle the slightest attack I made. I have even more fun things to tell you. Hang in there, Raymond Lam. Brother Long, let's call the police. Jiang Ning said calmly to Lei Long. Wait, Jiang Ning, wait a minute. Lin Feng was terrified. In desperation, a plan popped into his head. He didn't care about saving face at this moment and shouted to the audience. Xiaoran, where are you? Xiaoran, come here quickly. As he spoke, he finally saw Chu Xiaoran and hurriedly shouted, Xiaoran, come and talk to Jiang Ning. We're all alumni. There's no need to be so serious. Jiang Ning, you've always liked Xiaoran, haven't you? I know I stole Xiaoran from you, and that made you very angry. But for Xiaoran's sake, could you please not call the police this time? Lin Feng pleaded incoherently. Chu Xiaoran frowned, his face filled with anger, and his eyes flashed with disdain. You actually want me to beg Jiang Ning for you? Isn't it embarrassing enough? She snorted coldly, but didn't say a word, and turned to leave the venue. Chapter 97. Good people are rewarded. Clowns are beaten by everyone. Jean Meihuan also stood up, looked at Lin Feng, and smiled contemptuously. Clown. Then, she gave Jiang Ning an admiring look. Jiang Ning, I'm so sorry, we wronged you. We'll treat you to a meal another day to make amends. Please do us the honor. After saying that, she turned around and went out to chase after Chu Xiaoran. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. Chu Xiaoran ignored him and walked away. You bastard. You've completely disgraced me. Lin Xingbin was so angry that he slapped his thigh. Just now, Lin Feng confidently declared that he would definitely ruin Jiang Ning's reputation. As a result, it was the Lin family that suffered disgrace and ruin. This dramatic shift in circumstances was so overwhelming that even a seasoned veteran like Lin Xingbin found it difficult to cope for a while. Dad, I really didn't know. Lin Feng explained. Shut up. Lin Xingbin shouted angrily at Lin Feng, then went up on stage, picked up the microphone, and said, First of all, as Lin Feng's father, I apologize to everyone for the mistakes Lin Feng has made. It is my fault for not disciplining my son properly. Then, he bowed deeply to the crowd. Now that things have come to this point, explanations are useless and would only make us seem irresponsible. Only by bearing everything can one retain some dignity. He bowed deeply to Jiang Ning with a face full of apology. It's my fault for not keeping a good eye on Lin Feng and causing you trouble. This old fox is far more cunning than his son. Knowing that playing the victim would be most effective at this time, he portrayed himself as a pitiful old father who was disappointed in his son, in order to gain everyone's sympathy. If Jiang Ning were to make trouble for Lin Xingbin, people would definitely gossip about it. Therefore, Jiang Ning will not be fooled. Uncle Lin, please don't do this. I can't accept it. Jiang Ning smiled and helped Lin Xingbin up. Although I have suffered unwarranted accusations and insults, and almost became a rat that everyone wanted to beat, these have nothing to do with you. You are just a father who loves his child. You did nothing wrong. Now that the Lin family's power has waned, Jiang Ning has no need to kick them while they're down in front of everyone. If you're going to fight, fight behind the scenes and kill them with one blow. At this moment, Jiang Ning on the stage spoke with emotion and courtesy, earning the utmost admiration from everyone present. Jiang Ning has been slandered so much, yet he still manages to remain humble. This quality is truly rare. By the way, I heard that the Jiang family's daughter-in-law called off the wedding and confessed her feelings to Lin Feng. Is that true? Yes, that girl is Chu Xiaoran, the one who left the table earlier. Jiang Ning is such a pitiful child. That girl is too stupid. What does Lin Feng have to compare with Jiang Ning? Immediately, discussions arose in the meeting hall, with many praising Jiang Ning and expressing their indignation on his behalf. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a wilted eggplant, slumped weakly in the chair, looking as dejected as a lump of mud. Jiang Ning completely won over everyone present with his abilities and character. After the recent commotion, Wei Qingmei admired Jiang Ning even more. I almost misunderstood him. Wei Qingmei's eyes were almost swollen with tears. Her love for Jiang Ning was like a surging wave. President Wei, stop standing there and announce the results. Yang Yuewu's urging voice from the side interrupted her thoughts. Oh. Wei Qingmei awkwardly looked away, stepped onto the stage, and solemnly said, I must say, this year's bidding conference is the most exciting one in the history of China Everbright Group. Everyone bought one ticket and watched 2 shows. They got a great deal. Ha! Laughter erupted from the audience. Wei Qingmei's humorous opening also eased the tense atmosphere considerably. Then, with a serious expression, she said, Next, on behalf of China Everbright Group, I hereby officially announce that Ningda Logistics has won the top prize in this bidding conference. If nothing unexpected happens, China Everbright Group will engage in close cooperation with Ningda Logistics for the next 3 years. Congratulations to Ningda Logistics, and thank you to all the participants and guests. Thank you. Splash, splash, splash. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. This is what Jiangning deserves. At this moment, there was no doubt or jealousy in anyone's eyes. Yes, but I have deep respect for this young man. Next, Vice President Yang Yuewu went on stage to present the award certificate. And in front of everyone, a contract was signed with Jiang Ning on the spot. Lei Long and Li Yoji, standing to the side, were extremely excited. Li Yoji, in particular, seemed to have won the lottery himself, constantly muttering, Good people are rewarded. Good people are rewarded. Meanwhile, inside Jean Mei's car, although Chu Xiaoran left the scene, he couldn't help but click on the live video stream to watch the final results of Everbright's bidding. Jiang Ning, dressed in a well-tailored suit, sat at the same table as business tycoon Yang Yuewu. He picked up a gleaming gold pen and calmly and carefully signed his name on the contract. Then, he stood up and, facing countless flashes of light, smiled and shook hands with Yang Yuewu. At this moment, Jiang Ning was so dazzling and so captivating. 2 months ago, he was still a good-for-nothing in Chu Xiaoran's eyes, a useless sycophant who didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of her. 2 months later, he became an enviable young talent and a prodigy, a person of exceptional talent, with unparalleled glory. Chu Xiaoran's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She didn't know why she was crying, but her heart ached so much that she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Jean Meihuan handed over a tissue and sighed helplessly. Xiaoran, crying won't solve anything. Jiangning is now beyond our reach. Seeing that he had lost his composure, Chu Xiaoran quickly wiped away his tears and stubbornly said, Who said I wanted to climb up to him? He's always been my devoted admirer, okay? Jean Meihuan shook her head and smiled. She knew this was Chu Xiaoran's last act of defiance. Of course, she couldn't provoke Chu Xiaoran any further, so she simply stopped talking. What happened next was predictable. The police arrived at the venue and took the Chun father and son, as well as Lin Feng, away. Jiang Ning then went to the police station to assist in the investigation. When Chu Xiaoran returned home, he was immediately met with a barrage of insults. Chu Xiaoran, how could I have given birth to such a stupid daughter? Li Qin rolled her eyes in anger. Look at that Lin Feng. What kind of person is he? How could you leave Jiangning for him? How much mush is in your brain? Li Qin and Chu Guofeng also watched the entire live broadcast of Everbright's bidding process. Although they disliked Lin Feng, if Lin Feng could really secure the 300 million yuan project, they would definitely benefit from it, given Chu Xiaoran's relationship with Lin Feng. As a result, Lin Feng completely messed things up. Mom, stop talking. Chu Xiaoran was more heartbroken than anyone else. Why can't we talk about it? Li Qin shouted. Lin Feng made so many promises to us, but which one of them came true? She sat angrily on the sofa and started counting on her fingers. He previously said he could secure a 50 million investment from the Shen Group. Did he succeed? He also said that the Everbright project is a done deal. And who is it going to be? It's going to be Jiangning. And another thing, Li Qin said, getting angrier as she spoke. He also said he's going to be on a TV show, right? I don't think he'd even be on a TV show. Chapter 98 The Lin family goes bankrupt. Mom, please stop talking. These nagging words were like a tight headband, making Chu Xiaoran's head feel like it was about to split open. Why can't I say it? Li Qin pointed at Chu Xiaoran and angrily rebuked. From today onwards, you must cut off all contact with him. Chu Xiaoran clutched his head in anguish. She doesn't know when it started, but she developed headaches. especially when she was extremely depressed, coupled with Li Qin's nagging. Her head felt like it was about to explode. "Auntie, please calm down." Jean Meihuan stepped forward and advised. "Xiao Ran is still young, and it's inevitable that she will make mistakes. She will definitely correct them." "What do you mean, young?" If she hadn't acted recklessly back then, she would already be married and a wealthy lady in the Jiang family. At this point, Li Qin became even more disappointed. Chu Guofeng, who usually prefers to smooth things over, did not step forward to ease the tension this time. Instead, she echoed Li Qin and scolded Chu Xiaoran. "Xiaoran, a person only has a few chances in their life. You have already missed the best opportunity. You can't mess around like this again." "Dad, I didn't do anything reckless," Chu Xiaoran retorted. "Look at this child. She still won't admit her mistake," Li Qin said angrily. "Xiaoran," Chu Guofeng said with a serious expression, "your mother is right. You can no longer associate with Lin Feng. When you were with Jiang Ning, he spoiled you like a little princess every day, and things went smoothly for our family during that time. Since you left Jiangning and got together with Lin Feng, look at the state you've become. Look at this house again. It's chaotic and never peaceful." Chu Xiaoran's eyes welled with tears, and he lowered his head heavily. Knowing his tone had been a bit harsh, Chu Guofeng sat down opposite Chu Xiaoran and said earnestly, "Xiaoran, your mother and I are doing this for your own good. If you continue to get entangled with Lin Feng, our family will be dragged down with him sooner or later. Haven't you learned your lesson from what happened to your grandmother?" Li Qin added. Chu Xiaoran took a deep breath and finally made a decision. "Dad, Mom, I will seriously consider this matter. Please give me some time. After all, from college until now, she has poured all her feelings into Raymond Lam. At the wedding, she disregarded all pride and bravely confessed her love to Raymond Lam. This is the path she chose herself, and even if she wants to cut it off now, it's not something she can do immediately." "Well," Chu Guofeng understood his daughter's distress and shook his head helplessly, saying, "You'd better make a decision as soon as possible." For several days in a row, the story of Jiang Ning and Lin Feng became a hot topic on various self-media platforms. The previously misled public opinion has all reversed course, defending Jiang Ning and attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng's publicity stunt failed to drag Jiang Ning down. Instead, it benefited Jiang Ning, making him a hot topic again on various social media platforms. The online forum at Haicheng University was abuzz with activity. Jiang Ning outmaneuvered established logistics companies and defeated his former classmate Lin Feng to secure a 300 million yuan project, which not only ignited the forums of Ocean University of China, but also sparked discussions on forums of other nearby universities. Many of the younger students at Ocean University of China have become fans of Jiang Ning. With Jiang Ning as their idol and role model, they began to look forward to their own future, hoping to be like Jiang Ning, overcoming obstacles and achieving great things. At the same time, the farce that happened at the Jiang Ning wedding was brought up again. Jiang Ning was deeply in love with Chu Xiaoran, but Chu Xiaoran treated him so badly at the wedding. It was outrageous. If you don't love someone, don't hurt them. Chu Xiaoran can't even do that, which shows how vicious this woman is. But I bet she's kicking herself now, isn't she? For several days in a row, Chu Xiaoran's private account was flooded with attacks and insults from his juniors. Even worse, they sent rotten fruit and blind dolls to Chu Xiaoran's home. Chu Xiaoran was tormented to the point of exhaustion. In desperation, he deleted his personal account on the school forum and moved to Jean Meihuan's house to stay temporarily. At this moment, the most anxious and worried people are the Lin family father and son. Raymond Lam has been detained. His reputation is ruined and he is infamous. Lin Xingbin was in dire straits. Lin's Freight suffered a disastrous failure in its bid for Everbright Securities, and the company was in dire straits. Lin Xingbin tried to attract investment everywhere to cover the debts from his high-interest loans, but without the support of the Everbright Securities project, no one invested in Lin's Freight. Meanwhile, creditors such as Wu Dajiang heard the news that Lin Xingbing had borrowed money from multiple high-interest lenders using Lin's Freight as collateral. The fact that the company had mortgaged its assets in multiple places infuriated the creditors, who flocked to Lin's Freight Forward to demand repayment. Lin's Freight Forward was unable to cover its debts and ultimately declared bankruptcy. Chapter 99 Jiangning annexes the Lin family. The culmination of 3 generations of the Lin family's hard work. In Lin Xingbing's hands. Utterly destroyed. Although Lin's Freight went bankrupt, the creditors will not let Lin Xingbin off the hook. Even a starved camel is still meat. Sell Lin's Freight first, and pay me back the money. Wu Dajiang roared. The rest, pay me back in installments. Of all these creditors, Lin Xingbin was most wary of Wu Dajiang. Because he started his career in organized crime, killing and slashing were commonplace for him. Mr. Wu, I'm thinking of selling Lin's freight. But who would be willing to buy it? Lin Shengbin had disheveled hair and an unshaven beard, looking quite disheveled. Lin's freight is now in the same predicament as him, in a sorry state. So who would want to buy it? Don't worry about any of that. Wu Dajiang tossed a transfer agreement at me. Sign it. He initially mortgaged Lin's freight to Wu Dajiang. Wu Dajiang has the right to transfer and sell Lin's freight forwarding. However, since Lin Shengbin is the legal representative, the contract has more legal effect because he signed it. Upon seeing the transfer agreement, Lin Shengbin burst into tears. He picked up the pen with trembling hands, but couldn't bring himself to write. He was unwilling. Utterly unwilling. Sign it already, fucking. Wu Dajiang slammed his hand on the table. Wu Dajiang's henchmen stepped forward one after another, brandishing their weapons. If Lam Xingpin doesn't sign soon, he might lose all his physical parts. Lin Xingbin's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and choked back tears, and finally signed the transfer agreement. Will there really be a buyer? Lin Xingbin still held out hope. Although he signed the agreement, it's essentially a blank contract if no one buys it. If he makes a comeback in the future, Lin's freight can regain its former glory. However, Wu Dajiang's words plunged Lin Xingbin's heart into despair. Of course someone will buy it, Wu Dajiang said. General Manager Jiang of Ningda Logistics invested 20 million to buy Lin's freight. He patted Lin Xingbin on the shoulder. From now on, Lin's freight will be owned by the Jiang family. In an instant, Lin Xingbin completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and burying his face in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Useless thing, Wu Dajiang coldly cursed. Lin Xingbin, let me tell you, even after you sold Lin's freight, you only paid me back 20 million. Including interest, you still owe me 30 million. Don't fucking play the coward. Then, he said to one of his men, keep an eye on him and make sure he pays off the rest of the money as soon as possible. Yes, boss. After the Lin family's downfall, Lin Xingbin and his wife wanted to end their lives. However, good news came from the Lin family. Raymond Lam will not go to jail. Lin Feng suspected Jiang Ning of plotting something and suggested that the Chun family father and son find evidence. Unable to find any evidence, the Chun father and son resorted to coercing the captain into confessing and fabricating a false accusation. Lin Feng was unaware of this matter. He believed the letter of denunciation was genuine. Legally speaking, assisting a crime without knowing its nature does not constitute a violation of the law. So, Raymond Lam was given a lecture, symbolically detained for 2 days, and then released. This gave Lin Xingbin's family hope. After all, Raymond Lam has already joined the Rainforest Horror program team. If he can become a big star through this program, it won't be a problem for the Lam family to rise to prominence again. 2 days later, in a private room of a secluded pub, Raymond Lam met with Qian Rong. Sister Rong, thank you for saving my spot in the film crew. I really don't know how to thank you enough. At that moment, Raymond Lam was moved to tears. He thought he had lost the opportunity to join the Rainforest Horror program team. Unexpectedly, Qian Rong helped him turn the tide during his time in prison. In fact, he was unaware that Jiang Ning and Zhou Rui were behind this. Because Lin Feng was too dazzling on the day of the ever-bright bidding, he is now a pariah, hated by everyone. His videos and photos can often be seen on various social media platforms, and he now wears a mask whenever he goes out. He could only pin his hopes on this program. The Lin family went bankrupt, and he became a pariah. Chu Xiaoran wasn't much better off, and in a fit of pique, she refused to answer his calls. This show was his only lifeline. If you can become a star, everything will have a chance to turn around. Moreover, he already hated Jiang Ning to the core, and he wanted to use this opportunity to rise to power and deal a heavy blow to Jiang Ning. Sister Rong, let me toast you. Lin Feng raised his glass. Thank you for not giving up on me. Qian Rong clinked glasses with him and smiled meaningfully. You're so obedient. How could I bear to abandon you? Lin Feng smiled gratefully. I will definitely do my best to serve you, Sister Rong, from now on. However, just as the two were having a pleasant conversation, Qian Rong's phone rang. She picked up her phone, and her brows instantly furrowed. Seeing that Qian Rong looked unwell, Lin Feng tentatively asked, Sister Rong, what's wrong? See for yourself. Qian Rong laid her phone out in front of Lin Feng. On the phone, there was a photo of Raymond Lam wearing a dog leash and playing happily with Qian Rong. These photos were sent by a stranger. Below, there was a threatening statement. So, are the two of you interested in having a talk? Chapter 100 threatened regarding the unspoken rules incident. Who is he, and what does he want? Lin Feng trembled instantly. He was caught on camera engaging in unethical practices. This was a complete shock to him. The other party did not reply to the message. After a while, an unknown number called directly. Qian Rong answered the phone and put it on speakerphone. Hey, Mr. Qian, can you see the photo clearly? A teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. I didn't expect a big shot like you to be so adept at playing around with young heartthrobs. Who are you? What do you want? Qian Rong asked angrily. I don't want to do anything. I'm just a little short on cash lately, and I'd like to borrow some money from you. The voice on the other end of the phone was distorted, and its tone was always mocking. This made Lin Feng both panicked and angry. How many do you want? Qian Rong asked. I won't ask for much. 40 million it is. The other party gave the price directly. 40 million? Do you think we run a bank? Qian Rong almost jumped up on the spot. The voice on the other end was menacing. I have more than just a few photos. I recorded the entire time you two were at the hotel that night. If this video is posted online, what do you think the consequences will be? Son of a bitch. Lin Feng's face was contorted with rage. He had just begun to see hope when he encountered such a setback. He hated God, wondering why his life was so miserable. The Rainforest program is very popular recently. You two are both people with great potential. Why be so concerned about these tens of millions right now? Sui said jokingly. After the program airs, you will definitely become a sensation, making much more than just this amount of money. You two should broaden your horizons. These words struck a chord with Lin Feng. Indeed, if it were to be exposed now, the Rainforest program would definitely be ruined. Moreover, he will never have such a good opportunity and resources again. But Qian Rong disagreed. I don't have any money, don't even think about it. Go ahead and expose me if you want. Are you sure? Sui sneered. Then see you on the entertainment headlines tomorrow. Wait. Lin Feng snatched the phone and hurriedly said, Big brother, we can talk this over. Who the hell wants to negotiate with you? Either you pay up, or you'll be on the front page. Sui said, putting immense pressure on him. Lin Feng looked at Qian Rong. Sister Rong, we have to protect our future. Bullshit. Qian Rong roared. He's just deliberately threatening us. The more afraid we are of him, the more aggressive he becomes. The reasoning was correct, but Lin Feng really couldn't afford to gamble anymore. Sister Rong, I'm begging you. Let's find a way to give him this money. Lin Feng pleaded. If the photos get out, we'll both be ruined. I'm over 50, so retirement doesn't bother me. Qian Rong said nonchalantly. Sister Rong, I'm begging you. Lin Feng suddenly knelt down on the ground before Qian Rong. However, Qian Rong stared at Lin Feng with a suspicious look on her face. Qian Rong stared intently at Lin Feng and said coldly, Oh, I see. Lin Feng, you're all in cahoots, aren't you? What? Sister Rong, what are you talking about? Who am I on the same side as? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Don't play dumb. Qian Rong gritted her teeth and said, This isn't the first time I've done this kind of thing, and I've never been secretly filmed before. It's only this time, when I was playing with you, that I got secretly filmed. Isn't that strange? The implication is that you must have planned this all along, secretly filmed the video, and then, through inside collusion, sent someone to blackmail me? Otherwise, why would you have so strongly urged me to contribute money? Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head. Sister Rong, you've misunderstood me. I swear to God. What good is an oath? Qian Rong interrupted Lin Feng, pointing her finger at his nose and cursing. Let me tell you, Lin Feng, if you want to play dirty tricks, I'm your ancestor. If you want to settle this peacefully, you go and pay back the 40 million yourself. Don't expect me to give you a single penny. Raymond Lam was completely devastated. However, for the sake of their future, for this one and only golden opportunity, Raymond Lam has no other choice. Okay, I'll give you the money, Lin Feng said. But you need to give me some time to raise the money. The Lin family is now so rich, they're practically drowning in debt. All right, in that case, I'll give you 7 days. Sui said. If the money isn't in your account after 7 days, we'll see each other on Tushio. After hanging up the phone, Qian Rong said angrily, Lin Feng, you're really something. 40 million, is that a small amount? Lin Feng said helplessly, Sister Rong, what can I do? What do you think I can do? Lin Feng, you made the promise yourself, so you have to deal with it yourself. Qian Rong stood up angrily, throwing down the words. How can you be such a coward? He left in anger. Raymond Lam clutched his head in his hands, curled up in the private room in agony. He never imagined that one day he would end up in such a miserable state. After leaving the tavern, Qian Rong made sure Lin Feng wasn't following her, then hurriedly entered a restaurant across the street. Inside a private room at the restaurant, Su Wei and Zhou Rui were waiting for Qian Rong. Sister Qian, you acted really well. After closing the door to the private room, Su Wei gave a thumbs up. You could win an Oscar for Best Actor. Qian Rong laughed and said, Lin Feng is still too inexperienced. He couldn't withstand a few words. Zhou Rui shook her head and said with a forced smile, "This Lin Feng, going against Mr. Jiang, is really overestimating himself." It turns out that all of this was a scheme. Besides receiving 40 million in cash, Zhou Rui also repaid part of Jiang Ning's debt through this incident, and Qianrong even got to play with a young man for free. Everyone is a winner, except for one loser, Lin Feng. Chapter 101 Jiang Ning. Today is my birthday. In contrast, things have been going smoothly for Jiang Ning these past few days. Since securing the Everbright project, Ningda Logistics has been bustling with customers. Colleagues from all walks of life in Haicheng came to visit, and the doorstep was almost worn out from all the footsteps. When the Jiangbei distribution center opened, very few people from the industry came. It was a quiet and deserted place. Right now, these people are starting to make up for lost time. They each brought various precious gifts to my door, exchanging polite greetings and appearing extremely flattering and enthusiastic, because they witnessed Jiang Ning's terrifying strength. Ningda Logistics, established just over 2 months ago, not only secured a 300 million renminbi project from Everbright, but also acquired the long-established freight company, Lin's Freight. This is something that ordinary people cannot do. As a result, logistics industry peers no longer dare to underestimate Ningda Logistics, this rising star. In particular, Ningda Logistics has not only established a distribution center in Jiangbei District, but also covers the entire Jiangbei District. Moreover, after acquiring Lin's Freight, relying on Lin's Freight's distribution center in Xiqing District, Ningda Logistics' sphere of influence has covered Xiqing District and Jiangbei District, as well as the entire northwest area of Haicheng. Some small logistics companies and dedicated line companies will probably have to pay their respects to Ningda Logistics in the future. However, the current situation is not optimistic, because Lin's Freight has many unresolved issues that need to be addressed. Furthermore, leading logistics companies such as Sihai Logistics and Dingxing Logistics continue to exert strong momentum, possessing unshakable strength in the northwest region and even the entire Haicheng. As Ningda Logistics grows larger, it inevitably has to compete with these leading logistics companies for territory and customers. Therefore, the road ahead is still long and fraught with difficulties. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Secretary Xiaobai led Chen Chenggang and others into Jiang Ning's office. A month ago, Chen Chenggang and 3 other senior executives left Ningda Logistics with a flourish. However, at Lin's Freight, they were unable to receive employment contracts for a long time. Finally, after tireless efforts, they managed to get into Lin's Freight, but just as they were in the trial period, Lin's Freight declared bankruptcy. Fortunately, Jiang Ning acquired Lin's Freight, allowing the company to continue operating and, incidentally, saving the jobs of these 4 people. President Jiang. Chen Qinggang's face was flushed red. He stood in front of Jiang Ning with the other 3 senior executives, his head hanging low, looking extremely dejected. "The 4 of you, after all that going around in circles, haven't you all ended up back in my hands?" Jiang Ning said with a meaningful smile. "President Jiang, we know we were wrong." Chen Qinggang hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Actually, we still have a lot of affection for Ningda Logistics." "Huh," Little White said angrily from the side. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless." At this moment, Xiaobai felt extremely happy. When Chen Chenggang and others resigned, they were incredibly arrogant. Judging from their attitude, they wished they could never set foot in Ningda Logistics again. And what about now? That's utter bullshit. Chen Qinggang. Jiang Ning frowned and called out, "Hey, I'm here." Chen Qinggang stepped forward like a lapdog. "Do you guys want to leave on your own, or should I kick you out?" Jiang Ning asked. These words were like a bucket of cold water being poured over the 4 of them. Xiaobai, however, felt increasingly comfortable. "That's how you have to deal with these traitors." "President Jiang, please have mercy," Chen Chenggang said. "My wife just gave birth to our 3rd child." "It's not mine," Jiang Ning interrupted Chen Chenggang. "I suggest you be more dignified and go to the HR department to resign yourself." "President Jiang, please give us another chance." Chen Chenggang and the others pleaded desperately. "Get out," Jiang Ning coldly ordered. He couldn't be bothered to look at these people any longer. Xiaobai shooed the group out, then came back in a moment later and said, "President Jiang, another familiar face has come downstairs looking for you." As he spoke, Xiaobai's eyes flickered with a meaningful look. "An old acquaintance?" Jiang Ning, holding a coffee cup, went outside and stood by the window in the corridor. Looking down, he saw Chu Xiaoran sitting on the sofa in the lobby on the 1st floor. "Her?" Jiang Ning pointed. "Yes." Xiaobai knew that Chu Xiaoran was the boss's ex-girlfriend and said, "She's been waiting for you all morning. She knows you're busy, so she's been waiting there." Jiang Ning frowned. I want to rest properly this afternoon. I don't have time to see her. Send her away. Understood. Xiaobai nodded and went downstairs. What? Jiang Ning won't see me. Chu Xiaoran was furious upon hearing this. So what if he secured the Everbright project? Does he need to put on such an air in front of me? Miss Chu, please watch your words. President Jiang has been very busy lately and hasn't even seen many of our business partners. If there's nothing else, please wait until President Jiang has time to come over. Xiaobai was very dissatisfied with Chu Xiaoran's attitude. This woman immediately accused President Jiang. Did she think she was President Jiang's fiancée? No wonder President Jiang ignored her. I wouldn't have ignored her either. I'm going upstairs to find him. Chu Xiaoran made a move to walk towards the elevator. Miss Chu, you cannot enter without Mr. Jiang's permission. Xiaobai hurriedly stopped Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran glared angrily at Xiaobai. You should know who I am, right? I know, Xiaobai answered without hesitation. Since you know that, what gives you the right to stop me? Chu Xiaoran questioned. Do you even have the right to stop me? Xiaobai was completely enraged, but still maintained a professional smile. You and President Jiang are both things of the past. Now you're just ordinary passers-by. Why don't I have the right to stop you? You? Chu Xiaoran's face turned green with anger. How dare a lowly secretary treat me like this? Chu Xiaoran angrily pulled out her phone and called Jiang Ning, wanting to question him about why he treated her this way. However, Jiang Ning simply wouldn't answer the phone. This left her with a belly full of anger and nowhere to vent it. Get out of my way. I need to talk to Jiang Ning. Chu Xiaoran pushed Xiaobai aside. Tell me what you need to say first, and I'll report to President Jiang. If he feels it's necessary to see you, he'll naturally let you go up. Xiaobai blocked Chu Xiaoran's way again. I have private business with him. Chu Xiaoran glared angrily at Xiaobai. Do I have to tell you my private business? President Jiang said that this is a company place and we don't discuss personal matters, so please go back first. Xiaobai gestured for him to leave. At this moment, two security guards also came over and stood behind Xiaobai, looking like they would take action if he messed around. Chu Xiaoran completely broke down. At this moment, she truly realized that Jiang Ning really didn't want to see her. Chu Xiaoran walked out of the office building in a daze and sat on the steps in a daze. After a while, a familiar figure walked out of the office building and headed down to the parking lot. Jiang Ning. Chu Xiaoran's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly chased after them. Jiang Ning frowned, never expecting this woman to be so persistent. He didn't stop walking and headed towards his parking space. Jiang Ning, are you going out? Chu Xiaoran chased after him and said, Jiang Ning, you've seen what happened on the school forum lately. I've been getting a lot of flack from those people. I get letters insulting me almost every day now. I really can't take it anymore. What does this have to do with me? Jiang Ning frowned. Chu Xiaoran bit her lip. They're standing up for you, saying that I was stupid and willful for choosing Lin Feng, and they even said that I am blind. Puff. Jiang Ning couldn't help but burst out laughing. This year's freshmen have some good taste. Chu Xiaoran said, I just want you to say a few words of justice to stop them from cyberbullying me. I've been driven crazy these past few days. I can't even go home. Jiang Ning frowned. People can say whatever they want. I can't control them. They idolize you now. Your words will definitely carry weight, Chu Xiaoran said. I told you I can't control it. Jiang Ning suddenly raised his voice. Chu Xiaoran said angrily, Jiang Ning, you're happy to see me being attacked online, aren't you? You feel a sense of revenge, don't you? Jiang Ning frowned. You really think you're something special? Do you think you're worthy of my taking revenge? After saying that, he stopped looking at Chu Xiaoran, turned around, opened the car door, and prepared to get in. Chu Xiaoran chased after him again. Jiang Ning, can you let me finish what I have to say? She pursed her lips and said with a wronged expression, Don't you remember? Today is my birthday. Chapter 102 Giving Stones. Aren't you childish? Why should I remember your birthday? Jiang Ning asked. Chu Xiaoran looked dejected, feeling as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. In the past, her birthday was practically a festival in Jiangning. During her university years, Jiang Ning was always the first to come and congratulate her on her birthday. The year she started dating Jiang Ning, her birthday was absolutely extravagant. Jiang Ning not only specially commissioned a designer from a well-known brand to design a gorgeous long dress for her, but also gifted her a limited edition Patek Philippe watch. They even booked out the entire Golden Sparrow Garden for Chu Xiaoran's birthday celebration. But Chu Xiaoran complained about Jiang Ning's extravagance and said that such a birthday was meaningless. So she was very unhappy that day. She didn't wear the clothes Jiang Ning gave her, and the watch was left in the closet at home. Furthermore, she left early that day and rushed home to start a video chat with Raymond Lam on the other side of the ocean. That night, she chatted with Raymond Lam on the computer until the early hours of the morning. She had no idea that Jiang Ning had 12 missed calls and 7 or 8 messages on her phone. Looking back on last year's birthday party, Chu Xiaoran feels like he's dreaming. Jiang Ning, today is my birthday. Chu Xiaoran said, standing by the car window. Aren't you going to do anything for me? I'll say a damn thing. Jiang Ning coldly uttered a sentence, stepped on the gas, and sped away. Chu Xiaoran was left standing there in a daze. She originally thought that Jiang Ning would definitely do something to celebrate her birthday. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to give her any gifts. She just wanted the two of them to sit down for a meal and chat. In this way, she also hoped to take advantage of her birthday to get Jiang Ning to help her resolve the controversy on the school forum. After all, it's the birthday person today, so Jiang Ning will give him some face. But she misjudged once again. Jiang Ning didn't give her any chance at all, and what he said was extremely offensive. Watching Jiang Ning leave, Chu Xiaoran felt a sharp pain in his heart. She's no longer considering whether Jiang Ning will help or not. She now seriously doubts whether she truly holds no place in Jiang Ning's heart anymore. In just 2 or 3 months. How did that guy who licked her to the bone become so cold and heartless? It feels so unreal. Chu Xiaoran couldn't understand it and felt helpless. She walked aimlessly down the street and casually posted a message on her WeChat Moments. Xiaoran, this is the saddest birthday you've ever had. Don't let it happen again. Then, a photo of a little girl crying in front of a cake was added. She wanted Jiang Ning to know that she was truly heartbroken at that moment. The next second, Xia Yuning instantly liked the post. However, very few people came to offer their condolences. Is today your birthday? Come over to my house. Your sister will celebrate your birthday with you. Jean Meihuan saw the post on WeChat Moments and sent a message. Chu Xiaoran felt a warmth in his heart. This older sister was perhaps the only ray of warmth in her cold world. Okay, I'll head back now, Chu Xiaoran replied. At 2 p.m., at Jean Meihuan's home, one delicious dish after another was served on the table. Kim Meihuan even prepared a birthday cake for her. Just as the two finished their work and were about to sit down to celebrate, the doorbell rang. I'll go open the door. Chu Xiaoran got up to open the door. Lin Feng appeared at the door, holding a bouquet of flowers, and exclaimed with a big smile, surprise. Chu Xiaoran immediately frowned. She didn't even think of Raymond Lam on her birthday this year. Of course, Lin Feng didn't remember her birthday either. He just saw her post on WeChat Moments and bought flowers on the spur of the moment. During this period, Raymond Lam experienced the bankruptcy of his family and was burdened with a debt of 40 million. He was under tremendous pressure every day and was mentally exhausted. However, he concealed his debts, only saying that he was about to join the show as a star, using this vain way to perpetuate his glorious image. However, Chu Xiaoran became much colder towards Lin Feng. Come in. Chu Xiaoran didn't accept the flowers, but simply turned around and said, change into slippers. Lin Feng changed into slippers and presented the flowers to Chu Xiaoran. Xiaoran, happy birthday. Thanks, Chu Xiaoran said indifferently, took the flowers, and casually placed them on the coffee table next to him. Wow, you've made so much delicious food. I haven't eaten yet. Lin Feng sat down as if they were old friends. Jean Meihuan, however, frowned and ignored Lin Feng. Feeling awkward, Lin Feng decided to lighten the mood by taking out a small, exquisite box from behind his back and saying, Xiaoran, I went to many stores to buy this for you. Chu Xiaoran's eyes lit up. Although I haven't wanted to talk to Raymond Lam lately, I have to say that he really put his heart into it. Thanks. Chu Xiaoran accepted the gift. Wow, what's this gift? It looks nice. Jean Mei exclaimed. Xiaoran, open it and take a look. Yes, open it and take a look, you'll definitely like it. Lin Feng said with anticipation. Chu Xiaoran unpacked the package and opened the box with great joy. However, the next second her face turned incredibly embarrassed. It turned out to be a stone, heart-shaped. The words engraved on it read, Xiaoran, love you, forever. It's obvious that it was carved on the spot, and there are still some stone dust around the characters. What's this? Chu Xiaoran's brows were furrowed into knots. A rock, huh? Jean Meihuan laughed. What stone? This is my heartfelt sentiment. Lin Feng said romantically. Although it's not very valuable, only a little over 1,000 yuan, it represents my heart that will always love Xiaoran. Sigh. Chu Xiaoran sighed deeply. This thing is only good for fooling little girls. Do you really think I would like a rock? Anyone can see that this is just an ordinary pebble, except that it has been polished, waxed, and engraved with words. You're telling me something that costs only a few dollars to make costs over 1,000? The packaging looks more expensive than the stone itself. Chu Xiaoran's face almost turned dark. He gritted his teeth and said, don't send such childish things in the future. Lin Feng immediately became unhappy. Xiaoran, don't you like it? It's not that I don't like it, Chu Xiaoran said. It's that I hate it. Lin Feng frowned deeply. How could you say that? This is a token of my appreciation. Your gesture is too cheap, isn't it? Jean Meihuan looked at Chu Xiaoran and said, for Xiaoran's last birthday, Jiang Ning gave him a Patek Philippe limited edition watch worth millions. Lin Feng immediately objected. So what if you have a lot of money? No matter how much money you have, can it compare to my sincerity? How do you know that Jiang Ning's gift wasn't given with sincerity? Chu Xiaoran looked coldly at Lin Feng. Chapter 103. Let me indulge just this once. He's so rich, of course he can give you better things. You know my current financial situation. Lin Feng began to explain again. Jiang Ning didn't have any money back then either. Chu Xiaoran interrupted Lin Feng calmly. His family had cut off his finances, so he borrowed money to buy it for me. Forehead. Lin Feng didn't know how to argue, and suddenly became furious, saying, Xiaoran, when did you become like this? Does true love have to be measured in money? If you're not even willing to spend money, what kind of sincerity are you talking about? Chu Xiaoran said coldly. Raymond Lam was completely speechless after being roasted. Seeing Lin Feng's embarrassed expression, Chu Xiaoran couldn't help but shake his head and sneer. If it were a year ago, she would have been so happy to receive a gift from Raymond Lam, no matter how inexpensive, that she wouldn't have been able to sleep. Even a simple happy birthday is enough to make her overjoyed. But she's no longer buying into that. This broken stone, is it trying to fool someone? Xiaoran, today is your birthday, cheer up. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Kim Mihuan stepped in to ease the tension. Chu Xiaoran took a deep breath and forced a smile. Let's eat. But right now, Raymond Lam has no appetite at all. He had lost face in front of Chu Xiaoran during this period, so he had been holding back his anger. You should know that he used to be Chu Xiaoran's idol. He was high and mighty, and even a little bit of concern from him would make Chu Xiaoran feel flattered. But now the situation is completely reversed. He went to great lengths to send gifts to please Chu Xiaoran. However, Chu Xiaoran's words left him red-faced and furious. Lin Feng felt that his dignity had been trampled on. Xiaoran, tell me, do you regret being with me? Are you still thinking about Jiang Ning? Lin Feng questioned. Chu Xiaoran gritted his teeth. It seems you've asked this question more than once. What else do you want me to say? I want you to tell me the truth. Lin Feng shouted. It's my birthday today, do you have to argue with me? Chu Xiaoran also got angry. Seeing that Chu Xiaoran was angry, Lin Feng immediately lowered his posture and said with a hint of pleading, Xiaoran, I don't want to argue with you. You know I love you, and I can't live without you. Although it's unclear whether he was telling the truth or putting on a melodramatic act, these words at least show him bowing to himself. Chu Xiaoran suppressed his excitement and sighed heavily. I've been feeling very confused lately. I hope we can both calm down, and it would be best if we saw each other less often. If her family finds out that Raymond Lam is celebrating her birthday, there will probably be chaos. Xiaoran, do you think I'm useless? Lin Feng started again. Chu Xiaoran felt extremely irritated. Looking at the table full of food, she already had a big appetite and her fingers were itching to eat. At this moment, however, Lin Feng's unreasonable and irrational behavior caused him to lose his appetite. I'm not eating anymore. Chu Xiaoran got up and went to the bedroom. Lin Feng, when will you ever stop? Jean Meihuan couldn't stand it anymore. What should have been a pleasant birthday family gathering turned into a chaotic mess. Besides, what right do you, Lin Feng, have to cause trouble here? If you upset Xiaoran again, leave my house immediately. Jean Meihuan shouted angrily at Lin Feng, pointing to the door. Lin Feng also knew that he shouldn't have pressed Chu Xiaoran for answers. He sighed and said, Miss Jean, I'm sorry, I made Xiaoran unhappy. Go tell Xiaoran what I'm sorry for. Jean Meihuan didn't want to talk to him at all. Lin Feng arrived at Chu Xiaoran's bedroom door and knocked. Xiaoran, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked those pointless questions. I know you've always loved me, and I know you won't look down on me. So don't worry, I will definitely prove myself. These are old sayings, and I don't know how many times Lin Feng has said them. Chu Xiaoran had long since grown tired of hearing it. So she covered her ears, not wanting to hear anymore. Jean Meihuan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, then walked over and knocked on Chu Xiaoran's door. Xiaoran, come out and eat. The food will get cold soon. That sentence worked. After a while, the door was pushed open, and Chu Xiaoran wiped his slightly reddened eyes. Sister Meihuan, do you have any wine? Yes. White wine, red wine, beer, whatever you like, Jean Mei called out. White, Chu Xiaoran said. She is currently extremely depressed and just wants to drink a lot of strong liquor. It's as if only the sting of strong liquor in my throat can make the pent-up frustration in my heart less noticeable. Jean Meihuan brought over a bottle of high-end blue and white porcelain and opened it. The aroma of the strong liquor instantly filled the air. All the misfortunes will be in the past. After today, you will be reborn. Jean Meihuan poured wine, raised her glass, and said, Xiaoran, happy birthday to you. Sister Meihuan, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Let me drink this first. Without saying a word, Chu Xiaoran tilted his head back and drank the 2.5 ounces of baijiu in one gulp. Kim Meihuan was stunned. This wasn't the first time she'd drunk with Chu Xiaoran, but she'd never seen him down a drink in one gulp like that. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Xiaoran choked and coughed, tears welling in his eyes. He covered his mouth and took a long time to recover. However, the thought of Zhang Ning's indifferent back view today made her feel sad again, and she grabbed the wine bottle and poured herself another full glass. Xiaoran, are you all right? Lin Feng asked. Chu Xiaoran pretended not to hear and said to Jean Meihuan, Sister Meihuan, thank you for cooking such a big meal for me. I'll toast you with this. Xiaoran, that's enough, Lin Feng advised. Your health is the most important thing. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoran was startled. It seems that Zhang Ning would always advise him in this way whenever he drank too much. Now that the alcohol was taking effect, Chu Xiaoran's mind was filled with the image of Zhang Ning resolutely leaving. Feeling frustrated, she ignored all advice and drank it down in one gulp. Cough, cough, cough. This time, she choked so badly that she saw stars. But she felt great. Under the influence of alcohol, they even started having wild thoughts. If Zhang Ning were here, would he still feel sorry for me like before if he saw me like this? Again, Chu Xiaoran gritted his teeth and poured the wine again. She's really enjoying the feeling right now. If you keep drinking like this, I'm not going to drink with you anymore, Jean Meihuan said angrily. Sister Meihuan, please let me indulge myself just this once. Chu Xiaoran, already under the influence of alcohol, picked up his glass again. At this moment, she was not only in a very bad mood, but also her mind was filled with extremely complicated emotions that she couldn't untangle. She desperately needed alcohol to numb herself. Sister Meihuan, do as you please, I'll drink it. Without giving Kim Meihuan a chance to stop her, she tilted her head back and downed the drink in one gulp. This time, it seemed like they were prepared in advance. The strong liquor didn't cause as much of a reaction as the previous 2 times. However, the effects of the alcohol only intensified. This made her increasingly excited, but her vision became increasingly blurry. Lin Feng and Jean Meihuan in front of me gradually became indistinct. But memories deep within her mind welled up like a spring. Jiangning. Chu Xiaoran swayed his body and murmured aloud. Xiaoran, what are you saying? Lin Feng's face darkened. However, the alcohol was too strong, and Chu Xiaoran was now so drunk that he couldn't notice Lin Feng at all. She took another big gulp of wine, and her eyes began to search around. What are you looking for? Jean Meihuan asked. My phone, my phone, Chu Xiaoran exclaimed. It's right in front of you. Kim Meihuan pointed. Oh, Chu Xiaoran, his eyes blurry with drunkenness and his upper body swaying slightly, grabbed his phone. Xiaoran, what are you doing? Lin Feng didn't know what was wrong with Chu Xiaoran today. Could it be that I made her unhappy just because I asked a few more questions? Before Lin Feng could even react, he heard Chu Xiaoran dial a number and say into the phone, Hey, Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Chapter 104 Cry. This is your own choice. This completely unsettled Lin Feng. He actually called Jiang Ning right in front of me? Chu Xiaoran, what on earth are you up to? He tried to grab the phone, but was stopped by Kim Meihuan. Lin Feng, Xiaoran is drunk. He just wanted to let loose. Do you even need to interfere with that? Lin Feng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Fine, then I won't care. I'll see what you can say when you're drunk. He sat back down and stared coldly at Chu Xiaoran. Hello, Jiang Ning answered the phone. What are you doing? Chu Xiaoran asked, slightly drunk. What is it? Jiang Ning asked in return. What are you doing? Chu Xiaoran's voice was loud, and his tone was somewhat willful. Have you been drinking? Jiang Ning sensed something was off about the tone. Yes, I've been drinking, Chu Xiaoran said in a daze. Jiang Ning, I just want to ask you, do you hate me now? Why do you always refuse to help me? Jiang Ning really didn't want to listen to these pointless words. He was exhausted and just wanted to get a good night's sleep. He had no desire to get entangled with Chu Xiaoran. Say something, say something. Chu Xiaoran continued to shout willfully. Neuropathy. Jiang Ning casually tossed out a sentence and hung up the phone. But Chu Xiaoran continued shouting into the phone. She knew the other person had hung up, but she just wanted to vent, even if it was just venting to thin air. Lin Feng shook his head, gritting his teeth and saying hatefully, Jiang Ning has been avoiding this issue. He hates me and Xiaoran, so he keeps using various methods to take revenge on us. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. It turned out that Chu Xiaoran had shouted until he was exhausted, and he lay down on the table and burst into tears. This left both Jin Meihuan and Lin Feng at a loss. What's wrong with Xiaoran? Did Jiang Ning bully her on the phone just now? Lin Feng stood up and shouted angrily. How dare he bully Xiaoran? I'm going to settle the score with him. Stop right there. Jin Mei shouted. How are you going to settle this? Are you going to go and fight him? That's right. Lin Feng clenched his fist. How dare he bully Xiaoran? I'll beat him until he begs for mercy on his knees. He has been doing quite well in Taekwondo during this period. He believed that if he were to fight Jiang Ning, he could easily beat Jiang Ning to a pulp in no time. He desperately wants to beat Jiang Ning up. Childish, Jin Mei cursed. You'd better not cause any more trouble here. Xiaoran has had too much to drink. I'll comfort her and let her rest. You should go back first. Women understand women best. Jin Meihuan knew that Chu Xiaoran's crying was not because he had been bullied, but because he felt resentful. Alcohol is something that can amplify one's inner self infinitely. Normally, Chu Xiaoran could control her emotions, but after drinking, she had no self-control at all. Xiaoran. Lin Feng stepped forward and patted Chu Xiaoran on the shoulder. Did Jiang Ning bully you? I'll go beat him up right now. Chu Xiaoran ignored Lin Feng and cried even harder. Don't you think she's heartbroken enough? Jin Mei shouted. Hurry up and leave. The more you do this, the harder she'll cry. Lin Feng was completely helpless and whispered in Chu Xiaoran's ear. Xiaoran, I'll be leaving now. Chu Xiaoran didn't look at Lin Feng at all from beginning to end. He just kept burying his head and crying. Lin Feng sighed, shook his head, and went out. Jin Meihuan looked at Chu Xiaoran with heartache and sighed helplessly. Xiaoran, this is your own choice, and no one can help you. Jiang Ning's mood was not affected by Chu Xiaoran's phone call. He slept for more than 3 hours and woke up in the evening. Today is the day my mom is coming back from abroad, and we're going to have dinner at my parents' place. After changing into some fresh clothes, Jiang Ning drove back to his parents' house. Wu Qiong, the mother, was overjoyed to see her son again after traveling abroad for more than a month. Although she was not at home during this time, she knew about everything that had happened. The old factory site purchased by Jiang Ning was demolished, the Everbright project was acquired, and Linshire Freight was merged, raising Ningda Logistics to a new level. Each of these achievements was a remarkable feat for the Jiang family. Jiang Ning's mother, Wu Qiong, kept praising him for being capable. However, at this moment, Jiang Yuqing, the father, had a face full of worry. Dad, why are you unhappy? Jiang Ning asked. Well, Jiang Yuqing sighed and remained silent. Jiang Ning's mother, Wu Qiong, disregarded all of this and told him the whole truth. It turns out that after the last family falling out, the relatives began to unite and boycott the Jiang Ning family. After Jiang Ning secured the Guangda project, it also acquired Lin's Freight, which made them even more envious. They couldn't stand to see the Jiang family doing well, so their resistance intensified. Because Jiang Ning's family is in the medical device industry, some raw materials and components are supplied by their relatives' companies over the years. These relatives joined together to boycott Jiang Ning's family, causing a product shortage and a significant drop in business for Jiang Ning's family. A huge pile of blood pressure monitors, thermometers, orthodontic appliances, worth tens of millions, was stacked up in the warehouse. In less than a month, the Jiang family's businesses suffered a severe blow, and their assets began to shrink. In fact, the Jiang family also began to decline during this period in the previous life. Although he did not break with his family in his previous life, these relatives watched coldly. When the Jiang family went bankrupt, they all avoided him and even refused to see him. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Ning disregarded his family's reputation and broke with these people. The situation is even more serious in this life. These relatives, because of a big fight with the Jiang family, have joined forces to isolate the Jiang Ning family and kick them while they're down. If this continues, it won't be long before our family can't afford it, Jiang Yuqing said. Ningda Logistics was expanding its scale and was in urgent need of money. The demolition compensation had not yet been received, and the Jiang group itself was on a downward trend. The future of the Jiang family was fraught with danger. Dad, don't worry, I'll handle this, Jiang Ning said. After all, this whole thing started because of me. How do you plan to solve this? Jiang Yuqing asked. If we make them all go bankrupt, will things finally calm down? Jiang Ning asked, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Jiang Yuqing. Chapter 105 The Transformation Plan. The next morning, in Shun Lingyue's office. Xiao Ning, if you just pack up all this leftover stock and dump it on me, won't you be losing money? Shun Lingyue asked, looking at the list in her hand with a surprised expression. That's right. Jiang Ning has already packed up all of the Jiang family's inventory and is preparing to sell it off. The Jiang family is about to transform. Based on the experience of the previous life, The traditional medical device industry that the Jiang family is currently involved in has begun to decline. If they don't transform quickly, their only fate will be to wait for death. However, neither Xing nor Jiang's relatives realized the potential risks and continued to blindly plunge in. The next few years will be an era of booming development for the health industry. Young people face immense work pressure, consume a lot of food additives, and engage in unhealthy lifestyles such as staying up late, excessive socializing, and lack of exercise, leading many to fall ill at an early age. Therefore, many young people with poor health urgently need to take care of their health in advance. With the aging population becoming increasingly serious, the market for elderly care will continue to grow. This is the future trend. It's a vast blue ocean. If you can control this trend, an overwhelming amount of wealth will come your way. Moreover, their wealth accumulation will quickly surpass that of the top families in Haicheng. In the previous life, the Bai Group in Haicheng successfully transformed itself and became the second richest company in Haicheng, second only to the richest man, Tang Zhongying. Therefore, in this life, Jiang Ning must seize the opportunity. Ningda Logistics is currently the foundation, and it needs to steadily expand its territory. After the Jiang family's transformation, they can quickly accumulate funds and seize the future pioneer market. They're grabbing territory on one hand and market share on the other to make money on the other. In this way, the foundation becomes more and more solid, and the funds become more and more abundant. When the time is right, we will extend our reach to other industries, including civil engineering, catering, and entertainment, integrating online and offline channels to form a closed loop. An impregnable business empire can then be established. Therefore, Jiangning must transform itself as soon as possible. Therefore, he wanted to sell off all of the Jiang family's inventory to quickly recover funds and invest them in the transformation plan. Xiaoning, have you done any market research? Shen Lingyue couldn't help but worry after learning about Jiang Ning's plan. Our Shen Group has been in the health industry for several years, but it has never really taken off. The implication is that your Jiang family is not as powerful as my Shen family right now. Isn't it too risky for you to take such a gamble? Moreover, Ningda Logistics is in a period of rapid growth and needs more financial support. If the transformation is unsuccessful, all the achievements Ningda Logistics has made may be lost. Shen Lingyue's suggestion was very pertinent. Taking too big a step could lead to losing everything. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. Sister Lingyue, your thoughts are the same as those of the people around me. Right now, no one is optimistic about Jiang Ning's plans. Even his parents were skeptical. If their peers find out, they might make fun of them, thinking that the Jiang family is grasping at straws in desperation. However, what they didn't know was that Jiang Ning had a trump card. That's old Cui Zhixiang. Over the years, Dr. Cui has been treating and saving lives, and he has found that the number of patients he saves is increasing, making it impossible for him to treat them all. Therefore, after reflecting on himself, Mr. Cui realized that he had been wrong all along. The root of curing disease actually lies in preventing disease. When he learned that Jiang Ning was going to develop a large-scale health industry, abandoning Western medicine and carrying forward the essence of traditional Chinese medicine, with products focusing on traditional Chinese medicine healthcare products, he was extremely excited and talked with Jiang Ning all night. He stated that he could return to China to fully support Jiang Ning's cause. If Elder Cui could generously share some of his secret formulas to create medicines that benefit the people at affordable prices, it would surely open up the market quickly. It will not be a problem to quickly capture the market share of the big health industry in a short period of time. Hearing this, Shen Lingyue felt a little relieved. Currently, Shen's group also has a pharmaceutical division. They regularly invite experts to conduct online live broadcasts to popularize knowledge about disease treatment and healthcare. At the same time, they also sell some home medical devices online. The thermometers, blood pressure monitors, and other products packaged by Jiangning sell out almost every quarter. Therefore, she has no worries about sales. Moreover, the price of the packaged goods in Jiangning is at least 30% lower than the market price. If the Shen Group accepts this shipment, it will be a win-win situation for everyone. However, at that moment, the door to Shen Lingyue's office was pushed open. What big business deal are you talking about? Accompanied by his secretary, Shen Yunhai entered the room with a smile. Dad, what brings you here? Shen Lingyue was startled and quickly stepped forward to help him up. I was bored at home, so I came out for a walk and happened to stop by, Shen Yunhai said with a kind smile. Hello, Uncle Shen. Jiang Ning hurriedly stood up. Hey, isn't this Jiang Ning? Shen Yunhai walked up with a smile and shook hands with Jiang Ning. Sigh, time flies. I remember Jiang Ning used to be a naughty boy, Shen Yunhai said with a smile. He's grown up so much in the blink of an eye. Uncle Shen hasn't changed at all. He's still as energetic as ever. Ha ha, I'm getting old. I can't keep up, Shin Yunhai sat down on the sofa and gestured to Jiang Ning. Sit down. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two got down to business. After learning about the conversation between Jiang Ning and Shin Lingyue, Shin Yunhai frowned and shook his head. Jiang Ning, Lingyue is just helping out at home right now. I still have to make the decisions on many things. Dad, aren't you feeling unwell? Shin Lingyue said. I'm not dead yet, am I? Shin Yunhai's expression turned cold. Dad, what are you saying? Shin Lingyue sensed something was wrong. Shin Yunhai coldly rebuked. A deal worth tens of millions. You just sign it like that? Do you think the company is a joke? It was obvious that he was saying this to Jiang Ning. But this deal is a sure thing. No risk at all, Shin Lingyue said, feeling wronged. A sure thing? Shin Yunhai said to Shin Lingyue. Then let me ask you, the rainforest horror investment a while ago was a sure thing. So why did you withdraw it? He asked the question knowing the answer already, and glanced at Jiang Ning out of the corner of his eye. Shin Lingyue frowned and said, Dad, can we not talk about this anymore? Shin Yunhai ignored Shin Lingyue, took a deep breath, and said to Jiang Ning earnestly, Jiang Ning, your uncle said you've been doing very well lately. Acquiring Lin's freight forward, impressive. Uncle, you flatter me. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Shin Yunhai took a deep breath and said earnestly, However, I must advise you, young man, you must remain calm and not lose your way because of a temporary victory, and don't overreach yourself. The implication is that you should mind your own business and not cause trouble at my house. Jiang Ning naturally understood the implied meaning, forced a smile, and remained silent. Seeing this, Shin Yunhai stopped pressing the issue and said with a smile, Jiang Ning, regarding the medical equipment issue, it's not that your uncle is being unreasonable. It's just that we can't accept this batch of goods. You should talk to someone else. Chapter 106 Free Labor Force. I have already agreed to cooperate, Shin Lingyue said through gritted teeth. Do you call the shots at the Shin Group, or do I? Shin Yunhai suddenly roared. Uncle Shun, please don't be angry. Jiang Ning sighed. If you don't want to cooperate, that's okay. I'll find other sales channels. He wasn't worried about sales. He was just giving Shin Lingyue some conveniences. But Shin Lingyue was extremely saddened and said, Dad, I have already decided to accept this batch of goods. Shut up, Shin Yunhai suddenly shouted. Do you make the decisions for the Shin Group, or do I? Dad, enough. Jiang Ning didn't want to put Shin Lingyue in a difficult position, so he stood up and said, Uncle Shun, don't blame Sister Lingyue. I was overthinking it. I have something to do later, so I'll be leaving now. Then, he smiled at Shin Lingyue and left with ease. What is that? Seeing Jiang Ning leave, Shin Yunhai shouted angrily. Dad, how could you treat Xiaoning like this? Shin Lingyue is a patient person, but when it comes to Jiang Ning, she can't control her temper. What do you want me to do to him? Shin Yunhai said angrily. You've been back in the country for more than 2 months, and you keep talking about Jiang Ning. Is your heart even in the Shin Group? Do you know what people are saying outside? How do we send it? Shin Lingyue asked, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. It's rumored that you like Jiang Ning, and that the Shin Group will be surnamed Jiang in the future. Shin Yunhai's brows furrowed into knots. Upon hearing this, Shin Lingyue's eyebrows relaxed, and she suppressed a smile, saying, Let them say whatever they want outside. Lingyue, you are the future successor of the Shin Group, and you represent the Shin Group. Shin Yunhai said earnestly, the Jiang family is far too weak compared to us. Your marriage must be between equals. He paused, then softened his tone and said, While you were abroad, your mother and I had already found someone for you. He's the son of Tang Zhongying, the richest man in Haiqing. He'll be returning to China soon, and you two will get engaged as soon as he comes back. Huh? Why didn't you discuss this with me? Shin Lingyue asked in surprise. Are you afraid that your mother and I will harm you? Shin Yunhai said angrily. Then, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. If the Shin Group can join forces with the Qi family, the richest family in Haiqing, it will be no problem for them to dominate the entire Jiangnan province. I'll make my own decisions. Shin Lingyue retorted calmly. You're making the decision? Choosing Jiangning. Shin Yunhai gritted his teeth and said, Don't you know what the Jiang family's situation is like now? They're on the verge of collapse. Xiao Ning is very capable, Shin Lingyue said. Right now, Ningda Logistics has already established distribution centers in Jiangbei and Xiqing, and its network covers the entire Haiqing. It will definitely grow bigger and bigger in the future. Do you think Sihai Logistics and Dingxing Logistics are just sitting around doing nothing? Shin Yunhai said. Would they just stand by and watch Jiangning take away their market share little by little? Besides, what future can one have with just logistics? Shin Yunhai said angrily. It's not even the tip of the iceberg of the Tang family's business. We need to give Xiaoning some time. Shin Yunhai gritted his teeth, I won't waste time on an unknown. You have to listen to me on this matter. Dad, there's no room for negotiation. Jiang Ning returned to the Champelices villa, but couldn't help shaking his head and sneering. Judging from Shan Yunhai's expression today, he seems quite dissatisfied with himself. But it doesn't matter, since the Shun group doesn't want this batch of goods, they'll sell it themselves. On the contrary, they are making even more money. My inventory is definitely below market price. If I can find a reliable influencer to promote it, I believe I can earn more than selling it to the Shin group. At this moment, Jiang Ning already had an interesting and feasible solution in mind. He picked up the phone and called Zhou Rue, the assistant director of Rainforest Horror. Inside a secluded bar booth, Qian Rong had a cigarette dangling from her lips, puffing out clouds of smoke. At this moment, Lin Feng was already a frightened bird. This morning, someone anonymously revealed that a well-known producer in the industry is having an affair with a young male celebrity, and the relationship is quite exciting. The story will be exposed in a week, so please keep your eyes peeled and wait for the juicy gossip. This is Su Wei's method of collecting debts. First, release a smoke bomb to intimidate Lin Feng. Sister Rong, what should we do? Lin Feng pleaded in terror. I'm heavily in debt. I simply don't have the money to cover this hole. Qian Rong took a deep drag of her cigarette and said, well, there's nothing I can do about it. I don't have any money either. Lin Feng panicked completely. Please don't. You definitely have more ideas than me. Please think of a way. Participating in Rainforest Horror is his only chance to turn things around. If he loses this opportunity, not only will he be unable to avenge himself against Jiang Ning, but he and Chu Xiaoran will likely have to break up. You don't mean you can't afford any at all? Qian Rong asked, frowning. Really? Lin Feng said with a mournful face. Useless. Qian Rong sighed. Since you have no money, then you might as well contribute your labor. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's hope was rekindled. Sister Rong, I knew you had a way. Please tell me. Rong coldly said. I have a friend who needs to find online influencers to promote his products. If I can make a profit by doing this, you can become a live streamer and help me sell the products. Chapter 107. This live stream is pure torture. The friend Qian Rong was referring to was naturally Jiang Ning. However, she couldn't say it outright. Me? Selling products live. Lin Feng was stunned. Sister Rong, you're not kidding, are you? Who has time to joke with you? Qian Rong said. Although I don't earn much from selling goods, it's better than nothing. No matter how much I earn, I'll give it to them to ease the burden and ask them to postpone the payment so I can pay back the rest slowly. Jiang Ning believes that hiring well-known live streamers and celebrities to promote products would mean taking a large commission, leaving little profit. After all, celebrities with high popularity command high prices, while those without popularity simply can't sell their products. Therefore, he set his sights on Lin Feng. Su Wei extorted 40 million from Lin Feng, but everyone knows that this guy can't come up with that much money in a short time. So, taking advantage of this situation, he decided to pressure Lin Feng and make him do free labor to earn some money for himself. Then, let Su Wei pay back the money slowly. Sister Rong, but I don't know how to sell products. Lin Feng said with a worried expression. You don't need to worry about that. I'll find someone to help you and teach you some simple techniques, Qian Rong said. Your biggest role is to attract traffic, and that's enough. Where would I get data? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Hates are also a source of traffic, Qian Rong said. You've been incredibly popular online lately. Practically everyone's calling you out. If you were to promote products, you'd definitely get a lot more hate. Lin Feng,